Family. I transmigrated into a novel as a cannon fodder female supporting character, and I was bullied by a TigerDemon right from the start. She swung a whip at me, and I countered with a big slap in return. It turns out the original character was a jinx and was destined to be tortured and killed by the main antagonist. I need to save myself, but when I got home, I encountered the 4 wolf cubs, all wary of me. How am I supposed to live like this? Let me tell you, that TigerDemon was so furious her face twisted, and with a howl, she turned into a little girl and whipped at my face. I didn't even think, I just caught the whip and yanked her forward, slapping her right across her arrogant face. Crisp. Loud. Ah, you must be curious how a delicate little rabbit like me dared to be so bold, right? This all started after I woke up from a deep sleep. I was sleeping soundly, drooling all over the pillow, when suddenly a loud howl startled me awake. I opened my eyes, and, good grief, 3 large tigers with piercing eyes were surrounding me, their gazes like they were looking at a buffet, drool almost dripping onto my face. I thought, what a weird dream, and tried to turn over and continue sleeping, but one of the tigers suddenly pounced on me. The sound of wind and the smell of blood made my DNA react. This was not a dream. I rolled away clumsily, nearly scared out of my wits. And guess what? Those 3 tigers poofed and turned into 3 little girls, pointing at me and laughing. I told you she's a coward. A useless match for a useless. She deserves to marry that jinx. Wolf M.O. While they were chattering, my head buzzed, and suddenly, like downloading a 200G file, I gained a chunk of memories that didn't belong to me. Family, you know what that means? I transmigrated into an ancient beastman novel I had read, becoming a cannon fodder female supporting character with the same name. The original character had quite the explosive background. She was the granddaughter of the former leader of the rabbit tribe, the daughter of the first warrior, and had 6 powerful uncles, originally a pampered little princess. But 2 years ago, her father and 6 uncles went to fight a boss, and got wiped out. She fell from grace and became a jinx that everyone despised. What's even more explosive is that she was married to the infamous waste of the wolf tribe, Wolf M.O. But the problem is, this Wolf M.O. is not a waste at all. He is the big antagonist, strong and ruthless, who will use me, this cannon fodder, as his first KPI on his path to power 6 months later, and directly torture me to death. I was momentarily stunned. The difficulty level right from the start was hellish, wasn't it? No, I must save myself. That TigerDemon named Huyin saw me dazed and thought I was scared. So she came at me again with her whip, shouting that she wanted to kill me. I got angry and grabbed her whip, sneering, "What are you?" Then I threw the whip to the ground. She and her 2 lackeys were dumbfounded. The original character had never dared to retaliate when bullied today. Was she on drugs? Huyin angrily lunged at me, throwing a punch at my face. Her 2 lackeys were on the side, making sarcastic comments. It's over. Huyin is a second-tier beast cultivator. This useless rabbit is dead meat." But what they didn't know was that before I transmigrated, I was a descendant of a martial arts family. When it comes to fighting, I had never been afraid of anyone. In this beastman world, the 1st to 3rd tiers were simply about enhancing physical abilities, focusing on individual skills. This was exactly my area of expertise. I easily caught her punch and countered with the big slap you just heard. I sent her spinning in confusion. Taking advantage of her daze, I kicked her, sending her sprawling on the ground. Still not convinced? I flexed my wrist. "Come again." Huyin was terrified by my move, clutching her stomach in pain, and could hardly stand. She left with "You'll pay for this," and dragged her 2 lackeys away in a panic. TCH, is that all she's got? After dealing with those little minions, I had to hurry home. Yes, that's right, to the home of the big antagonist, Wolf M.O. Let me tell you, things got even crazier. Wolf M.O. has 4 cubs, and am not their biological mother. I transmigrated and became a stepmother. According to the memories, the original character hated being given to a waste, so she would abuse those 4 cubs whenever Wolf M.O. was not home, not feeding them and beating them every day, which was simply insane. I sighed. No wonder Wolf M.O. was going to kill me the moment he returned in 6 months. Wasn't that just deserved? Just when I was in despair, suddenly, ding, a huge warehouse appeared before me. Rows of shelves filled with food, drinks, and supplies from chicken, duck, fish, and meat to pots, bowls, and even medicines and weapons. Everything was there. Goodness. Finally, this immense fortune was mine. This is my golden finger, my space. However, everything had a price tag underneath, requiring points for exchange. The initial points were 100. How do I get points? Another line of text popped up. The favorability of the cubs. I got it. Family, I completely understood. As long as I win over those 4 cubs at home and max out their favorability, I can exchange points for items and walk confidently in this ancient era. I can even protect my little life before the big antagonist returns. All right, with a clear goal, I headed home to win over the cubs. Following the memories, I walked to the small hill between the wolf tribe and tiger tribe. Wolf Mo, that guy, was reclusive and built a small wooden house away from the clan. The book mentioned he was currently in a deep mountain retreat, training, and would emerge at max level in 6 months. I returned to the small wooden house, which was empty, with not a single cub in sight. Just as I was wondering, my rabbit-like keen hearing kicked in, and I faintly heard the cries and calls for help of a child nearby. My heart sank, and I quickly followed the sound. Goodness, by a big pit, a little wolf cub was crying, lying there. He still had wolf ears and a tail, clearly the third cub, Wolf Tai. Brother, sister, I can't pull you. I hurried over and asked what happened. The little wolf cub turned around, saw me, and screamed, his face paling, slipping and falling into the pit himself. Great. The psychological trauma left by the original character on the kids was deeper than the East African Rift Valley. I peered into the pit, and all 4 cubs were huddled together in the corner, trembling and looking at me like 4 little chicks waiting to be slaughtered. The only girl, the little fox who Juan, cried, "It's over, big brother, this bad rabbit saw us. She's definitely going to throw rocks at us." My heart ached. I immediately spent 1 point from my space to exchange for a long rope, tossing one end down. "Don't be afraid, hold on tight, they'll pull you up." The cubs were stunned. Little Wolf Tai hesitated to grab the rope, but was stopped by the eldest, Song Gong. This eldest was a little squirrel, only 6 years old, but very responsible. He pursed his lips and said, "He'll go first." He was worried I would play tricks and want to test the danger first. I looked at his small figure, feeling both pained and amused. I exerted some effort to pull him up, and sure enough, being a beastman cub, even at 6, he was quite agile. Once he was up, he coldly snatched the rope from my hands and pulled his siblings up one by one. The last to come up was Hu Huan, and she was holding a fluffy little tiger, the 4th cub. As soon as that little tiger was up, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, so cute." My cat-slave nature was instantly exposed, and I reached out to hug it. As a result, Fox Juan got scared and puffed up like a scared cat, shouting, "What are you doing?" and snatched the little tiger away, holding it tightly. I just wanted to hug it, I explained awkwardly. "Who believes you?" Wolf Tai glared at me. "Last time you threw the little brother into the water, I remembered that the original owner was a jerk who, just because he was in a bad mood, threw such a cute little tiger cub into the water, almost drowning it. I quickly apologized. I was wrong before. I promise I won't do it again." But they didn't believe me. All of them were on guard like little hedgehogs. I had no choice but to say, "Then I'll head home first. You guys should come back early for dinner and not play outside for too long." Watching me leave, the kids huddled together and whispered. Fox Juan said, "Big brother, she seems a bit different today." Song Gung remained cautious. "Don't trust her. She must be up to something again." When I got home, I didn't care about anything else and directly opened the space for a big shopping spree. 2 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of rice, 20 eggs, a bucket of oil, and various seasonings. I spent 50 points in one go, which hurt me, but it was okay investment, all for future points. I jumped into the kitchen, started a fire, and began cooking. While cutting the meat, I pondered about the 4 kids. The eldest was a squirrel, the second was a fox, the third was a wolf, and the youngest was a tiger. They were not siblings from the same mother. This big villain, Wolf Mo, was quite something. Soon, a big pot of fragrant scallion pork, a plate of golden scrambled eggs, and a pot of white rice were ready. The aroma wafted throughout the entire yard. The kids had already come back, sitting in a row in the yard, smelling the delicious food, and their mouths were watering, but they didn't dare to move. "What did the bad female do today? Why is it so fragrant?" Wolf Tai's stomach grumbled. "It must be meat." Fox Juan sniffed, "But where did she get the meat?" I came out of the kitchen with the dishes and cheerfully called, "Are you all back?" "Just in time, it's time to eat." They still didn't dare to move, their little eyes filled with both eagerness and caution. The little tiger in Fox Juan's arms couldn't hold back anymore, smelling the meat. With a whoosh, it sprang out of her arms and darted into the kitchen like lightning. The 3 big ones were so scared that they hurriedly followed in. But as soon as they entered the kitchen, they were dumbfounded. There I was, holding the little tiger in my arms, happily petting it. "Oh my, how can you be so cute? You're just like a little kitten." I rubbed my face against its furry head, and my heart melted. I took out a small wooden bowl filled with several pieces of raw meat that had been cut long ago, specially prepared for it. The little tiger immediately buried its head and started eating. After a couple of bites, it looked up and rubbed its head against my hand. I was completely melted, family. I was instantly smitten. The other 3 cubs were utterly stunned by this scene. This wicked female, actually, was really feeding her little brother meat. The eldest, Songung, was the first to react. He quietly walked over and picked up the wooden bucket filled with rice. Hu Huan and Lang Tai followed suit, each carrying a plate of food and placing the meals on a large stone in the yard. Once the little tiger finished eating the meat, it followed closely behind me, its tail wagging like a little fan. When I took out the bowls and chopsticks, The three of them still stood there, not daring to sit. What are they dawdling for? Aren't they hungry? I took a big piece of meat for myself and stuffed it into my mouth, happily squinting my eyes, and so delicious. At that moment, I had completely become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Song Gung was the first to rush up to serve the food, followed by Hu Huan and Lang Tai. The three little guys sat on the small stools and couldn't hold back any longer, diving into the meal with a whirlwind of excitement. This meal was incredibly delicious. While I enjoyed the food, I had a little tiger lying on my lap that I could pet at will. Life felt absolutely perfect. After the meal, Song Gung voluntarily stood up and said, "I'll wash the dishes." He was still worried, afraid that I would beat them up after getting full. I didn't stop him and let him go. By the time they finished cleaning up, it was already dark. I sat in the yard, continuing to pet the little tiger on my lap under the moonlight. Just then, a notification popped up in front of me with 4 progress bars. It was the affection levels of the little ones towards me. Hu Huan was at 10, Lang Tai at 5, and the most cautious one, the eldest, Song Gung, was only at 1. But the little tiger was really effective. It shot straight up to 50. My points in the space skyrocketed to over 700. Wow, taking off. It's late at night. I asked Hu Huan to take the little tiger back to the house to sleep. The little girl blushed and ran away holding her brother. I returned to my room and lay on the couch covered with animal skins, feeling very happy. Although the beginning was tough, it seems that the future is promising. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I felt something furry nudging my head. Turning my head, I was surprised to see that a little tiger had somehow come into my room and was rubbing its head against me. My heart melted, and I hugged it tightly, taking a deep breath before heading out the door. However, the scene in the yard surprised me again. The other 3 little ones were sitting in a row, eyes closed, hands clasped together, looking serious, meditating. I just remembered that this is a world where strength is paramount. These little guys will eventually become the capable subordinates of the big villain, and their beast cultivation is quite high. But for now, they're just a few hard-working little cuties. I also need to consider my own cultivation issues, after all. The original owner was a useless person who couldn't even reach the first level. Thinking about it, I walked into the kitchen, spent some points to exchange for a bunch of chives, and made them chive and egg pancakes, along with some porridge. As the aroma wafted out, the 3 little guys meditating in the yard clearly couldn't sit still anymore. Lang Tai was the first to open his eyes and swallow hard. The wicked female has made delicious food again. "Focus," Song Gung said with a frown. Hu Huan whispered, "Big brother, if we don't eat enough, we won't have the energy to cultivate." I brought out the pancakes and porridge, shouted time to eat, and added with a smile, "Only when you're full can you have the energy to train well. Training is a serious matter." The 3 kids exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. The previous owner of this body could not stand seeing them train, often resorting to sarcastic remarks or outright fighting. Today, she actually encouraged them? I couldn't care less about their surprise. I took a big bite of the biscuit first. It was fragrant and crispy, so delicious that my eyes squinted with pleasure. When the little ones saw this, they quickly gathered around to eat as well. This plain rice porridge, though simple, was like a delicacy to this group of kids who had been hungry for too long. After finishing their meal, a few of the little ones very conscientiously went to wash the bowls. Let me tell you, they were so well behaved. But when I looked up, I was shocked to find that the little fox, Huan Huan, was limping. I quickly called out to her, "Huan Huan, wait a minute." My shout startled her, causing her to tremble and drop the wooden bowl in her hand with a clatter. Instantly, all the little ones were on high alert. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes seemed to say, "It's over. The wicked stepmother is going to strike." The little squirrel, Songging, immediately darted in front of Huan Huan, striking a protective pose. As for Huan Huan, tears were almost streaming down her face. Who understands, family? I just wanted to see her foot. Why did it feel like I was about to execute her? I quickly said, "Songging, step aside. I want to see Huan Huan's ankle." "I'm not going to hit her." Both kids were stunned. I squatted down to take a look, and wow, her ankle was swollen. I asked her what happened, and she quietly said she fell into a pit yesterday. My heart ached, and I felt a bit guilty. This was my first time being a mom, and I really wasn't skilled at it. Silly child, why didn't you say anything when you were hurt? Huan Huan's lips moved, but she didn't say anything. I understood. She was too scared. Without saying a word, I directly spent 10 points and pretended to take out a tube of ointment from my space. No, from my pocket. The little wolf cub, Lang Tai, immediately became alert. "What are you doing? What is that?" I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. To prove that I wasn't poisoning anyone, I squeezed a bit of ointment and applied it to my arm. See? Good stuff. Applying it will help her foot injury. Only then did they half-heartedly let me apply the medicine to Huan Huan. As soon as the ointment was applied, It felt cool, and Juan's little face instantly relaxed. I smiled and asked her, "Is it much better?" She instinctively nodded her head, and her gaze towards me changed from fear to a kind of confusion and disbelief. Having taken care of the little one, I held the even smaller cub in my arms and basked in the sun in the yard, while casually browsing my system mall like shopping on Taobao. As I continued browsing, I noticed something was off. A fish costs 100 points? If I remember correctly, a pound of pork is only 5 points. Is this fish made of gold? Just as I was complaining about the outrageous prices, I found something good. A bees cultivation pill. The name alone tells you what it does. Looking at the price, it's also 100 points. Wow, this fish is priced the same as a pill that can enhance cultivation? The pricing logic of this system is truly baffling. However, improving strength is the priority. It will help me better protect the cubs. I gritted my teeth in exchange for one. The pill was a small red capsule. I popped it in my mouth and tasted it. It has the flavor of maltose. The next moment, I suddenly felt a surge of heat erupting from my dantian. I quickly closed my eyes to adjust my breathing. Let me tell you, that feeling was like opening up the run and do meridians. My whole body was filled with power. I opened my eyes wide. Wow, I'm already a second-tier beast cultivator. This incredible fortune has finally come to me. It seems the original owner's body isn't useless. She's just lazy. Now, with my fighting skills maxed out, I can take on any orc below the 3rd tier, one at a time. Just as I was enjoying this, a sharp and arrogant voice suddenly came from outside the yard. "To Lingling, you come over here." I turned around and, an old acquaintance. Isn't it the female tiger, Yen, who I chased away yesterday? Today she brought some backup, 3 women and 1 man behind her. From the looks of it, they came for revenge. I glanced over. 2 of the lackeys were still 1st tier, but the new man and woman were both 3rd tier. Not bad for their young age. What do you want? I crossed my arms, too lazy to even lift my eyelids. I was about to say something fierce when she suddenly choked, her eyes wide like copper bells, pointing at me. "Ew, how do you have a 2nd-tier beast cultivator?" "Don't be scared." I gave her a villain smile. "Weren't you just quite arrogant? Don't get too pleased with yourself." Yin, relying on her backup, became arrogant again. "So what if I'm 2nd tier? My brother and sister are both 3rd tier. Brother, sister, this rabbit bullied me yesterday. Tear her apart." Without a second thought, the 3rd-tier female let out a roar and charged at me, throwing a punch toward my face. I didn't even move. I casually caught her punch. 3rd tier? Her physical skills had improved quite a bit, but in front of a former fighting champion like me, it was still not enough. As soon as she saw her attack blocked, she became furious and kicked at me with a sweeping leg. I nimbly dodged and circled behind her, delivering a kick right to her backside. "Ouch!" She cried out in anger and turned to tackle me, and we began to wrestle. Just then, a small figure came pouncing in with a yowl, taking advantage of her distraction to bite down hard on her arm. It was the little tiger cub, my cub. He actually came to help me. The female screamed in pain, violently shaking her arm and sending the tiger cub flying. Seeing him crash to the ground made my blood boil. How dare she touch my cub? That fire ignited in my heart, and my strength surged instantly. With a swift and decisive shoulder throw, I slammed that 3rd-tier female down on the ground. At that moment, everyone gasped in shock. The tiger cub, excited, ran over to the female, proudly stomping around on her. The 3rd-tier male saw this scene and coldly said, "It's a disgrace for a tiger clan to mix with a rabbit." As soon as those words were out, not only I, but my other 3 cubs were also furious. Wolf Tai roared back, "Who are you to say that about my little brother?" "Your little brother? Ha ha, a wolf cub, a squirrel, a fox. You all make up this ridiculous family, all worthless creatures." My fists were cracking as I said, "Have you had enough? Today, this brat must learn why the flowers are so red." He was so inflated with confidence from his sister's praise that he swaggered over to me, his face full of the superiority complex of males being inherently stronger than females. "Songgung, keep your younger siblings at a distance," I said coldly. The guy, seeing that I had knocked down his sister, still had the nerve to be so confident and came at me with a combo of punches. Unfortunately, in my eyes, his moves were full of flaws, like a slow-motion replay. I wasn't in a hurry to fight back. I just toyed with him like a cat playing with its prey. He couldn't hit me, and his face turned green with anger. Just then, I suddenly heard Juan shout, "Stepmother, watch out." I didn't look back at all, feeling a gust of wind behind me. Suddenly, I turned around and executed a spinning kick. With a scream of ah, the female who I had just thrown to the ground tried to sneak attack me from behind, but I kicked her away again. I was a bit angry. Why are you still launching sneak attacks? Can your tiger clan play a bit more fairly? The male was completely enraged by me and started attacking more wildly. Now's the time. I seized an opening and landed a heavy punch right in his stomach. KO. Both of the Tier 3 opponents were taken down by me. Hu Yin and her lackeys were left dumbfounded. They came to find trouble, but ended up losing face even more. At that moment, Song Gung picked up some small stones from who knows where and started throwing them at them, shouting, "Get lost! Get away from our doorstep!" Hu Yin was the first to turn and run, and the rest followed suit, fleeing in panic. A bunch of empty threats. I clapped my hands. The tiger cub excitedly jumped into my arms, rubbing against me. I praised each of the cubs. "You were amazing just now, Tiger Cub. You three were also great." To celebrate our victory, I announced on the spot. This noon, Huan can order 2 dishes and Song Gung and Wolf Tai can each order 1. As a result, Wolf Tai looked confused and asked, "What does ordering dishes mean?" I just realized that their concept of gourmet food might still be limited to barbecued and boiled meat. I smiled and said, "Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. There will be plenty of delicious food in the future. Just take your time." I sent them off to continue their training, but Huan stayed behind and cautiously asked me, "Stepmother, how did you have second-tier bees cultivation?" I started rambling without blinking. Well, I don't know, after finishing breakfast, I suddenly felt like I had opened up my meridians and my whole body felt refreshed, and then it just happened like that. The little fox listened, stunned, with eyes full of envy. Actually, I had thought about giving them bees cultivation pills, but when I took them myself, I almost felt my mind go out of whack. They're still young. What if something went wrong? It's better to be safe. I encouraged her a few words and watched her run away, blushing. This little girl is so easily shy. She's so cute that I want to pinch her cheeks. Inside the house, Song Gung and Lang Tai were still murmuring to each other. I overheard some of it, and it seemed like Song Gung was still suspicious of me, thinking I was trying to lower their guard to do something bad. Sigh, being the big brother must be exhausting. His CPU is probably about to overheat. Well, trust takes time. It was almost noon, so I opened the system and saw that the ingredients I exchanged for yesterday were almost used up. Well, time to spend more points. 5 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of pork, tomatoes, potatoes, and eggplants. In one go, I spent over 100 points. I didn't feel sorry at all for the shrinking points. As long as I could increase the affection of the little ones, it was worth it. After dinner, I decided to go out hunting. I couldn't keep relying on the system, and I wanted to test my current second-tier bees cultivation strength. I told the cubs that I would take them hunting. That little guy, Song Gung, first brightened up, but then became wary and directly refused. "We're not going." Great. Now he thinks I'm going to trick them into the mountains to sell them. I helplessly shrugged. Fine, I'll go by myself. I went out alone and, following my memory, arrived at a patch of grass. Goodness, the other orcs saw me and fled as if they had seen a plague god, keeping their distance. That's fine. It saves me from being disturbed. After wandering for a while, I finally spotted a few plump, greasy ducks by a small river. Fried duck legs, beer duck, braised duck necks. I could hardly hold back my drool. I tiptoed over, but the group of ducks seemed very alert. As soon as I got close, one duck locked eyes with me and quacked loudly, causing its little companions to scatter in all directions. "Stop right there," I shouted angrily and took off in pursuit. It was all about the chaotic quacking. Hesitation would lead to defeat, so I directly targeted the one that had just made eye contact with me, chasing it while it quacked and ran ahead. In the end, I caught it thanks to my abundant energy and knocked it out with a slap. Then, I used the same method to catch a second one. Carrying 2 dazed fat ducks home, the little tiger cub rushed up to me first. The other 3 cubs' eyes widened when they saw the prey in my hands. Hu Huan enviously said, "Wow, stepmother, you're amazing. We chased for so long last time and didn't catch anything. Next time, I'll take you with me." I smiled and replied. Seeing Song Gung's shocked and conflicted expression, I knew he was wavering again. That night, I decided to prepare a whole duck feast for them. I instructed Song Gung and Lang Tai to help me, while Hu Huan was in charge of starting the fire. Let me tell you, the scene was like a culinary god descending. One duck was roasted, served with spring pancakes, shredded cucumbers, and sweet bean sauce that I exchanged from the system. The other duck's legs were fried, and the neck and wings were braised, while the remaining meat was made into saltwater duck. I also stir-fried 2 green vegetables and stewed a wintermelon soup. When the aroma wafted from the kitchen, the cubs were already drooling in the yard. Once all the dishes were served on the table, under the moonlight and the glow of the campfire, the little ones looked at the spread of food they had never seen before, their eyes sparkling with excitement. I tell you, these kids have never seen such a scene. They're about to drool all over the table. I quickly urged them, "What are you standing there for? Dig in. It won't taste good if it gets cold." That little fox, Hu Huan, couldn't hold back any longer, grabbed a fried duck leg, took a bite, and his eyes went wide. "My goodness. Stepmother, This is so delicious. I proudly raised my chin, that's right. Try this braised duck neck. It has a bit of spiciness. It's incredibly satisfying. Goodness. This time I've really stirred up a hornet's nest. A few guys rushed in like hungry wolves descending the mountain. That guy Wolf Ty is the most honest. He picked up a large piece of roasted duck meat and was about to shove it into his mouth. I quickly stopped him. Hey. It's fine to eat like that, but buddy, you're missing out on the sole way to eat it. Huh? How do you do it? His little eyes looked just like a husky waiting to be fed. I immediately gave them a live demonstration. I picked up a thin spring pancake, brushed it with sweet bean sauce, laid down duck meat, shredded cucumber, and green onion, rolled it up skillfully, and stuffed it into my mouth. Let me tell you, the crispiness of the duck, the refreshing taste of the cucumber, combined with the punch from the green onion, was simply amazing. The kids followed suit, each one eating with grease dripping from their mouths. Huan stuffed her cheeks full, and didn't T forget to give me a thumbs up. Only that kid Song Gung. After trying a spring roll, coolly said, I still prefer to eat the meat directly. All right then, you're handsome. You have a point. I waved my hand. No problem. Whatever makes you happy, just go with the flow. Song Gung glanced at me with a look of vigilance, as if, melting just a little. We devoured the meal in a whirlwind, even drinking the soup until it was clean. In the end, Hu Huan got so excited that suddenly, 2 fluffy white ears popped up on her head, and a big tail wagged behind her. Oh no! She was startled herself and quickly covered them, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt. But I exclaimed even louder, Family, who understands? Those little snow-white fox ears were simply a cuteness overload. I stared at her with shining eyes, and Hu Huan, feeling my gaze, nervously asked, What's wrong, stepmother? I rubbed my hands together and cautiously asked, Can I touch it? Huh? Not only Hu Huan, but also Song Gung and Lang Tai were dumbfounded, looking at me with expressions that said I was acting strange. Oh no, my LSP nature has been exposed. I was just about to say forget it when Hu Huan blushed and, like a mosquito, said then, just for a moment, okay? Yes. I got excited right on the spot. Song Gung was standing next to me like a bodyguard, staring at my hand, afraid I would pull any tricks. I swear, I just lightly touched it. My goodness, the sensation was so soft and smooth, it was incredibly healing. Hu Huan shyly flicked her ears and tail back. I was still savoring the moment when suddenly I felt a weight on my legs. The tiger cub jumped up and rubbed its little head against me, clearly implying, what about me? I can be touched too. Ha ha ha. I was overjoyed and pinched its little ears, saying, you're adorable too. The little tiger was so happy it did a Thomas spin right on the ground. This meal directly brought out our feelings. Later that night, after the cubs had all fallen asleep, I sat in the yard waiting for my system to pay me. The next second, for progress bars popped up. Hu Huan, 35 affinity. Lang Tai, 20. Song Gung, still stuck at a solid 10. But the tiger cub, oh my goodness, shot straight up to 90. Then came the most exciting moment. My points, with the increase in affinity, soared from over 400 to 1,362 points. I was rich. Just when I was feeling pleased, I suddenly thought of a question. Once their affinity was maxed out, wouldn't my points stop coming in? As soon as this thought crossed my mind, the system displayed a line of text right in front of me. Once affinity reaches 100, all items in the space will no longer require points for redemption. Mia, wow, is there such a good thing? Doesn't this mean that after clearing the game, everything in the game store is free? Now there's even more to look forward to. Although I know that getting a 100 from Song Gung is harder than reaching the sky. But it's okay, the future is promising. In my excitement, I spent another 100 points to exchange for a beast cultivation pill, wanting to quickly reach the 4th rank and awaken some fire-breathing or water-spouting abilities. Just as I was about to take it, the system popped up a message. You can consume 1 beast cultivation pill every 7 days. Any additional ones are ineffective. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then another line appeared. The effects of the beast cultivation pill are significant in the early stages, but decrease later on. To improve, it's best to practice diligently. All right, I got it. I can't always rely on hacks. I still need to work hard. Starting tomorrow, I'll join the kids in training. The next morning, I made them ham and egg sandwiches with milk. Wolf Tai finished 2 sandwiches in one go and asked me if this was milk. Fox Wan said he had drunk it before and it had a strange taste. I thought to myself, of course, this is processed with modern techniques. It can't be the same. After breakfast, Song Gung surprisingly stood up and said, I'll wash the dishes. Wow, this is a first. Seizing the opportunity, I announced, when you come back, we'll practice together. Song Gung paused for a moment. Didn't he say anything, and took the bowl away. Fox Wan innocently asked me, Stepmother, are you going to practice too? Didn't you already open that? The second meridian? It's the run and do meridians. I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Silly kid. When has there ever been a good thing like picking up benefits every day? I need to get stronger and then protect you all. As soon as I said this, both Fox Juan and Wolf Tai were stunned, staring at me blankly. They were probably trying to process how the wicked stepmother, who beats them every day, suddenly said she wanted to protect them. After training in the morning, I made a big spread for lunch: green pepper, twice-cooked pork, garlic chicken wings. Seeing the kids eat happily, I couldn't be more satisfied. The tiger cub has now completely become my leg accessory, clingy as can be. After the meal, I announced in the afternoon we're going out to see my grandfather. Your grandfather? I nodded. In the original owner's memories, her grandfather was once the leader of the rabbit clan, a 7th-tier beast cultivator, incredibly impressive. Unfortunately, he is now old and has been ousted from power due to a coup, living alone on the outskirts of the tribe. Although the original owner is a bit of a jerk, she is quite filial to this grandfather. I thought to myself, since I've taken over her body, I should fulfill this sense of filial piety for her. To my surprise, Song Gung said, "We'll go with you." I was stunned at that moment. This kid, is he finally starting to trust me? This is a huge deal. I went back to the room and took pork, beef, chicken, and eggs from the space, filling 2 large baskets. As soon as Song Gung came out, he asked, "Where did you get so much stuff?" I had long prepared my excuse. Half-truths to bamboozle them. It was a gift from a friend, and since I'm no longer tier 2, I was lucky to have awakened a spatial ability early, allowing me to store a lot of things. Song Gung had a look on his face, as if saying, "Keep going with your story," but he didn't ask any further. He even took the initiative to help me carry a basket, effortlessly lifting it up, truly a testament to being an orc. Along the way, we ran into that Hu Yen from before. The moment she saw me, she looked as if she had seen a ghost and ran away faster than a rabbit. I scoffed and couldn't be bothered with her. Upon arriving at the rabbit clan settlement, many orcs still looked at me with disdain. There's nothing I could do. The original owner's reputation as a useless person was too notorious. However, some did notice the aura of a tier 2 beast cultivator emanating from me and showed expressions of surprise. We walked to a wooden house at the edge of the tribe, and just as we reached the door, we heard a violent coughing sound coming from inside. It was my grandfather's voice. I felt a tightness in my heart, and before I could even knock, I pushed the door open and rushed in. I saw an old rabbit with white fur sitting in a chair, coughing painfully. "Grandpa!" I quickly went over to pat his back. "Cough, cough, it's Lingling." It took him a while to recover. Songging, with his keen insight, had already poured some water and handed it over. After Grandpa drank the water, he noticed the little ones behind me. He was very kind and didn't show any disdain, even encouraging them to go over and call him Great-Grandpa. To my surprise, Songging obediently led his younger siblings to call him that. I asked where the old servant Ruebois, who takes care of my grandfather, had gone, and my grandfather said he went to get food. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruebois limped in, and when he saw me, his eyes turned red. "Your Highness Lingling, you finally came. The old patriarch has suffered great injustice." He told me that since the new patriarch took office, his subordinates had been cutting down my grandfather's food rations, and today they only gave him a piece of meat. When he went to reason with them, he even got beaten up. What? I was instantly furious. This is simply workplace bullying plus. Taking advantage of the patriarch's abdication to bully an old man. Tu Huai sighed with a bitter expression. I was so angry that I wanted to go find them to settle the score right away. "Come back." My grandfather grabbed me. "Can you get a good outcome by going? They are numerous and powerful, and there are high-level beast cultivators among them. Don't go." I calmed down. "Yes, I'm only at the 2nd level right now. Going there would just be giving away my life. I have to swallow my pride for now." I took out the 2 big baskets of meat I brought, and my grandfather was both surprised and delighted, thinking that I had made great progress in my cultivation. The 190-year-old elder was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. Before leaving, I took advantage of the moment when no one was watching to swap out some cold medicine and cough syrup for my space, wrapped them in leaves, and handed them to Ruebois, asking him to give them to my grandfather on time, assuring him that I would definitely find a way to resolve this matter. On the way back, I was holding back my anger. Song Gung actually took the initiative to speak up. "Are you still worried about great-grandfather's situation?" He actually said that the only way is for all of us to become stronger so that we can seek justice for great-grandfather. I curiously asked him why he was so invested, and the kid actually blushed a little, saying he had heard about my grandfather's heroic deeds when he was young and admired him. All right, the young man has good taste. But he was right. Getting stronger is fundamental, but distant water won't quench immediate thirst. I need to think of another way. Just then, I passed by a household and saw a female named Aunt May drying animal skins. A light bulb went off in my head. Got it. This Aunt May is the gossip center of the rabbit tribe, the barometer of public opinion. I immediately took the kids over. Aunt May initially ignored me, as the original owner had a terrible reputation. I quickly hugged the little tiger and acted cute, then complained to her about how pitiful my grandfather was. Sure enough, Aunt May's heart softened, and she joined in scolding those people from the Rabbit Clan Center for being unreasonable. The opportunity came. I leaned in close to her ear and shared my plan with her. When we returned to our shabby little house, the weather suddenly changed. A cold wind blew through, making us shiver. I quickly said, "It's getting cold. Hurry inside and put on some clothes." However, the kids stood still without moving. Fox One quietly said, "We don't have any spare animal skins to wear." Wolf Tai angrily added, "Did you forget? You traded our animal skins for meat before." Me? Goodness, it's the original owner's fault again. I hurriedly went inside to check my own stuff, and it was the same. All swapped for food by that useless thing. There's no choice but to seek help from the all-powerful Space Mall. Fortunately, the clothes weren't expensive. I spent a few hundred points to get each of the cubs a long cotton coat, and the tiger cub even got a baby-sized one. And I got one for myself, too. I held several brand-new cotton-padded jackets in my hands, and the kids all looked dumbfounded. This animal fur is so strange. Hu Huan touched it with a curious expression. I don't want to explain, just urge them to get dressed quickly. As a result, a new problem arose. These 3 kids, struggling with the zipper like bullfighters, couldn't zip it up no matter what. I couldn't help but laugh. In the past, I taught them step by step. Hu Huan and Lang Tai learned for half a day, but that kid Song Gung just took a glance and quickly got it done by himself. I couldn't help but praise him. He learned so quickly. Song Gung is really clever. Because it was cold, I made a hearty dish for dinner and cooked a big pot of fragrant and spicy boiled beef. The beef was tender and smooth, soaked in the red oil broth. And with the addition of bean sprouts and enoki mushrooms, one bite warmed me all over. The kids were the same, their little faces flushed, and they were so adorable. After dinner, Song Gung, the eldest, was quite sensible. He took his younger siblings to wash the dishes, and before leaving, he couldn't help but gossip and asked me what I actually said to AMA. I told him with a mysterious smile that it was a secret. My plan still needs to ferment for a few more days, but it will definitely be much faster than my slow training. Anyway, the food I send to my grandpa will be enough for him and Ruebwa for a while. Sai, speaking of my grandpa, I also want to bring him over. But our house is as small as a pigeon coop, and there's a ridiculous rule in a rabbit clan that says the clan leader cannot leave the territory. My grandpa stubbornly insists on abiding by it, so I have no choice. Seeing that I didn't want to talk, Song Gung didn't ask any further and took his younger siblings away. Once they left, my personal system chimed and popped up, updating the favorability levels. Hu Huan, that little clever one, jumped to 50%, Lang Tai reached 40%, and even that awkward kid Song Gung rose to 20%. But the little tiger cub was the most impressive, hitting 92%. As expected, it gets harder to increase the levels as time goes on. But Song Gung's significant rise today was likely due to me helping his grandpa. Today, I earned a whopping 470 points in favorability. But I spent over 700 on cotton clothes and quilts for the cubs, so after everything, I still have a little over 1,000 points. Sigh, never mind. The cubs can't be left to freeze. Anyway, I've taken another step closer to my ultimate goal, and tomorrow, I must take them out to get some solid goods. The next morning, as soon as the sky cleared, I immediately cooked a pot of fragrant beef rice noodles. The noodles were slippery, and the broth was incredibly fresh, with several cubs holding their bowls and drinking until they hit the bottom. Seeing that the timing was right, I said, "Let's speed up the training in the morning, and once we're done, I'll take you all fishing." As soon as Hu Huan heard this, her little brows immediately furrowed. "Stepmother, fish are so dirty. Can we eat them?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Who among my family understands what kind of bizarre rumors exist in this orc world? They say fish and shrimp are dirty and can't be eaten? I immediately switched to science mode. Think about it. If river water can be drunk, how dirty can the fish in the water be? As long as they're cleaned properly, the taste is absolutely fantastic. Fish are so delicious. What have they done wrong? When Long Tai heard we were going to play by the river, his eyes lit up, and he was the first to jump up and cheer. This time, Song didn't hesitate and actually agreed, which made me incredibly happy. As soon as the training was over, I grabbed a big basket and led the 4 kids in a grand march to the riverbank. Long Tai was like a little cannonball, rushing over with a loud shout, even posing for the reflection in the water, moving his ears and wagging his tail. Without saying a word, I jumped into the water and got to work. You wouldn't believe it. The fish here are so naive because no one has been catching them, and I could easily catch them. Before long, I pulled up 4 fish. Hu Huan was on the shore handling the fish, while the tiger cub was cheering me on with meow meow, like a little cheerleader. Seeing how easily I was catching fish, Songbing and Longtai couldn't hold back any longer and jumped into the water to learn from me. After splashing around for a while, Longtai finally caught one and was so excited, shouting, "I got one." But his joy was short-lived. He slipped and fell into the water with a splash. I was just about to laugh at him a bit and remind him to be careful when suddenly a sharp and angry female voice erupted like thunder. "To Lingling, what are you doing?" I was taken aback, turned my head to look, and there she was, a pretty girl rushing over, directly jumping into the water to help Lang Tai up, asking him with concern if he was hurt. Lang Tai was confused and shook his head. Then the girl turned around and glared at me as if she had seen her father's murderer and immediately shouted, "You're too much. Even if you don't want to marry Lang Yamo, what did these little ones do wrong? How could you be so cruel as to push them into the river?" Huh? At that moment, I had the expression of an elderly person on the subway looking at their phone, filled with question marks. Who is this girl? Which how did she see me push them? Who are you? Did you get it wrong? I was a bit unhappy. She came up and slapped me with a label of child abuse. What kind of play is this? My name is Kong Xiangxue. As soon as I heard that name, my eyes widened. Kong Xiangxue? Isn't she the kind-hearted, enthusiastic, and exceptionally talented female lead from the original book, who ultimately teamed up with various experts to defeat the main villain, Lang Mo, and was admired by thousands? The book said she was beautiful, and now that I see her, she truly is a stunning beauty with red lips and white teeth. It's just, her brain doesn't seem to work too well. I quickly explained, "You misunderstood. We are catching fish." "It's true." Hu Wan hurriedly helped me explain. Lang Tai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. He fell down. Kong Xiangxue's face flushed red instantly, so embarrassed she could probably use her toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. It turned out she had heard others speak ill of me before and thought I was a wicked stepmother who abused children every day. As soon as she saw Lang Tai fall, she instinctively imagined a dramatic scene. "Yes, I'm sorry. Her face was red like a monkey's, but it was my mistake. No problem. I couldn't be bothered with her. After all, she is the female lead. The future big shot." Kong Xiangxue awkwardly retreated to the shore, staring at the fish in my basket. Hu Huan was quite generous, saying that if I agreed later, she could have one. She wanted to touch the tiger cub. But our tiger cub was protective and directly dodged because it remembered that this woman had just yelled at me. Kong Xiangxue watched us catching fish in the river, comforting the cubs that didn't catch any fish, encouraging those that did, and her gaze became increasingly strange. She probably realized that I was completely different from the wicked stepmother in the rumors. When we had caught about 10 fish, I called everyone to come ashore, preparing to have a whole fish feast. Kong Xiangxue was shocked again. "You caught so many fish. Are you going to eat them?" "But fish can't be eaten." "Rumors. All rumors." I felt sorry for the fish. Once prepared, it would be so delicious you'd question your life choices. As I spoke, I had an idea and directly extended an invitation. Just in time, why not come back with us for a meal? Got to hold on tight to the female lead's thigh. This immense fortune must be seized. Kong Xiangxue hesitated for a moment, but surprisingly agreed. When we got home, I was about to enter the kitchen when Kong Xiangxue said she wanted to help. I initially wanted to be polite, but she insisted on coming in. I simply let her go ahead and kill the fish. Unexpectedly, this girl, looking delicate, was incredibly efficient at fish killing, leaving Song Gong, who was nearby, starting the fire. Dumbfounded. Once the fish was prepared, she looked at the bottles and jars of scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar in my kitchen as if she had discovered a new continent. I heated the oil in the pan, and with a sizzling sound, the aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic instantly burst out, and there was a hint of admiration in Kong Xiangxue's gaze towards me. With 10 fish, I arranged a clear menu for her. Braised fish, steamed fish, tomato fish, chopped pepper fish head, mandarin fish rolls, and a creamy fish soup. When the dishes were served on the table, Kong Xiangxue was almost overwhelmed by the aroma, her eyes wide open in shock, forgetting to blink. This kid, Song Gong, even proudly told her, "Not just fish. My stepmother can also cook other dishes deliciously." I was a bit embarrassed by the compliments and quickly urged everyone to start eating. At first, they hesitated a bit, but the aroma was too irresistible. Once they took a bite, all the rumors were forgotten, and they each enjoyed their meal heartily. Kong Xiangxue started calling me by the more intimate name Lingling instead of Tu Lingling. After dinner, she helped wash the dishes and then left. In the afternoon, I continued training with the kids. Just as it was nearing dinner time, she came again. This time, she didn't come empty-handed. she brought a lot of wild boar meat, 3 wild chickens, and a big goose. She said it was to thank me. Seeing the abundance, I didn't hold back and happily accepted it. So we had dinner sorted. I invited her to dinner, and she was so happy that she directly linked her arm with mine and said intimately, "Lingling, you are completely different for what they said. You are both nice and amazing. Let's be good friends. From now on, if anyone speaks ill of you, I will stand up for you." I didn't say anything at the time. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but I told you. This Kong Xiangxue looks thin, but is quite a nice figure. When she got so close, I immediately felt shy, and my face turned bright red. The beautiful sister really smells nice. It took me a while to gather myself before I stammered, "Okay, sure. You're always welcome to come over for a meal." She was so happy that she hugged me again, and I couldn't take it anymore. My face flushed, and I ran into the kitchen. I made steamed pork with the wild boar meat she brought, as well as braised pork with preserved vegetables, garlic pork, yellow braised chicken, curry chicken, and I even made a chicken soup. Kong Xiangxue was watching in awe and insisted on learning to cook from me, even wanting to trade food for my seasonings. I waved my hand and said, "No need. I'll give it to you." Anyway, trading for seasonings in this space is practically free. Kong Xiangxue was so touched that she said she was liking me more and more. I thought to myself, don't fall too hard for me, sis. Just when we were enjoying our dinner, an angry voice suddenly erupted. "Xiangxue, how can you associate with this kind of beast man?" As soon as I heard the commotion, I almost rolled my eyes to the sky. Good grief, Huyen, this troublemaker really is relentless. Kong Xiangxue stood up right away, frowning as she asked what Huyen meant. Huyen pointed at my nose and scolded me, saying I was insidious and cunning, warning Kong Xiangxue not to be fooled by me. Kong Xiangxue let out a cold laugh and said, "Huyen, I know what kind of person Lingling is. She is my recognized friend now, and if you dare to say another bad word about her, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Kong Xiangxue suddenly exuded the aura of a third-tier beast cultivator. Wow, as expected of the female lead, she looked incredibly cool. Huyen, feeling cornered, stubbornly claimed she had never taken advantage of Kong Xiangxue. Kong Xiangxue immediately exposed all the times Huyen had taken petty advantages and meddled in relationships. It turned out these two had long had a fake sisterhood, and Kong Xiangxue had just never confronted her. Now, for my sake, she couldn't hold back anymore. Huyen was so angry she gritted her teeth and shouted that we would regret it before trying to run away. Could I let her escape? I immediately flashed in front of her and sneered. "Huyen, am I giving you face? You've come to trouble me time and again, and now you come to my home to act wild. Do you really think I'm a soft dough to be needed?" She trembled in fear and asked what I wanted to do. I stroked my chin and smiled in a rather sinister way. "How about you apologize to me first?" In her dreams, she was quite defiant. "Not going to apologize, huh?" As soon as I finished speaking, I reached out, and the long whip at her waist was in my hand. I flicked the whip, making a crisp sound as it cracked against the ground. "I remember you really like to whip people. How about today, I let you experience what it feels like to be whipped." Huyen was so scared she almost wet herself, her teeth chattering, and she screamed, "I'm sorry. Where did you go wrong?" I asked loudly in a tone mimicking the disciplinary head. "I shouldn't have spread bad things about you everywhere. I shouldn't have sought revenge on you. I won't dare anymore." She cried out in humiliation, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't beat me, and now no one dared to help her. "All right, seeing how sincere you are, get lost." I tossed the whip back to her, and she picked it up and ran away in a panic. Kong Xiangxue walked over and said, "Lingling, if anyone bullies you again, just tell me, and I'll go back and ask my parents for help." My eyes lit up, and I thought, yes. Her father is the clan doctor of the Peacock tribe, which means he holds a high position. My plan in my mind suddenly had to help her. I quickly leaned over to her ear and whispered everything. After listening, Kong Xiangxue was first surprised, then laughed. "I can't believe you thought of that. Don't worry, I've got this covered. If I can't even help with this little thing, then I've wasted all the meals you've given me." My plan is officially underway. Just a few days later, strange things started happening in the rabbit tribe. Several orcs went out hunting and came back injured. One said he was pecked while trying to catch a duck. Another said he fell while climbing a tree to get bird eggs. For a moment, everyone in the tribe was anxious, wondering if they were cursed. At this time, my arranged public opinion guide, Aunt May, made her appearance. While munching on the sunflower seeds I provided, she walked around the crowd, stirring up public sentiment. "I told you, it's because the people at the center of the rabbit tribe are hoarding food from the old patriarch, and that's why they're suffering divine retribution. The orcs already hold the gods in awe, and upon hearing this, they were frightened. The rumors spread wider, claiming that the mistreatment of the old patriarch by the tribe's center was the cause of their troubles. After 2 days, I saw that the timing was right. So I stepped forward. Those injured orcs were actually colluded with me beforehand, and their wounds were all painted with red ink. I pretended to be sorrowful and heroic, loudly declaring, "For Grandpa, and for our tribe, we must seek justice." When the tribe members saw that I had become a second-tier beast cultivator, it seemed I had truly grown stronger, and they responded enthusiastically, following me toward the center of the rabbit tribe. The gatekeeper was the new patriarch's nephew, named Tuhan, a useless guy in his 40s, only a third tier, purely a product of connections. He came up flaunting his authority, asking if we wanted a rebel. As a result, one tribe member shot back at him. "It's you who mistreated the old patriarch, causing us to be cursed by the gods." This Tuhan was also a fool, actually saying, "So what if you're injured? You want to die." Once these words were spoken, they ignited everyone's anger. The crowd exploded, pointing fingers and cursing at him. He was so scared that he hid behind others and even tried to intimidate us by saying his uncle was the patriarch. Just as he was about to order an attack on the unarmed tribe members, a dignified voice rang out. "What? Do you have a problem with my nephew?" The new patriarch, Tu-Jin, had arrived. This old man immediately tried to smooth things over, saying that the injuries were just a coincidence. I sneered internally, truly shameless. If it weren't for his disgraceful actions, how could he pull my grandpa down from power in the first place? Just as this old man was trying to forcefully suppress the matter, arrogantly declaring that it was over, an even colder voice directly interrupted the spellcasting. "Over? Rabbit tribe, patriarch. You may think it's over, but we do not agree." As soon as I saw the person, I immediately kissed Kong Xiangxue several times in my heart. Her father, Kong Wei, the clan doctor of the Peacock clan, came with the group. When Tu-Jin saw the Peacock clan members, his attitude immediately softened. But as soon as Kong Wei opened his mouth, he hit the nail on the head. "Tu clan leader, because of your curse. Our Peacock clan members have also suffered from unwarranted disasters. Several beastmen were injured for no reason. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this?" Tu-Jin's face darkened. "Why should our rabbit clan be responsible for your Peacock clan's injuries?" Kong Wei sneered and directly dropped the bombshell. "Our Peacock clan's beastmen. Whenever they go hunting in places where your rabbit clan's beastmen are, they will definitely get injured. Isn't this being dragged down by you? You have mistreated the old clan leader and angered the gods. Now you have harmed not only yourselves, but also us. I am here on the orders of our clan leader, and if you don't resolve this matter quickly, our Peacock clan will not let it go easily." Once these words were spoken, let me tell you, the whole place exploded. Aunt May and a few others jumped out to support him, all talking at once to put pressure on the new clan leader Tu-Jin. They accused him of wanting to incite a war between the two clans and insisted that this was not just a matter of a few pieces of meat, piling on the accusations one after another. As soon as I saw that the timing was just right, I immediately followed up with a remark. Giving RabbitGirl a cold smile, I said, "Chief, this matter. You wouldn't have tacitly approved it, would you?" Well, as soon as I said that, RabbitGirl's face instantly turned green. In front of so many of his own people and outsiders, he dared not admit it, right? He couldn't. He could only chuckle awkwardly a couple of times, then shifted the blame onto the unfortunate guy next to him named RabbitHan, even kicking him and scolding him for neglecting his duties. I was almost laughing crazily inside, while still having to keep a straight face. I cleared my throat and said, "So, the meat that was deducted from my grandfather before should be compensated as well, right?" Tu-Jin bit down on his back teeth and squeezed out a good through the gaps. "All right, goal achieved." In front of everyone, I directly gave him a flattering remark. "The clan leader is indeed the clan leader. His words are like gold. With so many clansmen as witnesses, my grandfather's life will definitely be better from now on." I turned everyone into supervisors, placing an invisible tightening spell on him. At this point, Tu-Jin's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, but he didn't dare to say a word. Kong Wei saw that the matter was settled, clasped his hands, and left with his people in a particularly graceful manner. Tu-Jin also slunk away in defeat. Before long, someone brought a large basket of meat and hurriedly delivered it to my grandfather. No one understands. This feeling of slapping someone in the face right in front of them is simply exhilarating. With the matter resolved, everyone started to complain, saying that after Tu-Jin took office, the protection fees kept increasing, and most of the game they hunted with great effort ended up in the bellies of those people. Some people, feeling indignant, suggested simply not paying anymore and letting them starve. Aunt May quickly intervened, saying that those people had a guard team, and confronting them directly wouldn't do any good. I listened, fully aware of the situation. This RabbitGirl is unworthy of his position. He came to power only to exploit his own people, and sooner or later, I will have to pull him down from that position. I thanked everyone and said they could come to me if they needed anything in the future, which helped to build some goodwill. Aunt May even shyly sighed and regretted not stopping Rabbit Jean back then. I understood. They were thinking of the whole clan at that time. Now that they realize their mistake and are willing to stand by me, that's enough. After chatting with them for a bit, I hurried home. As soon as I walked in, Song Gung rushed over, looking extremely nervous. How did it go? Did you succeed? I made an okay gesture. Of course. The meat has already been delivered, and they won't dare to cause trouble again. Song Gung visibly relaxed. The little tiger cub in my arms suddenly leaped up, rubbing against my chest. I hugged it tightly and took a deep breath. So refreshing. Kong Xiangxue also smiled and congratulated me. I waved my hand. Thanks to your dad for holding the fort today. What do you want to eat tonight? Order whatever you like. I'll take care of it. Kong Xiangxue's eyes lit up. Really? I want to eat boiled pork slices. Garlic vermicelli. Just as I agreed, I noticed something was off with the little fox, Huan, in the corner. She looked a bit sluggish, with her little head drooping. Well, I went to ask her. She said she just felt weak and was too lazy to move. I thought to myself, oh no, the weather is so unpredictable. I hope the little one isn't getting sick. All right, I have to cook right away. I asked Kong Xiangxue to stay with Huan, and took Song Gung and Lang Tai, the two little ones, into the kitchen. I first exchanged pork, vermicelli, and other items from my secret little space. In the past few days, the little one's affection for me has increased quite a bit. The tiger cubs are already at 95. They're practically my die-hard fans. However, spending points is like flowing water, and now I'm left with just a little over 1,000 too. While I was preparing the ingredients, I asked the two kids what else they wanted to eat. Wolf Tai, the little foodie, immediately raised his hand and asked for sweet and sour ribs. When it was Song Gung's turn, the child started his routine of being so understanding that it was heart-wrenching. He pursed his lips and said, I don't mind. Anything is fine. As soon as I saw his little expression, I knew what he was thinking. He must be afraid of bothering me and worried that I would turn back into my old self. Sigh, I pointed it out directly. Song Gung, you're only 6 years old. Just say what you want to eat. Don't hold back. He still stubbornly turned his head away and said he really didn't want anything. All right, little guy, being stubborn, huh? I remember the last time you ate the most garlic chicken wings. So today I must arrange that for you and see if you eat it. Sure enough, when I brought out boiled sliced pork, sweet and sour ribs, garlic vermicelli, and a big plate of garlic chicken wings, Song Gung's eyes were almost glued to the chicken wings. I chuckled to myself. Can I handle you? However, during the meal, Huan was still listless, only picking at her rice and not eating anything else. At this point, I was sure that the little guy was definitely sick. Kong Xiangxue said to let her dad come take a look, but I refused. Are you kidding? I just troubled them today. How could I ask again? Besides, what medicine do I not have in my space? High-tech from 2025 can't be worse than the herbal medicine in your beastman world, right? After sending Kong Xiangxue off after dinner, I quickly exchanged for a box of cold medicine and mixed a bowl to give to Huan. The little one was quite curious. Stepmother, what's this? It's sweet and tastes weird. I coaxed her, saying it was medicine to prevent getting sick, and she would be fine after drinking it. After she obediently finished it, I told her to cover herself with the blanket and go to sleep. But in the middle of the night, while I was sleeping soundly with the tiger cub, there was a loud knock on the door. I jolted awake. It was Lang Tai's voice, sounding tearful. Stepmother, stepmother, my sister's head is so hot. Is she going to die? I felt a sudden tightness in my chest and quickly jumped off the bed to open the door. This silly kid, just a fever, and he acts like he's dying. I flicked his forehead and told him to hurry and boil some water. I exchanged a box of fever-reducing medicine for my space and rushed to the kids' room. As soon as I entered, I saw Song Gung using a cold, wet towel to cool down Huan's forehead. The little girl's face was flushed bright red, and it was heart-wrenching to look at. I went over to check her temperature, and wow, it must be around 39 degrees. I hurriedly woke her up, and the little one groggily opened her eyes. When she saw me, she called out stepmother with a particularly aggrieved tone. Because she was sick, her fluffy fox ears and tail had popped out. I quickly pulled her into my arms and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Your stepmother is here. It's just a fever. A pill will make it better. My voice seemed to have a magical effect, and she immediately calmed down, even grabbing my hand and snuggling closer. When the water temperature was ready, I took out a white pill. Song Gung immediately became alert. What is this? I've never seen it before. Can my sister take it? I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Don't worry, it's a fever reducer. How about I take one first to show you? He hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head, urging me to hurry and give Fox one of the medicine. I helped Huan up, stuffed a pill in her mouth, and gave her a sip of water. The little one obediently swallowed it, but her small face immediately wrinkled in bitterness. I was prepared and pulled a candy from my pocket, putting it in her mouth. Her eyes instantly lit up. So sweet. After she finished her medicine, I told her to lie down and cover herself with the blanket. But in the blink of an eye, she suddenly transformed with a pop into a little fox. I knew that beastmen would revert to their original form when they were sick and weak. But the next second, I was stunned. Two fluffy fox tails emerged from under the blanket. Two. I remember that last time there was only one. My mind buzzed as I recalled that the book mentioned Hu Huan was a rare nine-tailed fox. She was the future queen of the entire fox clan. Wow, I was raising a future queen. Thinking about the other little ones, they were all future little villains. No, I absolutely cannot let them go down the wrong path. As long as I'm here, I must raise them all to be upright and kind beastmen. I sent Song Gung and Lang Tai to sleep in my room while I stayed here to guard Hu Huan. After more than an hour, I felt her body temperature drop, and she transformed back into her human form. Only then did I lie down next to her and fall into a deep sleep. The next day, when I woke up, it was almost noon. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw several little ones, including the lively Hu Huan, sitting in the yard practicing. I went into the kitchen and found a bowl of porridge still warm for me. I felt a warmth in my heart. When I went out to ask, Hu Huan said it was made by Big Brother Song Gung. When Song Gung saw me come out, he walked over nervously and said, "You worked hard last night. We were hungry this morning, so I made porridge myself. If you think it's a waste of rice, you can hit me." Lang Tai quickly ran over and said it was his fault for being greedy, and that if anyone should be hit, it should be him. I was both angry and amused. When I raised my hand, Song Gung was so scared that he closed his eyes. I didn't hit him. I just gently patted his head and said, "Our Song Gung can cook and take care of his younger siblings. You're a good big brother, and I should reward you." I added, "This afternoon, besides the chicken soup, you can choose the rest of the dishes." Song Gung was stunned, and his face turned red. Finally, he quietly said he wanted to eat eggplant, tofu, and chicken wings. I waved my hand and said, "It's settled." I stewed the last wild chicken at home and changed the ingredients from the space to make mapo tofu and minced eggplant. As for the chicken wings, I simply coated them in breadcrumbs and made golden fried chicken wings. The aroma was so enticing that the little ones were drooling beside me. As a result, before the meal was served, a plate of fried chicken wings was snatched up by us in seconds. After dinner, Lang Tai started shouting that he wanted to go hunting. I thought for a moment and nodded. "Let's go to the riverbank. Today we're going to do something big. I have a secret weapon." I pulled the fishing net out of the space. The little ones were all curious about what it was, and the little tiger cub even crawled inside, getting tangled and unable to get out, crying out in panic. It took me a lot of effort to rescue it, and I spent 5 points to exchange for this. When we reached the riverbank, Wolf Tai and Song Gung went into the river as usual to catch fish. I, on the other hand, walked to a slightly deeper part of the river, threw the fishing net with all my might, and then pulled it back sharply at that moment. Not to mention the little ones, even I was stunned. Family, who understands? The net was completely filled with lively fish, shrimp, and big crabs waving their claws. I even saw several squid. This was not just a small river. It was simply a seafood buffet. This sudden fortune finally came to me. I hurriedly dragged the heavy net ashore and dumped it into the big basket. Fox Wan was a bit scared and asked if those strange-looking things were edible. I patted my chest and assured her, not only are they edible, but they are also top-notch delicacies. "Wait, I'll call Xiang Shui over. Tonight we're having a seafood party." I went out to fish again, and looking at the 2 big baskets full of catches, I happily took the kids home. After settling them down to handle the seafood, I headed straight to the Peacock clan to find Kong Xiang Shui. As soon as I arrived at the Peacock clan's territory, I ran into a guy. I was just about to ask for directions when he saw me, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Stepping back with a disgusted expression, "You're too Lingling? What are you doing here? Leave?" I was speechless at that moment. The original owner's reputation was so bad that it crossed racial boundaries. I could only say that I was looking for Kong Xiang Shui. As a result, the guy's face turned red, and he became even more excited. "What do you want with Xiang Shui? Are you trying to bully her?" Kong Xing won't allow it." "Kong Xing?" My mind raced, and I suddenly remembered. "Oh right, isn't he that hardcore sycophant for Kong Xiang Shui in book?" Just as I was about to explain, Kong Xiang Shui's voice came from behind. "Lingling, you're here to see me?" She ran over and intimately linked her arm with mine. Kong Xing was instantly frozen, his CPU seemingly overheating. I ignored him and directly invited Kong Xiang Shui to my house for dinner. She was so excited that we walked hand in hand, leaving Kong Xing alone in the wind, confused. On the way, Kong Xiang Shui asked me what we were having for dinner, and I smiled mysteriously. Crabs and shrimp. She looked puzzled, clearly never having heard of it. I told her, you'll find out soon. When we got home, I immediately started preparing the crabs. 16 big fat crabs, 5 steamed, and the rest all shelled. The crab roe was mixed with noodles, and the crab meat and legs were deep fried. I also boiled half the shrimp, and the freshness was so good that no seasoning was needed. My flurry of activity left Kong Xiangxue and the kids dumbfounded. When dinner was served, that bowl of golden crab roe noodles captivated everyone's souls. I taught them how to crack the crabs, and Kong Xiangxue, who had previously said crabs looked scary, was now devouring the crab legs more deliciously than anyone else. I also casually taught them how to peel shrimp, and guess what? That little girl Fox Juan seemed to have found her soulmate food. Her tiny paws didn't stop for a moment, and she was eating it with such relish. While eating, she looked at me with starry eyes and said, Lingling, you are simply my hero. How do you manage to discover all these delicious foods? I told her that there would be even more delicious food tomorrow. This excited the kids, especially Kong Xiangxue, who immediately declared that I would be her best friend from now on, and anyone who dared to bully me would have to face her wrath. Even that little tiger cub, usually so aloof, was now holding a crab shell and licking it with such enthusiasm that it completely lost itself in the moment. When it looked up again, its face was covered in golden crab roe, looking just like a little calico cat, which made all of us laugh. I quickly grabbed some animal skin to wipe its face and reminded it that there was still a bowl of meat left, so it shouldn't forget. The little guy meowed, as if to say, I could never forget my meat. I just turned my head to continue eating, and when I looked back, there were suddenly 4 peeled shrimp in my bowl. Kong Xiangxue chuckled and said that each of them had peeled one for me, thanking me for taking them out to enjoy good food. I felt so warm inside at that moment. Who understands this feeling of mutual effort? It's truly healing. After dinner, I drove Kong Xiangxue home and secretly stuffed a small basket of fried crab legs and boiled shrimp for her to take back to honor her parents. After all, her dad had helped my grandpa a lot before, so this gesture had to be just right. Kong Xiangxue hugged me, reluctant to part, saying that if it weren't for her parents' disapproval, she would really want to move in and live with me. After sending her off, I came back and was immediately pounced on by the little tiger cub. The little ones were all stuffed and looked very satisfied. But not long after, that little guy, Lang Tai, suddenly became emo, drooping his wolf ears and saying he missed his dad. As soon as he said that, Hu Huan also started missing his dad. I quickly comforted them, saying that their father was in seclusion training, and when he emerges, it will be the return of the king. And then we'll see who dares to bully us. Hu Huan even kindly added, no one would dare to bully the stepmother either. Oh, my little darling, how thoughtful. But my heart sank a bit. Let me tell you, I really don't want to be a bad stepmother, but this father, his background is a bit complicated. He is the #1 villain in the book, Sisters. I was just thinking that it would be great if he didn't get rid of me. And I was still hoping he would help me reclaim the position of clan leader. That must be a paid content kind of dream. This matter, I still have to rely on myself. Just as I was lost in thought, Song Gung suddenly let out a low growl. Someone is here. I instantly became alert, shoving the tiger cub into Fox Juan's arms and protecting them all behind me like a mother hen. I shouted towards the sneaky figure hiding behind a tree not far away. Who is it? Stop sneaking around and come out. As a result, a person trembled out from behind the tree. In the moonlight, I was taken aback. Wasn't this Kong Xing from earlier in the day? He was holding a basket in his hand and stammered, unable to say a word for a long time. I asked him irritably what he wanted to do, and if he didn't say anything, we would just go back to sleep. Hearing this, he got anxious and quickly handed over a basket, saying he was here to apologize. I opened it and found potatoes, wild vegetables, and a piece of meat inside. He said he didn't know that I was good friends with Kong Xiangxue and that he spoke too harshly during the day, so this was an apology gift. Who understands family matters? The pure love warrior fell to the ground in response. Looking at his pitiful expression, I felt a bit reluctant to tell him that according to the script, he would never reach that point in his life. I returned the items to him and told him that I hadn't mentioned him in front of Kong Xiangxue at all, and that he should stop exploding like a firecracker whenever he saw me. He turned red with embarrassment and walked away, rubbing his hands. The next morning, wow, it suddenly felt like winter, right? It was so cold. I was huddled under the covers with Tiger Cub, both of us wearing the cotton clothes I had prepared earlier. This crazy weather, if I didn't prepare a hot pot, it would be a disgrace to myself. Just thinking about those tender slices of meat being dipped in the spicy broth, coated with rich sesame sauce, my mouth was already watering. I quickly got up and went to check on the other 3 little ones. They were all dressed in cotton-padded jackets, shivering and sniffing. I immediately announced, for lunch, "We're having hot pot." They asked me what hot pot was. So I told them to bring in more firewood, and they would find out. While they were outside, I quickly pulled out beef rolls, lamb rolls, black chicken rolls, fish tofu, enoki mushrooms, along with ready-made spicy hot pot base and a full set of dipping sauces from my mysterious little shop. By the time the little ones came back, the room was already filled with a dazzling array of ingredients. We gathered around the fire to warm up, and once we felt warm, I set up the pot, poured in water, and added the base. While the water was heating up, I taught them step by step how to mix their favorite dipping sauces. When the red oil hot pot base started bubbling, it smelled so good that it was hard to resist. I picked up a slice of freshly cooked beef roll, blew on it, and popped it into my mouth. Oh my, it was spicy, fragrant, tender, and refreshing. Simply amazing. After tasting a bite, the little one's eyes lit up, and they dove into the food, unable to stop, mumbling, "This is so delicious. It's spicy but so satisfying." After finishing a pot of hot pot, we all felt warm all over, even too warm to wear our cotton-padded jackets. The little tiger cub was full and snuggled up in my arms, falling asleep with soft snores. But after eating, it's easy to overthink. Huan propped her little face on her hands, starting to worry about her dad again. Wolf Tai even directly suggested, "How about we go find Dad?" At that moment, my heart was in a fierce battle. On one side were the starry-eyed attacks from the four little ones. If I went, wouldn't my favorability shoot up? On the other side, I had to face the true villain boss. I was afraid I would kneel right on the spot. Seeing that I hadn't spoken for a long time, the little ones thought I was unwilling, and their little heads all drooped down. Sigh, my heart softened, and I thought, "Fine, if I'm going, then I'm going. All right, stop looking so glum. I'll take you to find your daddy." "Really?" The four little ones instantly came back to life. So happy they almost lifted the roof off. "All right, since I've agreed, I need to prepare. But before setting off to find the big villain, I need to make a trip back to the rabbit clan to bring some food and supplies to my grandpa." I let the kids wait at home and went out alone with a basket. Just as I was getting close to the rabbit tribe, I ran into an orc with long, messy hair and tattered clothes halfway there. I was startled. A homeless orc? Most of these guys are no good. So I quickly tried to walk around him. But just as I took a couple of steps to avoid him, I heard a thud, and the guy collapsed straight onto the ground. My first thought was, "No way, sir, is this a new type of scam? I didn't even touch you." I originally wanted to just walk away, but I couldn't help but look back. What if he really dies? Inside my mind, two little figures were fighting fiercely. But in the end, my conscience won out, and I decided to take a look. As I got closer, the orc suddenly groaned, so hungry. Great, he's fainted from hunger. There's nothing I can do. Fate has brought us together, so I might as well help him out. It's good karma, and hopefully, it will mean fewer wounds when I meet the big villain. I didn't dare to give him meat directly. Instead, I swapped some sugar from my space for a bottle of water and carefully fed it to him. After drinking the sugar water, he regained some strength, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he grabbed my arm and asked hoarsely, "Do you have anything to eat?" I was startled and quickly took a piece of raw meat from my basket and handed it to him. Well, he's an orc. Raw meat will do. He took it and devoured it ravenously, and the speed at which he ate left me astonished. I put down the water bottle and turned around, intending to sneak away. But he called me back, asked for my name, and said he wanted to repay me in the future. I was too scared to tell him, so I said, "I see you're also a fourth-tier beast cultivator. How come you're doing so poorly?" After saying that, I worried he would get angry, so I quickly slipped away. Once I entered the rabbit tribe, I was still complaining in my heart about my bad luck, but when I looked up, I ran into an even bigger misfortune. Tu-Han, the useless nephew of our new tribe leader, swaggered over with a few guards, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this our little princess of the rabbit tribe?" His subordinates immediately blocked my way. Tu-Han walked up to me, and the look in his eyes was as if he had the word lewd written all over his face, saying he never realized I was quite handsome before. I felt like throwing up at that moment, and with a cold face, I told him to move aside because I wanted to see my grandfather. He, on the other hand, started mocking my grandfather for losing power, and then suddenly changed his tone, saying, "Why don't you just come with me?" Although I already had a partner, my uncle is the clan leader, so no one would dare say anything about having one more. I was really so angry that I laughed. I reminded him, "Did you forget that I'm also an orc with a partner?" He was taken aback for a moment before remembering, then looked at me with disdain. "Oh, you're with that useless wolf tribe member. Are you really willing to spend your life with a loser? I am a chief's nephew." As he spoke, that dirty hand tried to touch my face. I opened it with a snap and said sternly, "Don't touch me." He immediately turned hostile and said viciously, "You think you can disrespect me? Huh? Today, I must mate with you." I directly brought out the wolf clan to pressure him. The worthless trash in your mouth is actually the son of the wolf clan leader. If you lay a finger on me, you're going against the entire wolf clan. Do you have the guts to try?" He indeed backed down, and the subordinates beside him were also advising him not to offend the wolf clan. Although Rabbit Hun was reluctant, he ultimately gritted his teeth and left with his men. I looked at his retreating figure, really wanted to pick up a stone and throw it at him. How dare this kind of trash call Wolf and Mo worthless? Of course I don't know. I just left, and this guy immediately started thinking crooked thoughts. His subordinates suggested a bad idea, saying that since Lang Mo is not at home now, and I'm only with a few little ones, he should sneak into my room tonight and force himself on me. Once that's done, I definitely wouldn't dare to raise a fuss, and he could do whatever he wanted, right? But guess what? His subordinates reminded him that he has a date with his original partner tonight. What master time management? Huh? Tu-Han had no choice but to push this disgusting plan to tomorrow night. I know nothing about this, and I have arrived at my grandfather's house. This time when I saw him, he was much more spirited than last time, all thanks to the medicine I gave him. I magically pulled out a bunch of new medicines from the basket, anti-inflammatory, pain-relieving, and fever-reducing, and clearly explained how to use them to Uncle Turui. My grandfather looked at me, smiling with great satisfaction, saying that I had grown up and become more sensible. I patted my chest and promised him that I would help him regain his position as the clan leader. He quickly asked me to lower my voice, afraid that Uncle Tu-Jin and his gang might hear. To ensure my grandfather ate well, I also gave a live demonstration using the oil and seasonings I brought, showing them what cooking is all about. When that fragrant stir-fried meat was finished, both my grandfather and Uncle Turui were stunned, and after tasting it, they couldn't stop praising it. I left the remaining seasonings behind, reminded Uncle Turui a few times, and then told my grandfather that I was going to take the cubs out for a while, urging him to take good care of himself and to ask Aunt May and the others for help if needed. When my grandpa heard that I was going to find Lang Mo, his expression was like that of an understanding aunt, the kind that says, "I get it, I really do. Who among my family understands?" I felt like I couldn't clear my name no matter how hard I tried. I quickly explained, "Oh, it's just that the kids miss their dad. I'm just a tool for taking care of the kids." As a result, he laughed even more happily and waved his hand, saying, "Grandpa understands." Well, I shut up. There was no way to explain any further. However, he was still quite worried about us and reminded me to be careful of those stray beastmen on the way. I felt warm inside and assured him not to worry, then quickly slipped away. If I stayed any longer, I was afraid I would start crying. It had been a long time since I felt cared for like this. When I got home, I started packing my things. I had plenty of food and drink in my space, ready to exchange at any time, but I had to bring my own pots and pans. I was staring at that big black pot, feeling troubled, when suddenly an idea struck me. I thought to myself, can I store things in this space? I closed my eyes and silently chanted, "Collect." Let me tell you, the next second, that big pot disappeared from in front of me. When I opened my eyes again, it was quietly lying in my space. Wow, this is like a portable warehouse. And it's the kind where time stands still, keeping ingredients fresh forever. This is amazing. I directly stuff in my cotton coat, bee skins, pots, and pans, aiming for a light load. If the kids ask later, I'll just say it's my awakened ability from my training. They already admire me. So whatever I say goes. The kids also packed their small bundles, filled with the little toys Lang Mo made for them before he left. Looking at these, I felt quite emotional. You know, the big villain in the story who kills without blinking actually has such a soft spot inside. If he hadn't been PUA'd by his father as a child and had more people love him, he probably wouldn't have ended up like that. That night, my best friend Kong Xiangxue came over, and I immediately entered rant mode, spilling everything about how that old guy called Tu-Han harassed me during the day. Kong Xiangxue was furious and slammed the table, cursing, "That old thing is so shameless. He has a partner and still comes out to disgust people." We were in sync, saying he was like an old cow eating tender grass. No, wait, an old rabbit eating tender grass. We laughed so hard we almost fell over. She reminded me that the old guy might not let it go easily, so I should be careful. I told her we were about to leave for a while to find Lang Mo. She was reluctant to let me go, but had no choice. In the end, she turned her anger into appetite, hugging the sauerkraut fish I made and wolfed down 3 big bowls. The next day, the weather was beautiful, a bright sunny day. I conjured up milk and bread from my space, and after breakfast with the kids, we officially set off. The little ones were so excited, running and jumping, chattering about what to say when they saw Lang Mo. Even the usually calm Song Gung was grinning from ear to ear. Seeing them made my mood lift too. Anyway, the entire Beast World map is imprinted in my mind like a GPS, so I wouldn't get lost anywhere. At noon, after the kids played until they were tired, we took a break under a big tree. In front of them, I pulled out a large piece of bee skin from nowhere and laid it on the ground as a picnic mat. The kids' eyes went wide with admiration. I cleared my throat and, with a steady heart, started to brag. See, this is what I told you about, my awakened ability space that can hold things. Lang Tai curiously asked if he could go into play, and I said no because there's no air in there. Living things would die. Hu Huan's eyes sparkled as she clenched her little fist, saying she also wanted to train hard to awaken such an awesome ability. Lunch had to be good. I directly took out 2 marinated whole chickens for my space. The kids were very sensible, immediately running to gather firewood. Even a tiger cub was running around with a stick. Song Gung quickly started the fire, and I put the chicken on a roast. Before long, the delicious smell wafted out, making Hu Huan swallow her saliva. I proudly told them that this was marinated with a secret recipe. And soon everyone would have a big chicken leg. Just eating roasted chicken wasn't enough. I also set up a pot to fry steak and eggs. Let me tell you, the steak sizzled and combined with black pepper sauce. It was simply amazing. This picnic was so satisfying. After eating and drinking enough, we took a nice nap on the bee skin. After waking up, we continued on our journey. While passing through a dark forest, I even spent 20 points to exchange for a flashlight. Thankfully, we made it out without any danger. As it was getting dark, we were incredibly lucky to find a cave halfway up the mountain. Just as it started to drizzle outside, we really were fortunate. Dinner was simple. I took out instant noodles and boiled water to cook. The kids gathered around the campfire, slurping down the hot noodles, their little faces flushed. That night, while sleeping in the cave, I had a nightmare. What did I dream about? I dreamt that as soon as the kids saw Lang Mo, they hugged his leg and cried, saying that their stepmother tortured them every day. Then Lang Mo became furious, howling and transforming into a giant wolf bigger than the mountain, tearing me apart in one bite. I woke up with a gasp, drenched in cold sweat, and it was already bright outside. The kids were all awakened by my shout, and Hu Huan came over, rubbing her eyes, and gently touched my head, saying in a sweet voice, "Stepmother, don't be afraid, just touch your head, and the nightmare will fly away." Oh, my heart melted. At that moment, I realized that dreams are always the opposite. The kids love me so much now. How could they possibly report me? When I see Lang Mo, I'll hug his leg tightly, and if anyone dares to bully us, I'll let the father and son handle it together. He'll take care of the killing, and I'll be right behind him cheering. We had no idea that while we were dreaming, our home was being robbed. That old thief named Tu Jin, undeterred by previous failures, actually brought a few lackeys to our house last night, intending to go in hard. But when they pried open the door, they found nothing. There wasn't a single person inside. Furious and unable to find anyone, that old fellow crazily ordered his men to set fire and burn our home to the ground. Meanwhile, we were completely unaware of all this and had discovered a natural hot spring on our way. I was so excited that I wanted to jump in with the kids. But when I saw Song Gung and Lang Tai starting to take off their clothes, I quickly stopped them. Although they were just little kids, there are differences between boys and girls, and they need to be taught from a young age. I had a brilliant idea and directly used points to exchange for swimsuits in my space, giving each of them a set. I changed with Hu Huan behind a rock, and they changed outside. Then we all soaked in the hot spring together. The water temperature was just right, and it relieved the fatigue I had accumulated over the past few days, making me feel very comfortable. The kids were playing happily in the water when suddenly a loud shout came. Who dares to be wild in Lord Lang Bai's hot spring pool? I was startled and turned around to see 2 fierce-looking orcs glaring at us. My heart sank. Lang Bai. Why does that name sound so familiar? I quickly took the kids ashore to apologize, saying we didn't know it was private. But those 2 weren't having it. Just then, a gentle voice spoke up. Forget it. Don't make it hard for the female and the cubs. A young and handsome orc walked over, and the 2 lackeys immediately greeted him respectfully. Lord Lang Bai. My mind went blank for a moment, and my memories flooded back. Lang Bai, the eldest son of the Wolf Clan leader, the original owner's first love and fiancé. The original owner had fallen for him at first sight, which led my grandfather to propose to the Wolf Clan. But later, when our family fell from grace, the Wolf Clan kicked the original owner to the unwanted Lang Mo like a hot potato. Family members, this unbearable embarrassment was about to drown me. Lang Bai looked at me, seemingly recognizing me, and with a somewhat complicated expression, asked, "You are Tu Lingling?" I could only grit my teeth and nod. He then looked at the kids beside me and asked, "So, they're Lang Mo's children?" I responded with an thinking to myself, well, isn't this their uncle? I didn't want to have any involvement with him, and after apologizing, I intended to leave with the kids. But he stopped me, saying his father, the Wolf Clan leader, had been wanting to meet these children and asked if we could go back to the wolf clan with him. To be honest, I was completely unwilling. That clan leader is an old fox, but I had no authority to make decisions for the kids since he was their biological grandfather. I gave the kids the choice. They huddled together to discuss, and finally, Song Gung spoke on their behalf, saying they wanted to meet and see what their father's family was like. Fine, then let's go. It wasn't long before we reached the wolf clan's territory following Lang Bai. Along the way, all the wolf clan orcs looked at us with undisguised disdain in their eyes. It seemed Lang Mo was really struggling here. When we arrived at the clan leader's residence, I was completely stunned. Let me tell you, that wasn't just a house. It was a 3-story wooden villa with a yard. I was shocked. Has the infrastructure in this beast world really become this advanced? Huan was a bit scared, hiding behind me and whispering, "Stepmom, grandfather's house is so big. What good is that?" The atmosphere was as oppressive as if we were at a memorial service. I tell you, as soon as we entered, a middle-aged handsome uncle came down from upstairs with a face as stern as if someone owed him 8 million. I took a closer look and, oh my gosh, isn't this Lang Bai 2.0? Oh no, wait, judging by his aura, this is the original factory settings. Lang Bai's father, the current wolf clan leader, Lang Chung. When he sat down, his gaze was like an X-ray scanning us from head to toe. The tiger cub was so scared he burrowed into my arms, and Hu Huan seemed to want to hang on to me. Then this clan leader opened his mouth and nearly made me laugh in anger. He pointed at our kids with a face full of disdain. This ungrateful child. What kind of things have you given birth to with others? A tiger? A fox? And even a squirrel? For kids, and only one is a wolf. At that moment, my blood pressure shot up. I thought to myself, hey, you old man, you've treated Lang Mo like air since he was a child. Not even bothering to give him a glance. Now you have a nerve to point fingers at his child? What qualifications do you have? Lang Bai quickly tried to smooth things over, saying that his brother was still young. But then this father got even more fired up and started with the pua. Young? When you were his age, you were already a 3rd-tier beast cultivator. What about him? He is just a waste. Family, who understands? Saying such things about someone as father in front of the child. Our Lang Tai immediately blew up, jumping in place out of anger, and shouted fiercely, "I want to allow you to say that about my dad. My dad is not a waste." I felt a jolt in my heart and quickly protected Lang Tai behind me, fearing that the old man would slap me. But guess what? He not only didn't get angry, but suddenly laughed and said something like, "This brat has a bit of my wolf clan style. Hey, you're actually quite nice for not making a move." Then he started checking the household registration, asking how old Lang Tai was and whose mother was. Lang Tai said he didn't know and had never seen her. When Lang Chung heard this, his face darkened, and he probably cursed Lang Mo 1,000 times his heart. After scolding his son, his anger turned towards me. "You must be too Lingling, right?" I replied to him with a forced smile. "Yeah, I'm that rabbit Lingling who nobody cares about once Grandpa steps down." I took a sarcastic tone, crazily implying that he didn't keep his promise and returned me from the eldest son to the youngest. Maybe feeling a bit guilty, he surprisingly didn't explode and even pretended to say, "You've worked hard." I shot back directly, "Not all. Our little ones are both well-behaved and sensible. I'm happy being with them." I wanted him to know that what he looks down on is all my treasure. But the next second, this old man revealed his true intentions, saying since the cubs are of wolf lineage, they should stay with the wolf pack from now on. I was blown away at that moment. No way. I shouted those 2 words with such force. Are you kidding me? You want me to give you the cubs? Not to mention, I promised Lang Mo, but with you acting like an AI customer service, completely clueless about your son's situation, how can I entrust my child to you? The tiger cub sensed it too and growled at him as a warning. Lang Cheng's face turned green, saying that as a stepmother, I had no right to interfere. That statement actually made a lot of sense, but I didn't care. Our cubs were strong too. Hu Huan quietly said he wanted to stay with me, while Lang Tai shouted, "I don't want to stay here. You don't even think highly of my dad." Before he finished speaking, Song Gung covered his mouth with his hand. I guess Song Gung was thinking, "My silly brother, don't add fuel to the fire." Just when it seemed we were at a standstill, it was Lang Bai, our excellent debater, who stepped up and said that the children couldn't be separated from their mother, successfully persuading his father to leave. The old man angrily threw out a remark that I shouldn't care about this, then stormed upstairs. Lang Bai was really nice, apologizing for his father and for the previous marriage arrangement, making me feel embarrassed. Seeing that it was getting late, he insisted on having us stay the night, saying he would personally see us off in the morning. I thought about it and agreed since traveling at night wasn't safe. In the evening, Lang Bai took us to their clan's bonfire party, which was lively. As soon as I sat down, a social butterfly sister named Lang Hua came over. Let me tell you, this girl had a knack for shocking comments. She immediately started gossiping about how I felt about Lang Mo, and then bluntly asked, "Have you two mated yet?" I almost spat out my drink at that moment. My face turned red instantly. Do orcs speak so boldly? I said not yet, and she looked at me with concern, holding my hand and saying I was too wrong, following that useless Lang Mo without even having any rights. Just as I was about to defend Lang Mo, she started to rant about him, almost spilling some shocking gossip about him, but then she stopped herself, saying it was a taboo of the wolf clan and couldn't be mentioned. Who understands this, right? Stopping halfway through is even more frustrating than getting stuck on an ad while watching a video. At that moment, Lang Bai happened to hand me a piece of roasted meat. When Lang Hua saw it, she immediately winked at me and whispered, "I see Lang Bai is quite nice to you. Why don't you try harder and win him over tonight? That way, you can leave Lang Mo." I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This girl is really trying to set me up. I took a bite of that barbecue and almost vomited on the spot. It was dry, tough, and tasteless, simply a torture for my taste buds. I thought to myself, this won't do. My precious little one's stomach can't handle this. Suddenly, I had a bright idea. I grabbed Wolf Flower and went to her house, saying I needed to borrow the kitchen to show her a thing or two. When we got at her place, I quickly pulled out my secret seasoning from my space, heated up some oil, and sauteed the garlic, ginger, and scallions. With a sizzling sound, the aroma wafted over and even made the neighbor's kid cry for it. In no time, I whipped up a big plate of stir-fried wild vegetables and meat. Wolf Flower was stunned, and after taking a bite, her eyes widened like saucers, clutching the bowl tightly as if afraid someone would snatch it away from her. The delicious smell attracted the surrounding orcs, and when they saw it was made by me and then noticed my cultivation level, their expressions changed. They must have been thinking, how did such a good female end up with that useless Wolfamo? After the meal, Wolf Tai ran back to say that Uncle was waiting for me outside. As soon as I stepped out, wow, a handsome man under the moonlight, Wolf Bai stood there quietly waiting for me, saying he was afraid I would get lost and wanted to walk me back. That scene, TSK, really had that idol drama vibe. But neither of us expected that two little rascals were hiding behind a tree, Wolf Bai subordinates. These two jokers, seeing the situation, imagined a dramatic plot worthy of a primetime soap opera, thinking their master was infatuated with me, the sister-in-law, and to fulfill their master's wish, they decided to drug me. I really can't believe this. It's 2025, and we still have such cliché plots. The next morning, after we finished breakfast and were about to leave, Wolf Bai came over to see me off, just when I wanted to give him the spicy strips and chips I had prepared as a thank you gift. I saw his body suddenly sway, and his face turned bright red. I foolishly asked him if he was feeling unwell. I quickly helped him into the house and let him sit down. Just as I turned around to pour him a glass of water, the next second, he suddenly hugged me tightly from behind. I instinctively exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let go of me." In an instant, I felt something was off. He was as hot as a furnace, and even his breath was scorching. I immediately realized he had been drugged. When Tiger Cub saw me being bullied, he was about to rush over to save me, but I yelled at him to stop. No way, Wolf Bai was out of control now. What if he hurt Tiger Cub? Wolf Bai was also a tough guy, relying on the last bit of willpower. He suddenly pushed me away and fell heavily onto the bed, breathing heavily and telling me to leave quickly. He was afraid he would hurt me. To suppress the effects of the drug, he even forced himself to circulate his energy, but as a result, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As soon as I saw that it wouldn't work, I decided to find a clan doctor. The daylilies had already gone cold. Without any hesitation, I quickly entered the space, spent 50 points in exchange for a universal antidote. When I came out holding the pill, Wolf Bai's eyes were already red, like a beast, staring at me fiercely and hoarsely roaring, "Don't come over. I don't care whether you come or not. If you don't go, you might lose your life." Let me tell you, at that moment, I only had one thought in my mind: to save people. I didn't care about the danger. My conscience wouldn't allow me to stand by. Besides, that guy Lang Bai is pretty good. I couldn't just watch him get into trouble. I took a deep breath, gritted my teeth, and charged forward. Goodness, just as I reached him, wanting to shove the pill into his mouth, he grabbed my wrist with a grip as strong as a vice. Then he flipped over and pinned me down hard. Family, who understands? His face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, while mine turned pale with fright. He was tearing at the beast skin on me, and I was struggling with all my might. Taking advantage of a moment when he wasn't paying attention, I used all my strength to shove the universal antidote into his mouth. That pill was really something. It seemed to have a mind of its own and slid down his throat in one gulp. In an instant, I felt his whole body freeze up, a chilling sensation spreading through him, and his blood-red eyes slowly regained clarity. He gasped for breath, and the fierce urge to devour me disappeared. All right, the effect of the medicine kicked in. He sighed in relief, and when he looked up, our eyes met. We were locked in a stare, maintaining an extremely ambiguous position with him on top and me below. The air was thick with a deathly silence and awkwardness. Just at that moment, my 4 devoted sons returned. As Song Gung entered with his siblings, they were greeted with this almost R-rated scene. I was pinned down on the bed by their uncle. "What are you doing?" Wolf Tai was the first to explode, roaring, "Let go of my stepmother. Don't bully her." Let me tell you, those little cubs don't understand these things at all. In their eyes, this posture is equivalent to Wolf by bullying me. Wolf Bai's face turned pale in an instant, and he quickly got off me, his face full of guilt. He opened his mouth to explain. Before he could finish, Song Gung and Wolf Tai had already rushed up like little cannonballs, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at him. Tiger Cub was even fiercer, directly pouncing on him and biting his arm with a growl. Wolf Bai, feeling guilty, actually just stood there and took it, not saying a word or moving at all. Hu Huan quickly ran to my side and nervously asked, "Stepmother, are you okay?" Seeing this group of cubs protecting me, I felt so warm inside. It was worth making so many delicious things for you. All right, stop." I quickly shouted to them to stop. You all misunderstood. He didn't bully me. Only then did Song Gung and Wolf Tai stop, but they still glared at Wolf Bai with suspicion. Only Tiger Cub stubbornly bit down and wouldn't let go, looking like a little accessory. I had no choice but to put on a serious face and shouted. Tiger Cub, it finally reluctantly let go of its mouth, circling around Wolf Bai while baring its teeth and growling threateningly. Goodness, those little sharp teeth had already drawn blood from Wolf Bai's arm. Wolf Bai looked at me, so guilty that he almost wanted to dig a hole to hide in. Lingling, I truly apologize, I just now. As he recalled the scene from earlier, his CPU was almost overheating, completely unsure of how to explain. "It's not your fault." I quickly interrupted him. "You must have been drugged. Besides, you let me go just now. It was my own choice to rush over." As I spoke, I began to make up a story. Our rabbit clan has an ancestral detoxification pill, and I brought one with me when I went out, intending to feed it to you. Wolf Bai was taken aback, and then he understood that it was Rabbit Lingling who saved him. He remained silent for a while, and suddenly, with a thud, he knelt on one knee, placing his right hand on his chest, giving me the most solemn salute of the beastman tribe. I was shocked. Hey, what are you doing? Get up. Lingling, you saved me, and I will definitely repay this kindness with all my might. His expression was incredibly serious. You don't have to take it to heart. No, this is necessary, he said firmly. Seeing his determination, I decided not to say more. Just reminding him, it's best to clarify the matter of being drugged, to avoid falling into a trap again in the future. I know. Wolf Bai nodded, stood up, and his entire aura changed. Usually gentle and refined, he now exuded a chilling atmosphere. Without saying a word, he turned and left. I guess that the unfortunate person who drugged him was in big trouble. As soon as Wolf Bai left, the little ones immediately surrounded me. The tiger cub jumped into my arms, rubbing its little head against my chin as if to comfort me. "Let us go, stepmother," Hu Huan said, hugging my arm, a bit scared on his small face, as this place felt a bit frightening. I thought the same. We were originally going to find Langmo and couldn't delay too long in the wolf tribe. So I took the cubs to say goodbye to Wolfflower and left 2 portions of snacks, one for her and one for her to pass on to Wolf Bai. Wolfflower held my hand reluctantly, seeing us off all the way out of the wolf tribe's territory. Let me tell you, I only found out later what happened that day. Wolfflower went to find Wolf White with some snacks, and happened to stumble upon Wolf Male and another beastman kneeling in front of Wolf White, trembling like leaves in the wind. Wolf White was incredibly quick to investigate and directly pulled out the traitor who had poisoned him. Guess what? The one who poisoned him was actually his most trusted subordinate, Wolf Male. This guy's thought process is quite unique. He poisoned Wolf White in order to bring us together. He said that Lord Wolf White likes me, and I like Lord Wolf White, but there was Wolf Ink in between, so he wanted to make things happen, so I could stay here legitimately. I was shocked to hear this. Wolf Bai was so furious that he yelled at him. Who said I like her? But it is said that his ears turned completely red. He scolded Wolf Xiong harshly, saying that even if he really liked her, he couldn't use such despicable means to force him to snatch his brother's partner. In the end, he sent both of them to the team repairing the dam. Surprisingly, Wolf Xiong seemed quite happy about the punishment, thinking he would have a chance to come back later, humming a little tune as he went to repair the dam, leaving Wolf Bai speechless. Just as Wolf Bai finished dealing with this matter, Wolf Hua dared to approach and said, "I've already taken the cubs and left." Upon hearing this, Wolf Bai's expression changed, and without saying a word, he rushed out. Unfortunately, he chased after the wolf tribe for quite a distance. But we had long disappeared without a trace. He stood there alone, panting heavily, and finally let out a couple of low laughs, feeling utterly desolate. Meanwhile, on our side, not long after leaving the wolf tribe, oh my, we actually saw an endless expanse of ocean. Yesterday it was hot springs, today it's the sea. This luck is simply incredible. There must be plenty of delicious food in the sea. I made a quick decision, changed the kids into swimsuits, and went into the sea. Wow, the resources in this sea are abundant. Crabs, shrimp, octopuses, sea snails, sea cucumbers, abalone, big scallops, oysters. It's like a huge haul, just by reaching in. The orcs don't eat these. It's simply wasteful. At noon, we had a seafood feast right on the beach. Steamed crabs and prawns, cold marinated clam meat, spicy stir-fried octopus and clams, along with garlic scallops and grilled oysters. The aroma was amazing. The kids ate until their mouths were greasy, and one by one, they lay on the beach groaning from being too full. After eating and drinking enough, we continued on our journey. That night, luck wasn't as good. We arrived at a desolate area, with no village in sight and no stores around. I had to make a simple tent out of animal skins and cooked a pot of seafood noodles. After everyone finished eating, we lay outside looking at the stars. I told the kids a few fairy tales, and before long, they all fell asleep. I carried them one by one into the tent and fell asleep in a daze myself. But in the middle of the night, I was suddenly awakened by a rustling sound. I became alert at once. Something was approaching outside. I quickly spent 20 points to exchange for a pepper spray into space and held it in my hand. Sure enough, I heard the voices of orcs outside. Boss, there must be orcs in there. Ha, what luck. It sounds like there are cubs too. We can definitely make a big profit selling them. My heart skipped a beat. It's a stray beastman. Want to sell my cubs? Dream on. I immediately woke up the cubs and whispered, when I say run, you all follow me and run back. Do you hear? Songun was the calmest and nodded right away. The orcs outside were getting impatient, and one of them suddenly ripped our tent open. Run, I shouted, grabbing the tiger cub and turning to run with the other 3 cubs. But we were still blocked, for stray orcs surrounded us, looking at us with malicious intent. One female orc said, a female with 4 cubs? Big brother, this female is really beautiful. Do you like her? Then I'll make her your mate. I almost spat in their faces. I coldly invoked the name of the wolf clan to scare them, but they weren't afraid at all. They said that stray beastmen have worthless lives and want to enjoy themselves before they die. As soon as I looked up, I saw 1 second tier, 2 third tier, and 1 fourth tier orc in front of me. The second tier orc was cracking his knuckles and walking towards me. I calmed the frightened little ones behind me, and while he was unprepared, I kicked him, sending him sprawling on his back. The other orcs were still laughing at him, but he got angry and climbed up to swing his fists at me, only to be knocked down by me in a few moves. Now, the remaining 3 couldn't laugh anymore. The 4th tier leader waved his hand, ordering the 2 third tier orcs to attack together. I quietly handed the anti-wolf spray to Songun behind me, and he understood immediately. I first dodged one person's attack and got behind him to deliver an elbow strike. Just as another orc was about to attack me, Songun sprayed the anti-wolf spray right in his face. With a scream, that guy fell down, covering his eyes. 1 down, and the other 3rd tier orc was easy to deal with. He was also knocked to the ground in no time. Now, only the 4th tier leader was left. His face was so dark it could drip water, and he sneered, "You female, you're really something? But no matter how strong you are, can you defeat me? Someone with special abilities?" As he spoke, a flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Oh no, a fire-type ability. I instinctively protected the little ones behind me, but surprisingly, they all charged in front of me. Just at that critical moment, a light laugh suddenly came from the side. We all froze and turned to look. A long-haired man in tattered beast skin stood not far away. It was him, the wandering orc I'd saved before, Ingze. I said, "Why are you still playing with your little fireball?" Ingze had a sarcastic smile on his lips. Such a small fire. How embarrassing to show it off. Aren't you ashamed? As soon as the 4th tier leader saw him, his face turned pale, and the fireball instantly extinguished. He turned and ran. His 3 subordinates also struggled to get up and fled in a scramble. I was stunned. Ingze just shook his head and cursed shamelessly. "How come you're here?" I couldn't help but ask. "It seems you still remember me." Ingze glanced at me and said lightly, "It's very dangerous for a female like you to be outside with a few cubs." I smiled awkwardly. To thank him, I hurried back to the tent and brought out a big basket of food from the space. Just as I was about to hand it to him, he suddenly took 2 steps back and shouted, "Just leave it there. Don't come near me." "All right. Strange people have strange quirks." I placed the basket on the ground and retreated back to the kids. Only then did he come over, pick up the basket, find a spot not far away to sit down, and start eating. I watched his back and felt a bit suspicious. This is too coincidental, right? Could it be that this guy has been secretly following us the whole way? I'm telling you, I'm just mumbling to myself, and my kids couldn't help but start gossiping. That little girl, who Juan, whispered to me, "Stepmother, what kind of orc is he? Although he's dirty, he really looks impressive. Goodness, at such a young age, she already understands what it means to have good looks." I hadn't had time to reflect before I remembered the thrilling scene from earlier, and my anger flared up. I quickly called the kids over for a lesson. "Who told you to rush forward just now?" "Huh? If you dare do that again, just wait and see how I deal with you." I tell you, I was almost scared out of my wits just now. Then, to my surprise, Fox Juan said in a pitiful tone, "We just wanted to protect our stepmother." That one sentence left me speechless. My heart instantly softened. All right. I know you're concerned about me, but this matter is non-negotiable. It's my job to protect you. So how can I let you take the lead?" I didn't say much more, just ruffled their little heads one by one. The kids quickly fell asleep again, but I was in the tent making pancakes, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. There are still 3 or 4 days of travel to Wolf MO. What if we run into trouble again? With my mediocre skills, I would definitely be a goner against the master. Wait, a light bulb went off in my head. Isn't there a big shot sitting outside? I sat up suddenly and crawled out of the tent. That guy, Ingza, was still leaning against a big rock with his eyes closed, looking like a sculpture. As I took a couple of steps towards him, he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, coldly saying, "If you have something to say it from there. Don't come over." "Fine, you have your personal boundary. I get it." I immediately put on a businesslike fake smile. Ingza, right? I want to negotiate with you. Speak. Just one word. Any more would be a waste. So, could you give us a ride? To Guiyun Mountain. It'll take about 3 or 4 days. Don't worry. We'll cover your meals and accommodation. Once we get there, I'll give you a large amount of food as a reward. After I finished speaking, he remained silent, making my heart race. I cautiously asked, "Is that not possible? Or do you want something else?" His eyelashes fluttered, and finally he spoke. "When we reach our destination, how much food can you give me? There's hope." I quickly stretched out my hands to gesture a huge, exaggerated range. "How about the meat of a pig this big? Is that okay?" I felt like the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he coolly replied with one word. "Sure." "Great." Just as I was about to leave, he spoke again. "I want to eat the thing you gave me earlier." "Which one?" I was taken aback, turning my head to see the basket next to him. And to my surprise, it was empty. Did he finish everything I stuffed in there? With that appetite, he could have been an eating streamer. He added expressionlessly, "The one that makes your tongue feel a bit tingly. It's really tasty." "Oh, I get it. You're talking about spicy strips." I almost laughed out loud. Who would have thought a cool and aloof guy walking with confidence is actually a hidden spicy strip enthusiast? The ultimate destination of a cool guy turns out to be spicy strips paired with cola. I have to get those spicy strips for my space. I thought for a moment, since we would be traveling together for several days, I couldn't hide my ability to conjure food out of thin air. So I might as well reveal it now. I steal my heart, and right in front of him, I reached out and conjured 2 bags of spicy strips out of nowhere. I tell you, his eternally unchanging iceberg face finally cracked. His eyes widened, showing a look of shock and confusion. "What is this?" I calmly started to ramble. "Oh, my awakened ability is space. It can hold things." He frowned, looking skeptical. "You're only at the 2nd level. Where did this ability come from?" "How would I know? It's just a natural talent." I shrugged and tossed him a spicy strip, saying, "Here, your spicy strip." He didn't ask any more questions and took it to start eating. I also opened a pack and sat down not far from him to eat together. In the middle of the night, sharing spicy strips with a handsome stranger in the wilderness is quite a strange scene. "Want something to drink?" I watched him gasp from the spiciness and conjured up 2 cans of Coke, tossing one to him. He took a sip, his eyes widening even more, probably wondering what this fizzy sweet drink was. The next second, he burped loudly, freezing in place and sneaking a glance at me, afraid I would laugh at him. I pretended not to hear, and as a result, I enjoyed myself and burped without any decorum. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, so I quickly changed the subject. "By the way, do we still have to keep this distance from you for the next few days?" Why? Are you socially anxious?" "I'm just curious." He fell silent, and just when I thought he wouldn't answer, and I was so sleepy that I was yawning, he very quietly said, "Because I'm a disaster." "What?" The wind was too strong, and I couldn't hear clearly. "It's nothing." He fell silent again. I felt like his mood suddenly dropped, which was quite pitiful. "Forget it, I won't ask." I left him 2 packs of spicy strips and 2 cans of cola, then went back to the tent to sleep. The next morning, we continued on our journey, and Ingza followed closely behind at a distance. Passing through a grove, I saw many wild fruits on the trees, and I couldn't help but want to go pick some. I was bragging to the kids, "Watch how your stepmother shows you a thing or two." Then in a flash, I climbed the tree like a monkey. I could tell Ingza behind me was dumbfounded, probably wondering whether I was a rabbit or a monkey. I was picking while throwing things down, and in my excitement, I stepped on a brittle branch. With a crack, I fell straight down. At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. I'm done for. This is so embarrassing. I was so flustered that I forgot to adjust my position. Just as I was about to hit the ground, a shadow rushed over, and I landed safely in a very sturdy embrace. I sighed in relief, thinking I was saved by a hero. But the next second, he tossed me to the ground like I was a hot potato. Ouch. I almost fell apart. Who understands the pain? Family? I looked up at him with teary eyes, and he had already stepped back several paces, looking completely indifferent, as if I had nothing to do with him. The kids were terrified and quickly ran over to help me up. I gritted my teeth in pain and wanted to force a thank you smile at him, but it ended up looking worse than crying. As a result, this guy, with a really sharp tongue, said, "If you don't want to smile, then don't. It's so ugly." I was so furious at that moment. I grabbed a wild fruit and threw it at him. He was quick to react, catching it with one hand, took a bite, and nodded. Quite sweet. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Later, the kids wouldn't let me climb anymore and let Song Gung go up instead. Goodness. He instantly turned into a fluffy little squirrel and zoomed up in a flash. I couldn't help but scream, "Wow, that's just too cute." A soft, adorable little ball. He's basically my electronic ibuprofen. Ingze was watching me acting so hopeless and even chuckled to himself. "What are you laughing at?" That night, it suddenly got freezing cold, so I quickly took out a cotton coat from my space and dressed the kids in it, while casually tossing one to Ingze as well. He was taken aback for a moment and silently put it on. I felt like since then, his gaze towards me seemed a bit gentler. We spent the night in a cave, and I cooked a big pot of pig stomach pepper and yam soup, along with scallion pancakes. The aroma was incredible. Ingze sat quietly in the corner, and I placed the soup and pancakes on the ground for him to take himself. He ate quietly, looking at us with a complex expression. A few days later, we finally arrived at the foot of Guiyun Mountain. The kids were so excited, shouting that they would see their dad the next day. I was feeling anxious as I was about to meet the main antagonist. It was nerve-wracking. In the evening, I set up the tent and cooked a big pot of spicy rice noodles, with plenty of fatty beef, meatballs, and tofu skin. Ingza was nearby, sniffing the aroma, and I bet he was about to drool. After finishing the noodles, he coughed a bit shyly and said, "About that spicy strip, could I have another serving?" I just realized that this guy has probably been craving for the past few days, but was too embarrassed to say anything. I laughed and took out a lot of spicy strips and cola for everyone to share. After the kids went to sleep, I couldn't fall asleep either, so I sneaked out of the tent. Ingza was still outside looking at the stars. I sat down a few steps away from him. At times like this, it feels like we should have a drink and chat a bit. "What is alcohol?" he asked curiously. "It's a good thing. Want to give it a try?" I fished out 2 cans of beer from my bag, tossed one to him, and casually threw over a few packs of spicy strips. He imitated me, opened it, took a big gulp, and then his brow furrowed. "It's not as good as cola." I burst out laughing. "You really act like a child." As a result, this guy really did act like a sulking little kid, adhering to the ridiculous principle of not wasting anything, frowning as he chugged that can of beer. The expression on his face was something else. I felt like he could start a fly-breeding business right between his brows. I was having a great time, tossing him a can of cola while I happily sipped my beer and munched on spicy strips, enjoying the moon. But this quiet didn't last long. Suddenly, Ingza popped up and asked, "How long have you been with the fathers of those kids?" I tell you, the sip of beer I just took almost made me perform a heavenly flower scattering on the spot. I nearly choked it down, coughing for a long time before I recovered. What are you talking about suddenly asking this? Me? With Lang Mo? What kind of international joke is that? We're purely a business marriage, victims of an arranged marriage. Okay. Besides, after I came here, I didn't even know what he looked like. Ingze still had a blank expression, just curious. After all, he has so many kids that aren't yours, and you're still willing to be his partner. Oh, so that's what it is. I quickly explained the previous little issue. Well, it can't be helped. It's a family marriage contract. Once my grandfather stepped down, the Wolf clan looked down on me, so they shoved me to their least favored Lang Mo. Just a couple of days after our partnership was established, he ran off to this swirling cloud mountain. As for the kids, they're so adorable, and I get along quite happily with them. After I finished speaking, I noticed that Ingza's brows were furrowing again. What kind of expression is that? If you don't want to be with that Wolf Mo, I can help you. His voice was deep, and I found it quite reliable. He probably thought that a well-known waste from the wolf clan was definitely not his match. No, I'm doing quite well right now, I quickly replied. I don't want to leave the little ones, and besides, Wolf Mo and I are not really a couple. He even promised to help my grandfather regain the position of clan leader in the future. I talked for a long time, and guess what? This guy Ingza has a really unique understanding of the key points. What does it mean to not be a true partner? Haven't you made it yet? Me, who understands family. A rush of heat shot straight from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head, and I feel like my face is so red it could serve as a traffic light. Why are you asking such nonsense? I was so angry that I randomly picked up a stone and threw it. What kind of masculinity is this, talking about such things all the time? Do you have no shame? However, Ingza reacted quickly and dodged to the side, looking innocent. It was as if he was saying, "What's wrong? I was just asking. Is it that serious?" But seeing my reaction, he seemed to understand instantly, and for some reason, I felt like his mood suddenly brightened, and the stars in the sky looked much brighter. I threw another stone over, and this time he caught it with his hand. "All right, don't be angry." His tone, for the first time, had a hint of coaxing in it, so I didn't ask further. Just as he finished speaking, I threw another stone, and this time it hit him right on the forehead. Honestly, he could have dodged it, but he didn't. He took it on purpose to help me calm down. He winced in pain, rubbed his forehead, and cautiously looked at me. "Are you not angry now?" Humph. Seeing that his forehead was all red, I felt my anger dissipate by half. "From now on, you're not allowed to talk nonsense. Otherwise, I want to give you any spicy strips to eat." Okay, he was so smooth at coaxing that I decided to say no more. I turned my head and ignored him. After a while, this guy asked again, "If I don't say anything, will you still give me spicy strips?" I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This guy really loves spicy strips. When he saw me laugh, he finally relaxed. "Who told you to talk nonsense? We have no spicy strips or cola left tonight." I stood up and turned to dive into the tent. Ingza outside laughed helplessly. I could feel him leaning against a tree, looking at the distant spiral cloud mountain, probably pondering what kind of tough character that unknown Langmo was. I could even smell the jealousy through the tent. The next morning, the little ones woke up as if they had been injected with adrenaline. All excited, but afraid of waking me up. The eldest, Songung, even led his younger siblings to run around the tent several times. Ingza watched from the side, amused. "Are you all this happy?" "Of course." Langkai shouted, "We're about to meet my dad." After hearing this, Ingza fell silent. Lowering his head to fiddle with the stone I had hit him with yesterday. By the time I yawned and crawled out of the tent, Huan immediately pounced on me. Her eyes sparkling. "Stepmother, let us climb the mountain quickly." "Don't rush," I patted her little head. "Let us eat first. We need energy to climb the mountain." For breakfast, I made lean meat porridge with some side dishes, and the little ones ate until their bellies were round. As for Ingza, that guy insisted on having spicy strips for breakfast instead of a proper meal. I thought to myself, what will this guy do when he leaves us? Won't he starve? Looks like I need to prepare more for him next time. After we were all full and ready, we officially started climbing the mountain. To be honest, I felt a bit uneasy inside. Although I had known Ingza for just a few days, I really considered him a friend. Now that we had reached our destination, he would probably have to leave. I sincerely told him, "Ingza, thank you for protecting me these past few days. I will always remember you." He raised an eyebrow and laughed. "What are you saying? Am I leaving or dying?" "Me? It's already this time, and you're still joking," I said gloomily. "I know you like spicy strips, so I'll bring you more, hoping we can see each other again in the future." Eagle Zay's expression darkened for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, "Are you going to drive me away once we arrive?" Ungrateful little female. I suddenly looked up in shock. Does that mean he doesn't want to leave? "So, are you not leaving?" My eyes lit up. "Are you coming up the mountain with us?" He said, "Anyway, I have nowhere to go and there's nothing good to eat." Then he added, "But don't worry. I'll take responsibility for hunting in the future. I won't eat or drink for free." I was so happy inside. Who would complain about you eating and drinking for free? It's all about companionship. The boss, Songung, was watching us from the side, his little eyes alert as can be, probably imagining a dramatic scene where a rival appears and my dad is in danger. After climbing all morning, I was exhausted and panting like a dog, while those kids and Ingze were all calm and collected. At that moment, I made up my mind. I had to start my ring-fit adventure. I found a flat piece of ground, just as I pulled out a steaming cup of instant noodles from my space, ready to eat, when suddenly a loud shout came from above. "Who are you? Who let you come here?" I was so scared that the bowl almost flew out of my hands. I looked up and saw a young guy standing on a tree. My anger flared up immediately. "What are you doing? Is this spiral cloud mountain your family's place?" This is already the territory of Lord Wolf M.O. That guy was particularly self-righteous. I was taken aback. Who? As a result, Hu Huan excitedly shouted, "Uncle Wolfyu!" The guy in the tree finally saw us, scared and jumped down directly, looking shocked. "Huan Huan? Songgung? Tai, what are you doing here? We can't find Dad. It was our stepmother who brought us here." At the same time, I was staring at this Wolfyu with shining eyes. Who understands family? He is an important supporting character in the book, Wolf Mo's right-hand man. Moreover, more importantly, it was specifically mentioned in the book that his greatest advantage is cough cough, he has a particularly long mating time. I was curious at that moment. What kind of endurance ability must that be? As soon as Wolfyu heard that I was Wolf Mo's partner, his attitude immediately made a 180 turn, becoming extremely respectful. He chatted a bit with the cubs, who were eager to see Dad, but the instant noodles were just too fragrant, so they ultimately decided to eat first. I shared a bowl with Wolfyu, and wow, he ate like a whirlwind, almost licking the bowl clean, and after finishing, he looked at it longingly. After we were full, Wolfyu led us up the mountain. The mountaintop was particularly flat, with a small wooden house. Wolfyu shouted into the house, "Master, come out and see who's here." My heart instantly started racing. I was about to meet the ultimate villain. The book said he was handsome, but the original owner's memories were all a blur. After a while, the door of the wooden cabin opened. A tall, muscular man stepped out. I estimated he must be around 9 meters tall, having to bend down to exit. His upper body was bare with tan skin, well-defined abs, and sweat trickling down. I was completely stunned. The book called him handsome? This guy was ridiculously good-looking. His features were as deep as a sculpture, practically a supermodel dropped into the beast world. Compared to Wolf Mo, all the handsome guys I had seen before instantly turned into background characters. "Daddy!" The little ones cried as they rushed over. Wolf Mo clearly didn't expect us to come, but he instinctively bent down to embrace the little ones in his arms. Holding the kids, he spoke in a soothing and affectionate tone. "Of course I missed you." After saying that, he looked up and our eyes met. I couldn't help but marvel at how the original owner was truly a warrior charging for love. Able to abandon such a rare gem. Suddenly locking eyes with him, I could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. Just as Lang Mo was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of Ing Zhe behind me. The gazes of the two top males met in the air, and I could feel the electric sparks in the atmosphere. The kids started showering me with compliments, praising how delicious my cooking was and how impressive I was. Lang Mo listened and couldn't help but look at me. His eyes filled with a hint of curiosity, as if to say, "You're not quite the same as before." The boss, Song Gung, was quite the wingman. "Dad, aren't you going to say a few words to your stepmother?" It's fine. I quickly waved my hand. "You guys chat, don't mind me." In my heart, I was calculating. The first step to latching onto a big shot is to win over his stomach. I was just about to show off my skills in the kitchen when I suddenly remembered and quickly pointed to Ingza, saying, "By the way, this is my friend, Ingza. It's thanks to him that we've been protected on this journey." As soon as I finished speaking, I could clearly feel that the atmosphere was off. Wolf Wright's eyes bulged like copper bells as he pointed at Ingza and exclaimed, You are that Ingza? The biggest disaster in the beast world?" He went on and on about Ingza's glorious deeds of destroying entire families, and then lowered his voice to tell me that being within 10 feet of him would bring disaster. "No way," I instinctively retorted. "He even hugged me before." I felt numb. I regretted it as soon as I said it. Wolfyu's expression looked like he had seen a ghost, and he hurried to check on Wolf Mo. Sure enough, Wolf Mo lazily curled his lips and repeated, "Hugged?" I was just about to explain that it was an accident when Ingza directly interrupted me, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "Yeah, I've hugged." The next second, with a loud bang, the ground behind Ingza was blown out, creating a large pit. I was so scared that my face turned pale. "Lang Mo has taken action." "No, big brother, we're not really a couple. Isn't your possessiveness a bit too forward?" I quickly shouted, "Lang Mo, calm down, the cubs are still here." Lang Mo snorted and didn't take action again. Directly taking the cubs inside, Lang Yu leaned over and whispered to me, "Madam, the Lord is angry." Which male can tolerate their partner being held by another male? I just realized that it's the male ego causing trouble. I'm already overwhelmed, on the first day of the plan to cling to the strong. I've already offended the strong one. I turned to say something to Ingza to suggest he avoid the situation, but when I looked back, he was gone. I don't know when Ingza left. I sighed to myself. Well, the eagle is meant to soar in the sky. It's just a pity that I haven't had the chance to tell him that I've never thought of him as a disaster star. Just then, the kitchen door opened, and a male who looked exactly like Wolf Wright, but with a completely different demeanor, walked out. This should be his brother. Wolf left. Wolf Wright quickly introduced, "Brother, this is the lady." Wolf left was quite composed and politely greeted me. I remember reading that he is particularly calm and very loyal. Hello, hello, I quickly said. Are you cooking? Yes, I just cooked some wild boar meat. No need to cook anymore. We've already eaten. I seized the opportunity to ask, can I use the kitchen? I want to make something to eat for you. And also let Wolf and Mo try it. Wolf left looked at me with a face full of suspicion, probably thinking, isn't it just cooking meat? What's so special about it? But he still nodded, please, lady. I rushed into the kitchen, and that little tiger cub followed me in like a little tail, rubbing against my feet. I squatted down and patted its big head, saying, good cub, your dad has finally come back after so long. Aren't you going to bond with him? Go on, let your dear dad give you a hug. But this little guy seemed to not understand human language at all, shaking its head like a rattle drum. I could only push it away, saying, go on, go away. Don't cause trouble here. I'm about to start cooking. Just as I entered the kitchen, the conversation in the other room started up. Wolf right that big mouth. Directly told his master, I want to personally cook for them. I can tell you, I could imagine Wolf Mo's expression even from behind the wall. He must have slightly raised an eyebrow, his face full of disdain as if to say, oh, really? And those little cubs of his became my wild spokespersons, showering me with compliments, especially Fox Juan, who directly entered the dish-naming mode. My mom can make so many dishes. Braised pork, boiled meat slices, twice-cooked pork. They rattled off a list, leaving Wolf and Mo speechless, with a puzzled look on his face, probably wondering what language this little girl was speaking. Wolf right was beside them, cheering them on like crazy. Master, I can testify. The food that Madam makes is absolutely amazing. I just had a bowl of noodles and the flavor. I'm still savoring it. He was almost drooling as he spoke. Meanwhile, Wolf and Mo and his group were still gnawing on their bowl of boiled meat, having trained all morning and truly starving. But when he tried to feed the tiger cub a bite, guess what happened? The cub turned its head away in disdain, with an expression that seemed to say, is this even worthy of going into my mouth? I was humming a little tune in the kitchen, quickly whipping up braised pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, and stir-fried wild vegetables with eggs. All done. This is my secret weapon for dealing with the big bad guy. To win a man's heart, you first have to win his stomach. As I came out of the kitchen holding the dishes, the aroma immediately filled the entire yard. Wolf Wright's nose was more sensitive than a dog's, and he was the first to smell it, howling, what is that delicious smell? Fox Juan followed suit, shouting, it's the dishes my mom made. Wolf Wright rushed out to meet me, and when he saw the 3 plates of food on my tray, his eyes nearly popped out, and his mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. This meat can be made like this? He asked while swallowing. I smiled and said, eat first. I'll teach you later. Once he brought the dishes to the table, everyone gathered around. Wolf left was particularly perceptive and brought me a stool, perfectly placing it right next to Wolf and Mo. The family didn't understand. I was under immense pressure and could only force myself to sit down, giving the main antagonist a flattering smile. I made this want to try. The look in Wolf Mo's eyes was so complex, probably wondering why this rabbit spirit seemed like a different person. Wasn't she just shouting not to mess with him? Why was she so attentive today? Then, the crucial moment arrived. Wolf and Mo picked up a piece of braised pork and slowly put it in his mouth. I dare say, his 20-year perspective on life as a wolf completely shattered in that instant. His eyes lit up. It was a shock that made me reflect on what I had been eating for the first half of my life. As soon as he moved his chopsticks, Wolf left and Wolf Right seemed to be released from a seal, and in an instant, the 3 plates of food were wiped clean. Wolf Right even wanted to lick the plate, but his brother Wolf left stopped him, leaving just a little dignity for adult wolves. Dude, are you really going for a clean plate action here? Or is it a physical concept? I watched Wolf and Mo eagerly, my eyes pleading for praise, almost bursting with anticipation. The big shot was honest and nodded. It's really delicious. You're amazing. Yes, the plan worked. Fireworks went off in my heart. That guy Wolf you, even after finishing, looked at me with those wet puppy eyes. I thought to myself, you're a wolf, brother. To shut him up, I quickly announced, tonight, to celebrate everyone's reunion, we will make dumplings. We're dumplings. Except for Brother Wolf, Mo, everyone in the room had question marks popping up over their heads, perfectly synchronized. I said, it's just something incredibly delicious. Just wait and see. Wolf Mo was also a doer. As soon as he heard we needed to prepare ingredients, he wasted no time and took his brothers out hunting. As soon as they left, the little ones surrounded me. Stepmother, what do you think of my dad? Little Songmin was the first to speak up. I was taken aback for a moment, thought about it, and said, he's very handsome, tall and strong. And those abs. TSK. Oh no, I almost exposed my LSP nature in front of the kids. Then Wolf Tai clapped his hands. So, stepmother, you like my dad, right? What kind of logic is this? I quickly waved my hands. Don't say nonsense. When did I say I liked him? As soon as I denied it, the little ones visibly wilted. Juan tugged at my arm and cautiously asked, "Stepmother, will you leave my dad?" I suddenly understood. These little guys were afraid I would run away. Oh my, I felt both amused and touched. I patted each of their little heads and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, I won't go anywhere." Of course, I still want to hold tightly to the big villain's golden thigh and walk sideways in the beast world. As for Wolf Mo and the others, once they entered the forest, let me tell you, it was a whole different show. Wolf left and Wolf Right had just caught 2 chickens and a sheep when Wolf Mo suddenly stopped and coldly said to the air, "How much longer are you going to follow?" Wolf Right was still in a daze when suddenly Zay jumped down from tree. Goodness, this guy ain't even gone far. As soon as he appeared, he made a bold statement, saying that Wolf Left and Wolf Right together were no match for him. Wolf Mo stepped forward, protecting his 2 little brothers, his aura fully unleashed. "So, you can't find me?" The 2 stared at each other, and the air was almost crackling with sparks. Ingze opened his mouth and said, "I just want to see if you deserve her." Oh my, what a battlefield. Wolf Mo laughed at that moment, but that laugh was clearly a sign of impending trouble for the shark. Ingze was still out putting. "You already have 4 cubs, and you still have the nerve to let her take care of the kids?" Wolf Mo shot back directly. "I'm her partner. Who do you think you are? Stay away from her, or I'll tear you apart." As soon as he finished speaking, Ingze moved, and suddenly the ground was covered in ice, rushing towards us. Wolf Mo was even fiercer, instantly creating a fire circle to protect the 3 of them. Just as the 2 big shots were about to get serious, Wolf, that clever guy, suddenly shouted, "My lord, Madam is still waiting for us to bring back meat to cook delicious food." Wow, what a precise strike. Upon hearing this, Ingze's movements froze on the spot, his expression filled with desolation, and then he suddenly flew away with wings. Wolfie was still laughing foolishly, "My lord. Is he afraid of you?" Wolf Mo glanced at Wolf Zwa, meaning you did well. Wolf Zwa explained seriously, "If we fight, the prey will be scared away, and there won't be any meat to eat tonight." Wolf Mo didn't say anything and turned to leave, but as he walked, a wild boar suddenly jumped out. The 2 brothers hadn't reacted yet when they heard a wolf howl and a whirlwind kicked up. When they opened their eyes, an enormous black wolf had already stepped on that poor wild boar. Wolf Zwa and Wolfie were dumbfounded. Was it really necessary for the Lord to transform just to catch a pig? This was clearly a way to vent his frustration. When they returned with a pile of prey, we had already reconciled. The cub saw the big wild boar and rushed over, shouting, "Dad, you're so awesome." Wolf Mo looked at me, his brows relaxed, and asked, "Is this enough?" I excitedly nodded. "It's enough. We can make a lot of dumplings." Next came the whole family's mobilization. We washed vegetables and chopped filling together. Wolf Yu and Wolf Tai, the 2 clumsy ones, couldn't learn to make dumplings, so they were sent to chop firewood instead. Suddenly, a scream came from the yard. "Wolf Tai, don't chop on my foot." Inside, we were all laughing uncontrollably. While we were laughing, Wolf's was suddenly held his stomach and said, "Ouch, my stomach hurts," dragging his silly brother away, leaving just me and Wolf Mo in the kitchen. I was dropping dumplings and humming a tune when Wolf Mo, who was stoking the fire beside me, suddenly laughed. I asked him what was funny, and he honestly replied, "It's unpleasant." Me? I felt so low at the moment. "Seeing me like this," he added, "there are many orcs who sing well, but there's only you in the whole beast world who cooks this deliciously." Hey, I love hearing that. I instantly felt revitalized. That's right. I am the one and only bunny. Once the 2 large pots of dumplings were ready and brought back to the room, I found that the group hadn't touched them at all, insisting on waiting for us to eat together. All right then, let's dig in. One bite in. The meat was juicy and fragrant. Everyone couldn't stop eating. I took advantage of the situation and conjured up a bunch of Coke, Sprite, and beer from the space. Wolf Right was completely stunned, but he didn't stop eating dumplings. Wolf Left was much calmer and directly asked, "Has the lady awakened her spatial abilities?" Wolf Mo also helped me explain, saying he had seen it before, which gave me a perfect excuse. I took the opportunity to admit it and added a twist, saying my space could also bring things along. Now I can openly take things without any worries. Wolf Right, holding a Coke, was taught by Wolf Tai how to open it. After taking a sip, his eyes widened like saucers. "This is way too delicious." We all raised our drinks and toasted to our reunion. The atmosphere was incredible. After dinner, a problem arose. The little ones are going to sleep in the same room as Wolf Left and Wolf Right, so naturally, I would be in the same room as Wolf Mo. At that moment, alarms were going off in my head. I might cling to him for support, but I never intended to offer myself up. What if the big villain wanted to mate with me? And if I refused, he got angry and killed me. What would I do then? I watched as Wolf Mo spread animal skins on the Kong, my heart racing like a drum. No way, the best strategy is to run. I suddenly stood up, stammering, I'm not sleepy, I'll go sit in the yard for a bit. After saying that, I took off running, practically fleeing in panic. Wolf Mo watched my retreating figure with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze, tiske, like he was looking at a little rabbit that had just been ruffled but was still trying to act calm. He must have seen right through me. Let me tell you, we know exactly what he has thinking. He just thinks I like him, acting all cool. Please, this ISNT love, it's purely possessiveness. Besides, even if I really did like him, he can't force me, right? How embarrassing. I'm sitting alone on a big rock in the yard, so worried that I might pull my hair out. How do I even bring this up? Should I tell him that I got my period? No way. It seems like the females in this beast world don't have that physiological structure. That excuse is too far-fetched. Or should I just give in? Wow. Thinking about it carefully, with Wolf Mo's face, those 8-pack abs, and those long legs, if something were to happen, who would actually benefit from it? I was just doing some mental preparation for myself, when suddenly there was a rustling sound in the bushes next to me. Who is it? I shivered in fear and almost shouted out Wolf Mo's name. But then I realized it wasn't right. This noise. I tentatively whispered, Eagle Zay? Hey. It really went silent. I was a bit bold. Is that you, Ingza? You haven't left? As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a whoosh. And a large eagle circled above my head before landing steadily in front of me, transforming into Ingza's handsome face. Oh my gosh, it really is you. I was worried about you, without food or drink. Ingza's gaze was as deep as a black hole, staring at me. You were worried about me? Of course. I said confidently, your favorite spicy strips and cola are all gone. I was hoping to bring you some. It's all your fault for saying things that led to misunderstandings. We are just pure bros. Couldn't you have explained it clearly to Lang Mo? Now look, I can't even go home. Just friends? Ingza repeated like a broken record. Wells. I looked at him with a face that said, what nonsense are you talking about? He fell silent. I quickly said, forget it here. Let me get you some supplies. All right, there's one more thing. I paused while reaching for the spicy strips. Looking at him very seriously, you mustn't take to heart what others say about you being a disaster star. Ingza froze completely. As soon as I saw his expression, I knew that this guy had convinced himself. No way, sir. Do you really think you're a disaster star? Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all normal things. Why should you bear the blame? ISNT, that pure moral kidnapping? He forced a smile, but after I was born, one by one, my relatives disappeared. Then you should have hugged me, right? So close to me? Do you see any flaws in me? I dashed right up to him, almost bumping into his face. If you really are a disaster star, then even if we were 800 meters apart, you'd still bring me down. Wake up. Who understands what family means? My mouth was like it was blessed, and Eagle Zay was immediately thrown off guard, his eyes turning red. Let me tell you, in all these years, it was the first time he heard someone stand up for him like this. He swallowed hard, and with that look in his eyes, I felt he was about to hug me. But he held back, probably remembering that I was already taken. He took a deep breath and said seriously, Lingling, thank you. I will try not to think of myself as a disaster star anymore. That's the spirit. I immediately smiled widely and shoved the small basket filled with spicy strips and cola into his hands. To my surprise, he took it, but didn't he leave? Suddenly asking, is he good to you? Who? I didn't react for a moment. Oh, Wang Mo. He is pretty good, takes care of me, stable emotions. That's good. He nodded, then left behind a shocking statement. If he is not good to you, or if you want to leave, tell me. I'll take you away. After saying that, he vanished in an instant. I stood there in a daze, my mind filled with question marks. What does this mean, bro? What you just said? Could it be that you fall in love with me? No way. No way. I can't be that naive. I staggered back into the house, and there was Wolf Mo, sitting in a chair like a ghost, expressionless as he fiddled with a wooden cup. The air pressure in the entire room was so low it felt like it could freeze. I was just pondering how to start the conversation when he spoke first. Are we done talking? My heart skipped a beat. Did he hear everything? Why didn't he go out and tear Eagle Zay apart? My survival instinct kicked in, and I quickly expressed my loyalty. I'm just friends with him. Really. Don't misunderstand. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at me, his gaze like an X-ray, scanning me from the inside out, then, I know. Can we not talk about him anymore? Okay. I nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The atmosphere finally eased a bit, and he suddenly changed the subject. The little ones have been well taken care of by you. Of course, the little ones are super well behaved. As soon as the little ones were mentioned, I immediately relaxed. Don't worry, I won't forget your promise. My eyes lit up. Are you saying you want to help me reclaim the power of the rabbit tribe? Yes. He nodded, then added, and you can make any request as long as I can fulfill it. Oh, there's a bonus? Then I won't be polite. I rubbed my hands together and cautiously asked, can you promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will spare my rabbit life? Wolf Mo fell silent at that moment, his expression a mix of annoyance and amusement, as if he was looking at a fool. Am I that scary in your eyes? No. Just in case, I can't just say I've read the script, where you always seem terrifying. He actually laughed, and it looked quite nice. All right, I promise you. Yay, a golden ticket to avoid death. Is that all you want? He asked again. That's it. To save my life, become the Rabbit King. What more could I want? He sighed, probably thinking I have no ambitions. Then he said, it's late. Let's sleep. Sleep. My hair stood on end instantly. Sleep together? He can't really mean it, right? While I was having a mental storm, he walked towards me step by step, getting closer and closer, his warm breath brushing against my ears. He whispered, why aren't you coming up? What? Are you afraid of? Me afraid? No way. My mouth is tougher than a rock, but my face is already as red as a monkey's butt. Help! Big brother, don't come so close. I've been single for 20 years. I can't handle this. I was pondering how to bring up the topic of not mating just yet when I heard him chuckle softly twice. You go ahead, I'll sleep on the floor. Huh? I was completely taken aback. The big bad guy, sleeping on the floor? He saw my silly expression and teased me again. What? Or should I say, you actually want to be with me? Good night. I scrambled up to the bed and quickly dove under the covers. My movements so fast I could qualify for the Olympics. I heard him laugh twice again, then the sound of animal skins being spread, and finally the candle went out, leaving the room completely quiet. Phew, it seems I was overthinking it. He had no such intention at all. I was so relaxed that I quickly fell asleep like a pig. Poor Wolf Mo was tossing and turning on the ground like a pancake. Who understands the family? He's a strong adult male, and his partner is right there on the bed, yet he has to hold back. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and ran to the mountain spring in the middle of the night to take several cold showers just to cool down. When I woke up the next day, he was already gone, and the bedding was neatly folded. I stretched and got out of bed slowly, and Wolf Tie was at the door peeking in. Mom's awake. I instantly woke up. Mother? He called me mother? Didn't he used to call me stepmother? My heart, oh. It's both sour and soft. I couldn't be happier. After I finished washing up and went outside, I saw Wolf Mo chatting with the other two cubs, making them laugh heartily. When he saw me, he smiled and asked, awake? Good morning. Good morning. I replied casually, knowing he wouldn't turn on me. I found him much more pleasing to the eye. At that moment, Wolf left and Wolf Right came back holding a bunch of wild fruits, their eyes lighting up when they saw me, with Wolf Right even swallowing his saliva. I immediately understood. These two gluttons were craving the food I made. All right, I'll take care of it. I went into the kitchen and got to work, making soup dumplings, shredded chicken porridge, yo-chow, fried dough sticks, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Wolf Left showed some talent. With just a few instructions, he managed to stir-fry the shredded potatoes quite well. After breakfast, Wolf Mo went off to cultivate, while Wolf Left and Wolf Right volunteered to take us mothers and children for a walk up the mountain. They said there was a type of red fruit buried underground that was particularly delicious, and it all depended on luck to dig it up. As soon as little foodie Wolf Tie heard this, he immediately wanted to dig with his paws. But I quickly stopped him and took out a few small shovels from my space, handing one to each of them. In the end, after digging for a long time, the cubs found nothing. I found it amusing, so I took Fox Juan's little shovel and casually poked it to the side. Hey, a glimpse of red. Oh, I think I found something. All the heads immediately crowded around. I dug it out a few times and found something that looked like a ginseng fruit, glowing faintly. When Wolf Left saw it, he lost his composure, his voice trembling. This is a red luo fruit. Red luo fruit. I asked confused. Madam, this is a treasure. Wolf Right was so excited he almost took off from the ground, saying that eating it could greatly boost one's cultivation. I heard that a kid from the Bear Clan ate this thing, and before he turned 20, skyrocketed from 2nd to 5th tier, awakening several special abilities. Wow, so awesome. It's like I'm possessed by a lucky spirit. I looked down at the fruit in my hand. Isn't this much more powerful than my beast cultivation pill? I thought about it, and although I wanted to keep this treasure for myself, it's better for the whole family to grow stronger together. Only then can we walk proudly when we go out. All right, let's go home and divide it. Back at home, in front of everyone, I quickly cut the red luo fruit into several pieces, and my piece was the biggest. No problem, right? But when I took a bite, chewed it, and realized it had no flavor and did nothing for my cultivation. Everyone else also ate it, looking at each other with no reaction. Just when we were questioning our lives, Lang Mo finished his cultivation and walked in. "What are you guys doing?" The kids all talked at once about the red luo fruit and pointed out the piece they saved for him. And guess what? The great Lang Mo didn't even lift his eyelids and calmly said, "I don't need it." I was shocked. "Are you sure you don't want it? This is a red luo fruit." His tone was calm, but it carried a vibe of arrogance that could destroy the world. "With my talent, I don't need such things." "Wow, buddy, are you showing off your cyber powers?" "All right, you're impressive. Since the big bad guy has spoken, I won't hold back and will eat his share too." Guess what happened? I waited all day and nothing happened. Did I just waste my red luo fruit? The little ones looked all wilted, like eggplants hit by frost. There was no choice. At night, I had to bring out my ultimate weapon, the spicy hot pot. Fat beef, fat lamb, layered tripe, crispy meat, and fried bun slices. I arranged it all for them. Goodness, those orcs were all panting and their mouths swollen like sausages, but their chopsticks wouldn't stop. That kid wolf, right, was guzzling water while shouting, "Madam, you're amazing. What kind of divine thing is this? It's spicy and fragrant, so intoxicating." I waved my hand and said, "I'll leave you some broth for when you go. Enjoy it slowly." Just when we were having a great time eating, Wolf Mo suddenly asked out of the blue, "When are you planning to leave?" My heart skipped a beat. I thought for a moment and said, "Let's stay for another couple of days. I don't want to interrupt your cultivation." The little ones understood well and nodded furiously. But then Wolf Mo fell silent, drinking beer by himself, and I felt like he might be a bit unhappy. However, when I turned to look, he was laughing and joking with Wolf Tai again. Family, who understands? You can't guess the thoughts of this big bad guy. No matter how much you guess, you won't figure it out. I thought I was overthinking at the time, but then around midnight, the retribution came. Let me tell you, apart from the wolf ink that hadn't touched the drop of fruit, everyone in our room, one by one, started to collectively erupt. The bathroom was like a train station during the spring festival, with beasts always lining up. I was clutching my stomach, struggling on the Kong, with only one thought in my mind. It shouldn't be like this. The ingredients were all for my space, definitely top quality, and the spiciness was normal. Could it be that red luo fruit? Just as I was thinking about it, Wolf Inc. walked in like nothing was wrong, carrying a pot of hot water, and said casually, "I guess it's the effect of the red luo fruit from earlier." I wanted to curse him out like, "Dude, does this thing have a hidden clause that doesn't let it just go runny or upgrade?" Wolf Tai was already so weak he could barely speak, mumbling over there. I quickly endured the intense pain and switched to the special medicine from my space, one for each of us, and that finally stopped this half-day tour to the underworld. Once the medicine took effect, drowsiness followed, and I blacked out and fell asleep. In a daze, I felt like someone picked me up and covered me with animal skins. When I opened my eyes again, wow, it was already bright outside. I sat up from the Kong in a hurry, stretched lazily, and let me tell you, that feeling was invigorating. I felt like I could perform a chest-breaking stone act right there. My whole body was filled with strength. "Awake?" Wolfing's voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw him holding a bowl. Just as I was about to get off the Kong to taste the rice soup he made, I suddenly felt a heat in my palm, completely out of control, and instinctively raised my hand, unleashing a lightning ball that flew straight at him. Holy crap! I was stunned. How did I unleash it? Am I committing murder against my husband? Wolf Inc., however, remained calm, expressionless as he raised his hand to form a light shield, easily blocking it. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked me with a hint of teasing, "Are you trying to murder your partner?" I was about to cry, frantically waving my hands. No, brother, let me explain. I don't even know what's going on." Lang Mo laughed and said, "All right, I know. You've awakened a new ability. Congratulations. You're now a 4th-tier beast cultivator." Huh. I directly took off on the spot. 4th tier? I actually made it to 4th tier. Last night wasn't in vain. This Hong Luo fruit is worth it. Just as I was getting excited, Lang Mo started digging deeper, asking why I had spatial abilities at 2nd tier. I could only grit my teeth and make up a story, saying I was just lucky. In such a vast beast world, there must be a few lucky ones. At least I managed to gloss over it. The even bigger surprise was yet to come. The little ones all leveled up too. One by one, they jumped to 2nd tier. Lang Zhua and Lang Yu even jumped directly from 4th tier to 5th tier. Everyone is taking off. This wave of luck was totally worth it. We stayed with Wolf Mo for another 2 days, during which he taught me how to control electricity step by step. I tell you, he was incredibly patient. But all good things must come to an end. I have to take the kids back home. If we stay here too long, even the villain won't be able to focus on his career. Before we left, the kids hugged Wolf Mo's legs and rubbed against him, reluctant to part ways. Wolf and Mo patted their heads and said he would come back home once he reached the 8th level of cultivation. I was eavesdropping to find out what level he was at, and just as he looked up, our eyes met. Wow, in that moment, my heart skipped a beat. This big villain has been so gentle these past few days that it's almost unbelievable, making me feel a bit empty inside as I prepare to leave. As soon as we turned around, Lang and Mo called out, "Wait a minute." My heart skipped a beat, wondering if he wanted to keep me. But then he opened his mouth and said, "Stay away from that kid, Zay." My little disappointment at that moment. But I straightened my back and said I only considered him a friend, and he couldn't interfere with my normal socializing. I thought he was going to get angry, and Lang Yu beside me was almost scared to death. But guess what? Lang and Mo actually smiled and said, "All right, then do as you wish." No, bro. Do you know your character is breaking down? So easygoing? My heart was pounding like a drum, so I quickly nodded and slipped away with the kids. On the way, the kids were still murmuring, saying I must be reluctant to part with my dad. I didn't say anything, but inside I was indeed feeling a bit chaotic. After walking for a while, I felt something following me from above, and when I looked up, it was indeed Zay's eagle. He landed and transformed into human form. When he saw that Lang and Mo hadn't come with us, his eyes lit up. I thought this wouldn't do. If you don't cut off the chaos, you'll have to bear the consequences. I went straight to the point. My partner said he will be home soon to reunite with us, and we won't be apart again. Zay's face turned pale instantly. I added, telling him that our whole team leveled up because we ate the Hong Luo fruit, and Lang and Mo didn't even bother to eat it. This left Zay completely speechless, with a complex expression of shock, jealousy, and a bit of admiration. In the end, he found an excuse to leave, saying that he was now at the 4th tier and didn't need his protection anymore, then transformed into an eagle and flew away. Sigh. Being a sea king is really hard. Good thing I'm not one. After a few more days of journeying, we were about to reach the wolf tribe's territory. I was originally thinking about whether to greet Lang since he had helped us before, but when I remembered that Lang and Mo seemed to really dislike his family, I backed out. But guess what? What you fear will come. As soon as I turned a corner, I ran into Lang head on. I was really speechless. Is the heavens playing tricks on me? Lang was very surprised to see us and warmly invited us to stay for a night at the wolf tribe, mentioning that his annoying father had just gone out and his wife, Lang Hua, was also eager to see me. I looked at the sky, then at the kids, and agreed. As I smiled at him, this guy was actually stunned on the spot with a strange look in his eyes and took a long time to come back to his senses. When we arrived at the wolf tribe, Lang Hua hadn't come yet, and a guy named Lang Xiong rushed out first. Goodness, this guy, upon seeing me, immediately knelt down with a thud, and his sliding kneel was so fast it would be a shame not to participate in the Olympics. Clinging to my legs, he was crying and confessing, saying it was wrong of him to drug Lang, but to try to bring us together last time. I was dumbfounded and said, "Why are you apologizing to me for the drug you gave him?" In the end, I didn't hold it against him and waved my hand to let him get up. Then, Lang Hua charged over like a little cannonball and hugged me, almost squeezing the breath out of me. She pulled me along to chat and gossip while walking and immediately asked, "Did you mate with Lang and Mo yet?" I was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why was this sister's mind filled with that? I said no, and she replied, "What are you afraid of?" The first time is a bit painful, but later it feels great. As someone who has been single since birth, I had no idea about this, but I couldn't help but ask her quietly, "How great is it?" As we chatted, I steered the conversation towards the source of Lang Mo's dark transformation, asking her if she knew what happened with Lang Mo's biological mother. Lang Hua immediately nervously covered my mouth and said that this was a taboo in the tribe. I quickly tempted her with food, and she finally lowered her voice to tell me, "I've only heard rumors, but it is said that Lang Mo's biological mother came from a very poor background." I thought to myself, what's wrong with a bad background? As a result, Wolf Flower's next sentence blew my mind. She said that Wolf Mo's biological mother, when he was 3 years old, crazily tried to assassinate the clan leader. I tell you, at that moment my mind went blank. What kind of Game of Thrones plot is this? Of course, it ended in failure, and she was directly executed by burning. Goodness, that's too tragic. I felt something was off about this. There must be a big secret behind it. Just as I was pondering, I suddenly caught a blind spot in Wolf Flower's words. "Wait a minute," I asked her, "did you just say drinking? You Wolf clan actually has alcohol? That's so rare. Our Rabbit clan has only just planted wheat, and they already have people brewing wine?" Wolf Flower was so proud, lifting her chin and saying it was their clan's specialty. Invented by a genius clansman over 20 years ago, but that genius left the clan over a decade ago. I was shocked. This orc world really is full of hidden talents. I noted this down, and that evening I showcased my cooking skills at Wolfflower's house, making red braised lamb and spicy hot pot, which made her and her husband drool with excitement. Just as we were eating, my kids came over with Wolfby. When Wolfflower saw Wolfby arrive, she was so enthusiastic, quickly sending her husband Wolfsun to fetch 2 pots of the clan's specialty wine, insisting on having a few drinks with Wolfby. Let me tell you, this wine really has a strong after effect. Wolfsun is already a bit silly, and after a few drinks, he couldn't even straighten his tongue. He hugged Wolfby's shoulder and started to talk, Brother, you're so handsome, and you have such a nice figure, plus you're the son of the clan leader. Why haven't you found a partner yet? Wolfby was actually a bit tipsy too, with rosy cheeks and a slightly dazed look in his eyes. He kept sneaking glances at me, making me feel a bit uneasy. When Wolfsun pressed him for an answer, he chuckled and said, I don't know who to look for. Upon hearing this, Wolfsun, fueled by the alcohol, slammed the table and said, Aren't you just being infuriating? With just one word from you. Wouldn't all the females in the world line up for you? But I don't like them, Wolfby said, while his eyes glanced over to my side. Well, the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Wolfhua quickly dragged her drunken man back to their room to sleep, leaving just me and Wolfby at the table, staring at each other. I was just about to suggest that he should rest early too when he suddenly spoke up, his voice slightly slurred. Actually, I was supposed to have a partner. My heart skipped a beat, and I pretended to be clueless. Huh? What did you say? He lifted his head, his eyes red as he looked at me, and repeated. I said, I should have a partner. He was referring to me, wasn't he? It was he who first proposed to dissolve the engagement. He looked at me, his eyes full of pain and regret. Back then, my father made me break off the engagement and give you to Lang Mo. I originally disagreed. If I had insisted a little longer, would everything be different now? Who understands a family? This sudden heartfelt confession left me speechless. I could only awkwardly comfort him. Don't think like that. I'm doing quite well now. You don't need to feel guilty. I thought he was just drunk and feeling remorseful. But then he shook his head, his eyes even redder, and said clearly, Lingling, that's not what I meant. I like you. Boom. My mind exploded. Dude, get a grip. I'm your brother's wife, even if it's only nominally. This is too shocking. Alcohol really is a powerful thing. It can make someone as refined and gentle as Lang Bai confess in front of me. I haven't figured out how to respond yet. He painfully ran his fingers through his hair and thought, No, I can't do this. You are Lang Mo's partner. After saying that, he suddenly stood up and rushed out without looking back. I was worried he might get into trouble if he drank too much. So I quickly chased after him and caught up with him at his doorstep. I gasped for breath and decided to cut the knot quickly. Lang Bai, thank you for your affection. However, I really only see you as a friend and an older brother. His back clearly stiffened for a moment. Let's talk about it tomorrow, after you've sobered up, okay? I watched him go into the house and finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning to head home. What is this all about? First it was Ing Zhe, and now it's Lang Bai. Does anyone in my family understand? Why is this overwhelming peach blossom luck happening to me? But I don't want any of it. I thought this matter was settled, but the next morning, while I was still in a daze, I heard a sharp female voice outside yelling, Work inside, get out here. I suddenly woke up, quickly put on my clothes, and went outside to see a pretty female standing at the door, looking unfriendly, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Who are you? I asked her. She raised her chin arrogantly and said, I am Lang Sha, the daughter of the high priest. Oh wow, she has some background. But I wasn't intimidated. What do you want? Stop pretending, she shouted, pointing at my nose. You shameless hussy. You already have a partner, and you're still trying to seduce Lord Lang Bai. As soon as I heard it, I understood. Well, the admirer of Wolfby had come knocking. But you can't insult me. Keep your mouth clean. I sneered and said, You say I seduced him. Do you have any evidence? What more evidence do you need? She was so angry that her face contorted. You're just a waste, unworthy of Wolf Mo. Yet you still want to climb the social ladder. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. With that, she charged at me. Are you kidding? She, a second-tier beast cultivator, dared to take action against me. A fourth tier? I didn't even move. When she got close, I directly kicked her down to the ground. I gave her a flying kick of love, sending her into an intimate contact with the earth. The onlookers were shocked, chattering among themselves, saying all sorts of things. That Wolf Shah lay on the ground dazed for a long time before getting up, pointing at me with a face full of disbelief. You dare to hit me? I almost laughed out loud. You started first, and I can't retaliate? Don't even think about going to the clan leader to complain. Even if you report to the gods, I'm still in the right. She wanted to make some harsh remarks, but suddenly a cold voice interrupted. Lang Sha, you have quite the attitude. As soon as that voice came out, everyone trembled in fear and automatically stepped aside. I looked up and saw Lang Bai approaching with a dark expression. He first walked up to me, and his voice instantly softened. Are you okay? I shook my head. Only then did he feel relieved and turned to coldly look at the kneeling Lang Sha. Who did you just want to die without a burial place? Lang Sha was so frightened that she couldn't even speak. Lang Bai continued to press on. Also, when did I become yours? That scene was simply a public execution. Lang Bai didn't leave her any face at all, directly mentioning in front of everyone the matter of having previously rejected her, and even used her father's position as the high priest to threaten her. Lang Sha completely broke down, crying as she apologized to me. Then she scrambled away. The onlookers also dispersed. Lang Bai, with a guilty expression, apologized to me. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. I was just about to say it was nothing, but then his next sentence stunned me again. I also want to apologize for what happened last night. I drank too much. He paused for a moment, but his gaze was incredibly serious. However, what I said was all sincere. I know you are still not willing to accept me now, but I will spend my life proving it. As he said this, he actually knelt down on one knee. I was so scared that my soul almost left my body. You get up quickly? Have you forgotten that I am? I know you are the mate of Wolf Mo. He interrupted me, his gaze terrifyingly firm. So, when Wolf Mo returns, I will duel with him. I'm completely speechless. Seriously, are you for real? I quickly said, don't do this. Even if you win, I won't go with you. I don't like you. But he seemed resolute, saying that the duel was just to gain the right to openly like me. I think I've figured it out. Staying any longer will only make things more chaotic. I turned around and went back inside, called the kids, packed our things, and we had to run away. We must leave this place of turmoil immediately. When I said goodbye to Wolfflower, she was still dragging me into gossiping about Wolf Sha getting slapped in the face. I wasn't in the mood for that at all, so I casually made up an excuse about missing my grandfather and quickly took the kids and left. When we left the wolf pack, Hu Huan quietly said to me, Mom, it seems like someone has been watching us from behind. I looked back and sure enough, it was the wolf standing there all alone. I steeled myself, didn't look back, and quickened my pace with the cubs. Better to endure a short pain than a long one. I couldn't give him any hope. We were silent all the way, and a few days later, we were finally close to home. The cubs were all excited, chattering away, and I was eager to return. However, when we reached the door, everyone was stunned. The little cabin we were familiar with is gone. In its place is a charred ruin of broken walls. This isn't our home. Did we go the wrong way? Fox Wan's voice was laced with tears. Song Gung looked around with a gloomy expression. No, this is our home. Our home has been burned down. Wolf Tai trembled with anger, and the tiger cub growled in fury. I stood in front of the ruins, a surge of anger igniting in my heart. Huyen? No, she wouldn't have the guts for this. Another name instantly popped into my mind. Tu Hun. That bastard I had dealt with before. I clenched my fists tightly. Mom, what should we do now? Hu Huan tugged at my clothes, tears brimming in her eyes. Our home is gone. Oh, my dear, don't cry, don't cry. If it's gone, it's gone. What is the big deal? I'm telling you, as long as our family is together, the home will always be there. As for the house, if it's burned down, we'll just build a bigger and prettier one. Besides, when I left, I had the foresight to keep all our valuable treasures in my space. Not a single strand is missing. Now, our priority is to visit your great-grandfather. Let us go. But remember, not a word about the house being burned down. We don't want to worry the old man. Let me tell you, as soon as I arrived at the Rabbit Clan, the scene was unbelievable. Everyone rushed out to watch, as if they were seeing some rare animal. Ever since I helped my grandpa get back at someone last time, their looks at me have completely changed. They're so enthusiastic now. Then, when they found out that not only had I returned, but I had also directly reached the 4th tier of beast cultivation, their eyes nearly popped out. Oh my gosh. Lingling, did you take a rocket? How did you go from nothing to 4th tier in just a few days? And your little ones, they're all at 2nd tier too. Did your family find some kind of cheat? I felt really embarrassed at that moment and waved my hand, saying, oh, it's nothing. Just lucky to have eaten a red fruit. That's all, just a little splash of water. Guess what happened next? When they heard I could even get a red fruit, they got even more excited, looking at me as if I were a koi fish. Some were whispering behind my back, saying I was simply the lucky star of the Rabbit Clan and that I would eventually help the old patriarch regain everything. Hey, I love hearing that. After chatting with everyone for a bit, I hurried to take the kids to see Grandpa. Grandpa took the medicine I gave him, and his complexion improved a lot. He even coughed less. The little ones were particularly well behaved, calling him Great-Grandpa so sweetly. Grandpa was overjoyed, hugging the little ones and asking, have you seen your father? How's he doing now? Hu Huan, with a mouth like it was smeared with honey, eagerly said, Dad is doing great. He is really powerful now. He even asked us to bring good wishes to you, saying that when he comes back from his training, he'll be the first to see you. Upon hearing this, Grandpa laughed heartily, saying he had long wanted to meet this son-in-law. I could tell that he had some reservations about Lang Mo before, but now, listening to the kids praise him, and knowing that Lang Mo went to the deep mountains to train, his expression changed. Wow. The father-in-law was looking more and more favorably upon his son-in-law. After a while of me not speaking, he asked me, Lingling, how is Lang Mo treating you? I nodded, leaned closer to his ear, and dropped a bombshell. He treats me really well. And he also said that when he comes back from his training, he will help you reclaim the position of patriarch. I told you, as soon as I said that, my grandfather was taken aback, and his eyes instantly lit up. His whole demeanor changed, as if he had suddenly become 20 years younger. Just think about it, being pushed down from the highest position. How could he accept it? He definitely couldn't. He lived in humiliation every day, but he was old, and both his son and son-in-law were missing. So what could he use to fight back? He could only endure. Now, hearing that Lang Mo was going to help him, that spark returned to him. However, he quickly calmed down and bitterly smiled, saying he was afraid of dragging us young people down. I was anxious at that moment. Grandpa, please don't say that. I patted my chest and assured him, don't worry. That guy Lang Mo is really capable. For him, this is not a difficult task at all. I knew the plot. In the original work, Lang Mo dealt with that 2 gene as easily as squashing an ant. My grandfather was still a bit skeptical and asked me what level Lang Mo was at now. I said I couldn't tell, but he was definitely above level 5. At this, my grandfather was completely stunned, constantly praising. Not bad. Really not bad. This young male is truly impressive. I quickly took the opportunity to show off, and now I'm also at the 4th level. Grandpa, in the future, I can protect you too. Grandpa comfortingly patted my hand, but then started worrying about getting old, thinking that even if he regained the position of clan leader, he wouldn't be able to manage the rabbit clan well. I knew he would think like this. Old folks are always responsible. I immediately painted a big picture for him. Grandpa, this is not the same thing at all. When you regain your position, it will be rightful. At that time, whether you want to manage it yourself or choose a capable newcomer to take over, that will be your freedom. It's the rule of our rabbit clan. It's 100 times better than letting that little villain Rabbit Gene have his way, right? When Grandpa heard this, he suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly, saying that I had thought it through. Done. This matter is settled. After leaving Grandpa's house, we ran into Aunt May. Now, when she sees me, it's like seeing her own daughter. She pulled me over to chat for a long time. I casually inquired about that scoundrel Rabbit Han, and Aunt May said he had been sent out on a mission a couple of days ago. Then she lowered her voice and told me that not long ago, that brat had set his sights on a 15-year-old female and, relying on being the clan leader's nephew, forced her, who understands family matters. Hearing this made my fist clench. What the hell is this? It's truly disgusting. But Aunt May said that later his partner found out and beat him half to death. So that's karma. He deserves it. After saying goodbye to Aunt May, it was almost dark. We were all looking at each other, and we couldn't really camp out here, could we? Just as I was worrying, a light bulb went off in my head. Ah, my good friend Kong Xiangxue. Let's go to her. When we arrived at the Peacock clan, it didn't take long to find someone who directed us to Kong Xiangxue's house. When I got there, she was sitting alone in the yard munching on fruit, looking quite troubled. I called out to her, and wow, when she looked up and saw me, her eyes lit up and she screamed as she dashed towards me. The scene was so dramatic that anyone who didn't know would think we were filming an idol drama. She sprinted straight into my arms and started complaining. You heartless one. Why did you only come back to see me now? I missed you so much. After we cuddled for a while, I told her about the fire in the house. As soon as she heard, she exploded with anger, rolled up her sleeves, and wanted to go find her dad, saying they had to catch that arsonist. I quickly stopped her and said I had a pretty good idea of what happened. It was most likely done by Tu Han. Kong Xiangxue was so mad she was clenching her fists, saying she would deal with him sooner or later. Before I could even mention the matter of staying over, she proactively suggested, you and the kids can stay at my house for the next few days. I have plenty of empty rooms. Just make yourself at home. I told her I couldn't stay for free, so I said I would take care of the meals while we were there. She wanted to be polite, but I confused her with one sentence. Are we good friends? Why would you refuse my cooking? At that moment, her mom, Aunt Kong Xian, came back. My goodness, she truly is the most beautiful woman of the Peacock clan. Even in her 40s, she looked like she was in her early 20s. I was so stunned by her beauty that even I, a woman, was captivated. When Aunt Kong heard I was too Lingling, she was incredibly warm and affectionate, hugging and squeezing me, which made me a bit shy. After hugging me, she went to fuss over the kids, and while doing so, she started lecturing Kong Xiangxue. Look at Lingling, she's younger than you and already has so many kids. Aren't you in a hurry to find a partner and have a few? I was stunned at that moment. It turns out, even in another world, one can't escape the pressure to marry. Kong Xiangxue pouted and shot back. How can I find someone I like if I don't even have one? I can't just randomly pick someone and ruin my life, can I? The two of them went back and forth, and in the end, my best friend, who is no pushover, directly said, even if I don't have a partner or kids, when it's time to die, I'll just die. What's there to be afraid of? That left Aunt Kong speechless. I want to give her thumbs up. This girl is simply my internet spokesperson. In the end, I played peacemaker and said it was time to make dinner. Aunt Kong initially wanted to cook herself, but Kong Xiangxue mercilessly retorted, Mom, can your cooking compare to Lingling's? That's so hurtful. That dinner was a total show-off for me. Kung Pao chicken, braised pork ribs, mouth-watering chicken. By the time her dad, Uncle Kong Wei, came back, the aroma of the food had filled the entire yard. At the dinner table, when Uncle Kong Wei heard I was going to build a house, he waved his hand generously and said, That's easy. Let the males of our peacock clan help you. I guarantee it will be built quickly and well. I quickly said that I couldn't help for free, and for the males who can't help, I would take care of their 3 meals a day. And once the work was done, I would give each of them a portion of meat as a token of gratitude. Uncle Kong laughed and said that with my cooking skills, they would definitely rush to help. The next day, sure enough, that group of handsome peacocks showed up, each one strong and sturdy. Their work efficiency was simply at double speed. Cutting trees was like chopping vegetables. One person could carry a big tree, and clearing the rubble was done in a flash. Kong Xiangxue and I set up a temporary kitchen nearby to make them breakfast. We prepared a big pot of century egg and lean meat porridge, paired with freshly fried golden youtiao. As the aroma wafted out, the hardworking males were practically drooling. When it was time to eat, each person got a big bowl of porridge and 3 youtiao, and they devoured it eagerly, with tears in their eyes, saying they had never eaten anything so delicious in their lives. They all shouted that for the sake of this food, they had to do the job beautifully. I tell you, just this breakfast directly captured the hearts of this group of males. Each one looked at me with sparkling eyes, and although they knew I was already taken, their admiration was impossible to hide. Far away in the deep mountains, Lang and Mo still didn't know that he had become the public enemy of all the males in the Peacock clan. At noon, I made a big pot of braised pork, scrambled eggs, and pork rib soup for them, and there was plenty. The aroma of the meat wafted far away, and the beastmen ate with grease all over their mouths, each one looking so happy they were about to bubble over. After eating and drinking their fill during the break, Kong Xing, who had been secretly in love with Kong Xiangxue, blushed as he took out a few wilted flowers that he had tucked away for the whole morning and gave them to Kong Xiangxue. Kong Xiangxue, being straightforward, coldly said, I don't like you. Don't waste your time on me. The scene was quite awkward for a moment, while we were busy building houses on our side. That little green tea, Huyin, on the Tiger Clan side, also received the news. When she heard that a large group of male peacocks had come to help me build houses, she was so angry that she crushed the fruit in her hand, her eyes turning red as she screamed, Why? Why is everyone helping her? Her lackey suggested a bad idea, telling her to find the strongest warrior of the Tiger Clan, named Hu Qi, and trick him into believing that my land was their Tiger Clan's feng shui treasure, so that Hu Qi would come to seize the territory. Hu Yin thought this idea was feasible, gritted her teeth, and went to seek help from their clan shaman to help fabricate this lie. Over here, after 4 or 5 days of work on the new house, it was starting to take shape. I was in a great mood and specially made steak pasta and fried chicken wings for everyone at noon as a treat. The beastmen were happily eating when they were just about to take a break when they saw a few unfamiliar males approaching from a distance, striding towards us aggressively. At a glance, I knew that the visitors were not here with good intentions. I tell you, at that time, the guys from the Peacock tribe all recognized him and said the one in front seemed to be the son of the Tiger tribe leader. Wow, the prince has come to our little rundown construction site. What for? To inspect the work? That guy's name is Hu Qi, tall and strong, with dark skin and a gaze like a wolf, really aggressive. He walked over, his eyes scanning us like we were prey, and then he opened his mouth and said, From today on, this is the territory of my Tiger tribe. You could get lost. I wasn't even friends with him at that time. Who do you think you are? Why are you so arrogant? Kong Xing was the first to stand up and argue with him. Why do you say it's yours just because you claim it is? As a result, that Hu Qi laughed loudly and said it was just because his fists were strong. If you don't agree, come and challenge him one-on-one. He or the few guys behind him are ready to fight. As soon as I saw his stance, I thought to myself, wow, a 4th-tier beast cultivator. No wonder he's so arrogant. Looking at the few behind him, they were also around the 4th or 5th tier. This lineup was clearly here to cause trouble. The Peacock Tribe guys were so angry their faces turned green, but with the gap in strength laid out before them, they could only hold it in. Just when the entire place fell into silence, I couldn't help myself and directly spoke up. "All right, I'll fight you." My voice was crisp, and the whole venue went quiet. All eyes turned to me in an instant. The Tiger Chi was also taken aback. When he turned to see me, he was completely stunned, probably never having seen such a beautiful female who dared to challenge him. I looked at his silly expression and frowned. "What are you looking at? Aren't we supposed to duel? Come on." Only then did he come to his senses and even started to laugh, saying, "Female, are you looking down on me? As a male, can I really duel with you?" I shot back at him on the spot. "We are both at the 4th level, so why can't we fight? I don't look down on you. It's you who looks down on all of us females." As soon as I said that, I felt like I had poked him in the heart. I didn't care what he was thinking. I directly laid down the law. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, do it quickly. If not, get the hell out of my house." What a joke. This place was built for me by Wolf Mo after a lot of hard work, and you want to take it? Dream on. At worst, we just have a fight. Who knows who will win or lose at the same level? As soon as I displayed my attitude, the young guys from the Peacock clan were instantly ignited, each one standing up like they had just been injected with adrenaline, eager to stand up for me. Kong Xing was the first to shout, "I'll fight him." Following him were several others. "Me too. I'll join. Family, who understands?" At that moment, I was truly moved. Although I knew that together, they might not be able to withstand even one punch from that guy. The sentiment, wow, that's real brotherhood. And guess what happened next? That Hu Chi completely ignored them and just fixed his gaze on me, his eyes seemingly ready to set me ablaze. He actually asked me what my name was. I didn't even acknowledge him, simply shot back, "None of your damn business." I thought he was going to explode in anger, but instead the guy smiled even brighter, nodded, and said okay, then turned to his subordinates and said, "Let's go." His subordinates were all dumbfounded, and I was too, as well as the Peacock Tribe. I mean, seriously? You came in all fierce just to say a few harsh words and leave? Is this some kind of comedy skit? My CPU was overheating from confusion. What kind of bewildering behavior is this? Kong Xing and the others said he must be afraid of me, but I always felt something was off about that guy's gaze. It gave me the creeps. However, it was a good thing he left, and we continued to work. With the help of the Peacock Tribe boys. The new house was built incredibly fast, and in just a few days it was completed. A brand new, big wooden house, even larger than the previous one, fully furnished with tables, chairs, and a sleeping platform, and Kong Xing and the others thoughtfully surrounded it with a fence, creating a cozy little courtyard. The little ones were so happy they rolled around in the yard. That night, I had to treat everyone to a feast. Those males ate with gusto, but they all looked worried because now that the house was finished, they had no reason to come over for free meals every day. Watching them eat with tears in their eyes, I felt both amused and touched. Kong Xiangxue clung to my arm, reluctant to let go. I simply let her stay over for the night. After all, it was a warm new home. She ran to ask her parents, and Uncle Kong and Aunt Kong readily agreed, even suggesting she stay a few more days to learn some good things for me. So, except for Kong Xiangxue, the rest of the Peacock Tribe happily took the food I prepared and went home. The new house had 4 bedrooms. Song Geng and Lang Tai shared one, while I shared a room with Hu Huan, Hu Zai, and Kong Xiangxue. That night, lying on the new platform covered with soft animal skins, I felt so comfortable that we all quickly fell asleep. However, while we were sleeping soundly, a few dark figures stealthily approached outside our yard, holding something that looked like a sedative. The next morning, Kong Xiangxue woke up groggily and instinctively wanted to hug me, but when she reached out, the space next to her was empty. She immediately woke up and called out for me, but no one answered. She searched around the kitchen, the bathroom, and the yard, but I was nowhere to be found. At that moment, the little ones also woke up, each complaining of dizziness. Kong Xiangxue, still feeling a bit woozy herself, quickly realized her dad was the tribe's healer. She figured out that we had been drugged and I had been kidnapped. This caused a huge uproar. Kong Xiangxue hurriedly comforted the little ones who were about to cry and led them to the Peacock Tribe to find her parents for a solution. When I regained consciousness, I felt soreness all over, as if I had spent the whole night dreaming of riding on the back of a galloping old yellow cow, nearly getting thrown off. As soon as I opened my eyes, I instantly became alert. This was not my home at all. This was a super luxurious big house, much more impressive than mine. Just as I was in shock, the door opened, and someone walked in. Good grief, wasn't it the crazy guy from yesterday, Hu Chi? "It's you?" I frowned. He, on the other hand, was smiling brightly, revealing a big set of white teeth. "It's me. Happy to see me?" I exploded on the spot. "What do you mean you're happy? Where is this? Why am I here? "What do you want from me?" He actually leisurely walked to the table, sat down, and picked up a fruit, asking me if I wanted some. I simply said one word: get lost. He wasn't angry and finally started to answer my questions. He said this was his home and that someone had invited me over last night, but my family was fine. As for what he wanted, he looked at me intensely and said, "I want you." I really wanted to use my powers and slap him in the face. "Are you out of your mind? You want to pursue someone using such despicable kidnapping tactics? Just go for brute force, huh?" But I held back. After all, this is their territory, the Tiger Clan. I had to stay calm. I took a deep breath and said to him, "If you want me, then pursue me openly and honestly." "What kind of hero is this?" He shrugged and replied, "It doesn't matter. What I want, I must have." Then he introduced himself, saying his name is Hu Chi, the son of the Tiger Clan leader. My heart skipped a beat. Hu Chi? Isn't he the big villain who keeps causing trouble in the later part of the book? Although he's not as powerful as Lang Yamo, he's still a tough character. Guys, is there something wrong with my constitution? Why do I keep attracting villains? He noticed I wasn't speaking and actually started taking off his clothes, revealing his well-built muscles, proudly showing off to me. "See, I'm strong. I can give you a good life. I really appreciate it." I said, "I already have a partner. Wolf Mo from the Wolf Clan." Guess what he said? He said, "Oh, that waste, he doesn't deserve you. I don't care what you've done with him. As long as you break up with him, sooner or later you'll fall in love with me." I was so angry that I started to laugh. This average guy's speech left me speechless. Seeing that I didn't respond, he sincerely said he wanted to go out and hunt for me, to catch the fattest prey and make me the softest fur coat. Then he walked away with great pride, leaving 2 guards outside watching me. I tried to go outside, but I was stopped and told that without an order from Hu Chi, I couldn't go anywhere. Fine, just wait and see. I was pondering how to escape when suddenly a woman's scream came from outside. As soon as I heard that voice, I thought, oh, an old acquaintance. Then I heard Hu Yin yelling, telling the females in the room to get out. I lazily walked out, leaned against the door, and looked at her twisted face in anger, laughing. "Tuyin, why are you barking like a dog so early in the morning?" As soon as she saw me, she froze, her eyes wide open like copper bells, probably never expecting that the female brought home by Hu Chi was actually me. That expression was simply worse than if she had eaten shit. She pointed at me, squeezing out a few words through her teeth. "To Lingling, it's you." The 2 guards, seeing that we knew each other, didn't interrupt but kept a wary eye on me. I rolled my eyes at her and said, "Don't glare at me like that. Do you think I want to be here? If you have the ability, go persuade your Lord Hu Chi to send me back. I would even thank you for it." This remark completely infuriated her, and she screamed as she lunged at me. "You shameless female. How dare you seduce Lord Hu Chi? I'll fight you." She seemed mad and was about to scratch me, but the 2 guards were just about to intervene when suddenly a furious roar echoed. "Stop it." As soon as the words fell, a huge wild boar came crashing down from the sky, landing between us and nearly flattening Hu Yin. Lord Hu Chi strode over with a dark expression, his gaze sharp as a knife as it cut into Hu Yin. "What were you just doing? Who gave you the guts to lay a hand on my female?" Hu Yin's face turned pale with fear, and she stammered, "Lord Hu Chi, don't be fooled by her. She's just a waste." After hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Hu Chi's lips, dripping with sarcasm. "If she's a waste as a 4th-tier beast cultivator, then what are you?" Hu Yin was immediately rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. I figured she couldn't fathom how I suddenly became so impressive and managed to attract the man she was infatuated with. Seeing her like that, Hu Chi let out a furious shout. "Get out. If you dare to disrespect my female again, I'll expel you from the Tiger Clan. I told you." That Hu Yin was stunned on the spot, tears streaming down her face as she ran away crying. The 2 little lackeys beside her were so scared they stood straight like quails, not daring to breathe. Goodness, they must be thinking, Lord Hu Chi is usually so domineering. And for this new little female, he doesn't even give any face to Hu Yin, who has been pursuing him all along. The status of this little female in his heart is skyrocketing. Just after scolding her away, he turned to me, and his expression changed like a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Instantly smiling like a sunflower, he pointed at the dead wild boar on the ground and proudly said to me, "Little female, look, I hunted this for you. A lot of meat. Just the skin is a bit tough, but tomorrow I'll get you a better one." I rolled my eyes and coldly replied with 2 words, "No. Go home." As a result, his expression turned serious, and he took on that domineering CEO demeanor again. "No way. You're mine, and you can't go anywhere." After saying that, he turned and walked into the house, and I had no choice but to follow him in. What else could I do? His 2 lackeys were particularly perceptive and helped us close the door. Then they carried that pig and went off to roast meat. Once inside, I laid it all out. Keeping me here is useless. I just don't like you. And that's that. And let me tell you, if the wolf clan finds out I've been tied up by you, this matter won't end well. I thought about how Kong Xiangxue and the cubs would definitely go to the wolf clan for help when they realized I was missing. The wolf clan, for the sake of face, would have to do something for their nominal daughter-in-law, right? So guess what Hu Chi said? He said, who do the tiger clan fear? The wolf clan is nothing. If they dare to come, I'll take on one. If they come in pairs, I'll take on both. I'm completely speechless. Family, who understands? It's already 2025, yet there are still people writing this greasy literature of you are mine and acting so juvenile. I sighed and said, you really have no idea what respect means. He paused for a moment, as if he was genuinely contemplating my words. And guess how he interpreted it? He suddenly knelt down on one knee, looked at me sincerely, and said, all right, I respect you. I absolutely won't touch you until you agree. Huh? At that moment, I felt like an old person on the subway staring at my phone, completely confused and shocked. So you actually intended to force yourself on me before, right? I was so angry that I pushed him a bit. Of course, with my small frame, he didn't budge an inch. He rubbed his shoulder, looking innocent, probably thinking to himself, what's going on? Why is he angry again? On the other side, the wolf tribe was in chaos. Wolf was originally relaxing in his hot spring, eyes closed, meditating, feeling that he was about to break through to the 5th level. He was happily thinking that once he became stronger, maybe Lingling would look at him more. Then his subordinate, Wolf Xiong, rushed over, sweating profusely, almost falling into the pool, and gasped, sir, it's bad. That female from the Peacock tribe, along with Song Gong, is here to see you. They said it's related to Lady Lingling. As soon as Wolf heard that I was in trouble, he sprang out of the water, not even bothering to dry off, threw on some animal skin, and rushed out. Upon seeing Kong Xiangxue and Song Gong, my big son Song Gong knelt down immediately, crying and shouting, Uncle, please save my mother. Wolf turned pale and quickly helped Song Gong up, asking in a deep voice, what happened to Lingling? Kong Xiangxue recounted how the group from Hu Chi came to seize land and ultimately kidnapped me. After hearing this, Wolf Bai's eyes turned red, and he immediately ordered, Wolf Xiong, gather everyone, bring all the horses in the tribe out. We're going with me. Goodness, this commotion was huge, directly alarming Wolf Bai's father, Wolf Chung, the chief of the wolf tribe. When Wolf Chung came over and saw the situation, his face darkened. What's going on? Why are you mobilizing all the horses in the tribe? Wolf Bai, anxious, replied directly, Lingling is in trouble. I must go save her. Wolf Chung, that old fox, narrowed his eyes and stared at Wolf Bai. You seem very worried about her? Let me tell you, it's still my sister Xiangxue from home. This girl has a high emotional intelligence. She respectfully greeted Wolf Chung and said, Chief, this is no longer about love and affection. This is the Tiger Clan slapping the Wolf Clan in the face. Lingling is your daughter-in-law, and now she's been captured by the Tiger Clan. If this gets out, where will the Wolf Clan's face go? Lord Wolf is upholding the dignity of the Wolf Clan. Upon hearing this, Wolf Chung thought, hey, that makes sense. He gave Wolf a meaningful glance and nodded. All right, go ahead. Just take 10 males. I doubt the Tiger Clan will dare to escalate this matter. And so, I was locked up in the Tiger Clan for 2 days. Let me tell you, Hu Chi is really stubborn. He locked me in the room and won't even let me out. I have to call a woman to stand outside when I want to use the bathroom, afraid that I might run away. The meat he sent over, I didn't touch a single bite, mainly because it tasted bland and I just couldn't swallow it. Can I starve myself? No way. When no one is around, I sneak some spicy snacks from my stash, and life is still bearable. Hu Chi doesn't know. He gets so anxious seeing me not eat, trying to force meat into my mouth, but I ended up scolding him so badly he left. Right now, I'm lying on the Kong rolling around thinking about life when the door opened again. Hu Chi walked in with a plate of wild fruits. His tone so gentle. Lingling, come try the fruits, they're really sweet. I turned over directly with my face towards the wall, pretending to be dead. He sighed and said, I know you're not asleep. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled me onto his lap, his arms like iron bands around me. At that moment, I felt both shy and angry. I had never been this close to a man in my life. I pushed him desperately, but he wouldn't let go, and helplessly said, You little female, why are you always so disobedient? I was furious. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Let go of me. He wouldn't let go, and in a moment of impulse, I lowered my head and bit down on his shoulder with a growl. Let me tell you, I put all my strength into it, and only when I could taste the blood in my mouth did I finally let go. Looking at the bloodied bite mark on his shoulder, I felt quite proud. But instead of getting angry, this guy just laughed and said with a grin, You caught my attention. Haven to you? Since you bit me, shouldn't I bite you back? My heart skipped a beat as I saw his handsome face getting closer and closer, aiming straight for my lips. I desperately leaned back and shouted, "Hu Chi, you said you wouldn't force me." He seemed a bit conflicted. Just as he was about to say something, a savior appeared. A shout from outside rang out. "Lord Hu Chi, the wolf clan is here." My eyes lit up instantly. "My dear ones, my treasure, you finally come to save me." Hu Chi looked at my happy expression, and his face darkened. He put me down and walked outside, but his intention was clearly to not let me follow. I directly provoked him. "What? Are you afraid I'll see you getting defeated and it will be embarrassing?" This guy really got riled up. His neck stiffened. "What are you joking about? How could I possibly lose? Come on, you're coming with me." "Hey, you little rascal, can't I deal with you?" When we reached the open space outside, wow, it was packed with people from the Tiger Clan. Opposite us, Lang Bai, along with a dozen Wolf Clan brothers, rode on tall horses, exuding a powerful aura. I spotted Lang Bai at the front of the crowd. When he saw that I was safe and sound, his tense face relaxed a bit. Kong Xiangxue and Songgung were also there. Xiangxue excitedly waved at me, and my son Songgung shouted Mom. I just let out a sound and wanted to run over, but Hu Chi grabbed my wrist. Before I could even scold him, I heard a furious shout from Wolf White, his voice so cold it could freeze. "Let her go." Hu Chi not only didn't let go, but also provocatively smiled at Wolf White. "Oh, Wolf White, didn't expect you to come in person." Wolf White's voice was as cold as ice. "Hu Chi, you have some nerve." Hu Chi was incredibly arrogant. "I've always had a lot of guts. Let me say this, even if you came, Lingling won't be leaving today. She is mine." As soon as he said this, I felt the air around Wolf White almost solidify. Hu Chi looked at Wolf White, then at me, suddenly as if he had discovered a new continent. "I see. Wolf White, you also like Lingling, right?" Wolf White didn't hesitate at all and directly admitted. "So what? I must take her away today." Hu Chi, being a male, challenged me to a one-on-one duel. Hu Chi immediately accepted. "Bring it on. Am I afraid of you?" Good heavens. The scene turned into a large-scale spectacle, with people on both sides cheering loudly. Several female members of the Tiger Clan even pulled me aside and whispered, "Two top males are fighting for you. How impressive. You can see who is stronger and know who to choose." I really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Do you want this kind of fortune? I spotted Hu Yin in the crowd, her gaze sharp like a knife, as if she wanted to skin me alive. She quietly whispered something to a subordinate next to her, and that subordinate slipped away. Just as the words left her mouth, someone blew a bone flute. And without a word, Hu Chi and Lang Bai jumped into action. It was a fierce exchange of blows, ringing loudly with each hit. Don't be fooled by Lang Bai's usual gentle demeanor. When it comes to fighting, he is every bit as fierce as Hu Chi. They fought for a long time, neither gaining the upper hand, both bearing injuries. Hu Chi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly laughed. It seems that relying solely on fists won't determine the winner. Lang Bai also wiped his mouth, his eyes narrowing. The onlookers gasped. It seemed they were about to use their beastly cultivation abilities. This was serious business. It could lead to someone getting hurt. Just as the tension reached its peak, a loud shout rang out. "You all, stop it!" Hu Chi stiffened. A male who resembled him somewhat strode over, and without saying a word, he raised his hand and delivered a solid slap right on Hu Chi's face. I was stunned. This must be Tiger Chi's father, the Tiger Clan leader, Tiger Zhua. His own father. He slapped his son right away. What a move. After being slapped, Tiger Chi actually laughed. "Someone else is dueling with your son, and you come up and slap him. Impressive." Tiger Zhua completely ignored him and turned to Wolf Bai, his expression changing faster than flipping a page in a book, smiling and saying, "Wolf Bai, long time no see. Now that you're here, Uncle will treat you to some pig and sheep." Wolf Bai wasn't buying it and said coldly, "No need, Uncle Zhua. I'm here today to take Lingling away. I just didn't expect your son to do something like this." Tiger Zhua quickly forced a smile. "This unfilial son. It's all because he's ignorant. Don't worry. You can take him away right now." "No way." Tiger Chi shouted, but Tiger Zhua immediately ordered, "Come here, take him away." 7 or 8 strong men came up and dragged the exhausted Tiger Chi, who had just finished fighting, away. I finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to Lang Bai and the others. Kong Xiangxue and Lang Hua hugged me tightly, almost crying. Lang Bai bid farewell to Hu Zhua, and that old fox pretended to be sincere, saying, "Make sure to send my regards to your father." As soon as we left, Hu Zhua's face instantly darkened. He returned to Hu Chi's room, where Hu Chi was still struggling. Hu Zhua raised his hand, and a light circle tightly bound Hu Chi. Then he scolded him harshly. "You idiot! Do you have any idea how much trouble you almost caused for the Tiger Clan? Of all people, you chose to rob the daughter-in-law of the Wolf Clan leader." Hu Chi stubbornly retorted, "What are you afraid of? You only know how to show off in front of me, but when it comes to the wolf clan, you're all cowardly." This remark directly infuriated Hu Jua, who roared, "Bring me my whip." Then, the whip crackled as it struck Hu Chi, and immediately, blood streaks appeared on his body. But this kid, Hu Chi, was also tough. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. The determination in his heart was just like the determination to claim me, not diminished at all. We returned to the Peacock clan, and as soon as the little ones saw me, they rushed over like little cannonballs. Wolf-Tai jumped into my arms, crying uncontrollably. I hugged and kissed each of them, feeling incredibly warm inside. Conway was supposed to apply medicine to Wolf-Bai, but was called away by the clan leader. Seeing the injury on Wolf-Bai's face, I said, "I'll do it." The clever Wolf Hua and the others, seeing the situation, immediately made excuses to go cook, each grabbing a little one and slipping away. Only Wolf-Bai and I were left in the room, along with a tiger cub looking at us with a silly and adorable expression. I dipped a cotton swab in the ointment and gently applied it to his face, whispering, "Thank you for saving me." His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his voice was a bit hoarse. "Don't say thank you to me. Protecting the female I like is what I should do." I sighed and advised him, "You fought evenly with Hu Chi today, but you might not be able to beat Langmo. It's better if you don't duel with him." I really didn't want those two brothers to fight because of me. He didn't say anything, but when I finished applying the medicine and was about to leave, he suddenly grabbed my wrist. He looked at me, his eyes shining brightly, and asked Lingling, "Do you like Langmo?" I thought I should quickly cut off his thoughts. So I said, "I like him. We are partners, of course I like him." Guess what happened next? He looked at me and said firmly, "You're lying." At that moment, I was like, "You figured that out?" Then this guy started laughing like a fool, happily saying, "Lingling, I'm so happy." Sigh. I really couldn't do anything about him, so I just turned around and slipped away. As soon as I got to the kitchen, I saw the dishes that Kong, Xiangxue, and Wolfflower were stir-frying, and they actually looked quite good. Just as I hadn't even tasted a bite yet, Kong Xiangxue came over, mysteriously saying to me, "Hey, Lingling, let me tell you something. Do you still remember that Eagle Zay from the Eagle Clan?" I felt a jolt in my heart and quickly nodded. I remember what happened to him. I haven't seen him in a long time. I also heard it from those guys in the Wolf Clan. That kid from the Eagle Clan, Ing Zay, went back to his family's old home recently to find out how his parents died back then. Guess what happened? The current clan leader just kicked him out. I frowned immediately. Although usurpation is rare, it is not unheard of. Driving away the former clan leader's son, isn't that a clear indication of guilt? So where's he now? I quickly asked. Kong Xiangxue shook her head and said no one knows. Sigh, it felt like a stone was pressing down on my heart. Just as we hadn't finished discussing serious matters, the gossip-loving Wolfflower came over, winking and asking me, "Lingling, what were you doing with Lord Wolf-Bai in a room just now?" I pinched her face with annoyance and said, "Apply the medicine. Can you think of something serious with that little brain of yours?" "Oh, I just think you two are a better match," she murmured. Next to us, Kong Xiangxue's mother heard this and got excited. "Oh, so even Xiangxue thinks Lang Bai is not bad? Daughter, if you want to find someone from another tribe, your dad and I are very open-minded." This scared Kong Xiangxue so much that she quickly grabbed a wild fruit to gag her mother. "Let me tell you, that guy Wolf-Bai really has something. He's like a sticky candy, directly finding an empty house near my place to move in, making his presence known every day. No matter what I say, it's useless, it's ridiculous. One day I was worried while holding a tiger cub, thinking it was time to take the beast cultivation pills again. These pills are like our milk tea. The first sip gets you high, but after that, it's just not the same and the effects get weaker. I'm already at the 4th level, and breaking through to the 5th level with it is tough." Sure enough, after taking one, it was useless. Looks like I still have to honestly train the cubs. Just then, something happened over at Wolf Mo in the Weiyun Mountain. He had just finished his training, looking like he just came out of the water, when his subordinate Wolf Yu rushed over anxiously. "My lord, news about the lady." Upon hearing this, Wolf Mo's face darkened instantly. "What happened to Lingling?" Wolf Yu quickly explained that I was kidnapped by Tiger Chi and then rescued by Wolf Bai. Let me tell you, Wolf Mo's expression visibly shifted from cloudy to stormy. Without a second thought, he threw down the bee skin he was using to wipe his sweat. "Let's go back." Wolf Zwa and Wolf Yu were stunned. "My lord, you haven't broken through to the 8th level yet. Right now, my wife is a million times more important than my breakthrough to the 8th level." Wolf Mo's voice was as cold as ice. I know my own body well. I told you, once those words were spoken, who would dare to stop him? The two subordinates could only hurriedly pack their things and rush back with him. As for me, I had no idea that something big was about to happen. That noon, I was discussing what to eat for lunch with the kids when suddenly there was a loud bang at the door. I thought there was an earthquake, but when I looked closely, who could understand the family? Lying at the door was a stunned cow. Little Wolf Ty's eyes lit up. Wow, we have beef to eat. At a glance, I could tell that this was definitely a gift from the wolf. Sigh, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. I said I didn't want it, but my body was honest and took care of the cow, first storing in the space, thinking I would find a chance to repay him later. As a result, just after finishing lunch and preparing to take the cubs hunting, I saw a figure swaying in the distance. The figure was limping and looked somewhat familiar. Oh no, is that Hu Chi? How was this persistent guy back again? Song Gung, this little guy, instantly flared up and stood in front of me. Mom, you hurry and run. That bad guy is back. I won't let him take you away again. I quickly reassured him. It's okay, look at his tattered, battle-damaged appearance. He can't stir up any trouble. As soon as Hu Chi saw me, his eyes lit up, but before he could reach me, Lang Bai swooped in like a door god and blocked his way, saying one word, get lost. Hu Chi was so angry he gritted his teeth. Lang Bai, I'm looking for Lingling. Who do you think you are? I won't give you another chance to hurt her. Lang Bai said coldly. I didn't mean to hurt her. Hu Chi panicked. I just barely escaped. Escaped? I was puzzled. Then this guy started his performance, acting all pitiful. He said his father locked him up, and he had to exert himself to the utmost to get out just to see me, even showing me the whip marks on his body, looking all miserable. I can tell you that someone under him definitely gave him a bad idea, suggesting that he play the pity card. Lang Bai was so nervous, thinking I would soften my heart. But guess what Lingling said? She sneered and said, you deserve it. Now do you understand how I felt at that moment? Ha ha. It was absolutely crazy. The expression on Hu Chi's face at that time probably reflected his thoughts. The clown is actually me? He still wouldn't give up. I'm already in such a miserable state. Can't you at least comfort me? I shot back. If you hadn't kidnapped me, would you be in such a miserable situation? Lang Bai was about to burst into laughter when Hu Chi saw that his act of pity wasn't working. He immediately played the rogue. You can live near her house. So can I. This place isn't yours. Just as these two were about to start arguing again, suddenly a hawk's cry echoed through the sky. I looked up, and a majestic eagle swooped down, landing and transforming into a human figure. It's actually Ing Zhe. Wow, this just got interesting. The way Hu Chi and Lang Bai looked at Ing Zhe was instantly like they were guarding against a thief. Who is he? Lingling. Do you know him? I'm so overwhelmed. My friend. Why did these three end up together? This is a battlefield. And then the climax came. I heard Fox Huan shout loudly, Dad. I felt like I was split open, and stiffly turned my head to see Wolf M.O. walking over slowly with Wolf left and Wolf right. The main character has arrived. The expressions on Wolf Bai and Eagle Zay's faces instantly darkened. Hu Chi was even more explosive, pointing at Wolf M.O. You call him Dad? He's your mate. Before I could say anything, this foolish Hu Chi let out a roar and pounced on Wolf M.O. Wolf left and Wolf right quickly moved to protect their master. But Hu Chi transformed into a tiger midair, and that size, that roar, was indeed quite intimidating. And what happened? Wolf M.O. didn't even lift an eyelid and casually asked me, where did this little tiger come from? Song Gung on the side immediately reported, Dad. He kidnapped Mom. If it weren't for Uncle saving Mom, she would still be with the Tiger Clan now. I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, the expression in Lang Mo's eyes instantly changed. In almost a split second, an enormous black wolf appeared out of nowhere and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Hu Chi. The scene was simply unbelievable. Ing Zhe and Lang Bai hurriedly shielded me and the cubs to the side. Hu Chi was already injured, and his level was not as high as Lang Mo's. So he was swiftly taken down, lying on the ground and spitting blood. Lang Mo raised his paw, clearly about to deliver the final blow. I was so scared that my soul almost left my body, and I quickly shouted, Wolf Mo, no. Killing in front of the cubs is so detrimental. And if you really kill the young master of the Tiger Clan, how many people will die when the two clans go to war? Wolf Mo glanced at me and finally retracted his claws, transforming back into human form. He didn't look at the half-dead Tiger Chi on the ground, but walked straight towards me, his gaze sweeping over Wolf Bai and Eagle Zhe, then smiled at me. I heard you got into trouble, so I came to check on you. At that moment, Wolf Bai had to interject. With me around, she naturally won't get into trouble. Wolf Mo took my hand and pulled me behind him, smiling at Wolf Bai with a fake grin, by the way. I should thank my brother for bringing my partner back. I save her not, because she is your partner. Wolf Bai directly revealed his stance. I wanted to cover my face at that moment, thinking it's over, what's meant to come has come. Oh, the smile on Lang Mo's face was filled with ice shards. But what was it for? Lang Mo, I want to duel with you. For Lingling. Langbai said firmly. Ingze was fanning the flames beside him. What's wrong? Afraid? Lang Mo first said. Lingling is not an accessory. I won't use a duel to decide who she belongs to. That was quite a reasonable statement. But Langbai insisted that it was the rule, and they had to fight. Lang Mo's gaze turned cold. Then let's do it. I finally exploded. Are you all done? One after another. No one listens to advice. The males are the most annoying. If you want to fight, just go ahead. I don't care anymore. After saying that, I glared at Wolfbai, pushed Wolf Mo, and took the cubs back to the house, slamming the door shut with a bang, leaving the 4 men in the yard, staring at each other, collectively petrified. Ingze still had an innocent look on his face, thinking, what does this have to do with me? On the ground, Hu Chi was actually amused, gleefully mocking them. Serves you right. You made Lingling angry. Wolf Mo threw a fireball over, scaring Hu Chi into rolling away in a panic. Inside the house, the cubs surrounded me to comfort me. Hu Huan hugged my arm and said, Mom, don't be angry. Dad and Uncle just like you too much. I pinched her little face and said, I'm not angry. I was just trying to scare them. Otherwise, those two would really have fought. Then Hu Huan asked me, so Mom, who do you like? Before I could answer, Song Gung, that little head of his, acted like an emotional analyst, clearly laying out the pros and cons of several guys. In the end, that silly boy Lang Tai directly said something astonishing. Mom, why not just take them all? I couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, it's 2025, and this kid's thinking is so advanced. Going for I want all approach, right? Even Song Gung nodded in agreement. I was truly amused. After staying indoors for a while, I still felt uneasy, worried they might start fighting again. So I pushed the door open to take a look. As a result, I was stunned in place. The yard was piled up like a small mountain, all full of game. Wild boars, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, everything you could imagine. Wolf Bai, Tiger Chi, and Eagle Zay were all huffing and puffing there processing the game, plucking feathers and gutting animals. When they saw me come out, the 3 of them immediately dropped what they were doing and surrounded me. Tiger Chi was the first to speak, looking all flattering. Lingling, this is all from our hunt for you. We wanted to make sure you wouldn't be upset. Eagle Zay added. Wolf Bai also looked guilty. Lingling, it's my fault for being too hasty. Seeing them like this, my anger subsided, and I let them take the game away. As a result, Wolf Bai panicked. Even if you're throwing it away, don't give it back to me. I had no choice but to invite Ingze in to sit for a while. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong and was quite innocent. As a result, Hu Chi and Langbai looked at me eagerly, like 2 abandoned dogs. I softened my heart. Fine, come on in. It was only after we got inside that I realized Langmo was missing. Hu Chi still wanted to take the opportunity to speak ill of him, saying that he didn't care about me at all. I was talking to Ingze about his return to the Eagle clan when I heard Lang Tai shouting by the window. Mom, my dad is back, and Uncle Lanswa and Uncle Langyu. Hu Huan also shouted. Songbing squinted his eyes to take a closer look. Uncle Longswa seemed to be carrying someone in his hand. I rushed over to take a look and, oh my gosh, isn't that old Dang from the Rabbit clan? Lang Mo and the others had already entered the house. Lang loosened his left hand and threw the tightly bound Tu Jin to the ground. Tu Jin was still shouting there. You dare to tie me up? I am the leader of the Rabbit clan. I let out a cold laugh and walked over. Rabbit Jin, do you even know how you became a clan leader? When he saw me, his face turned pale, and what could he possibly use to scare me with the heavenly punishment? I kicked him. If there's punishment to be dealt, it should be on you, you little man. Wolf, you laughed heartily beside me. Rabbit Jin, we just brought you here from the Rabbit clan, and none of your clan members helped you. Rabbit Jin's face went completely white. It dawned on him that he had long been abandoned by everyone. What crushed him even more was that he, a 7th-tier beast cultivator, was actually taken down instantly by Wolf Mo, who was not even 20 years old. I turned to Wolf Mo and asked, how did you manage to bring him here? Wolf Mo looked at me, his gaze incredibly gentle, and said, I promised you that I would come back and help you and Grandpa take back the position of the clan leader. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the expressions on the faces of the other 3 were like they had just found out their stocks had crashed, full of regret. What do you call this? This is called a dimensionality reduction strike. While you are still trying to curry favor, they have directly captured the final boss. Tu Jin was still there being stubborn, cursing my grandfather as a sickly old man. I was so angry that I went up and slapped him hard. Shut up. You, as the clan leader, are the one harming the Rabbit clan. Lang Mo walked over to my side and patted my shoulder. Don't be angry now. You can deal with him as you wish. I looked at the Rabbit King on the ground, looking as lifeless as a dead dog, and finally felt a bit of my anger subside. I thought for a moment and said, I want to bring him before all the Rabbit tribe members and force him to step down publicly, returning the position to my grandfather. All right, As you wish, Wolf Emo said indulgently. A strange feeling crossed my mind, but now is not the time to think about that. I looked at the rabbit and smiled ominously. Since we've brought him here, let's not waste the opportunity. Why not have some fun torturing him first? So he knows that some things come at a price. When Hoochie and the others heard this, their eyes lit up, and they eagerly asked, Lingling, how do you want to teach him a lesson? I can help you. Me too. I can. I smiled and waved my hand. Don't be anxious. I need to think carefully. Looking at my smile, Tu Jean was terrified. Tu Lingling, have you ever considered that I am now the leader of the rabbit clan? You just tied me up like this. Does the rabbit clan still have any face? You are also one of the rabbit clan. Don't you think about it? Tu Lingling sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Who in the other clans doesn't know how you got this position of leader? Who doesn't despise you in their hearts? You don't represent the face of the rabbit clan. Otherwise, why wouldn't the members of the rabbit clan care about you? Tu Jean ending up like this will only make the other beastmen cheer. Wolf Emo knows this, which is why he can confidently bring him here. It's truly ridiculous that Tu Jean can still say such things. Meanwhile, at the center of the rabbit clan, Tu Han was surrounded by several beastmen. Their expressions were not good, especially Tu Han, whose face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. Lord Tu Han, what should we do now? One beastman asked. You need to make a decision. What decision can I make? Tu Han said irritably, what about you? How could you just watch the leader get taken away by other beastmen? We had no choice. They were too strong. We couldn't fight back at all. The leader is a 7th-tier beast cultivator, and we couldn't even defeat him. Moreover, the other clan members also turned a blind eye. Tu Han was both angry and terrified. Tu Jean was his greatest support, and now that Tu Jean had been captured, he didn't know what would happen next. What would happen next? Chapter 83. Beast World F4 at this moment. A male rushed in breathlessly, saying, Lord Tu Han, Tu Lingling is here, and the male who captured the leader is with her. Upon hearing this, Tu Han slammed the table and shouted angrily, Tu Lingling, I knew it was that wretched girl. How dare she lay hands on the leader? She might as well wait to die. Let's go. We need to see what's happening. The other males felt a bit flustered, but they had no choice but to follow Tu Han outside. In the beast world, almost every clan has a high altar. The leader or the chief priest stands on the altar from time to pray, hoping for divine blessings for the prosperity of their clan and the well-being of its members. And now, Tu Lingling stood on top. Beside her was Tu Jean, tightly bound and gasping for breath. He looked to have been tortured badly, with wounds all over his body, but he was still alive. So he could hear what the other beastmen were saying, but he couldn't argue or resist. Below the altar, many beastmen from the rabbit clan had already gathered. They looked at Tu Jean with cold eyes, and some even showed glee. After all, their lives had not been good since Tu Jean took power. They regretted not intervening when Tu Jean usurped the position. Therefore, they had always felt guilty towards the old leader and Tu Lingling. Aunt May was cracking the sunflower seeds that Tu Lingling had given her earlier, grinning as she said, Serves him right. Let him stuff himself every day without caring about the lives of the clan members. Now he's getting his comeuppance, right? Great job, Lingling. Her words received support from many clan members. Standing on the altar, Tu Lingling said seriously, Everyone, we all saw how Tu Jean usurped the position. Now, I want him to return the leader position that originally belonged to my grandfather. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. A chorus of responses came from below. They now felt that even an elderly leader was better than a selfish and unprincipled one. Moreover, they genuinely wanted to make amends to their old leader. After all, Tu Lingling was still here. Tu Lingling was already a 4th-tier beast cultivator at such a young age. They believed she would be a talent worth nurturing in the future. If the old leader was willing to step down and hand the position to Tu Lingling, they would have no objections. If that's the case, then this Tu Jean. Tu Lingling, shut your mouth. At this moment, a roar echoed, and the beastmen saw Tu Han rushing over with several males under his command. Under the disdainful and scornful gazes of the beastmen, Tu Han felt his scalp tingle, but he couldn't care much now. He just looked up at Tu Lingling and shouted angrily, Tu Lingling, how dare you treat my uncle like this? He is the leader. Leader? Sorry, he is no longer one. Tu Lingling said coldly, Tu Han, when your uncle usurped the position, he should have thought of this day. Since ancient times, there has been no rule for the inheritance of the leader like this. Therefore, now we do not recognize him as the leader. Exactly, we do not recognize him. The beastmen of the rabbit clan all echoed. You, Tu Lingling, I will kill you. Tu Han gritted his teeth and was about to charge forward when suddenly, 4 figures descended. They all stood under the altar like the most loyal soldiers, guarding the little princess on the altar. Tu Han abruptly halted. breaking out in a cold sweat. Tu Lingling saw that standing below were Wolf Mo, Wolf Bai, Eagle Zay, and Tiger Chi. In an instant, a thought suddenly popped into Tu Lingling's mind. This is Beast World F4? Tu Lingling couldn't help but laugh at her own thought. Tu Han glanced over and thought Tu Lingling was mocking him, instantly filled with rage. Who are you? Tu Han roared. This is a matter for our rabbit clan. It's South not your place to interfere. We certainly won't interfere in the rabbit clan's matters. Tiger Chi said, but Lingling's matter is our business. If you dare to harm Lingling, I will not let you see the sun tomorrow. Eagle Zay said coldly. Wolf Mo and Wolf Bai didn't speak. However, their expressions were more terrifying than any threatening words. Tu Han trembled and unexpectedly sat down on the ground. Speaking of which, Tu Han, I still have questions for you. Tu Lingling looked down at him. You burned my house before, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Wolf Mo frowned. After he returned, he noticed that the house had changed significantly. But because so much had happened, he hadn't had the chance to ask what happened. So it was this bastard in front of him who burned his house? Tu Han, panicking, rolled his eyes and denied. I don't know what you're talking about. When did I burn your house? Tu Lingling sneered and looked at the beastman behind him. You, whoever tells the truth will get a lighter punishment. The thoughts of these beastmen suddenly became active. They had always been Tu Han's subordinates, and now that Tu Jin and Tu Han had fallen, they would surely not come to any good. Since Tu Lingling had said this, they might as well. That's right, it was him. A male shouted loudly. He previously had a crush on Princess Lingling, but when he failed to pursue her, he burned Princess Lingling's house. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Wolf Mo and the other males turned incredibly grim. Pursue? This male actually dared to pursue Tu Lingling. Before Tu Han could scold his subordinate, he had already been knocked down. He didn't even have time to see who was the first to knock him down, because four males suddenly charged in front of him. They attacked mercilessly, and Tu Han didn't even have the chance to scream. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. The orcs with cubs quickly covered their young ones' eyes, and even some adult orcs couldn't bear to look. In the end, Tu Han lay there covered in blood, lifeless. Tu Lingling only glanced at him indifferently. Someone like Tu Han should have died long ago. He flaunted his power, relying on his uncle being the clan leader, and was greedy and lecherous, causing untold harm to innocent females in the clan. The other members of the rabbit clan felt no sympathy. Tu Han's subordinates were already terrified, kneeling and trembling. At that moment, someone shouted, "The old clan leader is coming." The orcs of the rabbit clan immediately made way for Tu Huai, then knelt on one knee in unison, placing their right hands on their chests to pay their respects to Tu Huai. At this moment, in their hearts, there was respect and also repentance. If given another chance to choose, they would definitely not let down this old clan leader who had always worked for their sake. Chapter 84. It's truly hard to choose. Tu Huai leaned on his cane and slowly walked forward. Tu Ray dutifully followed behind him. Seeing the scene before him, Tu Huai couldn't help but feel excited. That would be a lie. Tu Lingling had said that when Lang Mo returned, he would help him reclaim the position of clan leader. They had really done it. Tu Huai's hands trembled slightly. He nodded to Lang Mo and the other orcs, and then stepped up to the altar one step at a time. Grandfather. Tu Lingling looked at him, her eyes slightly moist. Tu Huai raised his hand and patted her shoulder. Then, he turned to the orcs of the rabbit clan, raised his hand slightly, and said, "Everyone, please rise." The orcs all stood up. Aunt May asked, "Clan leader, how should we deal with Tu Jin?" Tu Huai glanced at Tu Jin, a hint of cruelty appearing in his eyes. He rarely had such an expression. After all, he had always been a gentle and kind old orc. But now, facing Tu Jin who plotted to usurp power while he was suffering from the pain of losing a child, he simply couldn't be soft-hearted. Then, according to clan rules, let him be sunk into the sea, Tu Huai said. The rabbit clan has a long-standing rule that any orc who commits a grave mistake can be sunk into the sea. Tu Jin's power grab, only caring for his own interests and not properly managing the orcs of the rabbit clan, deserved to be sunk into the sea. Good. The orcs below all agreed. Tu Lingling also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, grandfather had always been very gentle and kind-hearted, always harboring goodwill. She was worried that grandfather would be soft-hearted towards Tu Jin. It seems her worries were unnecessary. Although Tu Jin was already half dead, upon hearing that Tu Huai was going to sink him into the sea, he still struggled to raise his head and glared at him fiercely. Tu Huai, you dare to do this? You. Tu Lingling stepped on his head. At this point, it was useless to say anything. Tu Lingling said coldly, "Tu Jin tombed," and suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha, that's right, my power is gone. But how can you all fare any better? Tu." Even if you reclaim the position of clan leader, what good is it? Your son-in-law, your son, they still haven't returned, have they? Ha ha, your daughter is already dead. They must have all died outside, never to return. Upon hearing this, Tu Huai's face suddenly turned pale. Indeed, his children still hadn't returned, their lives or deaths unknown. This was an eternal pain in his heart. Tu Lingling also became furious and suddenly kicked him off the altar. The altar was very high, and Tu Jin was already weak. After falling, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, no orc felt sympathy for him. Soon, a few males consciously carried him down and began preparing to sink him into the sea. Tu Huai's body swayed slightly, as if he had been somewhat stimulated. Grandfather. Tu Lingling quickly stepped forward to support him. Don't worry, my dad and uncles, they will definitely come back. Although she said this, she didn't feel assured. After all, when she was reading, Tu Lingling's dad and uncles never came back. Tu Huai steadied himself and smiled lovingly at Tu Lingling. I'm fine. Lingling. Thanks to you, you are grandfather's pride. Upon hearing this, Tu Lingling felt a bit shy. Actually, I didn't do much. It was Lang Mo who defeated Tu Jin and caught him. It was because of you that he helped me. Tu Huai smiled and said, I'm very grateful to him, but his place in grandfather's heart cannot surpass yours. Tu Lingling also smiled back. Lingling, grandfather. Hu Qi waved at them from below the stage. Come down. Tu Lingling shook her head helplessly. This guy, how did he start calling you grandfather too? Lingling, who are these young males? Tu Huai squinted at them. I recognize Lang Bai and Lang Mo, but who are the other two? They are all my friends. Grandfather, let us go down first and talk. All right. After stepping down from the stage, the orcs chatted with Tu Lingling and Tu Huai for a bit before dispersing. Only Lang Mo, Lang Bai, Hu Qi, and Ingze remained. Grandfather. Hu Qi eagerly walked over and shook Tu Huai's hand. I am Hu Qi. Hu Qi. Oh, I know, you're the son of the Tiger Clan leader, right? Yes, I am. Before Hu Qi could finish his sentence, Ingze kicked him away, then bowed to Tu Huai, saying, Grandfather, I am Ingze. Ingze. Upon hearing his name, Tu Huai was taken aback for a moment, then sighed and patted Ingze's shoulder, saying, You've suffered. Just these simple 4 words made Ingze's eyes instantly turn red. He understood what Tu Huai meant. Tu Huai must have heard about his being a disaster star. Tu Huai was comforting him. Tu Lingling's grandfather, just like her, did not despise his identity as a disaster star. He even comforted and encouraged him. Hu Qi was kicked away, fuming, but he didn't dare to cause trouble in front of Tu Lingling's grandfather, so he could only force a smile. This expression made Tu Lingling unable to hold back her laughter. Lang Mo and Lang Bai also came over to pay their respects to Tu Huai. Tu Huai thanked Lang Mo again. Grandfather, you don't need to thank me, Lang Mo said gently. This is what I promised Lingling. It's what I should do. Moreover, he looked at Tu Lingling with gentle eyes. What I want to do for her goes far beyond this. Meeting his gaze, Tu Lingling was slightly taken aback. Grandfather, I feel the same. Lang Bai immediately said, I am willing to do anything for Lingling. Tu Huai, after all, was an old orc who had lived for many years. He had seen all kinds of scenes. He could immediately tell that these 4 males all liked his precious granddaughter. He certainly hoped that his precious one could have the best. But these 4 males all look pretty good, and they're all deeply in love with Tu Lingling, making it really hard to choose. Grandpa, let me take you back to rest first, said Tu Lingling. All right. Tu Lingling supported Tu Huai as they walked inside, while the 4 males followed behind like 4 tails, glaring at each other. It was you who kicked me just now, right? Hu Qi gritted his teeth and said to Ingze, You wait for me. Ingze didn't even give him a glance, just snorted. What do you mean by that? Hu Qi was about to explode with anger. Of course, it means I look down on you, explained Lang Bai from the side. Lang Bai, do you think I can't see that you're stirring up trouble? Hu Qi sneered. You're not any better than him. I'm not, Lang Bai said expressionlessly. I'm just explaining because I see you don't understand his meaning. Lang Mo remained silent, just rubbing his temples. This Hu Qi was making his head hurt. Chapter 85. The background of the cubs Tu Jin has fallen, and Tu Huai has become the leader of the Rabbit clan again. So naturally, there's no need to return to the small broken house he used to live in. His former home was occupied by Tu Jin after he took power, but now he can return to live there. This house has always been the residence of the Rabbit clan leader and their family. It's quite large and has many rooms. Tu Rue brought a few beastmen to throw away Tu Jin's belongings and then respectfully invited Tu Huai inside. Looking at the familiar home, Tu Huai felt a bit nostalgic. In the past, you, your father and mother, and your 6 uncles all used to eat at this table, Tu Huai said with a smile. In fact, They weren't fighting over the egg fruit. They just wanted an excuse to fight. Tu Lingling laughed. Yes, those two have never gotten along since childhood, always fighting. And every time this happened, your eldest uncle would come out to stop them. They were most afraid of your eldest uncle. And your father and mother. Sigh. It used to be so good. If I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to let them go kill the soul-devouring beast. Tu Lingling also felt a bit regretful. Although the soul-devouring beast was fierce, her father and 6 uncles were all strong warriors, and their beast cultivation levels were not low. Yet, the soul-devouring beast had swallowed countless beastmen's souls, committing many evils, and within it contained treasures that could enhance beast cultivation. Who would have thought that, even with the 7 of them together, they couldn't successfully hunt the soul-devouring beast? And they didn't even come back. What on earth happened? Grandpa, please sit down. Hu-Chi first spread a soft beast skin on a chair, and then flatteringly helped Tu Huai to sit down. Grandpa, have some water. Lang Bai poured a glass of water and handed it over. Grandpa, let me massage your shoulders. My technique is quite good, Ingze said as he walked behind Tu Huai. At this moment, the 3 of them were all trying hard to please Tu Huai. After all, Lang Mo had helped Tu Huai regain his position as clan leader, which was a great achievement. And the 3 of them had missed the opportunity and had to find a way to make up for it quickly. Lang Mo then looked at Tu Lingling and asked, "Are you tired? Why don't you sit down and rest for a while?" Saying this, he pulled out a chair and laid a layer of beast skin on it. Tu Lingling had indeed been standing for a long time. She walked over and sat down on the chair. Tu Huai smiled at the 2 of them and asked, "Why didn't you bring the cubs over?" "I missed them. I was afraid that something might happen if I brought Tu Jin over. It could be dangerous, so I didn't bring them." Tu Lingling smiled and said, "I'll bring them to see you tomorrow." "Good," Tu Huai nodded. "Speaking of those cubs, I'm quite curious." Hu-Chi suddenly said in a sarcastic tone, "They shouldn't all be born from Lingling, right?" Lang Mo, who is the biological mother of those cubs, looking at their appearance. It seems they weren't born from the same mother. Tu Lingling didn't expect Hu-Chi to suddenly ask this question. She was stunned for a moment and then looked at Lang Mo. To be honest, she was also quite curious about this question. The biological mothers of the cubs. Who were they? Why has none of them appeared until now? Moreover, when she read books, it didn't mention anything about it. Other beastmen also looked at Lang Mo. Lang Mo glanced at Hu-Chi but didn't answer immediately. Seeing this, Tu Huai said, "If you don't want to say, then you don't have to. The cubs are getting along well with Lingling now, so the rest is unimportant. After all, in the hearts of the cubs now, Tu Lingling is their biological mother." Tu Huai felt that this was the most important thing. Moreover, the cubs were very sensible and would definitely be particularly filial to Tu Lingling in the future. Lang Mo smiled at Tu Huai and said, "Actually, there's nothing I can't say. Grandpa, the cubs are all adopted by me." "You adopted them?" Ingze frowned. "Why did you adopt so many cubs?" "I just happened to come across them and brought them back," Lang Mo said. "No matter which cub it was. When I found them, they had just been born not long ago, hadn't taken human form yet, and were all abandoned by the roadside for some unknown reason. When I found them, they were all on the verge of death. If I hadn't picked them up, they would have died soon." Hearing Lang Mo's words, Tu Lingling wasn't too surprised. After all, she had guessed from the beginning that either Lang Mo had mated with several females or that the cubs were all adopted by him. Moreover, after knowing Lang Mo's background, she could roughly understand why. After all, he lost his biological mother at a young age, and his father treated him poorly. He could definitely empathize with abandoned cubs. It seems that Lang Mo's true nature is kind. This gives her more confidence in preventing him from turning into the big villain from the book. So that's how it is. Tu Huai nodded. "You're a kind child." Hu-Chi, he had asked on purpose, intending to remind Tu Lingling and Tu Huai that Lang Mo not only had relations with other females, but also had several cubs. And he was not worthy of such a good female as Tu Lingling. However, he didn't expect that those cubs were all adopted by Lang Mo. It only made Tu Huai admire Lang Mo even more. What case of shooting oneself in the foot? "I hope you don't tell the cubs about this for now," Lang Mo said. "After all, they're still young." "Don't worry," Tu Lingling said. "We know our limits." After saying that, she also glanced at Hu-Chi. "Hu-Chi, what does she mean by that? Is he the most unreliable one in Tu Lingling's heart? How could that be possible?" Although he hated Lang Mo, he would definitely not do anything that Tu Lingling didn't allow. Tu Lingling actually didn't trust him. Hu-Chi was sad. "I see you still have injuries on you. You should take care of them," Tu Huai asked him. Hu-Chi instantly perked up again. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm used to it. I'm very healthy. In a couple of days, I'll be fine on my own." After all, from childhood to now, he has had all kinds of injuries. At the worst times, his father beat him so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for several days. At that time, he didn't even use any medicine. Compared to that time, The injuries he has now are simply childish play. Injured and not applying medicine. How can that be? Rabbit Huai said with concern. Applying the medicine will help you heal faster. Rabbit Rue, you asked the beastman to find a clan doctor and get some medicine. Yes, Chief. Hu Chi sniffed, feeling a bit warm inside. After all, even his father had never cared for him this much. Rabbit Lingling is so nice, and Rabbit Huai is so good. But he had secretly kidnapped Rabbit Lingling before, imprisoning her in the Tiger Clan and not letting her leave. That was really wrong. He should truly repent for that. Just then, a beastman rushed in. Chief, a beastman from the Tiger Clan is coming. Chapter 86. Don't be too infatuated with rabbits the Tiger Clan. Upon hearing this, all the beastmen looked at Hu Chi. Hu Chi frowned slightly in annoyance and muttered, So annoying. I can't even have this little freedom. Seems like it. Wolf mocked mercilessly. Hu Chi glared at him fiercely and then stepped outside. Let's go out and take a look, Rabbit Huai said to Rabbit Lingling. Okay. Rabbit Lingling nodded. After all, just now, Hu Chi really wanted to help them. She could also tell that Hu Chi was regretting his past actions. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to dwell too much on what had happened before. As they stepped out of the house, they saw several beastmen from the Tiger Clan approaching under the guidance of the Rabbit Clan beastmen. Seeing that Tiger Zhuo was not among them, Hu Chi breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was good that his father didn't come. Otherwise, he would have to endure another beating from the Rabbit Clan. How embarrassing that would be. The leading male from the Tiger Clan was Hu Gu, a confidant of Tiger Zhuo. He walked up to Rabbit Huai, respectfully bowed, and then smiled. Rabbit Clan Chief, I apologize for the sudden visit. My name is Hu Gu, and I am a subordinate of the Tiger Clan Chief. Rabbit Huai had been a clan chief for many years, so handling such situations was naturally not a problem for him. In front of beastmen from other clans, he needed to present himself as the Rabbit Clan Chief, while also appearing amiable. He smiled and said, Welcome to the Rabbit Clan. But may I ask if the Tiger Clan Chief has any important matters to discuss? Hu Gu smiled and said, I heard that our prince Hu Chi is currently in the Rabbit Clan. Our clan chief has ordered me to bring him back to avoid disturbing the Rabbit Clan for too long. I won't go back, Hu Chi said gruffly. Tell my father that I have been controlled by him long enough in my life, and now. He glanced at Rabbit Lingling and then said firmly, I want to be the master of my own life. Whenever I decide to go back, I will go back. Hu Chi's face showed an awkward expression. He said, Prince Hu Chi, I hope you won't make things difficult for my subordinate. If you do not return with me, I want to be able to explain to the clan chief. That's your problem. Hu Chi turned his head away. Hu Gu had no choice but to look to Rabbit Huai for help. Grandpa, Hu Chi looked at him eagerly. Rabbit Huai. At his age, what trouble has he gotten himself into? After thinking for a moment, he said to Hu Gu, How about this? Please convey to the Tiger Clan Chief, when you return, that I have a good rapport with Hu Chi and we hit it off well. So I would like to keep him in the Rabbit Clan for a while, treating it as an exchange between our two clans, which can also promote the friendship between the Tiger Clan and the Rabbit Clan. Hu Gu thought for a moment and said, In that case, I will convey this to our clan chief. Please take good care of Prince Hu Chi. Of course. Hu Gu glanced at Hu Chi and then left. Hu Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Rabbit Huai. Thank you, Grandpa. You are so good to me. I will definitely treat you well in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the unfriendly gazes of the other three males. However, he didn't care. In the end, they would all be his defeated subordinates. Don't say those things for now, Rabbit Lingling said. Let's wait for the medicine to come back and apply it first. All right. Hu Chi quickly nodded. Lingling, I'll listen to you. Just as he moved a step closer to Rabbit Lingling, Wolf Mo suddenly reached out and gently pulled Rabbit Lingling to his side. What do you want to eat tonight? Wolf Mo asked, stroking Rabbit Lingling's head. I'll go get the ingredients for you. No need, it's too late now, Rabbit Lingling said. We have enough ingredients. We brought back many prey earlier. Wolf said indifferently. But Wolf Mo clearly saw the provocation in his eyes. Eagle Zay then spoke up. Lingling, if you're cooking tonight, I will help you. I will too. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it, Hu Chi immediately said. The gazes of the four males met in the air. Rabbit Lingling seemed to hear a crackling sound. Hey, where did that come from? Rabbit Lingling sent a few beastmen to bring the little ones and Kong Xiangxue over, with Rabbit Huai returning to the position of clan chief. They had to celebrate well that night. Rabbit Huai not only kept Hu Chi, but also let Eagle Zay stay in the Rabbit Clan. He knew that Eagle Zay was currently homeless and didn't want him to continue being a wandering beastman. Although Eagle Zay was not a rabbit, having him stay by his side as a subordinate would not raise any objections from the Rabbit Clan's beastmen. After all, some clan members had partners from other clans. That night, Rabbit Lingling wanted to prepare a big meal, and the four males were vying to do work for her. They took care of everything, from washing vegetables to chopping meat, so she didn't have to worry about anything. While they were handling the ingredients, Rabbit Lingling could only watch from the side. Kong Xiangxue was also beside her, quietly saying, "Lingling, you can do it. These males are all fighting to be your partners. Our Peacock clan's young males probably have no chance now." Rabbit Lingling smiled bitterly. "Wait, speaking of which, you're already partnered with Wolf Mo now. I see Wolf Mo is quite impressive. Will he let you find more males as partners?" "I don't want that many partners," Rabbit Lingling said. "I just want to enjoy good food with you, the little ones, and my grandpa every day, and, if possible, I want to find my dad and 6 uncles." Kong Xiangxue's eyes widened in shock. "You want to go to the extreme dark forest?" "No way. Do you know how dangerous it is there?" "I know. I was just saying it," Rabbit Lingling reassured her. After all, her dad and 6 uncles, 7 powerful males, had not returned. She was only at the 4th level of beast cultivation. If she went, it would definitely be a death sentence. However, she didn't want to give up just like that. She was only in her teens, and she still had a long life ahead. Since the book did not explicitly state that her dad and uncles were really dead, there might still be hope. Perhaps in the future, she would be able to find them. "Woo woo woo, Lingling, I can't live without you." Kong Xiangxue hugged her, crying, "If I can't see you, how will I live?" "Don't be too infatuated with rabbits," Rabbit Lingling advised her earnestly. "I won't. You are the best. I like you the most." Kong Xiangxue tightly hugged Rabbit Lingling, completely unaware that the 4 males beside them were looking at her with jealous eyes. They also wanted to hug the little female. Why weren't they the ones sitting beside the little female now? The 4 male gazes met in the air for a moment. Then they quickened their movements. They had to let 2 Linglings see that, no matter what they did, they were the most capable males. Chapter 87, Can We Become True Partners? At the kitchen door, the 4 cubs were secretly crouched there, observing in the dark. "Dad, you have to work hard," Wolf Tai whispered. "You have to be more capable than the other males." "I think Uncle is quite capable too," Fox Juan said with a frown. "What if Mom thinks he is better than Dad?" Although in their hearts, 2 Linglings' choice was the most important, they still hoped their father could win 2 Linglings' favor more. Songgung calmly said, "Don't worry. I don't think Mom has decided on anyone yet. Dad definitely still has a chance." The tiger cub wanted to sneak into the kitchen, but was caught in Wolf Tai's arms. It wriggled restlessly in Wolf Tai's embrace, mewing. Perhaps because it was the sound of similar young ones, Tiger Chi heard it immediately. He turned to glance at the tiger cub, then walked over with a piece of raw meat. "Are you hungry?" He placed the raw meat in front of the tiger cub. "Go ahead and eat." The tiger cub sniffed the piece of meat, looked at him, then bit into it with a woof. Knowing the meat was fine, the tiger cub began to eat heartily, its tail wagging. Tiger Chi smiled, gently poking the tiger cub's little head, then let out a tiger's roar. The tiger cub seemed to understand and looked up at him again, responding with a mewing sound. Tiger Chi frowned and roared again. The tiger cub shook its head, refusing to eat the raw meat he brought, turning away in a particularly proud manner, presenting its backside to him. The other 3 cubs were confused. "What did you say to the little brother?" Wolf Tai asked curiously. "He even refused to eat the meat." "I won't tell you," Tiger Chi replied. "You. If you won't tell, then I don't care to know, Wolf Tai stomped his foot in frustration. Tiger Chi went back to chopping vegetables, looking defeated. Just now, he told the tiger cub that he really liked 2 Lingling and wanted her to be his partner, hoping the tiger cub could help him. But the little cub actually rejected him, and even refused to eat the meat he brought. It was infuriating. After all, they were of the same kind. What harm would it do to help? Once the 4 males had prepared the necessary ingredients, 2 Lingling began to cook. The 4 males surrounded her, ready to jump into action at any command. "Actually, I don't really need you to do anything," 2 Lingling said with mixed emotions. "Why don't you go do something else?" Cooking was an enjoyment for her. Could they not interrupt her pleasure? She really had no way to deal with these 4 males. "Then I'll help you start the fire," Wolf Mo said. "It was always like this when we were at Spiral Cloud Mountain." 2 Lingling thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay." A victorious smile appeared on Wolf Mo's face. The other 3 males grew anxious upon seeing this. "I can help you start the fire too," Lingling Wolfbai said. "Me too," Tiger Chi added. "You two are the pampered sons of the clan leader. Can you really start a fire?" Eagle's A scoffed. "Let me do it." "Who said I can't?" "All right," 2 Lingling said, her head aching. "Only Wolf Mo can stay. You 3, all you go out." She had made it clear, and the 3 didn't dare disobey. They could only leave the kitchen sadly after casting envious glances at Wolf Mo. The cubs no longer crouched at the kitchen door. Kong Xiangxue also left with them. In the kitchen, only 2 Lingling and Wolf Mo remained. 2 Lingling was making cola chicken wings. Wolf Mo sat beside her, tending to the fire. After a while, he suddenly asked, "What do you feel about them?" "A friend's feeling," Lingling answered decisively. She was speaking the truth. Wolf Mo's expression seemed unchanged, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Before he could feel happy, Lingling continued, "Now that my biggest concern is taken care of, I just want to cultivate with the cubs every day, eat delicious food, spend time with Xiangxue, and then go visit the wolf clan to see Wolf Hua." Wolf Mo. What Lingling said seemed normal at first, but upon reflection, it was clear she had no place for him in her plans. "What about me?" Wolf Mo couldn't help but ask. "Huh?" Lingling blinked, a bit confused. "Aren't you going back to Spiral Cloud Mountain?" "Not going back," Wolf Mo said. "From now on, I'll be with you and the cubs every day." "The cubs will definitely be very happy," Lingling smiled. Wolf Mo sighed helplessly. Why couldn't this little female understand his intentions? The fire was burning brightly. Wolf Mo stood up and moved a bit closer to Lingling. She was focused on cooking and didn't notice. "Lingling," he called her. "What's wrong?" Lingling asked absent-mindedly. "Can we become true partners?" Upon hearing this, Lingling's hand shook, nearly dropping the spatula on the floor. She wasn't a child anymore. Of course, she understood what Wolf Mo meant. She never expected him to be so straightforward. "I didn't mean to pressure you." Wolf Mo seemed to realize that his words had come too suddenly, and added, "I'm just asking for your opinion. I will respect you." "Sorry, I don't have those thoughts right now," Lingling said, "if possible. I hope we can interact like friends, okay?" Wolf Mo could only nod bitterly. The little female had said so. What could he do? It turned out that after all this time, he was just like the other three. But it's okay. He would pick himself up. He would do his best to make Lingling realize that he was the most suitable male for her. From now on, he would do everything he could to treat Lingling well. Wolf Mo sat back down, full of energy, and continued tending to the fire. Lingling had no idea of Wolf Mo's inner thoughts. She just felt that he seemed to suddenly have a lot of motivation. Outside the kitchen, Wolf Bai, Eagle Zay, Tiger Chi, along with Song Gong, Fox Huan, and Wolf Tai were staring wide-eyed at each other. Kong Xiangxue was beside them, silently holding the tiger cub and watching. After a while, Tiger Chi was the first to squeeze out a flattering smile. "Do you want me to play with you for a while?" Tiger Chi said eagerly. When had he ever tried to please the little cubs? But now, he had no choice. It was obvious that Lingling had a good relationship with these cubs. If he wanted to win Lingling's heart, it was necessary to get along well with these cubs first. Just now, the tiger cub had rejected him. But these three cubs still had hope, right? And he wouldn't give up on the tiger cub either. "Sure," Wolf Tai said immediately. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Tiger Chi, making Tiger Chi feel a little uneasy. "What do you want to play?" Chapter 88. "Poor Hoochie Hee-Hee, can you kick the shuttlecock?" Saying this, Lang Tai took a shuttlecock out of his pocket. This was given to them by Lingling from the space, and she had also taught them how to kick it. "What is this?" Lang Bai asked curiously. "I'll teach you," Lang Tai said proudly. Kicking the shuttlecock is quite simple. After demonstrating a couple of times, they all understood it. "It looks quite fun," said Zay. "This is what my mother taught us," Lang Tai said proudly. "My mother is the best. She can do anything." A hint of tenderness appeared in Lang Bai's eyes. "She really is amazing. Let's get started." Song Gung glanced at Lang Bai and said, "Dinner will be ready soon." So, they all formed a circle and took turns kicking the shuttlecock. The cubs had played quite a bit before and were already quite skilled. Lang Bai and Zay adapted quickly as well. Only Hoochie was flustered. Every time someone passed the shuttlecock to him, he definitely couldn't catch it. "Can you even do it?" Lang Tai mocked him. "I'll tell my mother you can't even learn to kick a shuttlecock." What he didn't say was that Lingling wasn't very good at it either. She just taught them how to play. They practiced until they got it right. Every time they played with Lingling, she couldn't catch it either. After all, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. But Lang Tai just had to mock Hoochie. After all, he was a rival for his father's affections. "Don't." The moment he heard that he would tell Lingling, Hoochie panicked. He had to maintain the perfect image in front of the little female. "I'll definitely kick it next time." Hoochie gritted his teeth and said, "Bring it on. You said it." Lang Tai smirked and then signaled to Song Gong. Next, it was Song Gung's turn to pass the shuttlecock to Hoochie. Song Gung immediately understood Lang Tai's hint and deliberately kicked the shuttlecock high when passing it to Hoochie. "Watch me." Hoochie rushed forward to catch it. He lifted his leg and did manage to kick it, but he didn't pay attention to the direction it was going. And the shuttlecock immediately flew off in one direction, hitting Lang Mo, who had just walked out of the kitchen, on the head. "Ah, this." Hoochie smiled awkwardly. Lang Mo expressionlessly took the shuttlecock off his head. "Dad, it was him." He kicked it. Lang Tai pointed at Hoochie and said to Lang Mo, enjoying the spectacle. Lang Mo looked at Hoochie with cold, piercing eyes. Hoochie wanted to stand his ground, but his momentum weakened. I didn't mean to. Dinner's ready. Lang Mo ignored him and went in to help serve the dishes. It would get cold soon. Yay, time to eat. The cubs immediately forgot about the shuttlecock and happily went to serve the dishes. Lang Bai and Ing Zhe also walked into the kitchen. Hoochie cautiously walked past Lang Mo. Until he entered the kitchen, Lang Mo didn't do anything, and Hoochie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But soon he realized, wait, why was he so afraid of Lang Mo? Dinner was, of course, eaten at Tu Huai's house. The beasts gathered around the table in a circle. Tu Lingling sat next to Tu Huai, and on her other side sat Lang Mo. The other three males naturally didn't want to give up their positions next to Tu Lingling to Lang Mo. However, since Lang Mo was officially Tu Lingling's partner, and Tu Huai was here, they didn't dare to be too reckless, and had to give up. The tiger cub was behind Tu Lingling, devouring raw meat. The beasts at this table had, more or less, eaten dishes made by Tu Lingling. Only Hoochie was experiencing it for the first time. He looked at the table full of delicious dishes, surprised and drooling. How can it smell so good? Lingling, did you make all of this? How did you make it? This is amazing. Hoochie finally understood why Tu Lingling didn't eat the food he had brought her before. She could make such delicious dishes herself. How could she eat the tasteless meat he brought? Although Hoochie was very tempted, he restrained himself and waited until Tu Huai picked up his chopsticks before he eagerly started eating. This is delicious. What is this? Sweet and sour ribs? And this? Boiled meat slices? So spicy. I want another bowl of rice. Ingze, what are you doing? That piece of meat is mine. Put it down. Seeing Ingze take a piece of twice-cooked pork, Hoochie glared at him angrily. Ingze sneered and said, whoever grabs it first gets it. Saying that, he unhesitatingly put the piece of meat in his mouth. You little rascal. All right, there is still plenty in the dish, right? We made so many dishes tonight. It should be enough. Tu Lingling said, why are you so childish? My cubs are nothing like you. Upon hearing this, the cubs immediately showed proud expressions. Lang Tai even passed a piece of meat to Hu Huan, saying, second sister, eat more. Thanks, third brother. Hoochie. He felt targeted and uncomfortable. Tu Huai, eating his meal, looked at the young beasts with a loving smile. He had seen such a lively scene in a long time. In a daze, he seemed to return to the time when his daughter, son-in-law, and 6 sons were all present. When he came back to his senses, he saw Hoochie and Lang Bai fighting over a chicken leg. As a result, Hoochie lost again, watching helplessly as Lang Bai gnawed on the chicken leg. After dinner, the 4 young males naturally went to wash the dishes. Tu Huai, feeling tired after a walk, went back to his room to sleep. Tu Lingling and Kong Xiangxue sat in the yard chatting with the cubs. The tiger cub was also tired and dozed off on Tu Lingling's lap. What are you planning to do with those 4? Kong Xiangxue asked. If they all want to stay, then I'll treat them like friends, Tu Lingling said. Kong Xiangxue glanced towards the kitchen and lowered her voice to ask, what about Lang Mo? You two are already partners, and you have 4 cubs together. Hearing her words, Tu Lingling suddenly remembered that before dinner, Lang Mo had asked her, can we be real partners? For some reason, her heart started beating faster. I don't know. Anyway, he said he wouldn't force me. Tu Lingling had always wanted to rely on someone, and she was also afraid that Lang Mo would kill her like in the stories. But now she was sure that Lang Mo wouldn't kill her, so Tu needs to stand up. Anyway, whatever decision you make, I will support you. Kong Xiangxue leaned her head on her shoulder, and in the future, if any male dares to treat you poorly, I will be the first to go teach him a lesson. Chapter 89. I must kill her too. Lingling linked her arm with hers, feeling very touched. Indeed, good sisters are the best. Meanwhile, after Hu Gong returned to the Tiger clan, he went to report to Hu Zhu. I heard that Hoochie is unwilling to come back. Hu Zhua was initially furious, but upon hearing that Tu Hua has become the leader of the Rabbit clan and even personally stepped in to speak for Hoochie, Hu Zhua suddenly calmed down, silently calculating something in his heart. Leader, please don't be angry. Hugin thought he was in a daze from anger and hurriedly comforted. Prince Hoochie is still young and prone to playfulness. He has recently become infatuated with Tu Lingling, so I'm not angry. Hu Zhua's mouth curved into a somewhat enigmatic smile. I actually think Hoochie did well this time. Hugin was taken aback and cautiously asked, Leader, I don't understand your meaning. Tu Hua is back in charge of the Rabbit clan. If Hoochie can win his favor, it will definitely benefit our Tiger clan. Hu Zhua's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Hugin suddenly understood his meaning. If Hoochie can get closer to Tu Lingling, that would be even better. Hujwa said, at that time, let Hoochie be paired with Tu Lingling. Wouldn't the rabbit clan then be in our pocket? The leader is brilliant. Hugin echoed, should we tell Prince Hoochie about this? No. Hujwa immediately raised his hand to stop him. I know that kid. If we tell him directly, he definitely won't agree. It's better to let him stay in the rabbit clan for now and develop naturally. Then we'll act when the time is right. Yes. Huyuin was at home, bored, fiddling with some fruit. She heard that Hoochie had been beaten and felt distressed. She originally planned to visit him, but then heard that Hoochie had already run away and was not currently in the tiger clan. Where could he go? He wouldn't be going to see Tu Lingling, would he? Just thinking about this made Huyuin feel uncomfortable. It was fine for Hoochie to like someone. But why did it have to be Tu Lingling? That was the female she currently hated the most. Fortunately, Tu Lingling already had that useless Langmo as her partner. No matter what, Prince Hoochie couldn't possibly share a female with another male, right? Just then, her subordinate's voice came from outside. Huyuin, are you home? What is it? Come in. Huyuin raised her voice. The subordinate ran in, looking at her with a sympathetic expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Huyuin asked irritably, what's wrong? The subordinate sighed and said, you should know that I have an elder brother who works as a guard for the leader. I know, so what? Huyuin looked puzzled. Was her subordinate trying to show off? What was there to show off about being a guard for the leader? Today, my brother was guarding the door of the leader's room, and he overheard a conversation between Hugin and the leader. Hugin, isn't he the leader's trusted aide? Yes. The leader sent him to bring Prince Hoochie back, but he couldn't accomplish that. I heard him telling the leader that Prince Hoochie is currently in the rabbit clan. The rabbit clan? Huyuin said angrily. He must be looking for Tu Lingling. That's not all. Tu Lingling's grandfather is now the leader of the rabbit clan. What? Huyuin's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then Tu Lingling has once again become the little princess of the rabbit clan? Damn it, how could this happen? She initially thought Tu Lingling had fallen into the mud, but why can Tu Lingling still get back up? That means she has no capital to oppose Tu Lingling in the future. Because of this, the leader said he wants Prince Hoochie to be paired with Tu Lingling. Shut up. Huyuin's face turned red with anger, her whole body trembling. How could the leader say that? Prince Hoochie is his only son. Does he want him to share a female with another male? Is he crazy? My brother wouldn't miss here. This is what the leader said personally. The subordinate said with a frown, and now Prince Hoochie really likes Tu Lingling. He even went to the rabbit clan for her. Huyuin, I think you should give up. There probably isn't any possibility for you and Prince Hoochie anymore. Anyway, at our age, there are more males than females among the beastmen. It's easy for you to find a better partner. I will not give up. Huyuin shouted, Prince Hoochie can only be mine. Tu Lingling, I will definitely kill her. That evening, Tu Lingling and the beastmen stayed at Tuhua's place. After all, the leader's house has several rooms available for people to stay in. Tu Rue had always lived with Tuhua, so if Tuhua had any instructions at midnight, he could get up to serve him at any time. Tu Lingling, Kong, Xiangxue, Hu Huan, and Hu Zai shared one room. Lang Mo stayed in another room with his two sons. Lang Bai and Ingza shared one room, while Hoochie had his own room. The things that Tu Jin had used before had all been thrown away or distributed to the members of the rabbit clan. Now, the furs they used to sleep on were all newly brought in and very soft. Lying on the soft furs and looking at the furnishings in the room, Tu Lingling suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this was the place where the original owner had grown up. Now that she was back, her body would definitely have memories. Hu Zai burrowed into her arms, finding a comfortable position to nestle in. Tu Lingling stroked Hu Zai's soft fur and slowly fell asleep. In the morning, when Tu Lingling yawned and just stepped out of the room, she was greeted by Hoochie's face. Lingling, good morning. She was startled. Tu Lingling instinctively took a step back. What are you doing here so early? Waiting to bring you wash water. Hoochie pointed to the wooden basin beside him. Indeed, it was already filled with clean water for washing the face. Tu Lingling said helplessly, actually, you don't have to. Before she could finish, Hoochie proudly said, Lang Bai and Ingza wanted to compete with me, I won't give this opportunity to anyone else. But that Lang Mo is too cunning, seeing that he couldn't compete with me. He wanted to bring wash water for Grandpa. Now I don't know where he ran off to. At that moment, Hu Wan also came out from the room. She heard Hoochie's words and suddenly tilted her head to ask, Uncle Hoochie, did you wash your face yourself? Hoochie, I really haven't. Tu Lingling couldn't help but laugh at his expression. She didn't expect Hoochie to blush. He scratched his head and foolishly said, Lingling, you look really good when you smile. Stop trying to flatter me. Ingza's voice came from behind him. No matter how good you are at sweet talking, it doesn't change the fact that you have hurt Lingling before. Lang Bai said indifferently. Chapter 90. It most dislikes you. You guys. Hoochie glared at them. Do you have to bring this up? I already know I was wrong. I will use my life in the future to make up for Lingling. Lingling. No need to. After Lingling and the cubs finished washing up, Rue came to find them, saying that Langmo had already made breakfast and invited them to eat. Langmo made it? Lingling was somewhat surprised. Yes. Rue said with a smile. I think it looks quite good, very much in line with your style, Princess Lingling. Hearing this, Lingling felt a bit of anticipation. Many times when she was cooking, Langmo was there helping and tending the fire. It turned out he'd been learning all along. Moreover, she had taught Wolfswa how to cook before, so it's possible that Wolf and Mo learned a thing or two from Wolfswa as well. She had tasted the porridge cooked by Wolf and Mo, and it was quite good, also knowing what Wolf and Mo had made this morning. Damn it. Hoochie gritted his teeth and said, this kid Wolf and Mo, he really knows how to do it. Wolf Bai and Ingze also felt a bit frustrated. However, if they were to cook, they really wouldn't know how. Even though he made breakfast, it might not necessarily taste good. Ingze said, you have a point. Wolf Bai agreed. After all, Wolf and Mo had never really learned. He had just watched Lingling cook a few times. Could he really make a decent breakfast by himself? Unless he was a genius. The beastmen all gathered in the dining room, and the three males were immediately dumbfounded. Because there were indeed many decent-looking breakfast dishes on the table, including fried dough sticks, fried pancakes, porridge, small greens, pickles, and even soup dumplings. Lingling was also a bit surprised. Wolf Tai ran to the table first and sniffed eagerly. It smells so good. Wolf Tai exclaimed, did Dad make all of this? Of course, Wolfie walked in at that moment, proudly saying, these were all made by the master. My brother and I just helped him a little. Where are Dad and Uncle Wolfswa now? Huan asked. They're still in the kitchen. They're cooking noodles, and it will be ready soon. They'll all bring it over in a bit, Wolfie replied. Not long after, Wolf and Mo and Wolfswa came in. Wolfswa was indeed carrying a big bowl of noodles, which seemed to have eggs added, and it smelled delicious. As soon as Wolf and Mo entered the door, he felt the envious and jealous gazes of the other three males. He ignored them and walked up to Lingling, smiling, good morning. Good morning, Lingling replied. Did you make all this breakfast? How did you know so much? I watched you cook before, Wolf and Mo said. I remembered all the steps. Lingling was shocked. She had indeed cooked in front of Wolf and Mo, but it wasn't tea very often. Moreover, for so many varieties, she should have only made some of them in front of them once. Did Wolf and Mo actually remember? No wonder he was a genius. It seems that Wolf and Mo was not only a genius in cultivation, but also in other areas. I've sent beastmen to invite Grandpa over, Wolf and Mo said. Once Grandpa arrives, we can start eating. Okay, Lingling nodded. After a while, Huai also arrived. He initially thought the sumptuous breakfast was made by Lingling and was very surprised to hear it was made by Wolf and Mo, patting Wolf and Mo on the shoulder to show his appreciation. Wolf and Mo rarely displayed an embarrassed expression. Wolf Bai, Ingze, and Hoochie secretly felt dissatisfied. No way. They also needed to learn how to cook. At the very least, they had to reach Wolf Mo's level. Once all the beastmen were seated, they began to eat breakfast. In fact, the taste was quite average. At least it couldn't be compared to the meals made by Lingling. However, for a beginner, it was already quite good. The little ones were very supportive of their dad, eating happily. Wolf Bai, however, was not in the mood to eat. He sat next to Song Gung and seemed to be asking him something. Song Gung hesitated for a moment and answered him quietly, then Wolf Bai nodded. The little tiger quickly finished gnawing on his raw meat, and after eating his fill, he ran around the table joyfully. Hoochie scooped him up into his arms and smiled. Little tiger, don't run. Come, Uncle will feed you some fried dough sticks, okay? Saying that, he broke off a small piece of fried dough stick and brought it to the little tiger's mouth. To his surprise, the little tiger was very picky, desperately pulling his head back and even meowing at him as if protesting. What is wrong? Hoochie asked in confusion. Don't you like fried dough sticks? Wolf Tai said gloomily. Little brother only likes to eat raw meat, and besides, he is already full. If you force him to eat, he'll bite you. As soon as Wolf Tai finished speaking, the little tiger bit down on Hoochie's wrist. Ouch! Hoochie cried out in pain. But he couldn't bear to just drop the little tiger, since he was still a cute cub. There was no choice. He could only beg. I was wrong. I won't force you to eat anymore. Please let go of me, okay? The little tiger seemed to understand and finally released him. Although the little tiger had just bitten him, it didn't use much strength, so it only left a circle of bite marks on his wrist without drawing blood. Meow. Meow. The little tiger called out to him twice. No. Hoochie's expression changed. He glanced at Lingling and then quietly said to the little tiger, I was wrong. Okay, I won't force you anymore. You can't stop me from being with your mom. The little tiger proudly turned his head away. Hu-Chi had to keep smiling and coaxing him for a long time before he calmed down. The little tiger meowed twice again, and Hu-Chi nodded repeatedly. Okay, whatever you want to eat, I'll get it for you. Only then did the little tiger shake his tail in satisfaction and jump down from his lap. Hu-Chi breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked up, he saw Wolf Mo, Wolf Bai, and Ing Zhe all looking at him with mocking eyes. What are you looking at? Hu-Chi said stiffly. The little tiger just said that he likes me the most, although I can't understand your Tiger Clan-esque language. Wolf Mo said slowly, I feel that I have a mental connection with my son. He dislikes you the most. Hu-Chi. After finishing breakfast, the beastmen who were serving began to clean the table and wash the dishes, so they didn't have to worry about it. The morning was a good time for cultivation, so they planned to digest their food and then start training. Wolf Bai secretly found Wolf Zhua and said, I want to ask you for a favor. Wolf Zhua hesitated for a moment and asked, What does your highness want to ask me? Wolf Bai whispered, I heard that Lingling taught you how to cook before, so could you teach me this? Wolf Zhua knew in his heart that Wolf Bai was the love rival of his master. If he really taught Wolf Bai how to cook, wouldn't he that be helping his master-esque rival? Chapter 91. What's wrong with this? Seeing Wolf Zhua hesitating, Wolf Bai sighed and said, Wolf Zhua, when you were young, I helped you once. Now, can you help me once? Wolf Bai's words, of course, reminded Wolf Zhua of the past. When he was young, he was frail and often bullied by other cubs his age. At that time, Wolfie was strong and would fight other cubs for him. But once, when Wolfie was not around, he happened to encounter those cubs who loved to bully him and was beaten badly. Luckily, Wolf Bai arrived in time to stop them and even gave him some medicine. Actually, over the years, Wolf Bai had never asked for anything in return. Wolf Bai was a good beast man, gentle and kind. Even when he helped others as a child, it was not for the sake of repayment. Now, he probably had no choice, which is why he came to find him. All right then, Wolf Zhua said, I will teach you, but I don't know that much either. That is fine. Wolf Bai showed a hint of a happy smile. I'm counting on you. Although Wolf Left agreed to Wolf White. He thought that he was still under Wolf Mo's command, so he should report this matter to Wolf Mo. To his surprise, Wolf Mo didn't care at all after learning about it. It's fine, just teach him everything you know, Wolf Mo said. Lingling won't fall for him just because of a meal. Upon hearing this, Wolf Left finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, since Wolf Mo said so, he wouldn't have any psychological burden when teaching Wolf White in the future. In the morning, all the beastmen sat together in the courtyard to practice. Rabbit was holding the tiger cub at the door, watching the young ones who were concentrating on their training, with a satisfied smile on his face. There was a time when he thought Rabbit Lingling truly had no cultivation talent and would never become a beast cultivator in her lifetime. Unexpectedly, she had already reached the 4th level of beast cultivation at such a young age. Moreover, several other young beastmen also showed great potential. Even the cubs were promising. It seemed that Rabbit Lingling's future was truly something he no longer needed to worry about. What he needed to do now was to select suitable beastmen to inherit the position of clan leader. As noon approached, the training ended, and Wolf Mo was drenched in sweat. Wolf Left and Wolf Right hurriedly brought water for him to wipe his body. Although he wouldn't strip completely while wiping himself, Rabbit Lingling and Kong Xiangxue were females, so they naturally couldn't stay to watch and went inside first. While Wolf Mo was wiping himself, he felt several hot gazes on him. When he turned around, he saw Wolf White, Eagle Zhe, and Tiger Chi staring at him. He raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you looking at me for? Why are you sweating so much while training? Wolf White asked, The higher the level of beast cultivation, the more effort it takes to practice, Wolf Mo replied casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 males' gazes became even hotter. Wolf Mo, what the hell is wrong with you? What level of beast cultivation are you at now? Tiger Chi asked. Wolf Mo nonchalantly said, Guess? 6th level? 7th level? Having wiped the sweat from his body, he put down the animal skin and said to Tiger Chi, with a smirk, I'm not telling you. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Damn it. Tiger Chi clenched his fists in secret. He was only at the 4th level of beast cultivation. Everyone said he and Wolf White were geniuses for reaching the 4th level at such a young age. But Wolf Mo's cultivation had already reached a level they couldn't even see, and that Eagle Zhe kid must be above the 5th level as well. Meanwhile, Wolf White and Eagle Zhe were thinking along similar lines. There was no doubt that Wolf Mo had the highest beast cultivation among them, so they felt very unwilling. However, beast cultivation wasn't something you could just have. When Eagle Zhe first met Rabbit Lingling, he was only at the 4th level. Fortunately, later on, Rabbit Lingling gave him hope for life, and he started cultivating again. With some luck, He broke through to the 5th level. But he still couldn't compare to Wolf and Mo. Thinking about it, Wolf and Mo had a huge advantage in pursuing Rabbit Lingling. They had to work hard. No matter from which aspect, they had to strive. After lunch and a short rest, Rabbit and Rabbit Lingling prepared to set off for the center of the Rabbit clan. This afternoon, they were going to execute Rabbit Jean. Although it was said to be sinking into the sea, the Rabbit clan was too far from the sea, so it was acceptable to find a turbulent and relatively deep river instead. The river chosen for executing Rabbit Jean had already been found by the beastmen of the Rabbit clan. This river was close to the Rabbit clan, very deep, and had a strong current. Most importantly, the river was always murky, so no beastmen would come to drink from it. It was the most suitable for executing Rabbit Jean. Kong Xiangxue and the cubs also wanted to join in on the excitement. Wolf Mo, Wolf left, and Wolf right accompanied them. However, Rabbit Lingling was surprised that the other 3 males didn't say they wanted to go. Moreover, the 3 of them had already sat back in the courtyard and started practicing again. Why are they starting again? Rabbit Lingling quietly asked Wolf Right. Wasn't the afternoon practice not that effective? It's different for each person, Wolf Right replied softly. Moreover, they must feel dissatisfied seeing the Lord's beast cultivation so high, so they want to quickly raise their own cultivation. After all, they all have ulterior motives towards you. Rabbit Lingling. Can we use a different term? Dear? Wolf Left also quietly said to Wolf Mo, my lord, look at how they're all like this. Why don't you continue practicing as well? No need, Wolf Mo said indifferently. For him, the efficiency of practicing in the afternoon was far less than in the morning, and it wasted energy and time. Rather than that, it was better to save all his energy for morning practice. That would be faster. He had a premonition that he was close to breaking through to the 8th level of beast cultivation. When they arrived at the center of the Rabbit clan, Rabbit Lingling saw that many Rabbit clan beastmen were already there. Rabbit Jean was still tied up and thrown on the ground. Due to his severe injuries, he was still in a daze and hadn't regained consciousness. Clan leader, you have arrived. Clan leader, shall we begin? Rabbit walked to the front, coldly glanced at Rabbit Jean, and then shouted, start. The beastmen of the Rabbit clan immediately erupted in cheers, and several males voluntarily lifted Rabbit Jean and walked out. Many other beastmen followed behind. Their destination was that turbulent river. Rabbit Lingling and the others naturally followed along. Rabbit Jean seemed to realize he was about to die and suddenly regained consciousness, struggling continuously. Let go of me, let go of me. Unfortunately, the ropes used to bind him were very strong and had been enchanted by Rabbit. So no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Soon, the beastmen arrived at the riverbank. The river was indeed very murky, and the current was strong. Rabbit Lingling quickly instructed the cubs to stand back to prevent them from falling in, and had Fox Huan hold the tiger cub tightly in her arms. The male stood by the river, holding Rabbit Jean high. Some older beastmen began to hum a song that Rabbit Lingling had never heard before. The tune was quite eerie, even somewhat terrifying. However, it was very suitable for punishing Rabbit Jean at this moment. Amidst this eerie song and Rabbit Jean's terrified cries, the beastmen tied a large stone to him and then threw him into the river along with the stone. Because of the stone, Rabbit Jean quickly sank. Before long, the song the beastmen were humming ended. The punishment for Rabbit Jean was also over. Rabbit Lingling finally felt a sense of relief. If this guy continued to be the leader of the Rabbit clan, who knew what kind of disaster he would bring to the clan? Rabbit Lingling turned her head and suddenly locked eyes with Wolf Mo. Wolf Mo smiled at her. Rabbit Lingling also tugged at the corners of her mouth, her heart suddenly racing. Did Wolf Mo keep looking at her just now? Mom, has the bad guy been punished? Fox One hugged the tiger cub and jumped into her arms. Yeah, Rabbit Lingling smiled and said. The tiger cub seemed to miss Rabbit Lingling's embrace, constantly burrowing into her arms. Rabbit Lingling reached out to hold it and stroked its tiger fur. Little tiger cub, have you gained weight recently? Rabbit Lingling waited in her hands and laughed. It's good to eat well, but you can't get too fat. The tiger cub wagged its tail, unsure if it understood. Rabbit Huan and the other beastmen from the rabbit tribe had gone back, and Wolf Mo and Rabbit Lingling took the cubs out to hunt. Fox Huan held Rabbit Lingling's hand and bounced along, occasionally giggling. Silly cub, what are you laughing about? Rabbit Lingling asked curiously. Fox Huan scratched his head and said, I have always wanted to hunt with Daddy and Mommy. I see other young ones often hunting with their parents, and I feel so envious. Now, my wish has finally come true. Upon hearing this, Song Gung and Wolf Tai nodded seriously. Wolf Mo said, in that case, we will often take you out to hunt in the future. After saying this, he looked at Rabbit Lingling and asked, is that okay? Of course. Rabbit Lingling smiled and said, anyway, there's not much to do at home besides training. Wolf Mo nodded, then looked in a direction, his gaze suddenly shifting. He said to Rabbit Lingling, wait for me. After that, he walked towards that direction. What's going on? Rabbit Lingling asked, puzzled. Daddy must have found something good. Wolf Tai said with a grin, it must be for Mommy. Rabbit Lingling didn't expect that Wolf Tai would tease her too. Not long after, Wolf Mo returned, holding a few carrots. Wolf Mo walked straight up to her and handed her the carrots, saying, here you go. Rabbit Lingling was taken aback and took them. Wolf Mo continued, I just saw a few growing over there. I heard that the beastmen of the rabbit tribe love to eat these, so I picked some for you. Aren't these carrots? Rabbit Lingling said, so there are carrots here. So this thing is called a carrot. Wolf Mo nodded, I remember now. Rabbit Lingling looked down at the carrots in her hands. It's strange. When she cooked before, she had used carrots a few times as a side dish. During those times, she didn't feel particularly tempted by them. But now, looking at the carrots in her hands, she suddenly had a strong appetite. However, the carrots were still a bit dirty. They went to the riverbank where they had caught fish before, and Wolf Mo scooped some water with leaves to wash the carrots clean. Then, Rabbit Lingling couldn't wait to take a bite. It was fragrant, sweet, and crunchy. It was so delicious. She felt that the carrots she had eaten before weren't this good. Mom, is it really delicious? Wolf Tai swallowed hard. Can I have a bite? Rabbit Lingling broke off a piece for him. But after Wolf Tai ate it, he frowned and said, it doesn't have much flavor. The tiger cub also circled around Rabbit Lingling, looking like it wanted to eat. So she broke off a piece for it too. The tiger cub scrunched up its little face and struggled to swallow it. Seeing this, Rabbit Lingling seemed to understand. The carrots in this beast world were probably different from the ones she had eaten before crossing over and the ones in her space. Although they looked the same, the taste was quite different. Moreover, only rabbits could truly appreciate the deliciousness of carrots. After all, rabbits love eating carrots. Seeing Rabbit Lingling enjoying the carrots, Wolf Mo smiled and said, in the future, I will find more carrots for you. Rabbit Lingling nodded eagerly. Daddy is really good to Mommy. Song Gung suddenly said. That's right, that's right. Foxwan echoed. Daddy and Mommy have a great relationship. I heard other young ones say that their parents always argue, but you two never argue. It's clear you really like each other. The corners of Wolf Mo's mouth slightly curled up. Rabbit Lingling felt a bit shy. She pinched Foxwan's nose and said, you little child, what do you know about these things? Come on, let's catch some fish. Let's make fish for dinner tonight, and shrimp and crabs too. I feel like they haven't eaten much of those. Yay, Mommy, I want to eat boiled fish. If you can catch 3, I'll make it for you. Don't worry, 3 is nothing for me. So Rabbit Lingling took the cubs down to the river to catch fish, and Wolf Mo naturally followed. The cubs had already gained experience in catching fish, and they were particularly excited. Even the tiger cub tried to touch the water with its paws. Mom, look, I caught one. I caught one too. Awesome. Rabbit Lingling smiled and praised them, but didn't notice that she was about to step on a stone beneath her feet. This stone was at the bottom of the river. Its surface was very flat, but particularly slippery. As soon as Rabbit Lingling stepped on it, her foot slipped, and she gasped as she fell backward. However, the water wasn't deep, so falling wouldn't be a big deal. But what Rabbit Lingling didn't expect was that she wouldn't land directly in the river, because at that moment, Wolf Mo had rushed over and caught her. Rabbit Lingling ended up sitting on Wolf Mo's waist. Rabbit Lingling was momentarily stunned, but she quickly reacted and stood up, asking shyly, I didn't crush you, did I? Chapter 93. Gathering its fine, Wolf Mo shook his head, then extended his hand to Rabbit Lingling, looking a bit unable to get up. Pull me up. His expression was very serious and sincere. Rabbit Lingling felt she should take responsibility, so she held his hand, gave it a little pull, and helped him up from the river. When Wolf Mo stood up, Rabbit Lingling seemed to see a hint of a smile in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and his expression became neutral, making Rabbit Lingling wonder if it was just her imagination. After catching fish, shrimp, and crabs, they carried 2 large baskets of fish, shrimp, and crabs back to the rabbit tribe. Wolf Mo carried 1 basket by himself, while Song Gung and Wolf Tai carried the other basket. He told his 2 sons that as males, they should take care of the females more. Song Gung and Wolf Tai nodded vigorously like little chicks pecking at rice. When they returned to the rabbit tribe, some beastmen saw Rabbit Lingling and their baskets full of fish, shrimp, and crabs and showed surprised and disdainful expressions. Your Highness Lingling, why did you bring back so many river things? They're so dirty. A young one asked in confusion. They aren't dirty at all. Foxwan said, these things are delicious, especially when my mom cooks them. They're so fragrant. Can you eat this? The young one widened its eyes in disbelief. How could this possibly be? It's so dirty. You'll get sick if you eat it. Nonsense, Wolf Tai said. We've eaten it many times and never got sick. It's fresh and delicious, just caught from the river. After saying that, he proudly walked away with Song Gong, leaving the beastman behind dumbfounded. Can you eat things from the water? But isn't it common knowledge that things from the water are dirty? Why would Rabbit, Lingling, and the others say they're not dirty and that they're delicious? Food is the most important thing for orcs. So several orcs are eager to try the food from the river to see if it's really as delicious as Fox Huan and Wolf Tai say. Rabbit Lingling isn't worried that having more people fishing will reduce their food supply. Song Gung's favorability towards her immediately maxed out, and by then, she could take as much fish, shrimp, and crabs as she wanted from her space. After returning to Rabbit Huai's home, Wolf Bai, Eagle Zay, and Tiger Chi immediately approached them. Lingling, what did you catch? Look, so many fish and also shrimp and crabs, Rabbit Lingling said excitedly. Tonight we can have a seafood feast. No, a river seafood feast. From the river? Can we eat things from the river? Tiger Chi asked in surprise. Lingling said yes. Of course we can. Eagle Zay said faintly. Tiger Chi immediately changed his tone. That's right. Everything Lingling says is correct. Everything Lingling makes is delicious. Rabbit Lingling. Big brother, there's no need to go that far. How was your training this afternoon? Song Gung asked. The three males fell silent for a moment. And then Wolf Bai said, not very ideal. It seems that some things really can't be rushed. They all processed the fish, shrimp, and crabs together, with Rabbit Lingling as the chef, preparing a very sumptuous river seafood feast. Rabbit Huai, who had lived for nearly 200 years, had always believed that things from the river were dirty, so he was a bit at a loss when faced with this table of river seafood. It was only after Rabbit Lingling and the cubs persuaded him that he finally ate a shrimp and then discovered it was indeed delicious, completely different from what he had imagined. As for Wolf Mo and the others, they had already eaten to their heart's content. Tiger Chi held a shrimp in his left hand and a crab in his right, occasionally freeing a hand to eat boiled fish. His mouth was swollen from the spiciness, yet he refused to stop. After dinner, Tiger Chi said to Rabbit Lingling, there's a gathering near the Tiger Clan tomorrow. Do you want to go have some fun? Really? Then I really want to go take a look. Rabbit Lingling's eyes brightened. When reading, she had been very interested in the orc gatherings described in the books. There would be orcs from various clans at the gathering, and they would bring their food, furs, and other items to exchange. There would also be performances by orcs showcasing various strange acts and telling ancient legends from different clans. Most orcs were very interested in gatherings. In fact, some would travel for several days once they found out the time and place of the gathering. And this gathering was near the Tiger Clan. According to tradition, the harmony and stability of the gathering were also the responsibility of the Tiger Clan. Then I'll take you there, Tiger Chi said happily. When the time comes, no matter what you want, I'll find a way to get it for you. I've heard that there will be some very unique and beautiful necklaces at this gathering. I'll get one for you. No need, I just want to go for a stroll, Rabbit Lingling said. Cubs, do you want to go with me? I want to go, Song Gung immediately said. Me too. I'm going too, Tiger Chi. To be honest, he actually wanted to spend time in the orc world with Rabbit Lingling. However, bringing the cubs along to buy some interesting little trinkets to gain their favor wasn't a bad idea either. Tiger Chi thought this as he fell asleep peacefully at night. The next morning, when he saw Wolf Mo, Wolf Bai, Eagle Zay, and even Wolf Zwa and Wolf You all ready to go, his face twitched. What are you doing? Tiger Chi looked at them warily. Going to the gathering, Wolf Bai said with a smile. How could we miss such a lively scene? You all want to go too? No way. Tiger Chi blurted out. Wolf Mo snorted and said, how strange. Even though this gathering is organized by the Tiger Clan, you can't stop us from going, right? Tiger Chi. It made so much sense that he couldn't refute it. Looking at Rabbit Lingling and the cubs excitedly discussing, he could only endure it. Fine. As long as Rabbit Lingling is happy. The Rabbit Clan wasn't far from the Tiger Clan, so they walked there directly. Fortunately, the weather was nice today, sunny and breezy. Rabbit Lingling held Fox Huan with one hand and hugged Tiger Cub with the other, feeling great as she couldn't help but start humming a song while walking. I have a magic wand that can make things big, small, and beautiful. Wolf Tai instinctively covered his ears. Fox Huan looked at her eagerly. Even Tiger Cub in her arms started to get restless. However, Rabbit Lingling was completely unaware, immersed in her own singing. Just then, Tiger Chi praised, sounds great. Lingling, your voice is like a heavenly melody. Wolf Mo, what the hell? Does Tiger Chi even have ears? He was so frustrated, yet he couldn't just tear Tiger Chi apart directly. When they arrived at the gathering place, many orcs were already there, bustling with activity. Many orcs on both sides of the road were displaying their goods for sale. If other orcs were interested, they would trade items for food, and if the seller found it pleasing, the deal would be successful. Rabbit Lingling also heard the sound of drums and the cheers of many orcs. Chapter 94. All the carrots are hers. Rabbit Lingling saw many orcs gathered in a circle, with a few orcs performing in the center. One was enthusiastically beating a drum, while the others were either jumping through fire hoops or breaking stones on their chests, performing with great effort. When the surrounding orcs were entertained, they would throw a few pieces of meat or some wild vegetables and fruits into a nearby basket. So the orc world also has street performers. Rabbit Lingling thought. It was quite interesting. Lingling, what do you want? Wolfbite asked gently. Tell me, and I'll get it for you. What does it have to do with you? Tiger Chi unceremoniously shoved him aside. I'll tell you. Everything Lingling wants today is on me. You go away. His irritating demeanor even made Wolfbite, who is usually gentle, show a hint of irritation. Tiger Chi, are you looking for trouble again? You. It's a beautiful day. Can you all stop arguing? Rabbit Lingling said with a headache. If you four keep arguing, we'll all go back, and I'll take the cubs to stroll. Innocently caught in the crossfire. Wolf Mo and Eagle Zay. Mom, look over there. Fox One said excitedly, pointing to a nearby stall. The furs there look so nice. Really? Let's go take a look, she said. They approached the stall, and Rabbit Lingling saw that indeed, there were various colorful furs displayed, dazzling her. She couldn't figure out where the stall owner got so many different furs. Some of the furs had already been made into clothes, skirts, and pants, while others looked like handkerchiefs, scarves, and so on. Just as Rabbit Lingling was dazzled by the selection, Eagle Zay bent down and picked up a bright red fur scarf, saying to her, "This one suits you." He didn't talk much, but he hit the nail on the head. The scarf was red but didn't look gaudy at all. It was quite beautiful. Moreover, Rabbit Lingling had fair skin, and the red scarf made her complexion look even whiter than snow. The fur on it would definitely keep her warm in cold weather. Rabbit Lingling also liked this scarf very much. She asked the vendor, "How can I exchange for this?" The vendor held up 3 fingers and said, "At least 3 large pieces of boneless pork. Here you go." Ingza took out 3 pieces of meat and handed them over. Each of them was holding a basket to carry the meat and other items. Before the vendor could collect the meat, Hoochie rushed over and said, "Give me my meat." Lingling, you like this scarf, right? Let me exchange for you. Get lost. Ingza coldly glared at him. I was here first. In situations like this, what does it matter who came first? Taking advantage of their argument, Lang Bai was already trying to hand over the meat, but was quickly pushed away by Hoochie. Back and forth, the vendor was already getting impatient. What's going on here? Who's giving me the meat? If you don't want exchange, then hurry up and leave. Don't block me from trading with other beastmen. While speaking, he looked at Rabbit Lingling with a strange gaze. He was probably thinking, Rabbit Lingling looks so young. Yet she has several male partners. How interesting. Rabbit Lingling's mouth twitched, and she decisively handed over 3 pieces of meat. Here you go. The vendor didn't want to waste any more time, and quickly accepted it. The other 3 males were immediately dumbfounded. Lingling, why did you exchange it yourself? I said I would exchange for you. Hoochie said with distress. If you 3 keep making a fuss, the vendor is going to chase us away. Rabbit Lingling said helplessly. Then she ignored the 3 of them and said to the cubs, look around and see if there are any animal skins you like. If you see something you like, just say it. I have plenty of meat. There were many animal skins here, with good styles, and the cubs happily each picked one. Although Rabbit Lingling had many clothes for children in her space, this was the beast world, and wearing clothes that were different from other beastmen could easily make one stand out as an outlier. So it was still necessary to wear animal skins when the time came. This time, the 3 males didn't argue anymore and quickly provided the meat. Just right. The 3 cubs each paid 1 piece. As for the tiger cub, it didn't need to. It hadn't transformed into its human form yet and had its own fur, so when it was particularly cold, it was enough to just put a small cotton jacket on it. By the way, where's Daddy? Fox Wan, who had been holding the new animal skin clothes with affection, suddenly thought that she hadn't seen Langmo since just now. Yeah, where did Dad go? Song Gung frowned slightly. How did he suddenly disappear? He missed the opportunity to show off in front of the other 3 males. He might have gone to exchange for something he's interested in. Rabbit Lingling didn't pay much attention and said, let us go. Let's take a look over there. Just then, Langmo suddenly returned. Besides the basket for the meat, he was also holding another basket. He walked directly to Rabbit Lingling's side and handed her the other basket. Here you go. This is... Rabbit Lingling looked down and saw that the basket was filled with carrots. Just looking at it almost made her drool. So many carrots. Lang Tai exclaimed in admiration, Dad. Where did you get so many carrots? I just saw a beastman selling a basket of carrots over there, so I exchanged for all of them. Langmo smiled faintly. It was quite close to the rabbit tribe, and carrots are the favorite of rabbit beastmen, so naturally, some beastmen came to sell carrots. When Langmo saw it, there were already several rabbit beastmen bargaining. However, his strong aura scared all those rabbit beastmen away, and he didn't even bargain, directly exchanging 10 pieces of beef for this whole basket of carrots. Logically speaking, exchanging beef for carrots would be a huge loss. But for rabbit Lingling, carrots were a delicacy, so no matter how much meat it required, Langmo would get it for her. Indeed, rabbit Lingling was overjoyed, her smile particularly bright and beautiful. With so many carrots, I can eat for a long time. Langmo, thank you. Langmo looked at her smile, slightly lost in thought. Then he smiled again and said, as long as you like it. From now on, he would find all the carrots for her. The other 3 males watched rabbit Lingling's happiness, and they were also happy, but at the same time felt a bit regretful. They had been so caught up in the animal skins that they forgot that rabbits love to eat carrots. Lingling, the beastman selling necklaces should have arrived by now. Let's go take a look. Hoochie said eagerly. Rabbit Lingling nodded and said, okay. The beastmen continued to walk forward, but not far behind them. There was a beastman staring fiercely at rabbit Lingling's back. Chapter 95. What she exchanged for was her happiness the gathering was getting more lively, and rabbit Lingling and Langmo tightly held onto the cubs, afraid they would get lost. Of course, the cubs were also very sensible, although they were curious about many things at the gathering. They didn't dare to run around and kept closely following their parents. Soon, they arrived at a stall selling necklaces. Just as Hoochie had said, there was a shell necklace here, beautifully crafted, and the shells looked exquisite, appearing almost transparent under the sunlight, with various colors flowing inside. Rabbit Lingling had been to the seaside, but she had never seen such a beautiful shell. Being a girl, her attention was completely captivated by this shell necklace. The 4 males saw how much she liked it. However, at this point, there were already quite a few beastmen gathered around the stall, and most of them were focused on the shell necklace. Females wanted to buy it for themselves, and males wanted to buy it for the females they liked. The air gradually filled with a sense of competition. How do you exchange for this necklace? Just tell me. A female bear was getting anxious. Will half a pig be enough? I didn't bring that much meat this time, but if you say it's okay, I'll go back and get it right away. Why should I hold it for you? It's just half a pig. Who can't afford that? A male peacock was unhappy. If half a pig will do, I want to exchange too. I want to. Vendor, how much meat do you want? I have fruits too. They're sweet. You could try them. Hoochie also squeezed to the front, urgently shouting, Vendor, as long as you're willing to give me this necklace. I'll give you 3 pigs. How about that? Wow, who is so generous? 3 pigs is no small amount, just to exchange for a necklace. In fact, hunting 3 pigs isn't too difficult for beastmen with beast cultivation. However, many beastmen still felt that it was a loss to exchange so much meat for a necklace. I recognize him. He seems to be the son of the tiger tribe leader. No wonder he is so generous. Is he buying it for the female he likes? Who does he like? Is she also from the tiger tribe? You guys want to know, would you? A young male Fox clan member mysteriously said, I've heard that the son of the tiger clan leader has recently fallen for a female rabbit clan member. It's said that this rabbit female has a very mysterious identity and is extraordinarily beautiful. Even males can't resist her. Rabbit Lingling, who was listening nearby, said, Is this talking about her? That's too exaggerated, little brother. I've also heard that there are several males who like that female. And the tiger clan leader's son has no competitive edge at all. Tiger Chi. Who said that? Who? Rabbit Lingling looked up at the sky in silence. Are beastmen this gossipy too? Moreover, in an era without mobile phones or the internet, how could news spread so quickly? Shopkeeper, what do I need to exchange for this necklace? Just tell me, Wolfemo said. He seemed to have a faint smile on his lips, but this smile did not make the beastmen feel warm and fuzzy. The shopkeeper glanced at him and finally said, To exchange for this necklace, you must offer me something that satisfies me. What does that mean? Tiger Chi frowned. No amount of meat or fruit would do. He was not satisfied. Wolfby smiled, finding him an interesting person. Interesting? I find it a bit inexplicable, Eagle Zay said coldly. Since Lingling wants it, I won't let her go without. Rabbit Lingling saw that he was about to take action and quickly stopped him. Say, you can't do that. Let's see how it goes first. I don't necessarily have to have this necklace. Although she did really like it, but it wasn't a necessity, so there was no need to waste too much energy on it. Hearing Rabbit Lingling say this, Eagle Zay had to give up the idea of acting immediately. Foxwan hugged the tiger cub and squeezed to the front, eagerly saying, Shopkeeper, what do we need to exchange for this necklace? My mother really likes it, so I want to get it for her. Probably because Fox Juan was too cute, the shopkeeper's tone softened. How about this? You can show me everything you have on you, and if I'm satisfied, I'll give you the necklace. Upon hearing this, the beastmen immediately started rummaging through their belongings to show him. There were meats, fruits, wild vegetables, and even some small trinkets made by the beastmen themselves. Rabbit Lingling even saw a simple version of a pinwheel and a tiger doll sewn from animal skins. Meow. The tiger cub tilted its head when it saw the tiger doll, as if trying to communicate with it. However, the tiger doll remained unresponsive. The tiger cub, feeling dejected, buried its head in Fox Juan's embrace, probably not understanding why this tiger cub, which was about the same size as it, was ignoring it. A variety of items were presented, but none satisfied the shopkeeper. Wolf Mo thought for a moment, took out a small animal skin pouch from his bosom, and handed it over. What about this? The shopkeeper took it, opened the small pouch, and was instantly stunned. This is common grass? Common grass? There's actually common grass? Who is this male? How could he obtain such a precious item? Rabbit Lingling found that common grass in the original owner's memories. It is a kind of herb in the beast world that has remarkable effects on calming the mind and aiding sleep. However, it is rare and considered a treasure. Lighting a stick of common grass before bed can help even the most restless sleeper sleep soundly until dawn, and this herb is quite magical. It doesn't burn much even after burning all night. A single stick can last about 30 days. She didn't expect Wolf Mo to have it, and he even had two. The shopkeeper finally showed some interest and examined the common grass from different angles. A male said to Wolf Mo, "Brother, although this necklace is indeed beautiful, trading it for such a treasure as common grass seems a bit of a loss." Wolf Mo glanced at Rabbit Lingling, smiled faintly, and said, "To exchange something my beloved female likes, no matter how many treasures it takes, I don't feel it's a loss. I'm not exchanging for this necklace. I'm exchanging for her happiness." Rabbit Lingling was taken aback. A strange emotion surged in her heart in that instant. The gazes of the other beastmen fell upon Rabbit Lingling, with the males showing curiosity and exploration, while the females expressed admiration and envy. Wolf looked at Rabbit Lingling, his gaze darkening. He said he liked Rabbit Lingling, but what he could do for her was far too little compared to Wolf Mo. "Shopkeeper, what about it? Will you exchange with my father?" Wolf Tai asked anxiously. Chapter 96. Rabbit Lingling is lost. The shopkeeper pondered the common grass for a moment and said, "All right, this necklace is yours now. You can give it to your beloved female." Yay! The cubs cheered, and even the tiger cub seemed to feel something, meowing at Wolf Mo. Feeling the gazes of the beastmen around her, Rabbit Lingling's face turned a bit hot. Wolf Mo took the necklace from the shopkeeper, and, under the envious and jealous eyes of Wolf Bai, Eagle Zay, and Tiger Chi, handed it to Rabbit Lingling. Just as Rabbit Lingling was about to reach out to take it, Wolf Mo changed his mind again. "Let me put on you directly, okay?" Wolf Mo asked softly. Rabbit Lingling was taken aback. "Mom, this is the necklace Dad got by exchanging common grass. Since you like it so much, just wear it." Fox Juan tugged at her arm. "Yes, Mom, let Dad put on for you." Song Gung also chimed in. Seeing the cubs looking at her with anticipation, Rabbit Lingling nodded. Wolf Mo stepped in front of Rabbit Lingling, slightly bent down, wrapped his arm around her neck, and placed the necklace on her. As he fastened the necklace, Rabbit Lingling could feel his warm breath brushing against her ear. In an instant, her face seemed to burn even hotter. "Mom, it's so pretty." Fox Juan looked up at her, saying it suits her so well. Rabbit Lingling patted her little head and asked Wolf Mo, "Where did you get the common grass?" "I saw it on Wee Mountain before," Wolf Mo said. "I intended to save it for you or your grandfather when you had insomnia at night. But now..." Rabbit Lingling falls asleep as soon as her head hits the pillow, and Rabbit Huai sleeps pretty soundly too. Since that's the case, why not use the common grass to exchange for the necklace Rabbit Lingling likes? Rabbit Lingling touched the shell on her chest and nodded. Wolf looked at the two of them, his eyes gradually dimming. Perhaps some things were destined from the beginning. What does not belong to him can never be obtained. He knew this clearly, yet he still clung to fleeting luck and warmth. The gathering continued lively, with Wolf Bai, Eagle Zay, and Tiger Chi going off to look for treasures. After all, since Wolf Mo exchanged for the necklace Rabbit Lingling liked, they couldn't fall behind. They had to find something good to give to Rabbit Lingling. The cubs were also very self-aware. Song Gung followed Wolf Bai, Wolf Tai kept pestering Eagle Zay, and Fox Juan tugged at Tiger Chi's clothes, unwilling to let go, so Tiger Chi had to take her along. Wolf Mo and Rabbit Lingling were left with only the tiger cub. Fox Juan initially wanted to take the tiger cub as well, But the tiger cub stubbornly nestled in Rabbit Lingling's arms and refused to lift its head, so she had to give up. Wolf Mo continued to accompany Rabbit Lingling as they strolled, glancing down at the tiger cub nestled in her arms, asking, "Is it heavy? Let me carry it." The tiger cub immediately meowed fiercely to express its protest. "It's okay, the tiger cub is not heavy," Rabbit Lingling said with a smile, "and I like holding it. It's so fluffy. Beastmen are already strong, and a little tiger cub is like a kitten. How heavy could it be?" Wolf Mo didn't say anything more and patted the tiger's head. The nearby stalls didn't have anything they wanted, and Rabbit Lingling heard cheers and applause ahead. So, she curiously said, "It seems like there are beastmen performing up ahead. Shall we go take a look?" She held the tiger cub in one hand and tugged at Wolf Mo's clothes with the other. Unexpectedly, Wolf Mo directly held her hand and led her forward. Rabbit Lingling was taken aback. She looked down at their joined hands and felt her palm getting hot. But she surprisingly didn't want to let go. Wolf Mo seemed calm on the outside, but inside he was extremely nervous. He gently held Rabbit Lingling's hand, his fingertips trembling slightly with tension. Fortunately, Rabbit Lingling didn't pull away, nor did she reject him. Perhaps, in her heart, she also had feelings for him. Wolf Mo was very happy. It seemed like he hadn't felt this happy in many years. The tiger cub watched its parents holding hands and seemed to be very happy too, nuzzling against Rabbit Lingling. When they reached the place where people were cheering and applauding, Wolf Mo and Rabbit Lingling saw that it was indeed a performance, accompanied by the tense drum beats. Two masked males were performing fire breathing. For beastmen, fire breathing was nothing unusual. After all, some beastmen would awaken fire abilities after reaching the 4th level of cultivation. Although they didn't use their abilities often, releasing flames was a piece of cake for them. However, the flames produced by these two males were different. One breathed purple flames, while the other breathed green flames. They could also shape the flames into various forms. The onlooking beastmen found it very magical, cheering and tossing meat, fruits, and wild vegetables into the nearby baskets. Rabbit Lingling also cheered along and even jumped a couple of times at the exciting parts. Wolf Mo stood beside her, doting on her. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent in the air. In the next instant, the two males performing suddenly sprayed flames towards the crowd of beastmen. Although the flames were different colors, they were still scalding hot. The beastmen screamed and scattered in all directions. Several beastmen rushed between Rabbit Lingling and Wolf Mo, quickly separating them. Then, one beastman in front of Rabbit Lingling forcefully knocked her down. Ouch! Rabbit Lingling fell heavily to the ground. But she still remembered to protect the tiger cub in her arms. Lingling, Wolf Mo wanted to go help her, but the fleeing beastmen kept separating them further and further. Wolf Mo was already feeling a surge of anger, and just then, another wave of flames rushed towards him. He waved his hand, conjuring a transparent shield in front of him. The flames crashed heavily against the shield with a loud bang. The two masked beastmen glanced at him and then turned to run. Wolf Mo had no interest in chasing them. He turned to look for Rabbit Lingling. But when he saw the spot where she had just fallen, his expression tightened. Where was Rabbit Lingling and the tiger cub? Lingling, he shouted loudly. But the surrounding beastmen were bustling, drowning out his voice. And he still couldn't see Rabbit Lingling and the tiger cub. When Wolfby and the other beastmen found him, they learned that Rabbit Lingling and the tiger cub were missing. "What did you say?" Hoochie was furious and punched him in the face. This time, Wolf Mo didn't dodge or retaliate. "Wolf Mo, what the hell are you doing? You lost Lingling while just attending a gathering?" Hoochie questioned angrily. "I should have never let you be with Lingling." Chapter 97. How could you end up in my hands? Wolfby and Ingze also looked very grim. Wolf Mo remained silent, his fingers gradually tightening. He should have used his abilities to blast all the beastmen away at that moment. But thinking of Rabbit Lingling, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He never cared about the lives of other beastmen. But if he indiscriminately killed innocents, what would Rabbit Lingling think of him? But he never expected that Rabbit Lingling and the tiger cub would suddenly disappear. Where did Mom go? Huan's little face turned pale with fear. Did she get lost? The gathering is just a straight line. She can't get lost, Song Gung said solemnly. Mom and the tiger cub are probably in trouble. Rabbit Lingling felt a bit of consciousness returning and sensed that she was being carried by something. She tried hard to open her eyes, but couldn't, and her head was still spinning. She couldn't help but curse inwardly. Was she being kidnapped by a beastman? Which scoundrel was responsible for this? She could feel the tiger cub still in her arms, but it was motionless, probably unconscious. It was one thing to kidnap her, but to bring the tiger cub along too. Not even sparing a cub? How outrageous. But it was okay. Wolf Mo would definitely come to rescue them. She believed. Just as Rabbit Lingling thought this, she fell back into a deep darkness. She didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly she woke up again. She opened her eyes and saw that the surroundings were dim, with only a little light coming through the cracks in the wooden window. Judging by the light, it should be dusk. She looked around and realized she was in a very shabby house. At this moment, she was lying on a pile of hay, and both her hands and feet were bound. She struggled to sit up, but the ropes were made of some strange material, and she couldn't break free at all. Strangely, she couldn't even use her abilities. Rabbit Lingling gritted her teeth in frustration. The tiger cub was lying beside her, still asleep. Tiger cub, Rabbit Lingling called softly a couple of times. The tiger cub's ears twitched suddenly, then it slowly opened its eyes. It seemed a bit dazed, trying several times before finally getting to its feet, shaking its head vigorously. Seeing Rabbit Lingling tied up, it became anxious, meowing a couple of times before running to her side and biting at the ropes around her. But after biting for a long time, the ropes showed no signs of breaking. The tiger cub was getting more and more anxious, pacing back and forth on the ground. It's okay, tiger cub. Rabbit Lingling comforted it. These ropes are definitely made of special material. Let's not waste our energy. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Although she said this, she was also very anxious inside. Who had kidnapped her? The last time she was kidnapped, it was Hu Chi's doing. But although Hu Chi was overbearing and unreasonable, at least he had a good heart. The person who kidnapped her this time might not be the same. The ropes on her hands and feet were enough to prove the problem. She remembered that before she fainted, she was watching the beastmen perform with Wolf Mo. Then, the performing orc suddenly spewed flames into the orc crowd, causing chaos around. She was knocked to the ground by someone, and just as she was about to get up, she fainted for some unknown reason. It seems this kidnapping was premeditated, and those two performing orcs had their sights set on her. Who exactly orchestrated such a grand scheme just to target her? Could it be, just as Tu Lingling had a certain orc flash through her mind? She heard the sound of chaotic footsteps outside. The tiger cub let out a fierce growl, showing its teeth, and quickly ran in front of her, glaring at the door. Tiger cub, don't stand there. Come to me, Tu Lingling hurriedly said. The tiger cub glanced back at her, seemingly reluctant. Listen to me. Tu Lingling deliberately put on a stern face and said, Are you ignoring your mother's words? Then I won't pay attention to you anymore. Being just a cub, the tiger was frightened by Tu Lingling's words and had no choice but to droop its head and walk to her side. Just then, Tu Lingling heard the sound of a lock being opened, and then the door was kicked open from the outside. Several male orcs entered, holding torches. Tu Lingling looked each one over and confirmed that none of them were familiar to her. However, soon after, two female orcs walked in. She recognized these two. They were indeed the followers of Hu Yan. It seems that what she had just thought was true. The last orc to enter was Hu Yan. She walked in slowly, looking at Tu Lingling with a smug expression. After she entered, her two followers closed the door behind them. Tu Lingling, didn't he expect it? Did you? You've fallen into my hands. Ha ha. Hu Yan laughed. Tu Lingling. Well, there is no need to be this happy, right? Does Hu Yan even realize how silly she looks laughing like that? However, she wouldn't say this in front of Hu Yan. As the saying goes, when under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Right now, she was tied up, unable to fight back or use her abilities. And there was a tiger cub behind her. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to take the tiger cub down with her. Whatever happened, she would deal with it after she got out safely. A female seeking revenge is never too late. Why aren't you talking? Hu Yan said after laughing enough, glaring at her fiercely. What do you want me to say? Tu Lingling asked sincerely. However, Hu Yan thought Tu Lingling was mocking her, and her expression gradually darkened. She paced back and forth in front of Tu Lingling, her gaze seemingly wanting to tear her apart. Tu Lingling felt a bit dizzy from watching her. Finally, after a while, Hu Yan finally spoke. Tu Lingling, what do you have to justify yourself? Huh? Tu Lingling didn't understand. You already have a partner, so why can you still make Lord Hu Chi like you? Hu Yan said excitedly. Tu Lingling was speechless. Should you ask him that question? Tu Lingling said, It seems you really like Hu Chi, right? Liking a male is not wrong. You can pursue him openly and treat him well instead of targeting me. That's really the dumbest approach. What did you say? Hu Yan gritted her teeth and spat out those words. No, I'm not saying you're stupid. Tu Lingling quickly added, What I mean is, a male chasing a female is different from a female chasing a male. If you really like him and can't let go, then focus your thoughts on him. That is definitely more useful than kidnapping me. Tu Lingling really didn't understand why Hu Yan, as a female, had such hostility towards her, another female. All for a male? Shut up. Hu Yan screamed. In fact, she also thought what Tu Lingling said made sense. But for her now, it was too late. Chapter 98. Burying her lost love with her, she was just an ordinary orc from the Tiger clan. How could she mobilize so many orcs to help her? To execute her plan, she sought help from a Tiger clan shaman who had always been interested in her. The shaman said he could help her, but made certain demands. She had no choice but to do that with the shaman. Only after satisfying him did he send people to help her carry out today's plan. Otherwise, how could she have kidnapped Tu Lingling? Now that she had done that with the shaman, did she still deserve Lord Hu Chi? If Lord Hu Chi found out, would he still want her? Since she could no longer have Lord Hu Chi, she would take Tu Lingling's life. Let Tu Lingling's life accompany her lost love in death. Hu Yin came back to her senses, looking at Tu Lingling's delicate little face, her hatred growing deeper. Clearly, Tu Lingling was a despised waste. She should be rotting alongside another waste, Lang Mo. But why? Now she had become the little princess of the Rabbit clan again, even had a 4th-tier beast cultivation, and even made so many males infatuated with her. This was the life Hu Yin had always dreamed of. Yet she could only watch as Tu Lingling effortlessly possessed it. No matter what, she couldn't swallow this anger. Tu Lingling saw Hu Yan's face turning more and more purple, and hurriedly said, "Don't get agitated. How about this? You tell me what you want, and I'll help you, okay?" At this time, she definitely couldn't go against Hu Yan. Once she got out safely, she could seek revenge however she wanted. There was no need to risk her life now. Is that so? A sinister smile suddenly crept up the corner of Hu Yan's mouth. Tu Lingling felt a wave of unease. "What do you want to do? What do you think?" Hu Yan sneered. Tu Lingling. She didn't want to think. "Don't worry," Hu Yan said. "I will definitely make you satisfied." She wanted Tu Lingling to taste the same pain she had, and then let Tu Lingling die in humiliation. If Lord Hu Chi knew that Tu Lingling had experienced such things before her death, he would definitely not remember Tu Lingling anymore. Even if she couldn't be with Lord Hu Chi, she would not let him always remember Tu Lingling. This isn't about whether I'm satisfied or not. Tu Lingling tried to reason with her. Why do you have to do such self-destructive things? Can't we just talk it out? Hu Yan was really quite foolish. After all, her grandfather had already regained the position of the Rabbit clan leader. Was she not afraid of retaliation from the Rabbit clan by targeting her? For a male, Hu Yan had truly lost her mind. Tu Lingling, I don't have time to waste talking to you. You lot, what are you still standing there for? This female is yours now. You can do whatever you want with her, Hu Yan said to the several males, her eyes flashing with a malicious and crazy light. The males, upon hearing this, looked at Tu Lingling and were somewhat tempted. Without a doubt, Tu Lingling was a very beautiful female, with delicate features and a good figure. If they missed this opportunity, they would never have a chance to interact with such a female in their lives. Although they felt a vague sense of wrongness in their hearts, they were blinded by desire. One of the males licked his lips and approached Tu Lingling. "Calm down," Rabbit Lingling hurriedly shouted. "Did Hu Yan not tell you my identity? I am of the Rabbit clan." Rabbit Lingling, shut up, Hu Yan shouted angrily, quickly running over and covering her mouth. Hu Yan's actions only confirmed Rabbit Lingling's suspicions. The males helping Hu Yan probably had no idea what her identity was. If they knew her identity, they would definitely be wary. "Hu Yan, what is her identity?" A male asked in confusion. "Didn't you say she was just an ordinary Rabbit clan beastman?" "She is indeed." Hu Yan gritted her teeth and said, "Are you questioning me? Don't forget. The wizard said you must listen to me. If you say more, do you believe I will go back and tell the wizard, letting him punish you?" Upon hearing this, several males became somewhat afraid. Hu Yan's 2 lackeys seemed to want to persuade her, but did not dare to speak up. Rabbit Lingling's mouth was covered by Hu Yan, and she wanted to say her identity, but couldn't get the words out. Just as she was anxious in her heart, the tiger cub behind her suddenly dashed out at lightning speed and bit down hard on Hu Yan's hand. "Ah!" Hu Yan screamed in pain, finally releasing Rabbit Lingling's mouth. Then instinctively swung her arm hard, throwing the tiger cub away. The tiger cub fell heavily to the ground. "Tiger cub!" Rabbit Lingling cried out in pain. The tiger cub, hurt from the fall, looked at Rabbit Lingling and let out a small whimper, tears seemingly welling up in its eyes. Rabbit Lingling's heart ached even more, and she immediately said, "I am the granddaughter of the Rabbit clan leader and the daughter-in-law of the Wolf clan leader. If you dare to touch me, think about how many lives you have." As soon as she said this, the expressions of several males changed. "Hu Yan, what is going on? You didn't tell us this." "That's right. You actually deceived us into attacking the granddaughter of the Rabbit clan leader? Are you trying to get us killed? Did you also deceive the wizard? We will definitely report this matter to the wizard." Hu Yan was almost furious. After all her effort and sacrifice, was she still unable to properly torment Rabbit Lingling? It's all that damn tiger cub's fault. Hu Yin glared at the tiger cub, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Since that was the case, she would kill this tiger cub in front of Rabbit Lingling and then enjoy the sight of Rabbit Lingling's suffering. Saying this, she suddenly charged at the tiger cub. The tiger cub had just unsteadily gotten up from the ground when it heard Rabbit Lingling shout, "Tiger cub, run." Although it didn't understand what was happening, it understood those 4 words and turned to run. It dashed quickly, and Hu Yin couldn't catch up for a moment. So she had to tell her 2 lackeys, "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and catch it." Seeing this, Rabbit Lingling felt anxious and struggled desperately. Unfortunately, the rope was still tightly bound, and she couldn't break free at all. The 2 lackeys had become accustomed to following Hu Yan's orders, and upon hearing her, they immediately began to intercept the tiger cub. In the end, the tiger cub was caught by Hu Yan. Tiger cub, Rabbit Lingling's heart was filled with unease. Now that Hu Yin had lost her rationality, she would really harm the tiger cub. The tiger cub was held by its neck in Hu Yan's hand, struggling with all its limbs, but could not escape. Chapter 99. Rabbit Lingling goes mad. Hee, little cub. Hu Yin sneered. "I see your relationship with Rabbit Lingling is quite good. If you die, won't Rabbit Lingling be heartbroken?" "Hu Yin, you are crazy." Rabbit Lingling shouted angrily. "It is one of your own tiger clan. Are you really going to harm your own kind?" One male also disapproved, saying, "Hu Yin, you can't do this. Shut up, since you won't help me. Don't stop me from taking action." Hu Yan's face was already somewhat twisted. "Rabbit Lingling, I want you to see with your own eyes this little cub you care about die in front of you." Saying this, she suddenly squeezed the tiger cub's neck. "No." Rabbit Lingling's mind instantly buzzed. She watched the tiger cub struggling desperately in Hu Yan's hand, a look of pain on its face, and felt blood rush to her head. No, she absolutely cannot let anything happen to the tiger cub. Rabbit Lingling wanted to tell Hu Yin to come at her instead, but suddenly she couldn't make any sound. Her body was burning hot, and she trembled violently, as if her mind was being controlled by a crazy thought. "Kill Hu Yin. Kill all the beastmen here." "Hu Yin, Rabbit Lingling seems to be acting a bit strange." One of Hu Yan's lackeys shouted in panic. Upon hearing this, Hu Yin quickly turned to look. She saw Rabbit Lingling's eyes were blood red, her gaze icy, staring intensely at her. The killing intent radiating from Rabbit Lingling became more and more apparent, making Hu Yan's heart race uncontrollably. However, seeing the ropes on Rabbit Lingling, she felt slightly relieved. No matter what, Rabbit Lingling could not. Just as she thought this, she saw Rabbit Lingling suddenly exert herself, and immediately, the ropes on her body snapped. Hu Yan's pupils shrank. She unconsciously relaxed her grip, and the tiger cub took the opportunity to escape from her hand, desperately running to Rabbit Lingling's side. But at this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from Rabbit Lingling even made the tiger cub feel a bit afraid. Hu Yin could no longer care about the escaping tiger cub. She looked in terror at Rabbit Lingling, who stood up from the ground, her voice trembling as she said, How is this possible? How could Rabbit Lingling?" That rope had taken her a lot of effort to obtain from the wizard. It was said to be a powerful magical item that could trap most beastmen and prevent them from using their beast powers. But why could Rabbit Lingling break free? Moreover, Rabbit Lingling's current appearance seemed extremely wrong. Her eyes were so red, they seemed to be dripping blood, and being stared at by those eyes made one feel a deep-seated fear. "Hu Yin, why don't we hurry and run?" One of the lackeys was already so scared he was on the verge of tears. Although Hu Yin was also afraid, she didn't want to lose face in front of Rabbit Lingling, so she still stubbornly said, "Why should we run? Even if Rabbit Lingling has 4th level beast power, we have so many beastmen." Before she could finish her sentence, Rabbit Lingling suddenly charged at her. Moreover, Rabbit Lingling's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of her, forcefully knocking her to the ground. Hu Yin hadn't even had time to scream when Rabbit Lingling had already lowered her head and bit off a large chunk of flesh from her shoulder. The smell of blood instantly filled the air. Hu Yin was in so much pain that she couldn't even make a sound, only looking at Rabbit Lingling with a mix of agony and terror. Something was wrong. It was far too wrong. Rabbit Lingling now seemed completely mad. "You all hurry and pull her away." One of Hu Yan's lackeys shouted to the other males. But the males, seeing Rabbit Lingling's current state, didn't dare to approach at all. "Rabbit Lingling, you let go of Hu Yin," another lackey said boldly. However, just as she finished speaking, Rabbit Lingling suddenly turned her head to look at her. The fierce and crazy look in her eyes made her legs tremble uncontrollably, and finally, she just sat down on the ground. "I can't take it anymore. I think we need to run." a male said, trembling. She seems to have gone insane. Run, someone shouted, and several males quickly rushed out of the house. Tiger Yan's 2 followers. What is going on? They're running too fast. However, at that moment, suddenly, a figure rushed past them, creating a gust of wind. The 2 of them were stunned for a moment, then looked towards Tiger Yan. She was already lying in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. And Rabbit Lingling had already disappeared. Several males ran out of the house, and before they could get far, they heard a chilling roar. In the next moment, Rabbit Lingling appeared in front of them. Her eyes were still blood red, her expression fierce. A gust of wind hit them, nearly blinding them. One male quickly said, "Why you calm down? We were just used by Tiger Yan. If we had known your identity, we definitely wouldn't." As soon as the words came out, he felt awkward. Yes, they hadn't attacked Rabbit Lingling just now because they were wary of her identity. If Rabbit Lingling were just an ordinary beastman, she would have been taken down long ago. Moreover, at this moment, Rabbit Lingling couldn't hear what they were saying at all. All she could think about was killing them, listening to their screams, tasting their blood. That feeling must be wonderful. A few males saw Rabbit Lingling grin, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Then, she suddenly pounced on them. At that moment, they actually forgot to run, standing there dumbfounded, unable to move. Just as Rabbit Lingling was about to pounce on them, suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking her path. When Rabbit Lingling collided with him, he directly reached out and held her in his arms. "Lingling, it's me." However, Rabbit Lingling seemed to not hear his words at all and bit down on his shoulder. Wolf Mo gasped in pain, but couldn't bear to push Rabbit Lingling away. He placed his palm on the back of her head. Soon, a burst of light illuminated the area. When the light faded, Rabbit Lingling relaxed and fainted in his arms. Wolf Mo held her, frowning deeply. He had seen the scene just now. If Rabbit Lingling only wanted to kill the ones who kidnapped her, he wouldn't have stopped her. However, just now, Rabbit Lingling's appearance was clearly not right. That's why he had blocked her. And the bite she had just given him was with full force, drawing blood. This was enough to prove that her mind was not clear. If she killed someone in this state and regretted it after waking up, what would he do? Wolf Mo didn't want to see her sad. It would be better to stop her first, and if she still wanted those beastmen dead after she woke up. It wouldn't be too late to act then. Chapter 100. What exactly happened? Wolf Mo held Rabbit Lingling and turned around, casting a cold glance. The few males were already so scared that they collapsed on the ground. At this time, Wolf Bai, Eagle Zay, and Tiger Chi, along with Kong Xiangxue, also rushed over. What exactly just happened? How is Lingling? Wolf Bai asked worriedly. Her appearance just now was very strange. Wolf Mo said it was like she was possessed. Possessed? Is that even possible? Tiger Chi was very anxious. What happened to make Lingling like this? Wolf Mo did not answer him, but said, "The tiger cub should be in that room. Please go check it out." "I'll go," Kong Xiangxue said. She immediately ran into the house, and Eagle Zay followed her in. After a while, Kong Xiangxue came out carrying the tiger cub, looking pale along with Eagle Zay. However, both of their faces were not looking good. The tiger cub was buried in Kong Xiangxue's arms, shivering as if frightened. "What happened?" Tiger Chi asked. Inside, Kong Xiangxue hesitated to speak. She couldn't imagine that the scene inside was caused by Rabbit Lingling. Of course, she supported Rabbit Lingling in killing Tiger Yan to take revenge for the kidnapping, but the Rabbit Lingling she knew didn't seem like such a crazy beast man. "I'll take Lingling back to the Rabbit clan," Wolf Mo said. "You handle things here. Don't worry." Wolf Bai patted his shoulder, glancing at Rabbit Lingling in his arms. After Rabbit Lingling went missing, they mobilized all their resources to investigate, searching everywhere and finally found her location. They never expected to see such a scene upon arrival, although Rabbit Lingling was unharmed, which eased their worries slightly. What was going on with her state just now? Wolf Mo left with Rabbit Lingling, and Kong Xiangxue followed closely behind, wanting to take the tiger cub back. The tiger cub was clearly very scared. After they left, Tiger Chi first beat up the few males, daring to kidnap Lingling. Do you not want to live? The highest level of beast cultivation among those males was only tier 3, and they had just been terrified by Rabbit Lingling. So they were no match for Tiger Chi's beating and could only beg for mercy. "Spare us. We were just following orders," one of them pleaded. "And we didn't do anything. If we had known her identity, we definitely wouldn't have helped Tiger Yan kidnap her." Yes, the mastermind this time was Tiger Yan. "If you want revenge, go find her. However, she may not even be alive now. We are all subordinates of the Tiger Clan shaman. If you have anything to say, go talk to the shaman. In order to save their lives, they could only give up their master." Eagle Zay looked at them and snorted coldly. They had already found out that Tiger Yan's kidnapping of Rabbit Lingling was supported by the shaman of the Tiger clan. They were just too eager to save Rabbit Lingling and the tiger cub, so they hadn't had time to deal with that shaman yet. Eagle Zay then coldly looked at Tiger Chi, saying, "Your Tiger clan shamans really meddle in everything." Tiger Chi's expression was also not good. The ones who kidnapped Rabbit Lingling were beastmen from their Tiger clan, and it also involved the Tiger clan shaman. He really felt a bit ashamed to face Rabbit Lingling now. He hoped Rabbit Lingling would be safe. At that moment, they heard some movement and turned to see Wolfzwa and Wolfyu jumping down from a tree. They both held ropes in their hands. "We are ordered by the Lord to take these males back," Wolfzwa said, and he and Wolfyu began to tie up the males. One of them attempted to struggle, but was punched by Wolfyu, knocking him senseless. Wolf by then walked into the house with Tiger Chi. Tiger Yin was still lying in a pool of blood, unconscious. Her two followers were huddled together nearby, trembling. They knew they should run, but after seeing that scene, they completely lost the strength to escape. At that moment, when they saw Huchi, it was as if they had found a savior. They crawled to Huchi's feet and cried, "Master Huchi, save us." Huchi glanced at them coldly, ignored them, and crouched down next to Huyen, feeling her breath and checking her pulse. Still alive. Huchi said to Langbai. Quite a strong will to live, Langbai replied indifferently, "Take them all back." However, Huchi frowned. "What's wrong?" Langbai's expression turned cold. At this point, "Do you still think your Tiger Clan's beastmen need to be taken back to the Tiger Clan?" "That's not what I meant," Huchi quickly said. "I just feel that it's unnecessary to go through all this trouble. Just kill them and be done with it." His voice was very cold, with an unmistakable disdain in his tone. These beastmen actually dared to harm two Lingling. Moreover, they caused two Lingling to become like that. He really wanted to take their lives immediately. Hearing him say this, Huyan's two followers were almost paralyzed with fear. "Master Huchi, please don't." One cried. "We were also manipulated by Huyan. She is the mastermind. You know, our families are not well off. If we don't follow Huyan, we would definitely often go hungry. How could the Tiger Clan let its members go hungry?" Huchi said coldly. "You are merely following Huyan to do bad things. There's no need to make excuses for yourselves. Every clan has beastmen with poor family conditions, whether due to health issues or other reasons. But most clans would not ignore these beastmen. They might not let them eat too well, but being filled is absolutely not a problem." The two followers cried in fear, desperately bowing and begging for mercy. "Enough," Langbai said impatiently. He frowned and said to Huchi, "Take them back. In this matter, Lingling is the biggest victim, so how to deal with him should wait until Lingling wakes up for her to decide." With Langbai's words, Huchi felt it made sense. "All right, let's take them back to the Rabbit clan first." Then there was this Huyen. Huchi looked at Huyen, who was still lying in a pool of blood, frowning tightly. If he had known this would happen, he should have made it clear to Huyen from the start, making her give up all thoughts of targeting two Lingling. However, he also didn't expect Huyen to be so bold. Even the shaman could be used by her. Huchi's expression was very ugly. Lang Mo brought two Lingling back to the Rabbit clan. In fact, he originally didn't want Tu Huai to know about this. After all, Tu Huai was getting older, and although he had been much better recently, he still couldn't handle a shock. But he wasn't sure if two Lingling's bewitched appearance was due to something that had happened before, causing some abnormalities within her body. If that were the case, then Tu Huai should be the one who knows best. Chapter 101, A Past Incident. When Tu Huai heard that Tu Lingling was in trouble, he immediately rushed to her room. He must have rushed because he was panting when he entered, and sweat was beading on his forehead. Tu Rui supported him from the side, muttering, "Take it easy, pay attention to your health." But how could Tu Huai care about his health when his most beloved granddaughter was in trouble? Kong Xiangxue was holding the tiger cub in the outer room. She kept comforting the tiger cub. In her arms, the tiger cub seemed much better, its big, shiny eyes fixed on the inner room. "Are you worried about your mother?" Kong Xiangxue said softly. "Don't worry. With your dad here, she will definitely be fine." Although she was also worried about Tu Lingling. However, she couldn't let the tiger cub worry alongside her. "The tiger cub is okay, right?" Tu Huai walked over and asked. "It's fine." Kong Xiangxue quickly stood up holding the tiger cub. It seems to have just been a bit scared. The main concern is Lingling. She didn't know how to explain. Tu Huai nodded and immediately walked toward the inner room. Tu Lingling was lying on the Kong, with thick, soft animal skins underneath her. She was still in a deep sleep, and Lang Mo had carefully washed her face and hands with warm water. "How is Lingling?" Tu Huai asked anxiously as he walked in. "Grandpa, please sit down." Tu Huai walked to the edge of the Kong, took a look at Tu Lingling, and touched her forehead before sitting down in the chair Lang Mo had moved over. Lang Mo said in a deep voice, "Today at the gathering, Lingling was kidnapped. Kidnapped? Du ist fast. Who did it? After all, he had now regained the identity of the rabbit clan's leader. How could there be beastmen who dare to kidnap his granddaughter? This was simply disregarding him and the entire rabbit clan. It was the beastmen of the tiger clan. Langamo said, "They have all been captured. Now, there's an even more important matter, Grandpa," after I rushed over. Langamo recounted everything he had seen after arriving and Tu Lingling's condition in detail. After hearing this, Tu Huai's face also showed a shocked expression. How is this possible? How could Lingling suddenly become like that? Langamo frowned and asked, "Does Grandpa not know the reason? Could it be related to some experiences Lingling has had before?" Tu Huai's brows furrowed tightly as he shook his head slightly. "There hasn't been any incident. Lingling has grown up smoothly until her father and 6 uncles had their incident." Langmo's expression grew increasingly serious. Tu Huai didn't even know why Tu Lingling had turned into that state. But how could a perfectly fine beastman suddenly lose control? How could she become like that? As if possessed? He had never heard of such a thing. Tu Huai looked worriedly at Tu Lingling lying on the Kong. After a while, he suddenly slammed the table. "I remember now. There was an incident back then." "What?" Langamo asked quickly. Tu Huai, with a serious expression, recounted an incident from that year. It was when Tu Lingling was 5 years old. One day, her father, Tu Hung, took her out to play. Unexpectedly, they did not return for 2 whole days. Tu Lingling's mother, 6 uncles, and some beastmen from the rabbit clan searched everywhere, but found nothing. Just when all the beastmen were anxious on the 3rd day at noon, Tu Hung finally returned with Tu Lingling. Tu Hung's arm was injured, but Tu Lingling was unharmed. However, she was in a faint state, carried back by Tu Hung. They all inquired about what had happened. Tu Hung only said they had accidentally wandered into a forest, got lost, and encountered a fierce beast. He defeated the beast and managed to find the way out of the forest with Tu Lingling before quickly returning home. In the eyes of the beastmen, Tu Hung had always been a very reliable male. So, when Tu Hung said this, they did not suspect him much. Even later, when they couldn't find that forest at all, they didn't think Tu Hung was lying to them. However, what they were very concerned about was that after Tu Lingling returned, she had actually been in a coma for 2 full days. Rabbit Hung said he was frightened because the monster was truly terrifying, even when he thought about it. He felt a lingering fear. The tribe's healer came to diagnose Rabbit Lingling and said that apart from being scared, there were no other issues. 2 days later, Rabbit Lingling woke up and quickly returned to running, jumping, eating, and sleeping, with no abnormalities. Although she didn't remember what had happened with Rabbit Hung outside, the other beastmen saw that she was physically fine and didn't dwell on it. If one were to say that something unusual had happened to Lingling before, it would be this incident. Rabbit Huai furrowed his brow and said, but when she woke up that year, there were no problems with her body at all. The healer diagnosed her several times. Moreover, over the years, there had never been anything abnormal. Why is it suddenly different this time? Could it be that I'm overthinking? Is it actually unrelated to that incident? After all, she just encountered a fierce beast. And that fierce beast was ultimately dealt with by Rabbit Hung. If it really is related to that incident, it means Rabbit Hung lied, and something else must have happened that he didn't mention. But why would Rabbit Hung lie to them? They had never doubted Rabbit Hung. It's hard to say. Wolf Mo frowned and said, back then, only the father-in-law and Lingling knew what they encountered outside. Rabbit Huai nodded. He didn't feel anything was wrong, but outside, Kong Xiangxue suddenly perked up her ears. When Rabbit Huai entered the inner room, he was too worried about Rabbit Lingling and didn't have time to close the door tightly. Just now, everything they said was overheard by Kong Xiangxue, including Wolf Mo calling out father-in-law. He calls his father-in-law so casually. But then again, he and Rabbit Lingling are indeed legitimate partners. Rabbit Lingling's father is none other than Wolf Mo's father-in-law, right? Moreover, judging by Wolf Mo's demeanor, he genuinely cares for Rabbit Lingling. Kong Xiangxue thought to herself, among the 4 males currently interested in Rabbit Lingling, Wolf Mo should be the best, right? But the other 3 are actually not bad either. Forget it. Anyway, she will always support Rabbit Lingling. Whoever Rabbit Lingling likes, she will back. The most important thing now is whether Rabbit Lingling can return to normal after waking up. Kong Xiangxue's heart was filled with worry. Wolf Bai, Yingxia, and Hu Qi, along with Wolf Zhua and Wolf Yu, returned to the rabbit tribe with Hu Yin and her 2 followers, as well as those few males. The beastmen of the rabbit tribe were furious upon learning that they had kidnapped Rabbit Lingling. If it weren't for Wolf Bai and the other beastmen stopping them, they probably would have directly killed those few males. Hu Qi had them find a house and locked Hu Yin and the other beastmen inside. Then they all went to see Rabbit Lingling. In their hearts, they were always concerned about Rabbit Lingling's safety. If something happened to Rabbit Lingling, they really didn't dare to think about it. Chapter 102, If You Don't Speak, Then Let's Burn It Together. Rabbit Lingling was still sleeping. The males' faces were filled with heartache. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Huchi asked anxiously. Wolfamo, what exactly did you do? I used a sleep spell on her. Wolfamo frowned and said, but normally, she should have woken up long ago. So now, Rabbit Lingling's coma is unrelated to my sleep spell. Huchi was extremely anxious. Pacing back and forth in the room, Ingze coldly said, can you be more honest? Walking back and forth here won't wake Lingling up. Huchi was about to lash out at him when he suddenly glanced at Rabbit Lingling lying on the bed, and his face turned pale as he swallowed back what he wanted to say. No matter what, Rabbit Lingling was the most important right now. Bickering with Ingze was of no use. Have the beastmen who kidnapped Lingling been brought back? Rabbit Huai asked with a grim expression. If Rabbit Lingling hadn't been kidnapped, she wouldn't have suffered and wouldn't have ended up like this. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He absolutely would not let those beastmen who kidnapped his granddaughter go, no matter which tribe they belonged to. Yes, grandfather, Wolfbai respectfully replied. Rabbit Huai leaned on his cane, stood up, and said coldly, let's go take a look. Then he turned to Kong Xiangxue and said, Xiangxue, please stay here and guard Lingling. Grandfather, why are you saying please with me? It's only right for me to guard Lingling. Kong Xiangxue said, her eyes reddening. After all, Rabbit Lingling was her dear friend. She was really worried. When would Rabbit Lingling wake up? If she wakes up and still hasn't returned to normal, what should they do? With Kong Xiangxue guarding, Rabbit Huai and the four males went to interrogate the kidnappers. They needed to find out why Rabbit Lingling suddenly erupted and what she was like before they rushed over. Outside the room where the prisoners were held, several male beastmen from the rabbit tribe were on guard. When they saw Rabbit Huai and the others coming, the males respectfully bowed and then opened the door for them. Inside, the few Tiger Tribe males, along with Huyan's two followers, were suddenly startled by the sound of the door opening and instinctively shrank back into the corner. They didn't even want to care about Huyan lying on the ground. The tribe's healer had done simple first aid for Huyan. She barely managed to survive, but she still hadn't woken up. In fact, the healer didn't want to care at all. The rabbit tribe members felt that it would be too lenient if Huyan died 1,000 times for daring to kidnap their little princess. However, Wolf Mo had instructed not to let Huyan die, and since Wolf Mo was Rabbit Lingling's partner, the healer had no choice but to comply. Wolf Mo didn't care whether Huyan lived or died. He just wanted to wait for Rabbit Lingling to fully wake up before letting her decide. Rabbit Huai walked into the room with the other beastmen, his gaze coldly sweeping over the few beastmen inside. It was them who had kidnapped his precious granddaughter. Cough, cough. Rabbit Rue coughed a couple of times. This is our rabbit tribe's tribe leader. Leader. Great leader, please spare us. We won't dare again. A Tiger Tribe male pleaded desperately. We were just following orders. Following orders? Whose orders? Rabbit Huai asked coldly. The Tiger Tribe shaman. We are the shaman's subordinates. They were already quite familiar with selling out their master. Hearing the words Tiger Tribe shaman, Rabbit Huai instinctively glanced at Huchi. Huchi felt utterly ashamed. How embarrassing, especially in front of Rabbit Huai. The ones who kidnapped Rabbit Lingling were their Tiger Tribe beastmen, and it even involved the Tiger Tribe shaman. This time, his impression in Rabbit Huai's mind would definitely take a big hit. Another Tiger Tribe male spoke up. We followed the shaman's orders to work with Huyan. The shaman instructed that we do whatever Huyan told us, so when she asked us to design a kidnapping of a female, we had no choice. But we didn't know that the female she asked us to kidnap was your granddaughter. If we had known, we definitely wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Another male added. Tu Huai gave a cold smile and said, now that things have already happened, do you think it makes any sense to say these things? He forcefully tapped his cane on the ground twice, his body trembling with anger. Grandpa, please calm down. Take care of your health, Lang Bai quickly said. Lang Mo had an orc bring in a chair for Tu Huai to sit down. Ingze coldly asked, you all speak first. After you kidnapped Lingling, what else happened? A few male tigers felt a chill run down their spines. Everything else was fine, but the fact that Huyan made them do such things to Tu Lingling. Although none of them did anything, the orcs in front of them clearly cherished Tu Lingling deeply. If they found out, they would definitely be furious. At that time, they could very well lose their lives. No, they couldn't be the one to speak up first, or they would be the first to be killed. So, one male orc looked at Huyan's two subordinates and said, those two are Huyan's subordinates. They know best what happened at that time. Let's let them speak. Suddenly being pointed out, Huyan's two subordinates were extremely angry. How could they, as females, be pushed out like that by males? All of this was Hu Yan's fault. If Hu Yan hadn't fainted, they wouldn't have to explain. One of them said tremblingly, We don't remember very clearly. Upon hearing this, Tu Huai smiled. It was unclear whether he was laughing out of anger or something else. In any case, his smile looked a bit strange. You're not going to say anything? He asked softly. The several tiger orcs didn't dare to speak. All right. Tu Huai nodded, stood up, and said, then let's go. The other orcs were a bit surprised. Tu Huai didn't ask anything and was just going to leave like that. Just as Tu Huai was about to reach the door, he suddenly turned back and said to Tu Rui, "Oh right, have him bring some grass in a moment, and then just burn this house down." Tu Rui had been with Tu Huai for so many years, so he understood him perfectly. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, "Yes, chief. By the way, what should we do with these tiger orcs in a room?" Tu Huai coldly smiled and said, "Since they refuse to say anything, then just burn them together." A few tiger orcs turned pale with fright and shouted, "No. Chief, please spare us. We'll say everything." Chapter 103. Do you have a female you like? At this moment, no one dared to delay. One male orc immediately began to recount what happened after they kidnapped Tu Lingling. There wasn't much to say at the beginning, but the key point was after Tu Lingling woke up. Indeed, when he mentioned Hu Yan making them do those things to Tu Lingling, Tu Huai and the other orcs' expressions darkened significantly. Hu Qi even wanted to rush over and tear him apart, but was stopped by Lang Bai. The male orc was so scared that he didn't dare to speak anymore. So another male orc continued. By the time he finished recounting everything, he realized he was drenched in sweat. Are you sure there's nothing else? Ingzhe asked coldly. No, really nothing else. That's all that happened at the time. They all know it. The other tiger orcs nodded repeatedly. Tu Huai didn't say anything more. After instructing the rabbit orcs to keep a close watch on them, he took Lang Mo and the others out. So, it was when Hu Yan wanted to kill the tiger cub that Lingling suddenly exploded. Lang Bai frowned and said, Lingling has always cared for the tiger cub. Could it be that she was so heartbroken and scared that? Lang Mo shook his head. That shouldn't be enough to lose control to such an extent. Caring for the tiger cub should only be a trigger, not the root cause. There must be some secret hidden within Tu Lingling. Moreover, this secret is something that other orcs cannot uncover, and even she herself does not know. The only orc who should know is her missing father-in-law. Lang Mo's expression grew serious as a thought gradually took shape in his mind. These orcs will be watched by my rabbit tribe. We will deal with them once Lingling wakes up. After Tu Huai finished speaking, he glanced at Hu Qi and asked, You have no objections, right? Hu Qi immediately said, No objections. Grandpa, you can handle it as you wish. He was eager to do something to make up for it. So how could he dare to have any objections? Although he had no prior knowledge of this kidnapping, it was after all done by the Tiger Tribe orcs, and he was the son of the Tiger Tribe leader. It was impossible for him to completely distance himself from it. Speaking of which, he hadn't even settled accounts with the Tiger Tribe shaman yet. A glint of ferocity flashed in Hu Qi's eyes as he bowed to Tu Huai and said, Grandpa, I need to return to the Tiger Tribe for a while. Tu Huai roughly knew what he was going back for and didn't ask too much. He just nodded and said, Go ahead. If there's any news about Lingling, please send an orc to inform me, Hu Qi pleaded. Tu Huai nodded. Hu Qi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that Tu Huai didn't have too much of an opinion about him. Since Hu Qi said this, Lang Mo, Lang Bai, and Ingzhe also didn't oppose it, because they all understood that Hu Qi was genuinely worried about Tu Lingling, and so were they. So now was not the time for jealousy. Hu Qi bowed to Tu Huai again and then left. After leaving the rabbit tribe, he could no longer hide the hostility in his body. The shaman, daring to hurt the one he loved the most, just wait to die. Tu Huai and the other orcs returned to Tu Lingling's room. Not only were Kong Xiangxue and the tiger cub guarding, but Song Gong, Lang Tai, and Hu Wan were also nearby. Originally, Lang Mo didn't want them to know about the kidnapping of Tu Lingling and the tiger cub. However, Song Gong and Hu Huan were very clever, and although Lang Tai was somewhat foolish, he was also very concerned about his mother and younger brother. So they still sensed something was off. Just now, they managed to extract some information from a rabbit tribe orc and learn the general situation. So they all rushed over to guard Tu Lingling Grandpa Dad. As soon as Hu Huan saw them come in, her eyes turned red. What happened to Mom? Why has she been sleeping all the time? And her face is so pale. Is she sick? Lang Mo gently patted her head and comforted her. Don't worry, Huan, with your dad here, I will definitely not let anything happen to your mother. Hu Huan suddenly threw herself into Lang Mo's arms and began to sob quietly. She was truly worried about her mother and had been holding it in. Now that she saw her dad, she could no longer hold back her tears. Clearly, Her mother had been smiling and taking them to the gathering that morning. So how could it be like this now? Song Gung and Lang Tai remained silent. Although they didn't cry, their hands were tightly clenched. Hearing Hu Huan's sobs, Kong Xiangxue was on the verge of tears. To be honest, all the orcs were brought together by Tu Lingling. Now that something happened to her, they felt as if they had lost their backbone. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. They hadn't eaten anything all day, yet they had no appetite at all. Finally, Wolf left prepared a few dishes and brought them in, and they barely managed to eat some. But they all hurriedly took a few bites and then put down their chopsticks, continuing to watch over Rabbit Lingling. In the end, only Wolf left, and Wolf Right remained at the dining table. Sigh. Wolf Right poked at the rice in his bowl, sighing repeatedly. Wolf Left glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "Don't play with your food. If you're going to eat, eat. If not, go to sleep." How can I eat or sleep like this? Wolf Right sighed. With Madam in this state, who wouldn't worry? Wolf Left took a bite of rice and remained silent. If Madam doesn't wake up, how sad would the master be? Wolf Right said gloomily, if my favorite female was in trouble, I would definitely collapse. Hearing this, Wolf Left asked in surprise, "What? You have a favorite female? What nonsense are you talking about?" "I don't. I just said if. Wolf Right said sternly, but his ears quietly turned red. After all, Wolf Left was his elder brother, and seeing him like this, he had an idea. He was quite curious. His carefree younger brother actually liked a female? Who could it be? Before he could ask, Wolf Right put down his bowl and chopsticks and ran away. Wolf Left. I really didn't expect Wolf Right to be shy too. Rabbit Lingling seemed to be having a very long dream. In the dream, there was endless darkness before her eyes. She didn't know where she was and could only keep walking forward. But no matter how long she walked, she could never see any light. Looking at Rabbit Lingling frowning while lying there, Wolf Mo felt extremely distressed. He reached out his hand to smooth her brow. But Rabbit Lingling seemed to be going through something extremely painful, her brow furrowing tightly. "Lingling?" he called softly, but Rabbit Lingling never opened her eyes. When Tiger Chi returned to the tiger tribe, it was already late at night. Most of the members of the tiger tribe had already fallen asleep. Tiger Chi couldn't care less. He directly woke up a few of his subordinates and angrily headed to the wizard's residence. Chapter 104. You dare to lay hands on my favorite female. The wizard was currently cuddling a female as he slept. He was over 40 but still had no partner. There was no rule in the tiger tribe that a wizard couldn't have a mate. The reason he hadn't found a partner was simply because he was fickle and loved to play. He was afraid that once he found a partner, he would have to be controlled. With his identity as a wizard of the tiger tribe, he had deceived quite a few inexperienced young females. Previously, he had always been interested in Tiger Yin, but Tiger Yin never paid much attention to him. The more she ignored him, the more he wanted to have her. However, after so long, there was still no progress. Just when he was about to give up, Tiger Yin suddenly came to him and said she could be with him, but she needed him to help her with a favor. It was just to provide her some manpower to teach a female a lesson. It was nothing difficult for him, so he gladly agreed. Just as the wizard was sleeping soundly, suddenly, the sound of the door being kicked open woke him up abruptly. "Who is it?" The wizard shouted angrily, pushing away the sleepy female in his arms and putting on his fur clothes as he got off the bed. As he walked out, he muttered, "Which brat dares to kick my door in the middle of the night? Do you want to die?" However, when he saw the orc standing there, his expression froze, and then he quickly put on a smile. "Isn't this His Highness Tiger Chi? What brings you here at this late hour?" Tiger Chi did not answer him immediately, and the wizard began to feel uneasy. Wasn't it said that Tiger Chi had recently developed feelings for the granddaughter of the rabbit tribe leader and was always lingering around the rabbit tribe to pursue her? Why did he suddenly return to the tiger tribe in the middle of the night and come to his house? He, as a wizard, only occasionally pretended to be mysterious and prayed for blessings. It couldn't be that there was suddenly some urgent matter for him to find him, right? "I came to see how the future leader of the tiger tribe is sleeping," Tiger Chi asked with a hint of smile. The wizard suddenly shivered, confused. "Your Highness Tiger Chi, what do you mean by that? You can't just say anything." What he meant was that he wanted to usurp the position. He had no such intention. If other orcs misunderstood, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. "What? Aren't you the future leader of the tiger tribe?" Tiger Chi said, his expression instantly turning cold. "Then how dare you be so bold as to lay hands on my favorite female?" After saying that, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the wizard down. Ouch! The wizard clutched his chest where he had been kicked, falling to the ground and unable to recover for a long time. What was Tiger Chi talking about? What did he lay hands on his favorite female? Did the one he brought tonight happen to be Tiger Chi's favorite female? No, this one was clearly from the bear tribe. Wasn't Tiger Chi in love with someone from the rabbit tribe? One of Tiger Chi's subordinates whispered in his ear, "Your Highness Tiger Chi, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, he is the wizard of the tiger tribe. Orcs hold deities in great respect, so wizards, who claim to communicate with the gods, still hold a certain status within the tiger tribe. I don't care if it's appropriate." Tiger Chi shouted angrily, "Today I must kill this bastard." The subordinate thought for a moment and exchanged glances with another orc. That orc immediately understood and quietly turned to leave. They did not intend to betray Tiger Chi. On the contrary, they were wholeheartedly considering his well-being. That's why they didn't want to see Tiger Chi kill the wizard and bring trouble upon themselves. The best solution now was to invite the leader over. No one in the tiger tribe could control Tiger Chi, except for the leader. The wizard took a moment to recover, propping himself up with his arm as he sat up from the ground, his expression filled with anger and confusion. "Tiger Chi, what are you doing? What did I lay hands on your favorite female? The manpower for Tiger Yin, wasn't that given by you?" Tiger Chi asked coldly. The wizard was even more puzzled. How did this suddenly involve Tiger Yin? "It was given by me. So what?" she said. At this point, the wizard suddenly realized something, and his expression changed. Could it be that the female tiger Yin said she wanted to teach a lesson was Rabbit Lingling, the granddaughter of the rabbit tribe leader, whom Tiger Chi liked? Hee hee. Tiger Chi sneered. "You dare to touch even the granddaughter of the rabbit tribe leader. Don't you think you're asking for trouble?" "I didn't know," the wizard quickly said. "She told me it was just a common female. I didn't know she actually dared to lay hands on the granddaughter of the rabbit tribe leader. Damn Tiger Yin, how dare she deceive him? He had only touched her once. She had caused him such big trouble. What? You think just saying you didn't know will absolve you of all responsibility?" Tiger Chi mocked him. "Someone like you, who is blinded by beauty and cares for nothing, has no right to be the wizard of the tiger tribe." Upon hearing this, the wizard's face immediately turned even uglier. He had relied on his identity as a wizard to live comfortably for so many years. Tiger Chi actually wants him to lose this identity. He absolutely will not allow it. So what if he's the son of the clan leader? He hasn't even become the clan leader yet. As a shaman, he still has a certain status in the tiger clan. Sometimes even the clan leader has to give him some face. The shaman stood up, covering the spot that had just been kicked, and said fiercely, "Tiger Chi, you better not be too reckless. I am an orc who can communicate with the gods. Do you dare treat me this way? Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster to the tiger clan? Stop pretending to be a god in front of me." Tiger Chi sneered, "Your tricks might fool other orcs, but don't even think about fooling me." After saying that, Tiger Chi charged directly at the shaman. The shaman was not willing to back down either, and they started fighting. Both of them were 4th-level beast cultivators and fought fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. Tiger Chi's subordinates watched anxiously from the side. Normally, they would definitely help Tiger Chi, but the current situation was a bit complicated. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help." Tiger Chi roared. Now, they had no choice but to join the fight. Otherwise, Tiger Chi might have to use his special abilities. At that point, it might attract the attention of the entire tiger clan. With the help of his subordinates, Tiger Chi quickly defeated the shaman. 2 of his subordinates held the shaman down, forcing him to kneel before Tiger Chi. The shaman spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "Tiger Chi, if you really dare to kill me, how will you explain it to the members of the tiger clan? I advise you to think carefully." "Think carefully." Tiger Chi raised his hand, preparing to use his special abilities. Fear flashed in the shaman's eyes. Just then, a furious shout rang out. "You ungrateful child, stop this at once." Chapter 105. He is going to the dark forest. Tiger Chi's brows furrowed sharply. That voice was Tiger Zhu? Why was his father here at this time? Before he could figure it out, Tiger Zhu had already walked over with several orcs. Looking at the shaman with a bruised face, Tiger Zhu slapped Tiger Chi across the face. "What are you trying to do?" Tiger Zhu's slap was powerful, and Tiger Chi saw stars. But he didn't back down and stubbornly said, "Kill him." He dared to lay a hand on Lingling. "I must kill him." "What?" A look of surprise flashed across Tiger Zhu's face. He had rushed over upon hearing that Tiger Chi might kill the shaman, without having a chance to ask why. Lingling, whom Tiger Chi mentioned, was the granddaughter of the rabbit clan leader, Rabbit Lingling, right? Tiger Chi had always liked her. No wonder he was so angry. What was this shaman thinking, daring to lay a hand on the granddaughter of the rabbit clan leader? Was he trying to ruin the relationship between the tiger clan and the rabbit clan? Although the tiger clan was powerful and not afraid of the rabbit clan, they couldn't afford to make enemies recklessly. Tiger Zhu glared fiercely at the shaman. The shaman wanted to explain something, but Tiger Zhu spoke again. "Even if he did something wrong, it's not your place to deal with it privately. I will handle this matter." Tomorrow I will go to the Rabbit clan to apologize with you. Now, go back to your own room immediately. Tiger Chi was unwilling to accept this and wanted to say something, but one of his subordinates quickly held him back, saying, "Your Highness Tiger Chi, it's best not to resist the clan leader right now. You should understand." Tiger Chi's expression stiffened, and his fingers gradually tightened. Indeed, he currently had no ability to resist Tiger Zhu. Although he had a distinguished identity, everything he had was given to him by Tiger Zhu. Without Tiger Zhu, at this moment, he suddenly hated himself for being useless. He couldn't even take revenge for the female he loved. Tiger Chi suddenly thought, if it were Wolf Mo, he should be able to do it, right? He wouldn't have to worry so much and could do whatever he wanted. Tiger Chi closed his eyes and gave a wry smile. Wolf Mo, Wolf Bai, and Eagle Zay had been guarding Rabbit Lingling's room all night. Other orcs had been there too, but Wolf Mo said that having so many orcs there was useless and sent them all back to rest, especially the young ones and Rabbit Huai. Staying up like this was not good for their health. After much persuasion, Kong Xiangxue finally took the young ones to sleep, and Rabbit Huai was also persuaded to leave by Rabbit Rue. At this moment, just as dawn was breaking, Rabbit Lingling still had not woken up. Wolf Mo held Rabbit Lingling's hand and suddenly asked, "If I have to leave for a while, can you all take good care of Lingling?" Wolf Bai was taken aback. "Third brother, do you mean, are you leaving?" Eagle Zay asked coldly, "What? You want to leave now? Rabbit Lingling is in this condition and you want to leave?" "Yes." Wolf Mo nodded. "I'm going to the Dark Forest." Upon hearing this, Wolf Bai and Eagle Zay's expressions changed. "Are you crazy?" Wolf Bai put a hand on Wolf Mo's shoulder. "I know you are powerful now, but the Dark Forest is not a place to go lightly. There are countless fierce beasts, swamps, and poisonous gas. It's extremely dangerous. No matter how strong an orc is, they would not dare to go there easily." "I know all that," Wolf Mo said calmly, "but I want to try to see if I can bring back my father-in-law." "You mean Lingling's father?" "Yes." Wolf Bai immediately understood Wolf Mo's intention. Only Lingling's father knew what happened back then. If Wolf Mo could find him, perhaps he could uncover the secret surrounding Rabbit Lingling. But Lingling's father and 6 uncles were famous warriors in the Rabbit clan, and their cultivation levels were not low either. The 7 of them went to the Dark Forest together and lost contact. "Are you sure you can find them?" Wolf Bai said with a bitter smile. He naturally did not want Rabbit Lingling to lose so many relatives, but at this point, they had to admit that Rabbit Hung and Rabbit Lingling's 6 uncles were likely in grave danger. "I have to try," Wolf Mo said solemnly. "For Lingling, I don't want to give up any hope. Besides, even without this incident, I had planned to go to the Dark Forest after a while to help Lingling find her family. He just didn't expect such a change to occur, so he had to move this plan forward. As for whether Wolf Bai and Eagle Zay would take advantage of his absence, he no longer cared. He just wanted Rabbit Lingling to be safe. "Then I'll go with you," Eagle Zay said. Wolf Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you sure? The Dark Forest is not an ordinary place." "So what?" Eagle Zay rarely showed a gentle smile. "If it weren't for Lingling, I might have died long ago. Every day I live now is a gift from Lingling. Therefore, even if I die for Rabbit Lingling, it would be a worthy death." Upon hearing this, Wolf Mo said nothing more. "In that case, I will go too." Wolf Bai said, "You should stay." Eagle Zay said, "If you go with us, then only Tiger Chi will be left alone. With him like that, do you feel safe?" Wolf Bai, "That seems very reasonable. Although Rabbit Huai, Kong Xiangxue, and the members of the Rabbit clan were there and would definitely take good care of Rabbit Lingling, if all 3 of them left, he still felt uneasy. Hu Chi is really unreliable." Wolf Bai was silent for a moment, then asked, "When do you plan to set off?" "In another 2 days, Wolf Mo said. "If Lingling hasn't woken up, or if she wakes up but hasn't returned to normal, then we will set off immediately." Ingze nodded, showing no objections. After a while, there was some commotion outside. Tu Huai, Kong Xiangxue, and the cubs all came over. "Is mother still not awake?" Hu Huan asked eagerly. Wolf Bai patted her head and said gently, "She will wake up. You all go over and talk to her. Maybe when she hears your voices, she will wake up." As soon as the cubs heard this, they all ran to the edge of the Kong and started talking to Tu Lingling in low voices. Even the tiger cub jumped onto the Kong and kept rubbing its head against Tu Lingling's hand, although Tu Lingling's previous state had indeed scared it. In its heart, Tu Lingling would always be the best and gentlest mother. Wolfswa and Wolfie made breakfast, brought it over, and told them to go eat something outside. Wolf Mo, Wolf Bai, and Ingze had stayed up all night. Although they had no appetite, they vaguely felt hungry. They understood that they needed to maintain their strength. Even if they didn't want to eat, they had to force themselves to eat more, or else they might collapse before Tu Lingling woke up. "You all go eat first. I'll stay here and watch." Kong Xiangxue said. I'll go after you all finish eating. Wolf Mo and the others didn't say much and took the cubs outside for breakfast. The cubs kept looking back, and Wolf Tai quietly asked, will Mother be hungry since she hasn't eaten anything? She definitely will. Hu Huan said, we need to prepare hot food. So when Mother wakes up, there will be something to eat right away. Yes, that's right. Only Kong Xiangxue and Tu Lingling, who was lying on the Kong, were left in the room. Kong Xiangxue held Tu Lingling's hand, her eyes filled with pain. Lingling, it's all my fault. If only I had gone to the meeting with you that day. Kong Xiangxue said, then bitterly smiled and added, sigh, I overestimated myself. Even if I had gone, I probably couldn't have protected you. She was silent for a moment, then said, it seems I need to become stronger so I can protect everyone I want to protect. Lingling, please wake up. I really feel so heartbroken seeing you like this. I don't know what to do anymore. Throughout her life, Kong Xiangxue actually had quite a few friends. But for some reason, she always felt that she couldn't fully open her heart to the other friends. After meeting Tu Lingling, she suddenly determined that Tu Lingling was her lifelong best friend. The reason, she couldn't even explain herself. Perhaps this is fate. Looking at Tu Lingling like this, she felt very uncomfortable, wishing she could suffer in Tu Lingling's place. Just then, she heard footsteps. It seemed that someone had entered. Kong Xiangxue turned her head to see that it was Wolf Yu. She wiped her eyes and smiled, asking, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Looking at her smile, Wolf Yu was momentarily dazed. However, he quickly reacted, took 2 steaming egg fruits, and handed them to Kong Xiangxue. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Wolf Yu said. Kong Xiangxue took them and said, thank you. Ah, it's nothing. I just happened to do it. After Wolf Yu said this, he immediately turned and left. He struggled to control his racing heart, and when he realized it, he found he had unknowingly walked into the courtyard. Wolf Zhuo was standing there, looking at him with a half-smile. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Wolf Yu felt an ominous premonition in his heart. It's nothing, Wolf Zhuo said lightly. The more he acted this way, the more anxious Wolf Yu became. How can it be nothing? No way, you have to make it clear. Are you sure you wanted to make it clear? Wolf Zhuo raised an eyebrow, then said, well, you like Kong girl, right? As soon as he said this, Wolf Yu's face instantly turned bright red. What nonsense are you talking about? Wolf Yu almost jumped up. How could I? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I have no such thoughts at all. Wolf Zhuo nodded seriously. No, I was just talking nonsense. Wolf Yu, even he, who was not very bright, could tell that Wolf Zhuo was just brushing him off. Watching Wolf Zhuo about to go into the house, Wolf Yu hurriedly grabbed him, blushing and saying, you must not tell any other beast people about this. Is this your way of asking me? Wolf Zhuo asked expressionlessly. Wolf Yu, he took a deep breath and smiled, saying, brother, good brother, you must help me keep this secret. Please don't tell any other beast people. Wolf Zhuo laughed and said, since that's the case, then I'll reluctantly agree to you. Hearing him say this, Wolf Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wolf Zhuo then asked with confusion, why are you so nervous? As a male, liking someone is just liking. What is there to be afraid of others knowing? You're not pursuing someone else as partner. Moreover, among beast people of their age, there are more females than males. It's normal for one female to have several male partners in the future. She clearly doesn't have that kind of intention towards me. Wolf Yu said dejectedly. If she finds out, it would be so awkward. Besides, he had heard that several males from the Peacock clan liked Kong Xiangxue. Yet Kong Xiangxue had not accepted any of them and had distanced herself from those males. Wolf Yu was worried that if Kong Xiangxue knew he liked her too, would she stop talking to him? Although their relationship was very close now, at least Kong Xiangxue still smiled at him. Wolf Zhuo looked at his brother with disappointment and said nothing more as he stepped into the house. Wolf Yu stood there, sighing heavily. Around noon, Hu Zhuo personally brought Hu Qi and several Tiger Clan beast people to the Rabbit Clan. Tu Huai was much older than Hu Zhuo and was considered his elder. Therefore, as soon as Hu Zhuo saw Tu Huai, he saluted and then said, Elder Tu Huai, I have heard about everything. All this is due to my poor management, and I have come to apologize. The Tiger Clan leader personally came. As the Rabbit Clan leader, Tu Huai had to suppress his anger and smiled. Don't say that. This matter has nothing to do with you. Before coming today, I already discussed with the clan members to confine the shaman for 6 months and remove him from his position as punishment. Hu Zhuo then asked, how does that sound? Hu Qi felt uncomfortable on the side, and Tu Huai did not answer immediately. To be honest, he felt the same as Hu Qi, wishing the Tiger Clan shaman would die. But he also knew that the Tiger Clan leader could do this much, which was already giving face to the Rabbit Clan. The Rabbit Clan's current strength could not be compared to the Tiger Clan's. As the Rabbit Clan leader, he could not harm the entire rabbit clan for his own selfishness. Tu Huai sighed inwardly, just about to say that this was good, when suddenly a cold voice rang out. You think you can just brush this off after harming Lingling like this? Hujua frowned and turned around to see Wolf Bai and Wolf Mo walking in. Hujua knew Wolf Bai, but the beastman who had just spoken was Wolf Mo, someone he had never seen before. Therefore, he darkened his face and asked, "Who are you to speak to me like that?" Wolf Mo shot him a glance, causing Hujua's fingers to tighten suddenly. How could this be? He, the dignified leader of the Tiger clan, was actually intimidated by the oppressive aura emanating from such a young beastman. Who exactly is this male? At this moment, Wolf Bai spoke up. Uncle Zhua, this is my third brother, Wolf Mo. Hearing this name, Hujua frowned slightly. Isn't that the infamous waste of the Wolf clan? It is said that he was born without any talent for cultivation. So he doesn't even have a first-tier beast cultivation level. The leader of the Wolf clan does not like him at all, but doesn't care about him. But now, the young man in front of him clearly has a beast cultivation level above the 5th tier. Looking at him, he seems completely unrelated to the idea of being a waste. That rumor is just too absurd. In any case, since he is also the son of the leader of the Wolf clan, Hujua could no longer afford to treat him with the same attitude as before. So it's Wolf Mo. Hujua smiled and said, I've heard of you before. However, what do you mean by what you just said? The Tiger clan shaman needs to be handed over to us for handling, Wolf Mo said coldly. Hujua's brows furrowed tightly. Then he smiled and said, Wolf Mo, you may not know, but although the shaman of the Tiger clan made a mistake, he was deceived by Hu Yen. How about this? Hu Yen and several other beastmen from the Tiger clan can be handled by you. But as for the Tiger clan shaman, let us handle that. What do you think? No, Wolf Mo said without hesitation. It must be handed over to us for handling. Anger surged in Hujua's heart. He looked at Rabbit Huai and said, somewhat displeased, Clan Leader Rabbit, this may not be good. You don't need to discuss this with Clan Leader Rabbit. Wolf Bai also spoke up. This matter is not between the Rabbit clan and the Tiger clan, but between the Wolf clan and the Tiger clan. Lingling is my third brother's partner, which makes her one of our Wolf clan's beastmen. If Uncle Zhua has this attitude, I don't mind going back to talk to my father about it. Zhua. Wolf Bai made it very clear. If he insisted on protecting the Tiger clan shaman, it would mean that the Tiger clan would be at odds with both the Wolf clan and the Rabbit clan. He didn't want any of that, let alone become enemies with two clans at once. The only option left was to give up the shaman. He could still sell the Rabbit clan and the Wolf clan a favor. Initially, he felt that handing over the Tiger clan shaman like this would be embarrassing, but it seemed that face was nothing compared to benefits. He, Hujua, was always someone who could bend or stretch. Haha, Wolf Bai, why bother alarming your father? Since that's the case, I will hand over the Tiger clan shaman. Oh no, former shaman, to you for handling. Consider it compensation for my Lingling. Hearing this, Hu Chi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in the end, the shaman was not allowed to just slip away easily, thanks to Wolf Mo and Wolf Bai. Amidst the relief, Hu Chi felt a bit bitter. He was still not strong enough. In the past, he did whatever he wanted, wanting to get what he desired, relying on the fact that his father was the leader of the Tiger clan. Without Hujua, he was nothing. How could someone like him deserve Rabbit Lingling's affection? In the future, he could never be as self-righteous as before. Hujua exchanged a few pleasantries with Rabbit Huai and then took his leave. Rabbit Huai did not keep him. Hu Chi followed Hujua out, and after walking for a while, he couldn't help but speak up, Dad, I want to. All right, I know what you want to do. You stay here. Hujua glanced at him and said, but you must remember, do not make enemies with the Wolf clan. If you really like Rabbit Lingling, then be prepared to share a female partner with other males. Upon hearing this, Hu Chi looked at him in shock. Dad, you can tolerate my partner having other male partners? When did you become so understanding? Hujua snorted coldly and shook his head. You're still too young. After saying this, Hujua left. He had already agreed with Rabbit Huai that in the afternoon, several beastmen from the Tiger clan would bring the former shaman over. After Hujua left, Hu Chi immediately turned around and hurried to Rabbit Lingling's courtyard. He hadn't seen Rabbit Lingling all night and was very worried. After entering the room and seeing that Rabbit Lingling was still not awake, disappointment was evident in Hu Chi's eyes. Just then, the tiger cub was right next to him, and he couldn't help but pet the tiger cub's head. Meow. The tiger cub bared its teeth and yelped at him. What is wrong? Can't I pet you? Hu Chi muttered softly, so stingy. The tiger cub ignored him and went to lay beside Rabbit Lingling. Every time it was next to its mother, it felt particularly safe. Although it didn't know why mother was sleeping for so long, it believed that she would wake up soon. At this time, Ingze was also in the room. He looked at Hu Chi and suddenly asked, Wolf Mo and I are preparing to go to the dark forest. What about you? Do you want to join us? The dark forest? Hu-Chi was confused. What are you going there for? Lingling is still like this. Are you going to leave? Ingze. Hu-Chi's thoughts at this moment were surprisingly similar to what he had thought when he first heard that Wolf Mo was leaving. Could it be that his brain was as foolish as Hu-Chi's? No, he wouldn't accept that. Hu-Chi noticed that Ingze's expression seemed to change drastically. So he curiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing." Ingze shook his head and then explained to Hu-Chi the reason they were going to the dark forest. After hearing it, Hu-Chi immediately expressed his desire to go with them. "Are you sure?" Ingze glanced at him coolly. "You should know what kind of place the dark forest is. Don't forget, you only have a 4th-tier beast cultivation level. Are you sure you want to go with us and not just be a burden?" Actually, when Ingze first met Rabbit Lingling, he only had a 4th-tier beast cultivation level as well, but he was very talented in cultivation. After meeting Rabbit Lingling, he broke through to the 6th tier in a very short time. Although he still couldn't compare to Wolf Mo, he was stronger than most beastmen, especially since he was only 20 years old. Hearing Ingze's words, Hu-Chi felt a black line on his forehead. High beast cultivation level is impressive, huh? Well, it does seem to be impressive. Forget it, he just decided not to be so self-righteous anymore. So he might as well not go and be a burden. It was better to stay and take care of Rabbit Lingling. After all, he wouldn't feel at ease if he wasn't by Rabbit Lingling's side. "All right," Hu-Chi said dejectedly. "You guys go ahead, I'll stay here with Lingling." Upon hearing this, Ingze looked at him in surprise. This reaction was completely inconsistent with Hu-Chi's character. He thought Hu-Chi would definitely want to stir up some trouble with him. What happened? However, he wasn't very interested in Hu-Chi's matters, so he didn't ask too much. In the afternoon, Hu-Ju, as previously instructed, had several orcs from the Tiger clan bring the wizard over. The wizard was tightly bound, and upon seeing the disgusted and fierce gazes of the Rabbit clan orcs, his face was filled with terror. The clan leader actually just abandoned him like this. After all, he had been the Tiger clan's wizard for so many years. He deserved at least some credit for his hard work. But in the eyes of the clan leader, he was nothing worth mentioning. The wizard felt a deep sense of despair. After seeing him, Tu Huai ordered someone to whip him mercilessly, then tossed him into the room where Hu Yin and the other orcs were being held. The Rabbit clan orcs felt extremely pleased. Although the Tiger clan wizard had been deceived by Hu Yin and did not realize that the orc she was targeting was Tu Lingling. Could ordinary orcs really be bullied by them at will? This wizard clearly did not value the lives of ordinary orcs at all. Even if they killed him directly, it would be a service to the orcs. Moreover, whether he knew it or not, he was an accomplice in causing Tu Lingling to become what she was now. However, Tu Huai did not plan to kill him immediately. He intended to wait until Tu Lingling woke up and let her deal with him. When the wizard was thrown into the room, Hu Yin was already conscious. She was dazed and kept crying out in pain. Upon seeing her, the wizard gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear her apart immediately. However, he had just received a beating and had no strength left. He could only curse Hu Yin with the most malicious words. The other Tiger clan orcs looked on apathetically at the two of them. Chapter 108. I won't give up on you. They all felt hatred in their hearts, hating Hu Yin and the wizard alike. But now they were more worried about their own future. So they had no mind to do anything to the wizard and Hu Yin. 2 days later, Tu Lingling still had not woken up. Several clan doctors from the Rabbit clan came every day to treat her multiple times, but they found nothing. Kong Shangxue also invited her father, Kong Wei, over. Kong Wei's medical skills had always been praised by the Peacock clan orcs, but this time even he was at a loss. Tu Huai had also called in doctors from nearby clans. However, no orc could explain what was happening with Tu Lingling. They all said her body had no issues. Yet, Tu Lingling remained in a coma. Wolf Mo knew it was time to set off. He was sure if he would be able to find Tu Lingling's father, Tu Hong. But regardless, since it concerned Tu Lingling, he had to try, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. Ingze set off with him. The orcs, including Tu Huai, escorted them to the vicinity of the Rabbit clan. Be careful on the way. Tu Huai patted their shoulders, his face grave. You must come back safely. As he said this, Tu Huai's voice trembled slightly. His son-in-law and 6 sons had all gone to the dark forest and never returned. Now, he truly feared that Wolf Mo and Ingze would also. Grandpa, don't worry. Wolf Mo saluted him. We will definitely come back safely. We are all worried about Lingling, Ingze added. A hint of a smile appeared on Tu Huai's face. That's good. Then he gave a sign to Tu Rue, who immediately brought a sword. This sword is a treasure passed down through generations in our Rabbit clan, Tu Huai said solemnly. Originally there were 2, but one was taken by Lingling's father and uncles when they left. This one, I will temporarily give to you. When you return safely from the dark forest, return it to me. Originally, Tu Huai wanted them to take both swords, but Tu Hong and the others felt they were in their prime, brave and strong, and that one sword would be enough. Thinking of this, Tu Huai couldn't help but sigh. Had he known, he shouldn't have indulged their arrogance. Wolf Mo understood that since Tu Huai said this, it meant that this sword had considerable power, far more than just being sharp. Although Tu Hong and the others had taken the other one and hadn't returned safely, having this sword would always provide an extra layer of security. Wolf Mo took the sword and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." "Dad." Song Gung looked up at him, his small face serious. "You can rest assured. I will take good care of Mom and the younger siblings." Wolf Mo patted his shoulder. "I believe in you. Dad, you must come back quickly." Tu Huan's eyes were red. "We will wait for you." Wolf Mo hugged her. Wolf Tai said nothing, just rubbed against Wolf Mo, then turned away, seemingly wiping his eyes. Seeing this, Wolf Mo couldn't help but chuckle. At such a young age, he was already learning to save face. Wolf Mo, Ing Zhe, and Wolf Zhe bowed to Tu Huai. Then they turned and left. Besides Wolf Mo and Ing Zhe, Wolf Zhe also accompanied them. Wolf Zhe was already a 5th-tier beast cultivator, which was quite impressive, and he was naturally steady and calm, making him a good aid. As for Wolf Yu, he stayed behind to help take care of Tu Lingling and the cubs. Tu Huai found 3 horses for them to ride. Wolf Mo rode on the horse, trying hard not to look back. He was afraid that if he did, he wouldn't want to leave. But if he did that, the secrets surrounding Tu Lingling might never be unraveled, and she didn't know when she would recover. After sending off Wolf Mo and the others, the orcs hurried back to the rabbit clan. Tu Huai, Wolf Bai, and Hu Qi, who were worried about Tu Lingling, rushed to her room as soon as they returned. However, as soon as they reached the courtyard, they heard Kong Xiangshue's exclamation, "Lingling, calm down, it's me Xiangshue." Then came the cries of the tiger cubs. The orcs' expressions changed immediately, and they rushed into the house. What they saw inside was beyond their expectations. Tu Lingling had woken up, but her eyes were blood red, and she was still in a state of madness. Moreover, she was incessantly attacking Kong Xiangshue. Kong Xiangshue struggled to defend herself, but she was no match for the crazed Tu Lingling. Furthermore, she was afraid of hurting Tu Lingling, so she didn't dare use her full strength, resulting in several injuries on her body. Just as the tiger cub was about to pounce to stop her, she swatted him away, causing him to fall to the ground and meow pitifully. Lingling, calm down. Wolf Bai and Hu Qi rushed over immediately, trying to pull Tu Lingling away. "Mom," Hu Huan cried out, quickly going to pick up the tiger cub. She truly didn't understand why her once gentle and smiling mother had turned into this. Song Gung and Wolf Tai also rushed over. The 4 males, 2 large and 2 small, barely managed to pull Tu Lingling away, but she still looked frenzied, biting anyone she could catch, and her bites were particularly vicious. Wolf Bai and Hu Qi couldn't bear to use their abilities against her. Wolf Bai's hand had already been bitten and was bleeding. Perhaps sensing the smell of blood, Tu Lingling appeared even more excited. In Rabbit Huai's eyes, a hint of reluctance flashed by, but he quickly raised his hand, bringing his 2 fingers together and pointing at Rabbit Lingling, saying, "Fixed." In an instant, 2 beams of light ropes shot out, one binding Rabbit Lingling's upper body and the other binding her legs. Rabbit Lingling struggled desperately, but this time, she couldn't break free. This was the Zen Seal, an ability that Rabbit Huai was extremely skilled at. He never expected to use it on his most precious granddaughter one day, but in the current situation, he had no other choice. If he didn't control Rabbit Lingling, he didn't know what she would do. Watching Rabbit Lingling roll and struggle incessantly, crying out in pain, all the beastmen felt a sharp pain in their hearts. "Lingling, what happened to you?" Wolf Bai couldn't help but reach out and hold Rabbit Lingling in his arms, his eyes reddening, his voice hoarse. Just then, Rabbit Lingling suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on his shoulder. "Wolf Bai," Rabbit Huai called out sternly, "you should let Lingling go." He was Lingling's grandfather. If Lingling really needed to bite another beastman to feel better, he should be the one to bear it. But Wolf Bai didn't let go. Even though the intense pain made his body tremble slightly, he still didn't release her, no matter how Rabbit Lingling bit his shoulder until it was bloody. "It's okay, Lingling," he said softly, "I won't give up on you, just like you didn't give up on me when I was tormented by the effects of the medicine." Chapter 109. Blood can calm her down after a while. The beastmen were astonished to find that Rabbit Lingling was actually sucking Wolf Bai's blood. Although Wolf Bai was in pain, he still endured it. "How could this be?" Kong Xiangshue exclaimed. "I've never heard of beastmen sucking another beastman's blood." Suddenly, Fox Huan exclaimed, It seems Lingling's eyes are returning to normal. Hearing this, they quickly looked over. Indeed, the blood red in Rabbit Lingling's eyes was slowly fading. After her eyes completely returned to normal, she finally let go of Wolfby, raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and asked with hollow eyes, "What happened to me?" Lingling. Rabbit Hwai walked over excitedly. "Are you okay, Grandpa?" Rabbit Lingling looked confused. "I feel like I slept for a long time, had a long dream. Why do I taste blood in my mouth?" "Spit, spit." Seeing that she seemed to have finally returned to normal, all the beastmen breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, after sucking Wolfby's blood, Rabbit Lingling had broken free from that frenzied state. Could it be that beastman's blood could help Rabbit Lingling return to normal? But would it relapse? If it relapsed, would they have to feed Rabbit Lingling blood again? With this thought, the hearts of all the beastmen tightened. What on earth happened? Seeing their expressions were off, Rabbit Lingling quickly asked, "Where's Wolf Mo?" "Woo woo woo, Mom." The cubs all rushed to her side, crying happily, "Mom, you finally recovered." "Recovered? What was wrong with me before?" Rabbit Lingling became even more confused. "Xiangxue, how did you get hurt?" "I'm fine," Kong Xiangxue said with a smile. "I just accidentally fell." If Rabbit Lingling knew that she had been injured during her frenzy, she would definitely feel guilty. Rabbit Lingling's current state was already enough to make Kong Xiangxue feel pained. "Lingling, it's okay now." Rabbit Hwai comforted her. "You were just startled when you were kidnapped. So you fainted for a few days. You're fine now." "Then what's the deal with the wound on Wolfby's shoulder?" "It's still bleeding." Rabbit Lingling felt a wave of unease. She could still taste blood in her mouth. Could it be that she bit him? But she didn't remember anything. Wasn't it said that a rabbit would bite when it was anxious? "It's nothing." Wolfby raised his hand to cover the wound on his shoulder, smiling. "You were just too scared earlier, and when you hadn't fully regained your senses, you bit me. It's not serious. It'll be fine after a bandage." "I'm sorry," Rabbit Lingling said apologetically. "You don't need to apologize to me," Wolfby said, gently patting her head with warmth in his eyes. All the beastmen here, including the cubs, tacitly avoided mentioning Rabbit Lingling's frenzied state to her. They didn't want her to be scared. "Habichiwi, quickly go ask the clan doctor to come and bandage Wolfby's wound," Rabbit Hwai instructed. "We also need to check on Lingling's condition." Rabbit Rue nodded and immediately left. "And Miss Kong," Wolfie said nervously. Seeing the injury on Kong Xiangxue made him feel heartbroken. However, right now, all the other beastmen's attention was on Rabbit Lingling, so no one noticed his particular concern for Kong Xiangxue. "Lingling, how are you feeling now?" Tiger Chi asked worriedly. "Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" "No," Rabbit Lingling shook her head. "I just feel a bit dizzy." "Let the clan doctor take a good look at you," Rabbit Hwai said with concern. "Lie down quickly." Song Gung immediately brought a pillow, placing it behind Rabbit Lingling so she could lean back comfortably. The tiger cub pounced into Rabbit Lingling's arms, rubbing its head against her chin. "Ha, tiger cub. What's wrong with you?" Rabbit Lingling giggled as it tickled her. The tiger cub couldn't respond, so it continued to nuzzle against her, appearing very attached. Soon, the clan doctor arrived to bandage Wolfby and Kong Xiangxue's wounds, and also checked Rabbit Lingling's condition. It was still the same as before. He couldn't find any problems with her body. But that didn't mean Rabbit Lingling wouldn't enter a frenzied state again. Although all the beastmen were hiding it well, Rabbit Lingling still sensed that something was off. Her gaze flickered, but she didn't say much, only asking, "Where's Wolf Mo and Ingze and Wolfswa?" "I haven't seen them since earlier. They had something to do and went far away," Wolfby said with a smile. "They just left today." But he didn't expect that as soon as they left, Rabbit Lingling woke up. So that's how it was. Rabbit Lingling lowered her gaze, her expression seemingly calm. But for some reason, she felt a vague sense of loss in her heart. She didn't know for whom. "I remember I was kidnapped by Hu Yin and a few Tiger Clan beastmen." Rabbit Lingling rubbed her head. "What happened back then? Why did I suddenly faint?" "Lingling, it's my fault for not keeping an eye on those Tiger Clan beastmen. They're currently locked up in the Rabbit Clan. You can deal with them however you want," Tiger Chi immediately said. Wolfby continued, "You probably fainted from shock. Then I and Wolf Mo and a few others arrived in time to save you and the tiger cub." "I remember now." Rabbit Lingling's expression darkened. At that time, Hu Yin wanted to kill the tiger cub. Saying this, she tightly hugged the tiger cub, feeling as if she had regained something lost. At that moment, watching the tiger cub struggle in Hu Yan's hands, she felt shock, anger, and fear. But she couldn't remember anything after that. Did they really arrive in time to save the tiger cub, just as Wolfby said? Regardless, it's a relief that the tiger cub is okay. "Lingling, how do you want to deal with Tiger Yin?" Tiger Chi asked, "and we will all follow your lead." Rabbit Lingling stroked the tiger cub's head, her gaze deep. To her, what Tiger Yin had done before was merely childish antics. so she could choose not to stoop to Tiger Yan's level. But this time, Tiger Yan truly intended for those males to do such things to her. If she hadn't revealed her identity in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, Tiger Yan had even attacked the tiger cub. Although she ultimately failed at that moment, she really intended to kill the tiger cub. Therefore, this time, she absolutely could not let Tiger Yan go. Letting the tiger return to the mountain would lead to endless troubles. Tiger Yan must die, Rabbit Lingling said. Upon hearing this, the other beastmen felt quite pleased. After all, they had long wanted Tiger Yan dead. Now that Rabbit Lingling had spoken up, they could act without hesitation to kill Tiger Yan. Damn, Tiger Chi clenches fists. I wanted to do this for a long time. What about Tiger Yan's accomplices? Wolfby asked. Chapter 110. Tiger Chi, just tell me I only need Tiger Yan dead. As for the others, you can decide how to deal with them. Rabbit Lingling was already feeling somewhat fatigued. For some reason, she felt so tired. Hadn't she already slept for several days? Why was she still so exhausted? Mother, do you want to sleep a bit more? Fox Juan asked with concern, looking at her face. Okay, Rabbit Lingling nodded. You all go out. I want to sleep a bit more. The beastmen nodded repeatedly. Just as Rabbit Huai was about to suggest leaving a beastman to keep Rabbit Lingling company, he heard Rabbit Lingling say, Tiger Chi, can you stay and keep me company? Huh? Tiger Chi was a bit stunned. Although Rabbit Lingling asking him to stay made him overjoyed, even postponing the matter of personally killing Tiger Yan, it still felt a bit off. Based on Rabbit Lingling's previous attitude towards him, it was impossible for her to ask him to stay. Even Kong Xiangxue found it hard to believe. Lingling, are you sure you want him to stay? Why not keep her? Boo-hoo, feeling sour. Rabbit Lingling smiled and nodded. I want to talk to him. Although the beastmen found it a bit strange, they were all worried about whether Rabbit Lingling would relapse. So they didn't think too much about it. Perhaps it was because the ones who kidnapped Rabbit Lingling were Tiger Clan beastmen. So she had something to say to Tiger Chi. Rabbit Huai had Tiger Chi stay behind and took the other beastmen out. After leaving the house, Kong Xiangxue and Wolfby immediately went to the kitchen to make porridge. They were worried that Rabbit Lingling might want to eat. So they prepared the porridge in advance and kept it warm in the pot so that when Rabbit Lingling got hungry, she could eat right away. Tiger Chi sat on a chair by the Kong, looking eagerly at Rabbit Lingling. Lingling, do you want to scold me? Tiger Chi said, his head drooping down. It's okay if you want to scold me, just go ahead. Rabbit Lingling found it strange. Why would I scold you? After all, this incident was caused by the beastmen of our Tiger Clan. Tiger Chi sighed. I'm the son of the Tiger Clan leader. If you're really angry, you can scold me or hit me. Rabbit Lingling was even more confused. Although you're the son of the Tiger Clan leader, this matter wasn't led by you. How can you be blamed for it? Is there still collective punishment in the beast world? Upon hearing this, Tiger Chi suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. So, Rabbit Lingling isn't blaming him? Although he had already prepared to admit his mistakes. Knowing that Rabbit Lingling didn't blame him still made him very happy. He would definitely treat Rabbit Lingling better in the future. He would also strive to improve himself, no longer being as childish as before. Moreover, speaking of which, this wasn't a big deal. Rabbit Lingling continued. Although I was startled before, now I'm fine. Aren't I? After she said this, Rabbit Lingling clearly saw Tiger Chi's expression stiffen for a moment. Rabbit Lingling's heart sank. Sure enough, her guess was not wrong. Something had definitely happened. Moreover, it should have happened to her, but she couldn't remember. Everyone was hiding it from her. Was it because this matter was serious that they didn't want her to know? Lingling, let me pour you some water. You can rinse your mouth first. Tiger Chi poured a glass of water and then took a wooden basin for Rabbit Lingling to rinse her mouth. The bloody taste in her mouth was indeed unpleasant. So after Rabbit Lingling rinsed, she continued, how did you all manage to rescue me and the tiger cub earlier? Did you arrive first? Or did other beastmen arrive first? Huh? Tiger Chi didn't expect Rabbit Lingling to suddenly ask this, momentarily caught off guard. But he quickly reacted and said, it was Wolf and Mo who arrived first. And then he saw Tiger Yan trying to harm the tiger cub. So he quickly rescued the tiger cub and injured Tiger Yan. I had already passed out by then? Yes. Then who untied the ropes on me? Tiger Chi casually replied, it was Ing Zhe who untied you. That doesn't seem right. Rabbit Lingling smiled at that time. I actually didn't have any ropes on me. Tiger Chi's heart sank. He had heard the Tiger Clan beastmen describe what happened at that time, but they hadn't mentioned the ropes. Did he just slip up? No. Tiger Chi quickly said, I remembered wrong. You indeed didn't have any ropes on you at that time. Rabbit Lingling's smile gradually faded. At that time, she had been tied up with ropes. She had just said that to test Tiger Chi. Sure enough, Tiger Chi really didn't know what had happened at that time. In other words, when Tiger Yin was about to kill the tiger cub, they hadn't arrived at all. Then who stopped Tiger Yin from killing the tiger cub? In that situation, besides Rabbit Lingling herself, there was no one else. But why couldn't she remember anything? How did she untie the ropes? How did she save the tiger cub? How did she deal with Tiger Yin? She couldn't recall anything. Rabbit Lingling felt a headache starting to form. Lingling, what's wrong? Tiger Chi noticed something seemed off with her and quickly asked, "Are you feeling unwell again? You should lie down and sleep a bit more." Tiger Chi. Rabbit Lingling grasped his wrist. What happened? What's wrong with me? Tell me. Tiger Chi's eyes darted. Lingling, what are you talking about? You just got a little startled. It's nothing serious. Tiger Chi. Rabbit Lingling called out in a deep voice. Tell me. I know you all mean well. But since it's something that happened to me, I deserve to know what exactly happened. Tiger Chi felt very conflicted. On one hand, he thought Rabbit Lingling made sense. But on the other hand, he was worried about her physical condition. At that moment, he suddenly saw a flash of red light in Rabbit Lingling's eyes. He was startled and quickly raised his hand to grip Tu Lingling's shoulder, nervously asking, Lingling, are you going to go berserk again? What? Tu Lingling frowned, utterly confused. Go berserk? What are you talking about? I'm going to call the clan doctor back. Hu Chi turned to leave, but Tu Lingling tightly grasped his wrist, not letting him go. Hu Chi, tell me. Seeing the determination on Tu Lingling's face, Hu Chi knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He sighed and told her everything about her previous state of madness. Lingling, don't worry too much. You'll definitely be okay. Hu Chi comforted her. At worst, you could just suck my blood. Hearing his words, Tu Lingling felt both amused and helpless. Was she a vampire now? Did she have to rely on blood to survive? Chapter 111. I want to kill you all, but how could she suddenly change like this? Even if it was because she was too worried about Hu's eye. It shouldn't have happened. When she was reading, the book didn't mention such a plot at all. Furthermore, the original character didn't enter any state of madness when she was killed by Lang Mo. Why was she like this now? As for the other things she had been confused about since waking up, she now understood them all. The reason for the blood on Lang Bai's shoulder was that she bit him, and she had also sucked Lang Bai's blood, which was why she returned to normal. Moreover, when she had just woken up, she seemed to still have Tu Huai's calming seal on her. Although Tu Huai took it back quickly, she still noticed it. It was meant to control her and prevent her from harming other beastmen. Most of Kong Xiangshue's injuries were likely caused by her. Kong Xiangxue didn't say anything just to prevent her from feeling too guilty. The absence of Lang Mo and Ingze was also because they went to the dark forest, wanted to find her father and clarify what happened back then. All the beastmen were considering her. Yet, she could enter a state of madness at any moment and harm them. The cubs must have been frightened by her state at that time, right? No wonder they cried so much upon seeing her in her normal state. It felt like they had regained something lost. How did things develop to this point? However, Tu Lingling was only downcast for a little while. She would surely cheer up again. Hu Chi, go tell Grandpa to use the calming seal to control me. Tu Lingling said calmly. What? Hu Chi was heartbroken. Lingling, do you really have to do this? It has to be done, Tu Lingling said. Right now, I can't even guarantee that I won't lose control again. To avoid hurting you all, this is the only way. Although she returned to normal after drinking blood before, who could guarantee it would happen the next time? Moreover, if she went berserk again, they might not have time to feed her blood before she attacked them. So having Tu Huai use the calming seal to control her was the best solution. Hu Chi wanted to say something else, but when he saw the red light flashing in Tu Lingling's eyes again, he knew something was wrong and quickly turned to leave. Hu Chi found Tu Huai and told him what Tu Lingling had said. Tu Rui frowned slightly. Your Highness Hu Chi, did you tell Lingling about her situation? Yes. Hu Chi felt a bit guilty. Lingling was too insistent. I really couldn't refuse. Tu Rui didn't say anything further, thinking that no wonder Tu Lingling had asked Hu Chi to stay. It seemed she knew that asking Hu Chi for the truth was the most likely option. Tu Lingling had just sensed their unease. Forget it. Tu Huai sighed. If Lingling can't return to normal for long, then she knows. It's only a matter of time. Keeping it from her isn't a solution. By the way, Grandpa, Hu Chi's expression changed slightly. Just now I saw Lingling's eyes seem to be turning red again. What? Tu Huai was shocked and immediately stood up, heading towards Tu Lingling's room. When they entered, they saw Tu Lingling clutching her head, looking in pain. Her eyes were completely blood red. Seeing this, they knew Tu Lingling was about to enter a state of madness again. Although it pained him, Tu Huai once again used the calming seal on Tu Lingling. As soon as Tu Lingling was controlled, she began to struggle desperately, her face seemingly filled with a madness that wanted to destroy everything. Let me go. I want to kill you all. You all go die. At this moment, Tu Lingling's voice didn't even sound like her original voice. It was completely different, even a bit hoarse. This was the first time Tu Huai had seen Tu Lingling like this, and his face was filled with shock. Was this really his granddaughter Lingling? She looked just like a stranger beastman, but the reality was right in front of him. This was indeed Tu Lingling, and as her grandfather, he couldn't just watch her like this. Tu Rui, go get a knife, Tu Huai ordered in a hoarse voice. Tu Rui immediately understood what Tu Huai wanted to do and quickly said, Clan leader, you don't have to do this. Use my blood instead. Go quickly. Tu Huai's tone was not to be doubted. I'm Lingling's grandfather. Such a thing should be done by me. Tu Rui felt helpless and turned to leave, but suddenly, Hu Chi pulled out a short knife from his pocket and cut his own arm. Hu Chi, you. Tu Huai was shocked and immediately walked over. Why do you have to do this? Grandpa, you're old. It's not suitable for you to do such things, Hu Chi said calmly. Moreover, for Lingling, I am willing. After saying this, Hu Chi walked directly to Tu Lingling and extended his arm. Upon smelling the blood, Tu Lingling appeared even more frantic, her face flashing a hint of greed. She bit down on Hu Chi's arm, greedily sucking. Hu Chi looked down at the top of Tu Lingling's head. His arm hurt a lot, but it seemed his heart hurt even more. Lingling shouldn't be like this. She was lively, kind, enthusiastic, and loved to laugh. She deserved all the beautiful things in the world, deserved to be cherished by all beastmen. But why was she now completely losing her sanity, entirely controlled by her inner bloodlust? As Hu Chi's face grew paler, Tu Huai shouted, not good. Quickly pull Lingling away. After saying this, he and Tu Rui rushed over with all their strength to pull Tu Lingling away. Hu Chi staggered and quickly raised his hand to cover the wound on his arm. Just now, Tu Lingling had sucked a lot of his blood. Even though he had a strong constitution, losing so much blood at once still made him a bit dizzy. Quickly go fetch the clan doctor. Tu Rui shouted outside. The beastmen of the rabbit clan, waiting outside, immediately went to fetch the clan doctor. Meanwhile, Tu Lingling probably hadn't had enough yet. Her eyes were still red. However, because she had just drunk a lot of Hu Chi's blood, she wasn't as berserk as before, just looking at Hu Chi with greed. Hu Chi bitterly thought that he never expected that one day Tu Lingling would look at him with such eyes, even under these circumstances. Lingling, I am your grandpa. Wake up. Tu Huai tried to call her. Tu Lingling's gaze shifted to him. Then, her expression seemed to change. Rabbit Huai was filled with anticipation as he thought, is Rabbit Lingling going to return to normal? Tiger Chi also leaned in, tentatively calling out, Lingling? As soon as he finished speaking, Rabbit Lingling reached out and bit his arm with a loud owl. Rabbit Huai. Tiger Chi. After taking a few sips of blood, Rabbit Lingling fainted again. Tiger Chi's head was even more dizzy. He felt like the entire beastman world was floating. Chapter 112. Her need for blood is increasing. Fortunately, the clan doctor soon arrived and bandaged his wound. The clan doctor had witnessed the previous situation, so he was well prepared and brought herbs that could replenish blood. Just brew the herbs into a soup, Your Highness Tiger Chi. You and His Highness Wolfbite both need to drink a little, the vet advised. Otherwise, no matter how strong the body is, it won't hold up. I understand. Tiger Chi took the herbs and nodded. Even if the clan doctor didn't say anything, he would drink it. He needed to replenish blood, and then Tiger Chi looked at Rabbit Lingling, who had already fainted. Kong Xiangxue had just entered and was wiping Rabbit Lingling's face. The blood at the corner of her mouth had been cleaned up. However, Tiger Chi couldn't forget the look of thirst for blood she had just shown. So he had already made a silent resolution in his heart. No matter what, she is still Rabbit Lingling. As long as it's what she wants, he is willing to give it. Tiger Chi, you really worked hard just now. Rabbit Huai walked over, looking guilty. Next time, let me handle it. No way, Grandpa. Tiger Chi immediately opposed. You should have noticed that Lingling's thirst for blood is gradually increasing. When Rabbit Lingling first drank Wolf Bai's blood, she didn't take much and returned to normal. But when she drank Tiger Chi's blood just now, she took a lot. Moreover, she didn't return to normal. Instead, she fainted. This means that next time, her demand for blood is likely to be even greater. Rabbit Huai, at such an old age, if he suddenly loses too much blood, who knows what would happen? If Rabbit Lingling regains her sanity and finds out that her grandpa got hurt because of her, how sad and guilty would she feel? Enough said. Rabbit Huai waved his hand. I've said before, I'm Lingling's grandpa, and such matters should be borne by me. I can't just stand by and watch you get hurt. Grandpa, we're still young, we won't. Then let us use our blood. Tiger Chi's words were suddenly interrupted by a clear voice. They turned to see that it was Song Gung who had just spoken. Besides him, Hu Huan and Wolf Tai were also standing there, with Hu Huan holding a tiger cub in her arms. Song Gung, stop talking nonsense. Rabbit Huai frowned. I'm not talking nonsense, great-grandpa. Song Gung said firmly. Hu Huan, with red eyes, said, Linder is our mother. She's always taken care of us and treated us so well. Now that she needs blood, of course we should give it to her. We don't want our mother to suffer. How old are you? Rabbit Rue walked over and patted Wolf Tai's head. You don't need to worry about this matter. It's already dark. You should go eat something and then rest. Wolf Tai shook his head and stubbornly said, Great-grandpa, Rue, grandpa, now that Dad is not here. We need to take good care of Mom on his behalf. If Dad were here, he would definitely be willing to give his blood to Mom. So we are willing to. Rabbit Huai and Rabbit Rue were both surprised. They didn't expect the usually silly Wolf Tai to say such a thing. It seemed they truly regarded Rabbit Lingling as their mother and were very filial towards her. Rabbit Huai's eyes became a bit moist as he walked over and hugged the cubs, choking back tears. Good cubs, with your filial piety. Your mother will surely get better. But you really don't need to worry about blood. Just listen to me. Before the cubs could say anything else, Rabbit Huai spoke to the several Rabbit Clan beastmen outside. Take them to rest. Yes, Chief. The cubs wanted to say more, but were taken away by the Rabbit Clan beastmen. Rabbit Huai walked over again and asked the clan doctor, What is Lingling's current physical condition? Also, why does she need more and more blood? Can you figure this out? Your Highness's body still shows no signs of any problems. As for why she needs more and more blood, the clan doctor's face showed some embarrassment. I'm incompetent. Rabbit Huai didn't say anything more and waved his hand, signaling him to leave. It wasn't that the clan doctor was incompetent. The medical skills of the Rabbit Clan's doctor were quite good. Even Kong Wei and other clan doctors couldn't diagnose what was wrong with Rabbit Lingling's body. So what could the Rabbit Clan's doctor do? But if this goes on, will Lingling be able to hold on until Wolf Mo and Eagle Zay return? A deep unease surged in Rabbit Huai's heart. In the deep of night, on a patch of grass, Wolf Mo, Eagle Zay, and wolves were sitting around a campfire. On the fire, several chickens were roasting, with Wolf flipping them while sprinkling chili and cumin powder on top. This was what he had taken from the kitchen before they left. Rabbit Lingling had taken out a lot from her space and placed it in the kitchen. The chickens were sizzling with oil, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Once the chickens were done, Wolf first handed one to Wolf Mo. Master, please. Thank you. After Wolf Mo took it, Wolf then handed one to Eagle Zay. Eagle Zay also thanked him, and after cooling it slightly, began to eat heartily. Wolf Mo and Wolf also ate quickly. They only stopped to replenish their energy. After a while, they finished eating, took a short break, and prepared to continue their journey. If it weren't for the fear of running out of energy and tiring the horses, they wouldn't want to rest at all. They just wanted to hurry to the dark forest and find Rabbit Home. After eating, the three beastmen stared blankly at the crackling fire. Suddenly, Wolf Mo asked, When did you meet Lingling? Eagle Zay knew Wolf Mo was asking him. He didn't hide anything and replied, Not long ago. Before Lingling took the cubs to Yun Mountain to find you, I fainted from hunger on the road, and Lingling saved me. Fainted from hunger? Wolf was confused. Even if you were too lazy to hunt, couldn't you at least pick some fruit? A male beastman fainting from hunger on the road is quite unbelievable. Eagle Zay couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply said, Lingling gave me hope for life, so from that moment on, I made up my mind to protect her for the rest of my life. Eagle Zay then asked, What about you? When did you start liking Lingling? I don't know. Wolf Mo replied. Eagle Zay seemed dissatisfied with this answer. To be honest, when I first met her, I didn't think much of her. Wolf Mo smiled. During our first meeting, she was arrogant and looked down on me and the cubs in every word. Later, after I made an agreement with her, I even thought that if she didn't take good care of the cubs as agreed, I would just kill her. You actually thought that? Eagle Zay was a bit angry. And Lingling could never be like you said. Are you mistaken? Chapter 113. Ending her life, sometimes I wonder if I might be mistaken. After all, the first time I met her and the later encounters felt like two completely different people. After a pause, Lang Mo said, but this question isn't important anymore. What he cared about was the present and future of Tu Lingling. He just needed to understand that the current and future Tu Lingling was worth everything he could give. And that was enough. Ingze probably understood his meaning as well and didn't say anything more. They slept for a little while longer, and before dawn, they both woke up. Langza was going to lead the horses, but Lang Mo spoke up, No need, let the horses go. They are from the rabbit tribe and will run back on their own. Langza was taken aback, then we. The horses are still too slow. Lang Mo said lightly, Why not transform into our true forms and run faster? Although running like that for a whole day would be tiring. They needed to get to the dark forest as soon as possible. Langswa understood and loosened the horse reins before giving the horses a light slap on their rumps. The three horses glanced at them and then ran back towards the rabbit tribe. Then, Lang Mo and Langs were transformed into their true forms and sped ahead. Ingze also transformed and flew into the sky. Huchi had taken the herbs and slept soundly through the entire night. He didn't wake up until the sun was fully bright. Looking at the sunlight streaming in through the window, Huchi suddenly sat up from the bed. Oh no, how did I sleep for so long? He slapped his own head. He didn't know how Tu Lingling was doing right now. Arriving at Tu Lingling's door, Huchi saw Lang Bai and Lang Yu standing guard there. Song Gung and Lang Tai were also squatting nearby, bored and pulling at the grass on the ground. Tu Lingling was still asleep, and Kong Xiangxue was keeping watch with Hu Huan and Hu Zai. Hu Qi sighed, afraid of disturbing Tu Lingling's sleep. So he didn't enter the room, but squatted down next to Song Gung and Lang Tai to pull grass with them. Will Mom wake up again? Lang Tai asked in a muffled voice. Soon, Hu Qi comforted him by patting his head. In truth, he wasn't sure either. After all, in Tu Lingling's current state, no one could guarantee when she would wake up or if she would suddenly go into a frenzy. But he couldn't tell the cubs the truth. After a while, Hu Qi asked Lang Bai, "Did you take the herbs the tri doctor gave you?" "I did," Lang Bai said lightly. After all, it was for Tu Lingling. If he didn't replenish his blood and couldn't provide it when Tu Lingling needed it, Lang Bai would probably blame himself to death. Just then, a rabbit tribe beastman rushed over. "Lord Lang Bai, beastmen from the wolf tribe have come, saying they need to see you." Upon hearing this, Lang Bai's face stiffened. He probably knew why the beastmen from the wolf tribe were looking for him. After all, he had been away from the wolf tribe for far too long. Lang Bai stood up and left. Hu Qi tossed the pulled grass aside, stood up, and clapped his hands, saying, "All right, I need to go do something important." "What important thing?" Lang Tai asked curiously. "Is it related to Mom? Can I come along? I can help." Hu Qi patted his head and smiled. "It's indeed related to your mom, but this matter is better if you don't help." "Why?" Hu Qi didn't answer him and turned to leave. Lang Tai was a bit unwilling and was just about to chase after him when Song Gung pulled him back. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Lang Tai said anxiously. "Since it's related to Mom, we need help. Maybe we can make her wake up sooner and get back to normal." "Don't go, you fool," Song Gung said gloomily. "It is related to Mom, but it has nothing to do with whether she can wake up, and it's not suitable for us to participate." Song Gung had already guessed what Hu Qi was going to do. Lang Tai was still a bit confused, but since his big brother had said so, he didn't insist further and squatted back down, his little face full of worry, sighing heavily. Hu Qi arrived at the room where several tiger tribe beastmen were imprisoned. After having the rabbit tribe beastman guarding the door unlock it, Hu Qi kicked the door open and walked inside. The several tiger tribe beastmen lying inside, half dead, trembled in fear. When they saw that the one who entered was Hu Qi, one male immediately lunged at him, hugging Hu Qi's leg and pleading desperately, "Lord Hu Qi, please, for the sake of our kin, save us." Hu Qi kicked him away mercilessly. "Get lost. It's not your turn yet." After saying that, Hu Qi walked over to Hu Yan's side. Hu Yan had been hanging on by a thread and was awake now, but she was injured all over and couldn't move. She had already been despairing about the current situation. But seeing Hu Qi reignited a spark of hope in her heart. "Lord Hu Qi, please save me." "Save you?" Hu Qi looked down at her from above, his gaze cold. "You dared to lay such poisonous hands on Lingling, and now you want me to save you? Have you lost your mind?" "My lord." Hu Yan suddenly became agitated. "I did this for you. I have always liked you, but you never looked at me. Why does Tu Lingling get to steal your heart just because she appeared? She doesn't deserve it. Whether she deserves it or not isn't for you to decide." Hu Qi roared. "I like her, and I will never take any female as my partner besides Lingling. If you really have grievances, come at me. What does targeting Lingling count for?" Hu Yan stared at him blankly as the hope in her heart gradually extinguished. Oh, so Hu Qi was here to save her, but to stand up for Tu Lingling. Yes, he liked Tu Lingling so much. Hu Yan suddenly laughed sarcastically. "My lord, no matter how much you like Tu Lingling, it's useless. With Lang Mo around, can you become Tu Lingling's partner? Moreover, I remember before I lost consciousness, Tu Lingling seemed to have gone crazy." "Ha ha, you don't need to worry about that," Hu Qi said coldly. "Even if I can never become Lingling's partner in this lifetime, I will always protect her. As for Lingling's condition, we will do everything we can to cure her." Hu Yan's laughter faltered. Hu Qi couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with her. In the desperate and unwilling gaze of Hu Yan, he took out a knife and swiftly slashed it across her neck, ending her life. Lingling, I've finally avenged you, Hu Qi murmured. From now on, you won't be harmed by Hu Yan anymore. His action shocked the other tiger tribe beastmen present. Hu Yan's 2 followers stared blankly at Hu Yan's corpse. Perhaps even Hu Yan herself didn't expect that in the end, she would die at the hands of the male she liked the most. And they would probably be implicated by Hu Yan as well. The former shaman of the tiger tribe was so scared that he hid in the corner, trembling. And Hu Qi's fierce gaze was already fixed on him. Chapter 114. Cursing you to never have what you love, my lord. Spare me. The tiger tribe shaman said in a hoarse voice. I have always been loyal to the tiger tribe. I was just deceived this time. You can't treat me this way. Hyukiki originally wanted to use his abilities directly, but he thought better of it. Although he was only a 4th-tier beast cultivator at that moment, using his powers would likely bring the house down. So he simply took his knife and walked step by step towards the tiger clan shaman. The shaman remembered how Hyukiki had just killed Hu Yan with a single strike and was terrified. He wanted to fight back desperately. But after being severely whipped a few days ago, he had not yet recovered and had no strength to resist. Please don't kill me. The shaman trembled as he said, I beg you, give me another chance. I don't want to die yet. Hyukiki had long lost his patience and kicked him over, then stabbed him in the abdomen. In fact, Hyukiki had intended to stab his heart, but perhaps out of survival instinct, the shaman dodged slightly, and Hyukiki's aim went awry. TSK. Hyukiki frowned impatiently. What's the point of dodging at this stage? Please spare me. The shaman covered his bleeding belly and pleaded with a trembling voice. Impossible, Hyukiki said coldly, raising the knife again. The shaman realized he was definitely not going to survive and suddenly stopped pleading. Instead, he glared with wide eyes and shouted hoarsely, Hyukiki, I curse you. You will never get what you love in this life. You will die alone and lonely. I curse you. Hyukiki's pupils constricted, and he immediately stabbed the knife into the shaman's heart. The shaman's body stiffened, a strange smile on his face as he lost all signs of life. Although both the shaman and Hu Yan were dead, Hyukiki's face was grim, wishing he could whip the shaman's corpse again. How dare he curse him before dying? Beastmen revered the gods, and while Hyukiki did not place much importance on such matters, he still found the curse quite distasteful. Moreover, the curse stated that he would never get what he loved in his life. Wasn't that referring to 2 Lingling? Damn! Hyukiki turned around, glaring fiercely at the other tiger clan beastmen. The few beastmen were so scared they knelt down, repeatedly knocking their heads on the ground. Your Highness, please spare us. They were the masterminds. We were just following orders. Your Highness, we will never dare again. If possible, we will serve you like cattle and horses, and never act recklessly again. Hyukiki was annoyed by their noise and shouted angrily, Enough! The beastmen immediately fell silent. Listen, I won't take your lives, Hyukiki said coldly. Hearing this, the Tiger Clan beastmen breathed a sigh of relief. However, from now on, you will be slaves of the Tiger Clan, Hyukiki continued, and the most lowly kind. You will do the hardest work. Every beastman can command you as they please. You will not be able to seek partners or have offspring until you die. The more he spoke, the paler the faces of the beastmen became. Slavery. Aside from death, this was probably the most severe punishment. It was even worse than being expelled from the Tiger Clan and becoming a wandering beastman. Almost every tribe had slaves, typically beastmen who had made grave mistakes but were still given a chance at life. But those beastmen lived lives worse than death. I will have the Tiger Clan send someone to take you back. You are dirtying the territory of the Rabbit Clan. After saying this, Hyukiki left without looking back, leaving behind a few Tiger Clan beastmen, their faces ashen. After a while, they suddenly realized that they had become this way because of Hu Yan and Shaman, and they rushed to their bodies, trampling them desperately. Meanwhile, Langbai had already met the Wolf Clan beastman who had come, a trusted aide of his father. Lang Chung. Your Highness, the aide said, the clan leader said you have been away from the Wolf Clan for too long. Please return with me immediately. No. Langbai replied with a stern face, I cannot go back yet. The Wolf Clan beastman grew anxious. Why not? But your Highness, if you don't return, the clan leader will be very angry. Forgive me for saying this, but although the clan leader values you now, it does not mean you can smoothly ascend to the position of clan leader. Don't forget, even that waste Lang Mo. Lang Mo is my third brother. Longbai's expression darkened. No matter what, he is my brother. Please show him some respect. Cough, all right. Even if Lang Mo is not favored by the clan leader, there is still Lang Chi. Lang Chi was Lang Cheng's second son, Longbai's second brother, who had been physically weak since childhood. You may not know, but Lang Chi has recently reached 4th-tier beast cultivation. Really? A smile appeared on Longbai's face. That is indeed something to congratulate him on. For someone with a weak body like Lang Chi, to reach 4th-tier beast cultivation must have been very difficult. Aren't you worried at all? Lang Chi's health has improved a lot, and in the future, if the clan leader's position becomes his, what will you do? Although this beastman was a trusted aide of Lang Chung, he had always been optimistic about Lang Bai. If my father intends to pass the clan leader's position to my second brother in the future, I will compete with him fairly. If I cannot win, then it proves I am not as good as my second brother, and I will not be unable to accept that. After saying this, Lang Bai continued, in any case, I still need to stay here for a while. You go back and tell my father that I will return naturally once things here are settled. The Wolf Clan Beastman wanted to say something more, but Lang Bai turned around and said, you can go now. The Beastman could only sigh heavily and leave. Lang Bai returned to the front of Tu Lingling's house and walked inside. Kong Xiangxue saw him and nodded at him. Seeing that Lang Bai seemed to be in a bad mood, she felt that she shouldn't stay any longer and took the tiger cub out. The tiger cub seemed a bit reluctant, but didn't struggle to get free. After Kong Xiangxue left the house, she looked back and sighed. She knew that these few males truly cared for Tu Lingling. But with Tu Lingling in her current state, it was hard to tell when it would end. She really missed the lively and cheerful Tu Lingling from before. Lang Bai sat by the Kong, looking at Tu Lingling's quiet sleeping face, and his mood finally calmed a bit. Lingling, I might not be able to hold on much longer. Lang Bai sighed. My father will not allow me to be away for so long. Although I just refused the beastman he sent, it won't be long before my father comes personally. After all, he understood Lang Chung to some extent as his own father. But I really want to stay by your side. Lang Bai's voice was hoarse, his eyes a bit red. In your current state, with Lang Mo and Ingzhe not here, how can I feel at ease? At that moment, he suddenly saw Tu Lingling's lips seem to move. Lingling? He heard Tu Lingling in her sleep mumbling, Lang Mo. Chapter 115. The pill Lang Bai's body instantly stiffened. It turned out that Tu Lingling, in her dreams, called out Lang Mo's name. Perhaps even Tu Lingling herself did not realize that her feelings for Lang Mo were special. Lingling, if the male who bonded with you back then was me, would things be different? Lang Bai murmured, what if you had never met Lang Mo? As he spoke, he even found it funny himself. When did he start to continuously think about what if? Rabbit Lingling slept for 2 days and then woke up again. This time, when she woke up, she surprisingly had not transformed into her previous demonic state. All the beastmen were very happy. The first thing Rabbit Lingling did upon waking was to instinctively look for Wolf Mo. Not seeing him, she remembered that Wolf Mo had set off for the dark forest and was not here. For some reason, she felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. When she left Weiyun Mountain before, this feeling wasn't as strong. Mom, the cubs rushed over, looking at her with teary eyes. Mom, you finally woke up. This time you slept for so long. Although it had only been 2 days for the cubs who used to play and joke with Rabbit Lingling every day, 2 days without talking to her felt like an eternity. Rabbit Lingling patted Fox Huan's head and hugged the tiger cub, smiling, don't worry. I can feel that my body is much better this time. Maybe I won't sleep for so long in the future. This time, she did feel that her body was somewhat different from before, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. She thought that perhaps it was because she had absorbed so much blood that it suppressed the demonic nature within her body. However, even if it was temporarily suppressed, she didn't know when it would erupt again. For now, she could only wait and see how Wolf Mo and Ingzhe were doing. Lingling, at that moment, Tiger Chi walked in carrying a bowl of noodles, smiling. Lingling, I just cooked this for you. Try it. Rabbit Lingling was surprised. You can cook now? Hee hee. I just learned in the past few days. The ingredients I left in the kitchen should have been mostly eaten, right? Rabbit Lingling tried to get off the bed, but her legs went weak and she almost fell. Fortunately, Wolf Bai and Kong Xiangxue were there to support her. Lingling, Mom, is Lingling still feeling unwell? Rabbit Huai asked nervously. No, I'm fine. Rabbit Lingling shook her head and smiled a little shyly. I'm just really hungry. After sleeping for so long, how can I not be hungry? Come on, eat this bowl of noodles. Tiger Chi said with an expectant look. He had been learning to cook for the past 2 days, and this bowl of noodles was his first independent attempt. He even added an egg to it. Rabbit Lingling sat at the table, picked up chopsticks, and took a bite. To her surprise, the noodles tasted unexpectedly good. How is it? Tiger Chi asked nervously. Not bad. Rabbit Lingling smiled. Receiving Rabbit Lingling's praise, Tiger Chi beamed with joy like a child. Rabbit Lingling finished the bowl of noodles, but still felt unsatisfied. She took out some ingredients from her space, and several beastmen who could cook immediately went to the kitchen and made many dishes, even roasting a chicken sprinkled with Rabbit Lingling's secret seasoning. She ate everything that was brought to her and finally felt her hunger ease a bit. Although the beastman had a large appetite, she didn't seem to have eaten this much before. If she kept eating like this, would she get fat? Rabbit Lingling felt a bit worried. Mom, what's wrong? Song Gung had been closely watching her. Aren't you full yet? I am. I'm full. Rabbit Lingling quickly replied. Just then, Rabbit Rue's voice came from outside. Tribe leader, the tribe doctor is here. Let him in, Rabbit Huai said. Soon, the tribe doctor of the rabbit tribe walked in. He first bowed to everyone in the room, and then smiled. I am here to bring medicine for Princess Lingling. What medicine? Rabbit Lingling asked curiously. This is something I just made with herbs over the past 2 days. The tribe doctor took out a small box and handed it to Rabbit Lingling. If you feel unwell in the future or sense that you are about to transform, just take one. It might help. Rabbit Lingling opened it to find red pills inside. About a dozen of them. Looking at the color of these pills, a strange light flashed in her eyes. I understand. Thank you, tribe doctor. After a while, Rabbit Lingling closed the box and smiled. Princess, you don't need to be polite. This is what I should do. The tribe doctor said, then turned to Rabbit Huai. Tribe leader, I will take my leave now. I'll see him off. Wolfbai said. Soon, Wolfbai left the room with the tribe doctor. The tribe doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Wolfbai, I was really nervous just now, afraid that Princess Lingling would find out. If she knew that those pills were made from your blood, Tiger Cheese blood, and Miss Kong's blood. In the past 2 days, they had come up with a plan. Each time Rabbit Lingling entered a demonic state, using blood could help her return to normal. So, if they could get her to drink their blood in advance when she felt unwell or was about to transform, wouldn't that help a lot? However, they also felt that in a conscious state, Rabbit Lingling would not drink their blood. After all, bloodletting is harmful to the body. Given Rabbit Lingling's character, how could she allow them to harm their bodies like that? So Wolfbai thought of a trick. They took their blood in advance, then gave it to the tribe doctor, asking him to mix it with some restorative medicine to make pills. As long as they didn't tell Rabbit Lingling that her blood was inside, perhaps she would be willing to take them. Originally, this was just a discussion between him and Tiger Chi, and only the two of them would do the bloodletting. But Kong Xiangxue happened to overhear their conversation and insisted on joining in. She said that since she had previously said she wanted to be good friends with Rabbit Lingling, she should do something for her now. You did well just now, Wolfbai said, but looking at Lingling's expression, I think she might have guessed something. Huh? The tribe doctor's face changed. What should we do? If Princess Lingling refuses to take the pills, wouldn't your blood be wasted? Wolfbai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lingling won't let our blood go to waste. It's just that she will definitely feel bad about it. Inside the room, Rabbit Lingling held the box, her gaze heavy. Chapter 116. The conversation between Wolf Mo and Ying Zhe. Although the pills contained a lot of herbs, she was now very sensitive to the taste of blood, so she immediately recognized it. For her sake, her friends and family had sacrificed so much. Lingling, what's wrong? Kong Xiangxue noticed that something was off with her and asked cautiously. Rabbit Lingling came back to her senses and smiled. It's nothing. Mom, should you take a pill first? It's good for your health. Song Gung asked. Rabbit Lingling hesitated for a moment, picked up a pill, and swallowed it. It was sweet, and after taking it, she indeed felt much better. The pills had already been made, and the blood could not be returned to their bodies. If she didn't take them, it would waste their goodwill. However, she truly felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Lingling couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat, her eyes reddening. Lingling, at that moment, Kong Xiangxue suddenly reached out and held her hand. Don't think too much. Ever since we met you, we've eaten so many delicious foods, learned to cook various dishes, and picked up a lot of strange games from you. Knowing you is the luckiest thing in our lives. Lingling was taken aback. Moreover, we're good friends, aren't we? Kong Xiangxue smiled. If I were sick and needed you to do something for me, you would be willing, right? Lingling nodded with red eyes. So it's all mutual. We all know how you treat us. Now, no matter what we do for you, don't feel too much pressure. Okay. Lingling finally couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into Kong Xiangxue's arms, crying. All right, don't cry. You just woke up. Don't hurt your body again. Woo-woo. Look, the little ones are all watching you. Hey, what are you doing? Did you just wipe your tears on me? All right. You owe me a new fur skirt. After transforming back into their original forms, Lang Mo, Ying Zhe, and Lang Zhuo were exhausted but much faster. They were now very close to the dark forest. The sky around them also changed, becoming gloomy and oppressive. The three beastmen transformed back into human forms and rested against a tree. Master, it will probably take about half a day to reach the dark forest, Lang Zhuo said. Let's rest for a bit, Ying Zhe suggested. Otherwise, entering the dark forest like this is too dangerous. After all, The dark forest is not a place to mess around. 2 Lingling's father and 6 uncles were all known for their bravery in the rabbit clan, and they had high beast cultivation. However, all 7 of them had gone into the dark forest and never returned. If the 3 of them didn't stay alert, they surely wouldn't survive in the dark forest either. I'll go see if there are any wild chickens or similar prey nearby, Langs was said before leaving. Lang Mo looked towards the dark forest and said, if we can really find my father-in-law and 6 uncles, Lingling will definitely be very happy. Ing Zhe remained silent. He felt a bit sour inside. Lang Mo and 2 Lingling were a proper couple. Therefore, Lang Mo could openly call 2 Lingling's father-in-law and her uncles. But he couldn't. After all, he wasn't 2 Lingling's partner. Although he didn't demand much, just wanting to protect 2 Lingling was enough. But hearing such words from Lang Mo inevitably made him feel a pang of jealousy. After a while, Ing Zhe finally perked up and said, I wonder how Lingling is doing now. With my big brother around, nothing major will happen, Lang Mo said lightly. Although I hate him, I have to admit he is quite reliable. You hate Lang Bai? Ing Zhe raised an eyebrow. Why? Aren't you 2 biological brothers? Perhaps because his own family had already passed away, Ing Zhe now craved and valued familial ties. Half-brothers don't count, Lang Mo said coldly. Why not? Your father is the clan leader of the wolf clan. Having multiple partners is not uncommon. Although Ing Zhe did not agree with males having multiple female partners, that was the reality. Clan leaders had more privileges. Moreover, he genuinely thought Lang Bai was a decent person. If he had such a big brother, he would probably be very happy. If it were just that, it would be fine, Lang Mo sneered. But my biological mother. At this point, he suddenly fell silent, and after a long while, he said, forget it. There's no point in bringing up the past. Big brother, do you know that speaking halfway like this is really torturous? Ing Zhe said with at least your father is still around. I can't even see mine. Lang Mo thought to himself, a father like mine might as well not exist. However, he glanced at Ing Zhe and suddenly said, I've met the former leader of the Eagle clan. Really? Ing Zhe's eyes brightened. Where did you meet him? When? Although his father had already passed away, he still wanted to hear about him, even if it was just a little. I don't remember where. It was many years ago. I encountered him by a river. At that time, I was being mischievous, jumping around near the rushing waters, and he thought it was dangerous and scolded me. Ing Zhe listened intently. I was still young and thought he was meddling in my business, so I was rude to him. Lang Mo smiled, but he was quite polite and chatted with me for a while. He said he had a son about my age, but he was always gloomy and he hoped his son could be more like me, playful and lively. But at that time, Lang Mo didn't say that he was also very troubled. He just bore it better than other beastmen. Hearing this, the corners of Ing Zhe's eyes became a bit moist. He had always known that although his father was cold to him because he considered him a disaster, he still cared for him deep down. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to prove he wasn't a disaster, nor to properly honor his father before he. Have you never thought about reclaiming the position of the Eagle clan leader? Lang Mo asked. The deaths of your family and your father are very suspicious, and that position should rightfully belong to you. I didn't think about it before, but now I do have that thought, Ing Zhe said, his gaze deepening. At the very least, I need to find out the truth behind my family's deaths. He then asked, what about you? You said you hated Lang Bai. So are you going to watch him ascend to the position of the wolf clan leader? The position of the clan leader has never mattered to me, Lang Mo said with a faint smile. If I wanted to, I could stir up bloodshed throughout the beast world. But now that I've met Lingling, I don't want that anymore. Chapter 117. The male of the wolf clan Ing Zhe was about to say something when he heard Lang Mo continue. But there are some grudges that I must settle. So in the future, I may indeed stand on the opposite side of Lang Bai. Have you thought about where to place Lingling then? Ing Zhe asked. Upon hearing this, Lang Mo fell silent. Since Lingling woke up this time, she returned to normal. She seemed no different from before, chatting and laughing with other beastmen every day, making various delicious foods for the little ones. The rabbit clan members congratulated Tu Huai, saying that Princess Lingling had finally recovered, and the old clan leader could rest easy. Tu Huai smiled on the outside, but inside he felt a bit worried. Not only him, but even the beastmen who were close to Tu Lingling and even a few little ones could tell that she was different from before. She often stared off into space. Sometimes, she would suddenly frown and take out a pill to eat. Although Tu Lingling thought they hadn't noticed, their thoughts were all on her. How could they not have detected it? She must still often feel unwell, just trying hard to suppress it. Therefore, Lang Bai and Hu Qi still haven't left. Lang Mo and Ing Zhe are moving too slowly, right? Hu Qi couldn't help but complain. It's already this late, and there's still no news. Just then, Lang Yu was nearby and couldn't help but say, "It's only been less than 10 days. It takes quite a while to get from the Rabbit clan to the Dark Forest, and you know what kind of place the Dark Forest is, right? You only know how to complain about the Lord and the others. If it were you, could you return in 10 days? I think you're just itching for a fight." Hu Qi was furious, looking like he was ready to fight. "Come on, Lang Yu didn't back down. Am I afraid of you?" The two males were about to fight when just then, Kong Xiangxue walked out of the kitchen. "What are you two doing?" Upon hearing this voice, Lang Yu reacted quickly, jumping back a large step, keeping his distance from Hu Qi. "Hu Qi, it's nothing, we're just chatting." Lang Yu smiled gently. "Oh, I just baked some snacks. Do you want to eat?" Kong Xiangxue asked. "I learned it from Lingling before. It's my first time making it. I don't know if it's good." "Sure." Lang Yu's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, you're so smart. Even if it's your first time, it must be delicious." Kong Xiangxue smiled a bit shyly and turned back into the kitchen to get the snacks. Lang Yu was also smiling, but when he turned around, he saw Hu Qi looking at him with a meaningful gaze. "What are you doing?" Lang Yu asked warily. Hu Qi laughed a couple of times. "I advise you to show me some respect. Otherwise, I want to help you keep your secret." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lang Yu was still stubborn. "What secret do I have?" "Is that so? All right, then I'll go find Kong Xiangxue to chat for a bit right now." As Hu Qi said this, he started walking toward the kitchen, and Lang Yu hurriedly pulled him back. All right, big brother." Lang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "I want to oppose you again in the future. Is that good enough?" That is more like it." Hu Qi felt extremely satisfied. "But you can't. If you like her, just say it openly." "Why are you hiding it?" "None of your business." Big brother, what you said makes sense. I will consider it carefully." The snacks Kong Xiangxue baked were actually small cookies, and although it was her first time baking, they looked quite nice, just a bit too much sugar. However, the little ones loved them. Lang Tai was munching on the cookies while also remembering to offer a piece to Rabbit Lingling. "Mom, you should have a piece too." Rabbit Lingling seemed to be in a daze, and only snapped back to reality when she heard Lang Tai's words. "Okay." Rabbit Lingling smiled, and then ate the cookie that Lang Tai offered. The sweet taste stimulated her taste buds, which lifted her mood quite a bit. Kong Xiangxue was watching from the side and said, "Lingling, how about we go out for a walk this afternoon? It's been a while since we took the little ones out to play. How about we go fishing by the river?" "Sure." Rabbit Lingling nodded. Upon hearing this, the little ones all showed happy expressions. After their nap, Kong Xiangxue and Rabbit Lingling took the little ones to the river. The tiger cub and Lang Tai happily ran and jumped ahead, while Hu Huan held Rabbit Lingling's hand, chattering away. "Mom, I want to go to the river to catch fish too." "Okay." Rabbit Lingling patted her head, "But be careful." It's fine. The river isn't deep." Kong Xiangxue suddenly laughed, saying, "Lingling, do you remember when we first met?" "Of course." Rabbit Lingling smiled. "It was by the river." "Yes, at that time. I thought you were mistreating the little ones, and I scolded you. But thankfully, you didn't hold it against me and even invited me to your home for dinner." Kong Xiangxue reminisced. "Lingling, you're really nice." Rabbit Lingling felt a bit guilty. Actually, she initially thought that Kong Xiangxue was the heroine from the book, who would become very powerful in the future and wanted to get close to her. But later, she sincerely regarded Kong Xiangxue as a friend, and she was very glad to have made such a friend. When they reached the river, the little ones happily went into the water to catch fish. Kong Xiangxue joined them, and before long, they caught several big fish and a few crabs. Rabbit Lingling stood by the river watching, feeling much better. Feeling a slight warmth starting to rise within her body again, she quickly turned around, took out a box containing pills from her pocket, and swallowed one. Feeling that warmth gradually fade away, she had figured it out by now. Whenever she felt that warmth in her body, it meant she was about to go crazy. Taking a pill could temporarily suppress it, but it was only temporary. She had been trying hard to disguise it, not wanting other beasts to discover this. She didn't want them to keep bleeding for her. After feeling much better, Rabbit Lingling was just about to go into the water when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw a dozen males walking toward them. A wave of unease surged in Rabbit Lingling's heart. The male at the front, she remembered seeing him in the wolf clan before. Could it be? They are all males from the wolf clan? Kong Xiangxue and the other little ones also noticed these males and hurriedly ran to the shore. After the males approached, they surrounded them without saying a word. "What do you want?" Rabbit Lingling asked coldly. The leading male smiled and said, "Princess Lingling, please don't be nervous. We mean no harm. We are just here on the orders of the Wolf Clan leader to invite you to the Wolf Clan." Why does Lang Chung suddenly want her to go to the Wolf Clan? Chapter 118. "You flatter me, let me go to the Wolf Clan? Now?" Rabbit Lingling frowned and asked, "Yes, please go immediately. And These little princes can accompany you as well. Kong Xiangxue glanced at Rabbit Lingling, then stepped forward and said, Lingling's body, I ascend, T fully recovered yet. It's not suitable for her to go that far. Yes. Song Gung also spoke up. Please report this back to my grandfather, and once my mother is better, we will visit him together. However, the Wolf Clan Beastman laughed and said, Princess Lingling, do I look like I'm negotiating with you? Another Wolf Clan Beastman said in a rough voice, the leader has said to use any means necessary to bring you back to the Wolf Clan, and if you dare resist, don't blame us for being impolite. You. Kong Xiangxue was a bit angry and wanted to say something, but Rabbit Lingling stopped her. Rabbit Lingling knew in her heart that they could not possibly be a match for so many Wolf Clan males. If Kong Xiangxue and the little ones got hurt because of her, she would truly be a sinner. In that case, I will go back with you. Rabbit Lingling said calmly, the little ones don't need to come. Anyway, I think your leader's real target is only me. The leading Wolf Clan Beastman narrowed his eyes, then smiled and said, Princess Lingling is indeed clever. Then please. Wait, let me say a few more words to them. Rabbit Lingling carefully reminded Kong Xiangxue and the cubs a few more times. Kong Xiangxue nervously said, Lingling, you can't go back with them. The Wolf Clan still doesn't know what they want to do. Don't worry, Rabbit Lingling whispered. If Wolf Chun wants to kill me, they could just do it here. Why go through all this trouble to take me back? Besides, I am his son's mate, and he wouldn't let others gossip about him killing his son's mate. Mom. Foxhuan tightly tugged at her clothes. Don't go. Be good. Rabbit Lingling patted her little head. Mom will be fine. Stay here and listen to Grandpa. Mom will be back soon. After saying that, Rabbit Lingling turned to leave. But Kong Xiangxue grabbed her hand, her eyes reddening. There seemed to be a reckless madness in her gaze. Listen to me. Rabbit Lingling squeezed her hand. The cubs are still here. Hearing this, Kong Xiangxue was stunned for a moment, then gradually calmed down. Yes, no matter what, they couldn't let the cubs get into trouble. Rabbit Lingling followed the few male wolves as they left. The cubs wanted to chase after them, but were stopped by Kong Xiangxue. Your mom is afraid something will happen to you. That's why she went with them so easily. If you don't listen, won't you be wasting her efforts? Kong Xiangxue said solemnly, we should go back and tell Grandpa and Wolfbai about this. Song Gung, being the eldest, calmed down first, transforming into a little squirrel, darting towards the Rabbit Clan like an arrow. Rabbit Lingling walked with the male wolves for a while, and then saw 3 beasts lying there that she couldn't name. These 3 beasts had bodies like cows, but heads like wolves, and Rabbit Lingling couldn't tell what breed they were. Moreover, they were very large, especially their backs, which were broad enough to accommodate 10 people sitting on them, or even lying down to sleep. What kind of beast is this? Rabbit Lingling couldn't help but ask. A male answered, this is our wolf clan's unique wolf cow. Rabbit Lingling. That's quite a simple and crude name. The wolf cow is very precious, and only the clan leader has the authority to use them. This time, to pick you up, the clan leader specifically had us ride 3 wolf cows over. Another male said, Rabbit Lingling, thank you very much. Your Highness, please. Although the wolf cow was tall, Rabbit Lingling was already a level 4 beast cultivator, so she easily jumped up. Surprisingly, the wolf cow was quite soft. The other male beastman climbed onto the other 2 wolf cows. Only one beastman rode on the same wolf cow as Rabbit Lingling. He tightened the reins around the wolf cow's neck and said to Rabbit Lingling, Your Highness, please hold on tight. Okay. Rabbit Lingling nodded. Be very careful, don't fall off. The beastman reminded. Rabbit Lingling was already unhappy, and now she was even more impatient. It's such a big place, how could I? Whoa, why is it going so fast? Slow down. The 3 wolf cows, carrying so many beastmen, reached the wolf clan in less than half a day. When Rabbit Lingling brought the cubs over, it had taken him several days. When she got off the wolf cow, Rabbit Lingling still felt dizzy. Why didn't anyone tell her the wolf cow was so fast? She had no mental preparation at all. Plus, they hadn't stopped along the way. Even if she wasn't dizzy from the wolf cow's swaying, she was blown dizzy by the wind. Your Highness Lingling, are you okay? A male asked with concern. Rabbit Lingling didn't want to talk. After a while, she weakly asked, Where's your clan leader? Are we going to see him now? Yes, please follow me. So Rabbit Lingling went to Wolf Chang's residence again. It was still that little building from last time. However, this time Wolf Chung was standing in the yard, leisurely watering flowers with a small wooden pot. Clan leader, Princess Lingling has arrived. Upon hearing this, Wolf Chung lightly acknowledged, put down the wooden pot, and turned to look at Rabbit Lingling. A rabbit under the eaves can't help but bow its head. For her own rabbit life, Rabbit Lingling forced out a smile. Clan leader, you were looking for me? Wolf Chung. He was silent for a while and said, You might as well not smile. Rabbit Lingling was very angry. Was she not allowed to smile? Wasn't it because she was afraid of offending him? Being a rabbit was so hard. Wolf Ching looked her up and down for a moment and said, "The last time we met, I didn't realize you were quite impressive. Able to make my 2 sons infatuated with you." He had already sent beastmen to investigate and knew that Wolf had not returned to the Wolf clan for what reason. Wasn't it all for Rabbit Lingling? This brat had never wanted to find a mate, and now he had taken an interest in his brother's mate. And then there was that Wolf MO, who had been given Rabbit Lingling just to save trouble. He hadn't expected that he would actually fall for Rabbit Lingling. And then there was the son of the Tiger clan leader and the Eagle clans. This female is truly not to be underestimated. So Wolf Chung felt that he had to bring Rabbit Lingling to the Wolf clan and keep an eye on her. Otherwise, she would cause trouble sooner or later. Plus, bringing Rabbit Lingling to the Wolf clan would ensure that Wolf would follow her back. After all, he was the future leader of the Wolf clan. It was inappropriate for him to hang around the Rabbit clan all the time. After Wolf Chung finished speaking, he kept staring at Rabbit Lingling, wanting to see her flustered expression. Unexpectedly, after a brief silence, Rabbit Lingling said, "You're flattering me." Wolf Chung, "I'm not complimenting you." Chapter 119. Listen to me say thank you. Wolf Chung glared at Rabbit Lingling in dissatisfaction. Yet Rabbit Lingling blinked her eyes, seemingly unaware of any wrongdoing. In the end, Wolf Chung was speechless and could only grit his teeth and say, "From today on, you will stay in the Wolf clan. Don't worry, you are my son Wolf Mo's mate, and we, the Wolf clan, will naturally treat you well." Rabbit Lingling didn't want to speak. "You do know Wolf Mo is your son, right? Then why don't you take good care of him, leaving him to be insulted by other beastmen as a waste? What is the use of pretending to be nice here now?" Before Wolf Chung could respond, a Wolf clan beastman became unhappy. "Your Highness Lingling, our clan leader treats you so well. Shouldn't you thank him?" Rabbit Lingling. She glanced at the beastman and said softly, "You said it." The Wolf clan beastman didn't understand what she meant, and Rabbit Lingling had already started singing expressionlessly. "Listen to me say thank you because of you." "Stop." Wolf Chung quickly interrupted her, the veins on his forehead almost bursting. "Can someone tell me how there could be a beastman who sings so poorly?" The key point was, she still had the nerve to sing. "Hurry up and take her down." Wolf Chung waved his hand. That singing was too terrifying. He didn't want to hear it a second time. Although Rabbit Lingling achieved her goal, she felt a bit unhappy inside. Was her singing really that bad? Honestly, 2 female orcs walked over. They wore rough animal skins. Their hair was simply tied up, and there were 2 particularly hideous scars on their faces. Lingling was taken aback for a moment, then realized that these 2 females must be the slaves of the Wolf tribe. In the orc community, slaves are the lowest of the low. Ordinary orcs can beat or scold them at will. "Your Highness Lingling, please this way." Lingling didn't want to see the Wolf minister any longer, so she followed the 2 slaves away. They took her directly to a house near the chief's residence. The house was quite large, tidy, and clean, with soft animal skin spread on the bed, making Lingling feel a bit sleepy. "Your Highness, this will be your residence from now on. If you need anything, just let us know at any time," the 2 slaves said, kneeling down. Lingling felt a bit awkward and said, "You can get up now." However, they seemed to be used to it, so even though Lingling said this, they still knelt there and said in unison, "Please give your orders, Your Highness." Lingling, "I don't have any orders right now. I want to sleep for a while. You may leave." "Yes." Only then did the 2 slaves stand up. As they reached the door, one of the slaves remembered something and turned back to Lingling, saying, "Your Highness, the chief has instructed that you can move around freely in the Wolf tribe. But you absolutely cannot leave the Wolf tribe's territory. There will be someone watching you, and if you want to leave the Wolf tribe, the chief will be angry." "Got it." Lingling waved her hand. "You can go." She knew from the moment she arrived that leaving wouldn't be that easy. However, if she could eat and sleep well here, it wouldn't be a big problem. She just missed her grandfather and the little ones, as well as the other orcs. Moreover, Lingling took out a small box from her pocket, looking at the few remaining pills inside, her gaze darkening. Her pills were running out. Lingling nestled in the soft animal skins on the bed and had just fallen asleep for a little while when she heard someone calling her from outside. "Lingling, Lingling, are you in there?" Lingling rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning as she walked outside. The orc calling her at the door was Wolfflower. "Lingling." As soon as Wolfflower saw her, she was extremely happy and ran over, taking her hand. "I heard them say you were here. I didn't believe it at first. I didn't expect you to really be here. Lingling, I've been thinking about you this whole time." It was still very nice for Lingling to see a good friend here. "Did you come by yourself this time? What about the little ones? By the way, I heard that Prince Wolf White has been with your rabbit tribe all along. Didn't Prince Wolf White come back with you?" "You're asking so fast. How can I answer you? Tu Lingling said with a wry smile. Hee hee, I'm just too happy to see you. Come on, let us go inside and talk. As soon as Wolfflower entered the house with her, she exclaimed, Lingling, your place is really nice. I just saw 2 slaves kneeling at the door. They must be here to serve you, right? They all say the chief doesn't value Wolf Mo at all, but it seems that that's not necessarily true. Tu Lingling smiled faintly and said, he may not truly care for me. What? Wolfflower didn't quite understand. Tu Lingling pulled her down to sit by the bed and briefly explained the situation to her. Wolfflower turned pale upon hearing it. So, the chief had his subordinates bring you here just to control you better? As long as you are in the wolf tribe, he can control you more effectively. And also, Wolf White will follow you back, along with Wolf Mo. Wolfflower showed a disappointed expression, so that's the chief's plan. I just praised him in my heart a moment ago. For him, it's always about interest first. Tu Lingling smiled and said, but you are a wolf tribe orc. Being under such a chief isn't necessarily a bad thing for you. Then what will you do? Wolfflower asked nervously. He wouldn't harm you, would he? No. Tu Lingling said, killing me now wouldn't benefit him. Besides, the fact that you were able to come to see me so smoothly means he doesn't want to be too harsh on me. That's good. Wolfflower breathed a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, just settle down in the wolf tribe. Since you've come, Prince Wolf White will definitely come back too. But what about your illness? Don't worry, I've already thought of a solution. Currently, Song Gung's favorability towards her had also reached 100. Tu Lingling's space was completely open to her, and she no longer needed to use points to exchange for things in the space. However, the space was too large. She searched for a long time before finding the sedatives. Tu Lingling took out 2 sedatives and handed them to Wolfflower. Since Wolf White and Wolf Mo hadn't returned yet, the only one she could trust in the wolf tribe was Wolfflower. Take these 2 medications. Tu Lingling said to Wolfflower, if I go berserk again and can't control myself, use one to inject me. But I don't know how. Wolfflower said in confusion, what do you mean by inject? Tu Lingling taught her once, and Wolfflower almost understood. Okay, I got it. You can trust me with this. Tu Lingling nodded. The sedative was one way to handle it. She was also planning to work on her food. Chapter 120. Chi-Chi and Xiao Xiao. When Tu Lingling asked the 2 slaves to use the kitchen, they hurriedly said, Your Highness Lingling, someone will be responsible for bringing your food. So you don't need to go to the kitchen to cook. I still prefer to eat my own cooking. Tu Lingling said straightforwardly, Please take me to the kitchen. The 2 slaves exchanged glances and finally had no choice but to find a kitchen for Tu Lingling. The kitchen was quite well equipped, and the 2 slaves said they would help her, but Tu Lingling quickly asked them to leave. After all, she wasn't familiar with these 2 slaves and didn't want to take ingredients out from her space in front of them. Once the kitchen was left with only Tu Lingling, she closed her eyes and entered her space, then took out various ingredients and seasonings such as duck blood, vermicelli, pig's blood, tripe, luncheon meat, and hot pot base. The 2 slaves were waiting at the door. They originally thought that Tu Lingling would just grill some meat or boil some meat and come out. They didn't expect that the kitchen would be filled with a scent they had never smelled before. This aroma was so amazing that it made their mouths water, and they even wished they could sneak into the kitchen to see what delicious food Tu Lingling was making. After a while, the fragrant duck blood, vermicelli soup, and spicy hot pot were ready. Tu Lingling took a sip and was very satisfied. She thought that if drinking orc blood could curb the demonic nature in her body, then eating more dishes related to blood should also be useful, right? After all, orcs are derived from animals, so drinking animal blood might also work. But to drink it directly would be too painful. If it was made into dishes, it would be different. With her cooking skills and appetite, eating more wouldn't be a problem. She was too lazy to go back to eat. So she directly moved a chair over and sat by the stove to eat. 2 slaves stood at the door, wildly swallowing as they smelled the fragrant aroma wafting out from inside. Just then a male passed by. He had striking features and was quite tall, but somewhat thin and pale, looking frail and sickly. When he saw the 2 slaves, he seemed surprised and asked, What are you doing here? Your Highness Wolf Chi. The 2 slaves quickly knelt down. Princess Lingling is inside. We were sent by the clan leader to serve her. Lingling? Wolf Chi thought for a moment and understood. Is she Wolf Mo's mate? Has father brought her to the wolf clan? Yes. Wolf Chi couldn't help but sniff the air. That fragrance. Princess Lingling is cooking. I don't know what she's making, but it smells great. He looked at the kitchen door, deep in thought. After a while, he coughed twice and turned to leave. After Rabbit Lingling finished eating, she came out of the kitchen. The 2 slaves immediately knelt down again and respectfully said, You have come out, Your Highness. Rabbit Lingling felt awkward and had to say, You don't have to kneel to me all the time. Just do your own duties well. She understood that this was the beast world, and it was different from a modern society she was used to. The status of slaves was very low, and even if she wanted equality, it wouldn't matter. However, she couldn't keep making them kneel all the time. The two slaves showed timid expressions. This is what we should do. Our status is low, and being able to serve the princess is already a blessing for us. Since you serve me, you should listen to me, right? Rabbit Lingling had to put on a stern face. From now on, except when I ask you to kneel, you don't have to kneel to me, understood? Hearing this, the two slaves had no choice but to stand up. Rabbit Lingling asked, "What are your names?" "We don't have names. We were born as slaves, so." Rabbit Lingling sighed inwardly. It seemed that their families had committed serious crimes, and, at that time, they were still in their mother's wombs. So, upon birth, they became slaves and were not even worthy of their own names. How about I give you names? Otherwise, I won't know what to call you in the future. The two slaves said in unison, "It is our honor to receive names from your highness." Rabbit Lingling. Did you rehearse this? How can you be so in sync? However, Rabbit Lingling was bad at naming, and after thinking for a while, she said, "How about one of you is called Chi-Chi and the other is called Cha-Cha?" "Thank you, your highness." Chi-Chi was so happy, she was almost in tears. "I finally have a name." Cha-Cha was already crying, constantly wiping her tears. If my parents were still alive, they would be so happy. Rabbit Lingling didn't expect their reaction to be so strong and felt a little guilty. She quickly said, "Wait, let me think of better names for you." "No need, your highness." Chi-Chi excitedly said, "This name is great." "Yes, we really like it." Cha-Cha also said, "Your highness, you are truly amazing. We will definitely be loyal to you from now on." Rabbit Lingling had to say, "All right then." After all, the beastmen won't get this reference. Chi-Chi and Cha-Cha are indeed more normal names. It's better than bouncing and pulling, right? As long as the involved beastmen think it's good, that's enough. On the way back to their residence, Chi-Chi said to Rabbit Lingling, "Just now, while you were in the kitchen, Prince Wolf-Chi happened to pass by, and we told him you were inside." "Wolf-Chi? Oh, he's the second son of your clan leader, right?" "Yes." Rabbit Lingling recalled that there wasn't much description of Wolf-Chi in the book. There was even less than that of Kong Xing, who admired Kong Xiangxue. It only mentioned that he was born weak and had a particularly difficult time training. But he was always very positive and worked hard to improve his health, and then diligently practiced. Other than that, there was nothing more. After Wolf-Mo became a major villain, there were no more scenes with Wolf-Chi. Rabbit Lingling even suspected that the author had forgotten about him. Forget it. It had nothing to do with her. Just as Rabbit Lingling thought this, she bumped into a beastman. The moment she saw this beastman, she exclaimed in her heart, "What a beautiful face." This beastman's face was truly stunning, but based on his height and build, he should be a male. In the beast world, whether a male was handsome or ugly, they all had a strong masculine presence. But this male, if only looking at his face, was indeed hard to distinguish between male and female. Just as Rabbit Lingling hesitated on whether to greet this handsome male, she heard Chi-Chi and Cha-Cha behind her say in unison, "Prince Wolf-Chi, Wolf-Chi? So he is Wolf-Chang's second son, Wolf-Chi, Wolf-Mo's older brother." Wolf-Chi smiled slightly at her, then couldn't help but cough twice before saying, "You must be Lingling, right?" Chapter 121. Chi-Chi and Cha-Cha drink milk tea. Rabbit Lingling politely nodded, "I am." Logically, she should call him Brother Wolf-Chi, but it felt a bit awkward to her. So she just addressed him as Prince Wolf-Chi. "No need to be so polite," Wolf-Chi said with a smile. "Just call me Wolf-Chi." Just then, a cold wind blew by. Wolf-Chi was caught off guard and immediately coughed painfully. Out of kindness, Rabbit Lingling reminded him, "Look at this weather. It's about to get cold. You should hurry home and make sure your subordinates prepare more firewood for you." "Thank you," Wolf-Chi nodded. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, "I know father forcibly brought you to the Wolf clan, which makes you unhappy, but he will still take Wolf-Mo into consideration and will treat you well, so you don't have to worry. Just be filial to him." This statement, even if Wolf-Chung wouldn't mistreat her, forcibly bringing her here still went against her wishes and asking her to be filial to that guy. But Wolf-Chi probably said this to comfort her. So Rabbit Lingling didn't say much, just smiled. After Wolf-Chung left, Chi-Chi couldn't help but whisper, "Prince Wolf-Chi is really nice, just like Prince Wolf-Bai, so gentle. It's a pity he is in poor health." "Yes, and he is truly good-looking." Cha-Cha also said if I could have half of his beauty. "Forget it. We are slaves anyway. Being good-looking is of no use." Rabbit Lingling was taken aback. Cha-Cha's words reminded her of Wolf-Mo's birth mother. Now, she didn't know how Wolf-Mo and Ingze were doing. Another cold wind blew by, and Rabbit Lingling instinctively shivered. It really's going to get cold. Let's hurry back. Yes, back in the house. Rabbit Lingling saw that the beastmen from the wolf clan had already delivered a lot of firewood for her to use for heating as the temperature dropped. Although it was better inside than outside, once it got cold in the beast world, it was essential to start a fire indoors. Chi-Chi and Cha quickly moved any flammable items far away and built a fire pit for her in the middle of the room. Your Highness, please rest well. We'll take our leave now. After the two finished speaking, Lingling called them back. Soon it will be freezing cold. Do you two have a fire in your room to keep warm? Chi-Chi was taken aback for a moment, and then hesitantly said, We slaves are not qualified to use firewood, but we can wrap ourselves in thicker animal skins. After all, they were slaves, and no one cared about their lives or deaths. In such severe cold, they could only endure it. Whether they lived or died was up to fate. I knew it. Lingling sighed. Anyway, this room is not small. You can stay here with me, and we can warm ourselves by the fire together. But how can we? Lingling frowned and deliberately put on a stern face, and Chi-Chi and Cha immediately moved closer. However, they did not dare to sit as casually as Lingling. They could only kneel. Lingling did not force them. She just didn't want to see two healthy females facing the risk of freezing to death. After all, being a little kinder to them was just a small effort for her. As for everything else, she couldn't manage. Sigh, on such a cold day, it's perfect for a cup of milk tea. Lingling sighed. What is milk tea? Chi-Chi asked curiously. I've only heard of milk. When cubs are born, they drink their mother's milk. Oh right, you definitely don't have milk tea here. Hee. Today, I'll let you enjoy a feast with me. She had some water prepared for herself. Since there was a fire, she asked Chi-Chi to bring a pot of water and set it over the fire to boil. Then, while Chi-Chi and Cha stared at the fire in a daze, she took out 3 packets of milk tea powder from her space. The space was very considerate. The moment she took it out, the milk tea powder was wrapped in lotus leaves, making it look less out of place. She pretended to pull it out from her bosom and said to Chi-Chi and Cha, This is a powder I developed myself. After steeping it in hot water, it tastes very fragrant and sweet. Today, I'll let you try it. Chi-Chi and Cha were very curious. The water was already boiling, and Lingling poured the milk tea powder into 3 cups she had brought over, then added hot water. The sweet aroma of milk tea instantly filled the entire room. After stirring with chopsticks, the 3 of them each held a cup of milk tea and sat by the fire. Outside, the cold wind howled, making the warmth at that moment even more precious. Although the milk tea was still hot, Chi-Chi and Cha couldn't help but take a sip. This is so delicious, Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise. It's sweeter than the sweetest fruit I've ever had. Your Highness Lingling, you are amazing to have developed such a magical powder, Cha said in admiration. Lingling suddenly felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. After all, it wasn't really her doing. If you like it, I'll give you more in the future. After all, the supplies in her space were endless. She could take as much as she wanted. Chi-Chi and Cha held the hot milk tea, feeling warm inside. At first, when they heard they were coming to serve the little princess of the rabbit tribe, they were a bit anxious. They were very afraid that Lingling would be the kind of overbearing beastman. Their lives in the wolf tribe had already been tough enough if they encountered such a master again. But they were slaves with no choice, so they could only prepare to serve Lingling wholeheartedly, and for everything else, they would leave it to fate. However, they didn't expect Lingling to be so kind. Not only did she not scold or mistreat them, but she also gave them names, let them stay in the house to warm themselves by the fire, and even gave them milk tea to drink. They had only experienced abuse and coldness since they were young, so even the smallest kindness felt like a treasure to them. If possible, they really wanted to follow Lingling for a lifetime and serve her well. Lingling was lost in thought and didn't notice Chi and Cha's burning gazes. After eating spicy hot pot and duck blood vermicelli soup, she felt a bit more comfortable and the vague heat in her body was gone. It seemed that eating more blood-related foods really worked. Lingling wanted to cheer for her new discovery. At least in the future, she wouldn't have to watch her friends and family bleed for her. She wouldn't have to live in constant fear of another outbreak. Outside, in the freezing cold, Wolf Chung was also warming himself by the fire in the room. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. Wolf Chung was about to curse, but when he turned around, he found Wolf Bai, covered in cold air, had walked in. Oh, back so soon? Wolf Chung raised an eyebrow. It seems that Lingling holds quite a special place in your heart. Wolf Bai closed the door, shutting out the cold. However, his expression was extremely grim. Chapter 122. Father and son dispute. How could you do such a thing? Wolf Bai's face was as cold as the weather outside. Wolf Chung slammed his hand heavily on the nearby table, angrily saying, "Is this how you speak to your father? Wolf Bai, I think you've had enough of a good life. You are my father, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly. You." Wolf Chung didn't expect his usually filial son to dare to defy him like this, trembling with anger, wishing he could throw an ability at him right away. However, he managed to calm down. After all, among his 3 sons, Wolf Chi's health was poor and Wolf Mo. The most promising one was Wolf Bai. Plus, his trusted aide beside him had advised him a few words, so he eased off. "Don't be angry. I was just thinking that since Lingling is Wolf Mo's partner, my daughter-in-law, she should live in the wolf tribe. Moreover, I heard she has not been well recently, so bringing her here is also convenient for care." Wolf Chung said, without changing his expression, as the Wolf Tribe's clan doctor had excellent medical skills. Wolf Bai certainly knew Wolf Chung was talking nonsense, but he couldn't completely tear his face with Wolf Chung. After all, Lingling was still in the Wolf Tribe. Even if he disregarded everything else, he had to consider Lingling's safety. So Wolf Bai sat down on the nearby sofa, warming himself by the fire as he said, "Even so, you shouldn't have taken Lingling away without a word. If I hadn't stopped it, the Rabbit Clan leader would probably have rushed over with the Rabbit Tribe beastmen immediately." When Kong Xianxue and the cubs returned home and heard that Lingling had been taken away by the Wolf Tribe beastmen, Rabbit Huai was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. Once he recovered, he immediately ordered Rabbit Rue to gather the Rabbit Tribe army. If it hadn't been for Wolf Bai's persistent persuasion, assuring him that he would return to the Wolf Tribe immediately to protect Lingling's safety, the Rabbit Tribe would have probably declared war on the Wolf Tribe. After all, Lingling was the most beloved granddaughter of Rabbit Huai. Moreover, Rabbit Huai was already heartbroken that Lingling had suffered so much recently. Now, he could do anything for her. Wolf Bai had also put in a lot of effort to persuade him. He knew very well that the Rabbit Tribe was not the Wolf Tribe's opponent. And if the 2 tribes really went to war, then he and Lingling. Does the Rabbit Tribe have the guts? Wolf Chung sneered. That old man Rabbit Huai probably forgot how he begged me to shelter his granddaughter when he was usurped back then. Now that I've brought his granddaughter here, he still isn't happy? Dad, Wolf Bai frowned. All right, let's not talk about that. Wolf Chung turned to look at him and said, "But you, calling him Lingling repeatedly, do you really think it's appropriate? Don't forget, he is your brother's partner." Wolf Bai's eyes darkened, and he fell silent. Wolf Chung observed his expression and said, "Speaking of which, I overlooked this. Actually, you have long reached the age to find a partner. I initially thought you and Wolf Sha were quite suitable, but she offended you, and her father's position as the high priest was also revoked by you. It seems you really have no feelings for her." Wolf Bai's expression grew even darker. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Wolf Chung continue, "That's fine. Wolf Sha's status is not worthy of you anyway. A few days ago, I went to the Snake Clan, and the eldest daughter of the clan leader is very beautiful and of similar age to you. It would be suitable for you 2 to become partners." "I don't need a partner." Wolf Bai was completely enraged. He stood up directly, his face pale with anger as he said to Wolf Chung, "Father, if you think the Snake Clan leader's daughter is good, then you go marry her yourself." Wolf Chung was taken aback by his words, momentarily forgetting to be angry. Meanwhile, Wolf Cheng's trusted aide was shocked. "Oh my, His Highness Wolf Bai has never spoken to the clan leader like this. Is he crazy? Just for a female? Is this what they call love making one foolish?" "Wolf Bai, you, father, please rest well. I will take my leave." Wolf Bai ruthlessly interrupted Wolf Cheng's words and turned to leave without hesitation. Wolf Chung watched his figure, his fingers gradually tightening. "This kid, it seems Rabbit Lingling holds a more important place in his heart than I thought. So, clan leader, what do you plan to do?" asked the aide. "If you ask me, why not let Wolf Bai become partners with Princess Lingling? I see that Wolf Bai truly likes Princess Lingling. Have you lost your mind?" Wolf Chung shot him a sideways glance. "If my 2 sons become partners with the same female, how much benefit would the Wolf Clan lose? If Wolf Bai can become partners with the Snake Clan's princess, then we gain the Snake Clan as an ally. But, enough. Once this cold wave passes, you personally go to the Snake Clan and bring the princess over. Just say that I invite her to the Wolf Clan for a short stay. Just in time. Wolf Bai has returned now. Let them cultivate their feelings." "Yes." Meanwhile, in Wolf Chi's room, Wolf Chi's health was poor, and he was very sensitive to the cold. So every time there was such a particularly cold day, the beastmen serving him would light a large fire in the room, and hot water would always be prepared. Wolf Chi was wrapped in thick animal skins. Even so, he still shivered continuously and occasionally coughed violently. At this moment, a male entered. Knowing that Wolf Chi was afraid of the cold, he immediately closed the door upon entering. Then, he walked to the fire and warmed himself, saying, "Your Highness, just now, His Highness Wolf had a fight with the clan leader." "Oh, about what?" "It seems to be about Rabbit Clan's Princess Lingling." Wolf Chi lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and gestured for him to continue. "I gathered from their conversation that His Highness Wolf should really like Princess Lingling, but after all, Princess Lingling is Wolf Mo's partner, so the clan leader naturally cannot agree. The clan leader also said that he wants His Highness Wolf to become partners with the eldest daughter of the Snake Clan leader." Upon hearing this, there was no expression on Wolf Chi's face, but the hand hidden under the animal's skin tightened secretly. If His Highness Wolf really becomes partners with the eldest daughter of the Snake Clan leader, then it would mean having the support of the Snake Clan. Wolf Chi coughed violently again. After coughing for a while, he took the hot water handed to him by a subordinate and slowly took a couple of sips. "What's the rush?" He lowered his gaze to the cup in his hand. "Now that there is a Rabbit Lingling, it means the heavens are helping me. This female, as long as I make good use of her, she will surely help me greatly." Wolf stood at the door of Rabbit Lingling's room. The weather was very cold, but he seemed not to feel it at all. After a long while, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Wolf sighed, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A strange female voice came from inside. Just as Wolf was about to answer, the door was opened. It was Chi who opened the door. Upon seeing Wolf she was taken aback and immediately knelt down. "Your Highness Wolf get up," Wolf said indifferently. The weather outside was too cold, so he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly entered the room, asking Chi to close the door. In fact, he was really scared inside. He was afraid of seeing Rabbit Lingling's sad and angry expression, afraid of seeing her disappointed eyes. Then, he saw Rabbit Lingling was roasting chicken. 3 chickens were coated with honey and salt, sizzling over the fire. "Wolf, your back." Rabbit Lingling turned her head and smiled at him. She wasn't very surprised after all. One of the reasons Wolf Chung brought her to the Wolf Clan was to get Wolf back. Actually, she felt quite guilty towards Wolf After all, Wolf had stayed in the Rabbit Clan because of her illness. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Wolf say, "Lingling, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. That caused you to be brought to the Wolf Clan by my father." Seeing Wolf guilty expression, Rabbit Lingling said, "It's all right." She smiled. "Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Although I really want to go back to the Rabbit Clan. Perhaps it's better if I don't go back now." Once she returned to the Rabbit Clan and fell ill again, her grandfather and the cubs would inevitably worry about her. Wolf probably thought of this too. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry. As long as you are in the Wolf Clan, I will protect you well. Clan leader Wolf Chung won't kill me. If he wanted to, he would have done it long ago." Rabbit Lingling said, "Don't worry." Wolf nodded and turned to leave. After he left, Rabbit Lingling just flipped the chicken over when she saw Chi and Cha looking at her with very gossipy eyes. "What are you doing?" Rabbit Lingling felt a chill run down her spine. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Cough, Your Highness. Actually, we heard before," Chi said, revealing a hesitant expression. "Heard what?" Chi and Cha knew that Rabbit Lingling had a good temperament, so they were no longer as afraid of her. Cha boldly said, "I heard that His Highness Wolf really likes you. He hasn't returned to the Wolf Clan for a long time, also because of you." Rabbit Lingling. "Why are the beastmen of the Wolf Clan so gossipy? Moreover, even slaves like Chi and Cha have heard about it. So it must be spreading throughout the Wolf Clan." Rabbit Lingling frowned. She only regarded Wolf as a friend. Since that's the case, she couldn't say anything that would mislead other beastmen. After thinking for a moment, Rabbit Lingling smiled and said, "Wolf and I are just very good friends. I met him when I took my cubs to see Wolf Mo passing by the Wolf Clan. Wolf taking care of me should be because I am his brother's partner. So that's how it is." Rabbit Lingling deliberately straightened her face and said, "You both can't speak carelessly outside, understand? Otherwise, if I eat this roast chicken by myself." "No, Your Highness, we know we were wrong. We absolutely won't speak carelessly outside. Your Highness, you're the best. Your Highness, we will definitely serve you well in the future. Your Highness, you are my god." By night, the temperature still hadn't risen. 2 Lingling lay on the Kong sleeping, while Chi and Xiao took turns watching the fire. It wasn't until morning that the weather gradually warmed up. 2 Lingling had slept wrapped in thick animal skins last night. As soon as the weather warmed up, she was directly woken up by the heat. As soon as Chi and Xiao saw she was awake, they immediately went outside to fetch clean water for her to wash her face. 2 Lingling was still a bit dazed when she heard a loud male voice outside. "Lingling? Where's Lingling? Didn't you say Lingling lived here? His voice, could it be?" Hu Chi. Before Tu Lingling could react, the door was pushed open. The person who came in was indeed Hu Chi. Lingling. Hu Chi's face was full of joy at finding her again, and he rushed over to hug Tu Lingling. However, Tu Lingling reacted extremely quickly, rolling over to dodge Hu Chi's embrace. Lingling. Hu Chi looked at her with disappointment. How did you come here? Tu Lingling asked. I was worried about you, Hu Chi said aggrievedly. After learning that Tu Lingling had been taken away by the wolf tribe's beastmen, he was almost worried to death. He had originally wanted to come to the wolf tribe with Lang Bai, but that guy Lang Bai ran off so fast that he couldn't catch up at all. And he wasn't familiar with the way to the wolf tribe, so it took him all night to arrive. Last night, he had to endure hunger and cold, and if he hadn't found a cave, he might have frozen to death. Tu Lingling rubbed her temples and said, I'm fine. The wolf tribe's chief won't do anything to me. You should go back first. It's not that she had an opinion about Hu Chi, but if he continued to stay here for her and delayed his return to the tiger tribe, wouldn't that offend the tiger tribe's chief again? She certainly didn't want to keep changing places. I'm not leaving, Hu Chi said stubbornly. Lingling, I want to stay here to protect you. Those wolf tribe beastmen are no good. Leaving you all alone here. How can I feel at ease? Lang Bai is here too. Lang Bai? He seems reliable. But can he disobey his father's orders? Hu Chi. Tu Lingling felt a headache coming on. I know you're doing this for my sake, but in this situation, it's better for you to go back to the tiger tribe. Seeing Tu Lingling's expression, Hu Chi knew she was serious. He felt a bit sad, but Tu Lingling didn't seem to be wrong either. She had clearly expressed from the beginning that she didn't like him, only seeing him as a friend. And now, if he continued to stay here, he would probably really bring her trouble. Hu Chi could only nod, bitterly saying, I understand, I will go back, Lingling you. Must stay safe. I know, don't worry. Hu Chi looked at her deeply for a moment, then turned to leave. Just then, Chi Chi and Xiao Xiao returned with a basin of water. Hu Chi saw the two of them, and his expression immediately became serious. You two are here to serve Lingling, right? I tell you, take good care of her, otherwise, I won't spare you. Chi Chi and Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. After Hu Chi left, when the two of them entered the room with the basin, Chi Chi finally reacted. Hey, who is he, and why should we listen to him? After breakfast, Lang Hua came to find Tu Lingling, inviting her to go out and play. Anyway, within the wolf tribe's territory, Tu Lingling could go wherever she wanted. Lang Hua took her around the wolf tribe and introduced her to quite a few other wolf tribe beastmen. As noon approached, a beastman spoke up. Have you heard? The chief seems to intend to have Prince Lang Bai marry the snake tribe's princess, and has even sent someone to pick her up. Hey, look over there. Is that her coming? Chapter 124. The elegant snake. You hearing this? All the beastmen turned to look. They saw a very beautiful female riding on a horse, leisurely making her way towards them. Following her were several wolf tribe and snake tribe beastmen. The female on the horse was tall and curvaceous, making Tu Lingling's eyes widen in awe. An elegant lady. This must be the princess of the snake tribe, right? Lang Shen wants her to marry Lang Bai. They do seem like a good match on the surface. As she passed by them, the female's gaze casually swept over them. When she saw Tu Lingling, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she jumped off the horse, walking up to Tu Lingling. You don't look like a wolf tribe beastman. Snake, you looked at her, smiling brightly. Which tribe are you from? Just as Tu Lingling was about to speak, she heard Lang Hua say, This is the granddaughter of the rabbit tribe's chief, the little princess of the rabbit tribe. When Lang Hua said this, she felt a bit indignant for Tu Lingling. In her heart, she thought Tu Lingling was a good match for Lang Bai. Plus, she knew Lang Bai liked Tu Lingling. Now that a female from the snake tribe had arrived, she worried that this snake tribe female would target Tu Lingling. So she thought, what if she was the daughter of the snake tribe's chief? Lingling is still the granddaughter of the rabbit tribe's chief, who doesn't have a backing. The rabbit tribe? That's great. I love cute little rabbits the most. Snake, you said, pulling Tu Lingling into her embrace. Lang Hua. Tu Lingling felt some softness and blushed. The sister really doesn't treat her as an outsider. Little rabbit, during my time in the wolf tribe, will you play with me? Snake Yu's tone was full of seduction. Hey you. Lang Hua felt a bit dissatisfied, but Snake Yu had already pulled Tu Lingling away without giving her a chance to argue. Lang Hua stomped her foot in anger. What kind of beast man is this? Stealing someone's friend as soon as she arrives. Give me back Lingling. By the time Tu Lingling realized what was happening, she was already riding on the same horse as Snake Yu. Moreover, she was sitting in front of Snake Yu, being held in her embrace. Snake Yu had a fragrance about her, a bit strong, but not overwhelming, very pleasant. What's your name? Snake Yu asked. Tu Lingling. And you? My name is Snake Yu. Snake Yu smiled. You are really beautiful. I like good-looking beastmen the most. You are also very beautiful. This is my first time coming to the wolf tribe. By the way, since you're a rabbit tribe beastman, why are you in the wolf tribe? Is your partner a wolf tribe beastman? Lingling paused for a moment, then nodded. That's actually the case. Her partner is Lang Mo, who is indeed a wolf tribe beastman. It's such a pity that such a beautiful and cute female already has a partner. Snake, you sighed. I wonder which male is so lucky. She kept praising Lingling, making Lingling feel a bit shy. I originally didn't want to come to the wolf tribe this time, but the wolf tribe's chief invited me, and I couldn't refuse. So it's good to come and play. Shiyu said, but I don't want to be paired with Lang Bai. With a partner, how can I be carefree? Especially with a boring guy like Lang Bai. Do you know Lang Bai? Lingling asked. I saw him once a few years ago, she replied nonchalantly. He is quite handsome, but too serious. I don't like that. As Shiyu spoke, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she leaned closer to Lingling, whispering, since you already have a partner, you must have done that kind of thing with him, right? You know, a male like Lang Bai definitely can't bring anything new to the table. Lingling, is that something you can say? I really don't want to be tied down by a male for my whole life, Shiyu continued. If Lang Bai could accept me having several partners, I might consider it. But forget it, I'm probably overthinking it. Lang Bai probably doesn't like me anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, Lingling saw Lang Bai walking towards them. Seeing Lingling riding with Shiyu, Lang Bai frowned and quickly approached them. Hey, Lang Bai, Shiyu said with a smile, long time no see. Lang Bai ignored her and extended his hand to Lingling. Lingling, let me help you down. What are you doing? Shiyu immediately tightened her hold on Lingling. Are you trying to steal her from me? What do you want? Lang Bai said coldly. Shiyu, let go of Lingling, or don't blame me for being rude. Oh, Shiyu's gaze shifted between Lang Bai and Lingling, as if she understood something. A playful smile appeared on her lips, but she's in my arms right now. Are you jealous? Lang Bai. She really hit the nail on the head. Seeing that Shiyu seemed to have no ill intentions towards Lingling, Lang Bai relaxed a bit. Your place is ready. I'll take you there. Shiyu stroked her chin and suddenly asked Lingling, where's your place? Lingling didn't know why she was asking, but replied, just a little ahead. I want to live with Lingling. Shiyu turned to Lang Bai and said, so you don't need to worry, Bai. After speaking, Shiyu didn't even look at Lang Bai and urged her horse forward, galloping away. Even Lang Bai, with his good temper, couldn't help but want to throw an ability at her. Damn Shiyu, she just arrived and is already getting so close to Lingling and even wants to live with her. After arriving at Lingling's residence, Shiyu skillfully tightened the reins to stop the horse. As soon as they got off, Chi-Chi and Kyakia, who had been waiting at the door, rushed over. Your Highness Lingling. This is Princess Shiyu of the Serpent Clan, Lingling introduced. Chi-Chi and Kyakia were accustomed to being servants and instinctively knelt, scaring Shiyu so much that she almost did a full spin jump. She quickly moved aside and said, what are you doing? Don't kneel to me. This. Chi-Chi and Kyakia looked at Lingling in confusion. Lingling smiled and gestured for them not to kneel, then led Shiyu into the house. The Kong in the house was quite large, with plenty of animal skins, so it was completely fine for Shiyu to live there with her. Your place is not bad. Shiyu said, where's your partner? Tell him that for the next few days, you are mine, and let him sleep somewhere else, hee. My partner is not in the Wolf Clan right now. At this point, Lingling felt a vague worry in her heart. She wondered how Langmo and Ingza were doing. Chapter 125. The ability to transform flowers, what's wrong? Shiyu pinched her cheek. Why do you look so gloomy all of a sudden? Are you missing your partner since you said he's not home? No, I'm just a bit worried about his safety. Shiyu thought for a moment, then smiled charmingly. Don't be unhappy. Come on, let me show you something fun. She waved her hand behind Lingling's head and then brought it forward. Suddenly, a rose appeared in her hand. Here for you. A rose? Lingling exclaimed, taking it. How did you make a rose? Ever since she crossed over to the beast world, she had seen plenty of wildflowers, but she had never seen a rose. So this is called a rose? I just conjured it randomly. Shiyu shrugged. How did you do it? Lingling asked curiously. Shiyu smiled wryly. This is my ability. I just reached the 4th level of beast cultivation a few days ago and was really happy. But then I found out that this ability is neither offensive nor defensive, and it's not even healing. It can only transform into these flowers and plants. As she spoke, she waved her hand again, and a large bouquet of lilies appeared in front of Lingling. This ability is great, Lingling exclaimed. Can you turn into any flower? It should be possible, but it's not something I can control each time. What flowers come out is up to fate. She waved her hand again and conjured a few bellflower blossoms. Seeing Lingling's happy expression, she smiled back. You're the first person to praise my ability. Previously, when my father saw my ability like this, he was quite disappointed. At this point, She surprisingly showed a hint of disappointment on her face. Seeing this, Lingling said, "Maybe your father hopes you can awaken an offensive ability. After all, that would protect you better. Also, don't be too disheartened. You will cultivate to the 5th level, 6th level, or even higher in the future, and by then, your abilities will be even more." Shiyu smiled broadly, pulling Lingling into her arms and hugging her tightly. "No wonder I like you at first sight. You're really great. Too tight. You're going to suffocate me." However, Shiyu's ability inspired Lingling. She immediately had Chi-Chi and Kyakia find her some pots, then filled them with soil to use as flower pots. As for the seeds, she had some in her space. She took out some rose seeds and tulip seeds and planted them in the pots. Flowers might be readily available, but if she grew and nurtured them herself, watching them grow day by day would also be quite interesting. Next, Lingling also planted strawberry seeds and watermelon seeds. She had both in her space. However, the one she grew herself might be even sweeter. As she watered the seeds, Lingling thought happily. "Little female, what are you doing?" Shiyu asked curiously. "Growing flowers and fruits." Shiyu blinked her beautiful eyes, a bit puzzled. In the beast world, the beastmen obtained food through hunting and foraging for wild vegetables and fruits. At least in Shiyu's view, there was no concept of planting. "You'll know when the flowers bloom and the fruits ripen," Lingling said with a smile. "Okay, then I need to stay in the wolf clan for a while longer." As soon as Shiyu finished speaking, a voice from a wolf clan beastman came from the door. "Princess Shiyu, our clan leader requests your presence to talk." Upon hearing this, Shiyu frowned. Clearly, compared to Langsheng, she preferred Lingling more. However, after all, she is the leader of the wolf clan, so she couldn't completely ignore her. Reluctantly, she hugged Rabbit Lingling and said, "Little female, wait for me to come back, okay? Hurry back, and I'll make you something delicious tonight, love you." Watching Snake Feather leave, Rabbit Lingling suddenly realized that she had unconsciously acted cute toward Snake Feather. Sigh, she couldn't really blame herself. How could she not like such a beautiful and kind older sister? After Snake Feather left, Rabbit Lingling and Chi-Chi were squatting in front of several bowls. "Your Highness Lingling, can flowers really grow?" Chi-Chi asked. "Of course. They can even bear particularly delicious fruits." Rabbit Lingling replied. Chi-Chi couldn't help but swallow, asking, "How long will it take?" "It'll take a while, probably several dozen days," Rabbit Lingling said. "Okay, Your Highness Lingling, you're amazing. You can make roast chicken taste so good and also grow flowers and fruits. Then tonight, I'll take you all to eat hot pot." "Hot pot? What's that?" "You'll find out tonight. First, let's prepare the ingredients, and when Snake Feather comes back, we'll eat by the way. Go call Wolfflower and Wolfby." Okay. After a while, Wolfby came by himself. When he arrived, Rabbit Lingling was preparing to make shrimp paste in the kitchen. Seeing him come over, Rabbit Lingling quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Wolfby looked around and asked, "Where's Snake Feather?" The leader just asked her to go over to talk, Rabbit Lingling replied. Wolfby nodded. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Lingling, I don't like Snake Feather. I won't become her partner." Rabbit Lingling thought to herself that Snake Feather didn't like Wolfby either. So it seemed that nothing would come of their relationship. It seemed Wolfby only came to tell her this. Seeing this, he turned to leave. Rabbit Lingling quickly called out to him, "Wolfby, we're preparing to eat hot pot tonight. You should come too." "Okay. Also, Wolfby, I really consider you a friend." Rabbit Lingling never wanted to dangle any male. She knew Wolfby liked her, so she was very worried that now that Wolfby refused to become partners with Snake Feather, he would also reject other females because of her in the future. Wolfby tightened his fingers and then smiled bitterly, saying, "I know, Lingling. I've known from the very beginning. Don't worry. Everything I do is for my own feelings and has nothing to do with you." After saying that, Wolfby turned and left. Rabbit Lingling watched his back, feeling troubled as she rubbed her face. Never mind. She should quickly go to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Making something delicious would help her calm down. Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi came to the kitchen with her to help. Originally, Rabbit Lingling didn't want Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi to know about the existence of her space. But now she thought she could tell Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi, just like she did with Wolf MO, that she had space-type abilities. The things in the space were all things she had put in before, some of which were provided by the space itself. Indeed, because the beast world has beast cultivation and abilities, Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi had no doubts about her statement. Rabbit Lingling happily took out a lot of ingredients from her space. First, she handled the shrimp, preparing to make shrimp paste. However, as soon as she started, she saw Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi showing terrified expressions. Chapter 126. Making a deal what's wrong? Rabbit Lingling was a bit scared by their expressions. "Your Highness, are you serious?" Chi-Chi was almost trembling. That thing looks so scary and dirty. You better not touch it. Just throw it away. It was clear she was very afraid, but for Rabbit Lingling's sake, she still mustered her courage and reached out her hand. Don't be afraid. Rabbit Lingling said with a wry smile, they're not scary at all. After proper preparation, they're very clean and edible, and they taste great. Your Highness, how is that possible? We never eat aquatic creatures. Well, today you'll get to enjoy a feast. Rabbit Lingling said while deveining the shrimp. By the way, I remember the wolf clan is quite close to the sea, right? Tomorrow, I'll take you to the beach to catch some seafood. Although she had all the ingredients she needed in her space. Going to the beach would be a different kind of fun. Speaking of this, Rabbit Lingling couldn't help but recall the moments she spent catching fish and shrimp with the little ones. She missed them so much, and her grandpa too. She should find a time to discuss with Wolf Chung about getting her back home as soon as possible. Now that Wolf had returned to the wolf clan, Wolf Chang's biggest concern should have disappeared, right? When Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi heard that she wanted to catch seafood, they were even more stunned. However, they felt that Rabbit Lingling wouldn't lie to them. So, while processing the meat and vegetables, they couldn't help but watch how Rabbit Lingling made shrimp paste. After a while, Wolfflower also came to help. With 4 beastmen working together, the processing of ingredients went much faster. Once everything was ready, Rabbit Lingling asked them to bring the ingredients back to the house. She then stir-fried the hot pot base in the kitchen and prepared various dipping sauces. This time, she only made spicy and tomato bases. There were 2 pots in total, one for boiling spicy and the other for tomato. When she brought both pots back to the house, she saw that Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi had already built 2 fires in the house as she had requested. She placed the 2 pots over the fires, waiting for the water to boil. Is Snake Feather back yet? And what about Wolfby? He hasn't come either? Rabbit Lingling asked. Not yet. Just as Chi-Chi finished speaking, Snake Feather pushed the door open and came in. I smelled something delicious outside. What is so fragrant? Wow, so much meat and vegetables. Hey, what's this round thing? Snake Feather asked curiously as she looked at the shrimp paste. Shrimp paste? It's very delicious. Rabbit Lingling replied with a smile. Snake Feather still didn't understand. But since the cute little female said it was delicious, she believed it. Now, they were just waiting for Wolfby. After waiting a while, the water in both pots had boiled. Rabbit Lingling thought about how Wolfby had left earlier. She thought he probably wouldn't come back. Let's not wait for him. Let's eat first. Snake Feather urged impatiently. Everyone was hungry, and Rabbit Lingling didn't object, starting to teach them how to cook hot pot and prepare dipping sauces. The spicy hot pot base was loved by all the beastmen, who clamored to put meat and vegetables into the spicy pot, leaving the tomato pot for soup. Rabbit Linglings prepared shrimp paste and fish slices at first. They were a bit hesitant to eat, but after Rabbit Lingling encouraged them to try a bite, they couldn't stop. This is so delicious. Snake Feather was sweating profusely from eating, not caring about her image. Lingling, my Lingling, you must be the little darling that heaven bestowed upon me. Wolfflower was not happy, immediately moving closer to Rabbit Lingling. Rabbit Lingling was her little darling. She wasn't Snake Feather's I can't take it anymore, it's so spicy. She kept gasping, feeling so spicy that she stood up and started pacing in the room. It felt like her tongue was on fire. Lingling, caught between laughter and tears, handed her a bottle of milk that had already been opened. Drink some of this to ease the spiciness. She took it and gulped down half the bottle. Refreshing. Everyone was sweating while enjoying the hot pot, but they were particularly happy, especially Chi-Chi and Chia-Chia. They had thought they would only ever be lowly slaves in the wolf tribe, fearing that one day, a bad-tempered beastman might kill them. Their bodies would rot in the wild, and no beastman would care. But now, following Lingling, they could eat together and enjoy such delicious food and a special drink. They were determined to stick with Lingling for life. Unless Lingling kicked them out, they would serve her for a lifetime. Chi-Chi and Cha-Cha thought this, tears welling up in their eyes. Meanwhile, near the wolf tribe, there was a simple tent made of wood and straw. Outside the tent, a male beastman had started a fire, roasting a wild boar over the flames. This male seemed to be in a bad mood. When the boar was ready, he tore off a large chunk of meat and chewed it vigorously, as if venting his frustrations. It smelled so good. Suddenly, a teasing voice interrupted, commenting that Prince Huchi of the tiger tribe was alone roasting meat in such a desolate place. The male beastman was indeed Huchi. After leaving Lingling, he couldn't stop worrying about her, but he didn't want to burden her further, so he stayed alone near the wolf tribe. Who are you? Huchi swallowed the meat in his mouth and looked warily at the approaching beastman. This beastman wore a cloak and a large fur hat. With nightfall, Huchi couldn't see his face clearly. Nice to meet you, Prince Huchi, The beastman said, taking off his hat. My name is Lang Chi. By the light of the fire, Hu Chi finally saw his face. However, he was taken aback and then asked, Are you male or female? The beastman coughed a few times and then said, I am the second son of the wolf tribe's leader, Lang Chi-o. Hu Chi then remembered that Lang Bai was the first son of Lang Chong, and Lang Mo was the third, so there should indeed be a second son. So it's you? Hu Chi said casually. What brings you here? Cough, cough. Lang Chi sat down on the ground opposite Hu Chi, extending his hand to warm by the fire. Naturally, I want to make a deal with you, Prince Hu Chi. What kind of deal can we make? Hu Chi asked, puzzled. You like Tu Lingling, right? As soon as he heard Tu Lingling's name, Hu Chi's expression darkened. What do you mean? What does she have to do with this? What do you want? Don't be nervous, Lang Chi smiled. I have no intention of harming her. Whatever your intentions are, you can't involve her. Hu Chi's eyes turned fierce. Otherwise, you won't like the consequences. Chapter 127. He can distinguish between light and heavy. Lang Chi stared at him for a moment, then suddenly coughed violently. Hu Chi was speechless. Even in such poor health, he still came out personally. He could have just sent a message through his subordinates. After coughing for a while, Lang Chi looked up at Hu Chi and smiled. It seems you really do like Tu Lingling. So what if I like her? Hu Chi said bluntly. Liking her was liking her. There was nothing to hide. But she is now Lang Mo's partner, Lang Chi said with a smile. And Lang Bai likes her too. I know all this. No need for you to remind me. Hu Chi's face sank. So, are you willing to watch her stay with other males? Lang Chi said slowly. I think no male would be happy to see the female they like with other males. Some females do have multiple male partners, but those males constantly want to eliminate their competition. Are you suggesting I kill Lang Bai and Lang Mo? Cough, cough, it's not that simple and crude. Lang Chi laughed. They are not that easy to kill. However, if I could gain the support of the tiger tribe. He didn't finish his sentence. But Hu Chi understood. This guy probably wanted to seize the position of the wolf tribe leader. Hu Chi was surprised that this sickly person had ambitions for the leader's position. He was dragging this sick body and still wanted to compete with Lang Bai and Lang Mo. Hu Chi found himself admiring him a bit. After all, Lang Chi's illness was congenital, and he had no choice in the matter. Yet even so, he persevered and strived for progress. Wait, something seems off. Why was he praising Lang Chi? Hu Chi shook his head and asked if I can give you the support of the tiger tribe. What can you give me? What do you think? Lang Chi smiled. If I become the leader of the wolf tribe, then Lang Bai and Lang Mo would be my defeated opponents. At that time, I can decide who Tu Lingling belongs to. Hu Chi's expression turned cold. What do you take Lingling for? Lang Chi was taken aback, not expecting Hu Chi to say such a thing. Lingling is our treasure, not some object you can give to whoever you want. As Hu Chi spoke, he stood up. He was tall and strong, and this made him quite imposing. Compared to him, the sickly Lang Chi seemed to lose some of his momentum. But Lang Chi showed no signs of panic. He smiled and said, if that's the case, then perhaps my words were inappropriate. Please don't take them to heart. I genuinely want to cooperate with you. Hu Chi glared at him for a while, then sat back down, tearing off an entire pig leg. Fine, I understand your intention. I'll think about it. You can leave now. After saying that, he began to gnaw on the pig leg, showing no intention of engaging further with Lang Chi. Lang Chi wasn't angry either. He said his goodbyes and left. As Hu Chi gnawed on the pig leg, he thought about what Lang Chi had just said. Indeed, he didn't want to give Tu Lingling to any male. Recently, Tu Lingling had been very ill, and all he wanted was for her to be well. Now, as those feelings slowly revived, the thought of her living with another male and doing such things made him almost mad with jealousy. But no matter what, he didn't want to do anything that would harm Tu Lingling. This Lang Chi, though physically unwell, was not a simple beastman. If he wanted to cooperate with him, careful consideration was needed. Otherwise, it might bring danger to Tu Lingling. After Lang Chi left, he coughed all the way until he reached a tree, where two of his subordinates came out, one of whom handed him water. Your Highness, why did you have to go find Hu Chi in person? What do you want to say to him? Just send us over. Your body probably can't handle the strain. Wolf Chi shook his head and said, I know my own body. If we want to discuss cooperation, I have to show up in person. Otherwise, how can he see my sincerity? So did Hu Chi agree? No. Wolf Chi's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems Hu Chi isn't as simple-minded as I thought. However, he really likes Tu Lingling. After saying this, he added mockingly, I really don't understand what is so good about a female that so many others are infatuated with her, getting jealous and fighting over her. Even Wolfbai can offend his own father. Huh, is it just for a pretty face? Thinking of Tu Lingling made even Wolf Chi's two subordinates blush. It is the nature of males to admire beautiful females, and Tu Lingling indeed has the qualities to captivate them. But they are very aware of their own status. so they don't dare to entertain such thoughts. One couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, you should have less contact with two Lingling in the future. I'm worried." "What? Are you worried that I might be enchanted by that little female?" Wolf Chi laughed a couple of times. "I know what's important and what's not. I would never delay my own important matters for a female." At night, she wanted to sleep with two Lingling. As a result, Wolf Hua was unhappy and insisted on staying there to sleep with him. Wolf Hua's partner had come to find her several times, but she refused to go back. He had no choice but to cry and return alone to an empty room. After eating too much and unable to sleep, two Lingling simply pulled them together to play cards. She took out a deck of playing cards from her space and taught Xiyu and Wolf Hua how to play landlord. Chi and Chia Chia watched from the side. Two Lingling initially thought of letting them win since they were just beginners. Unexpectedly, Xiyu learned super quickly and had great talent, winning several rounds in a row, while two Lingling and Wolf Hua lost miserably. The three females kept playing until late into the night, so it was no surprise that they couldn't get up the next morning. Just then, Wolf Chung sent beastmen to invite Xiyu to have breakfast with him. She was quite annoyed and remembered how her father had repeatedly urged her to get along with the Wolf Clan leader before she came. So she had no choice but to crawl out of her soft animal skin blanket. Seeing that two Lingling and Wolf Hua were still sleeping soundly, she felt extremely envious. She initially wanted to wake two Lingling up but thought better of it. Just thinking about how the little female would look with teary eyes when she was woken up made her heart ache. Chi and Cha Cha brought her water, and after casually washing up, she went to Wolf Chung's house. As soon as she entered, she saw Wolf by there as well. She immediately knew what Wolf Chung was planning without needing to think. However, she didn't mind. After all, her own partner was her own decision. Other beastmen, even her father, couldn't force her. So, she greeted Wolf Chung casually and then sat down next to Wolf Bai. Chapter 128. They talked about two Lingling even though it was just breakfast. The table was filled with all sorts of meat, vegetables, eggs, and wild fruits. However, she was lacking in interest. Ever since she had eaten the hot pot that two Lingling made, she found these things somewhat bland. She used to think meat was delicious, but now it seemed she really hadn't tasted good food. To avoid disappointing Wolf Chung, she forced herself to eat a few bites. "How are your parents doing?" Wolf Chung asked with a smile. "Thank you for your concern. They're doing well," she replied politely. Wolf Chung chuckled and then said to Wolf Bai, who was focused on eating egg fruit, "Today, you take Xiyu around the Wolf Clan, or take her to the seaside to have some fun." Wolf Bai didn't say anything, but Xiyu smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Lingling said yesterday that she wants to go to the seaside today. I want to go with her." Upon hearing this, the smile on Wolf Chang's face broke a bit. "Two Lingling? Why is it her again? Xiyu just arrived yesterday. How did she end up with two Lingling?" No, he wanted to match Xiyu with Wolf Bai, and since Wolf Bai liked two Lingling, Xiyu should be hostile towards two Lingling. Why was it different from what he thought? "You all want to go to the seaside?" Wolf Bai immediately said, "Then I'll go too." "Sure." Xiyu casually picked up a wild fruit. "Let us go play together. We'll catch more seafood then." Lingling said she'll make seafood for dinner tonight. Finally, a smile appeared on Wolf Bai's face as he said, "She loves to tinker with all kinds of delicious food. Sometimes when we don't let her cook, she gets upset with us. Lingling is really amazing. The food she makes is so delicious. I want to learn from her." Yes, Lingling is the best female in the world. Wolf Chung. Wolf Bai said this right in front of Xiyu. The key point was that she didn't show any signs of being unhappy. Moreover, the two of them were completely ignoring him and chatting happily. Originally, he would have loved to see this scene. However, they were now talking about two Lingling. This development was too off track. Wolf Chung was so angry he could barely eat and casually found an excuse to leave. As he walked out of the house, he bumped into Wolf Chi's father. Wolf Chi respectfully called out to him. Why are you up so early?" Wolf Chung asked with concern. "Aren't I supposed to tell you to rest more and sleep longer?" Wolf Chi smiled and said, "My health is much better than before, and the clan doctor advised me a few days ago that I should move around more. It helps with my recovery." "I see." Wolf Chung patted his shoulder and said, "I hope you recover soon. Then I want to have to." He didn't finish his sentence, but turned back to look at the house and sighed heavily. If Wolf Chi were healthy, he would have one more option and wouldn't have to put all his hopes on Wolf Bai. "Yes, father." Wolf Chi lowered his eyes, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Two Lingling didn't get up until the sun was high in the sky. Chi and Cha Cha had been waiting nearby. "You didn't stand there watching me sleep the whole time, did you?" Two Lingling asked awkwardly. "Yes. We were waiting for you to wake up so we could serve you immediately," Chi said. "Don't do that in the future," Two Lingling said with an awkward smile. "Just call me when I wake up." Thinking about how the two females had been staring at her while she slept made her feel embarrassed. Chi-Chi and Xiao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Where's Shiyu and Wolf Hua? Tu Lingling yawned and asked. Princess, Shiyu was invited by the clan leader to have breakfast this morning and hasn't returned yet. Wolf Hua just woke up not long ago, and her partner came to find her, so she went home with her partner, but she said she would come back to find you in the afternoon. Tu Lingling nodded. It seemed Wolf Hua and her partner had a good relationship. However, why hadn't Shiyu returned yet from breakfast? Just as she was thinking this, she heard the sound of the door opening and saw Shiyu walking in. However, Shiyu's eyes were surprisingly red. What is wrong with you? Tu Lingling hurriedly asked. Is it woo-woo? She hadn't finished speaking when Shiyu pounced over, reaching out his hand to hug her tightly. Lingling, I just realized that you have suffered so much in the past. Rabbit Lingling, huh? From now on, I'll protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, they're going against me, and I will definitely skin them alive. Rabbit Lingling smiled helplessly. Who told you that? Was it Wolf Bai? Yeah, she said in a muffled voice. I talked to him all morning, and he told me all about you. I had no idea you had gone through so much and suffered so many hardships. Those past events are all gone. Rabbit Lingling said, besides, who said I suffered? I've always felt quite happy. Of course, there were a few things that made me unhappy, but there's no need to dwell on the unpleasantness. But your illness? She looked at her with concern. Don't worry. Ever since I woke up last time, the illness hasn't flared up again. And when it is about to flare up, there are signs and I naturally have ways to suppress it. She didn't say anything, but she knew in her heart that even if Rabbit Lingling had ways, it was only a temporary solution. It seemed they could only wait until those two males returned from the dark forest, as Wolfbai said. It seems Wolfbai really didn't tell you anything. Rabbit Lingling was a bit surprised. Could it be that you two? Hey, don't think too much. Shiyu pouted. None of us fancy each other. We talked so much just for you. But speaking of this, Lingling, which of those four males do you actually like? Rabbit Lingling's expression froze. He even told you this? He didn't actively say it. I figured it out from the clues and pressed him. Shiyu said with a grin. Come on, tell me. I actually think Wolfbai is pretty good wholeheartedly for you, and he's the son of the Wolf Clan leader. Rabbit Lingling raised her hand to pinch her mouth. That's great. Don't say it again next time. She finally broke free and wrapped her arm around her. Acting cute. You don't like any of those four males, do you? You have to tell me. Which one do you have a better impression of? Rabbit Lingling was entangled by her and had no choice but to lean in close to her ear and whisper a name. Shiyu's face immediately showed a look of surprise. How? Could it be him? In the afternoon, the weather was very nice, sunny, and breezy. Rabbit Lingling, Shiyu, Wolf Hua, Chi-Chi, and Xiao went to the seaside to play, and Wolfbai was there too. However, Rabbit Lingling didn't expect that Wolf Chi would also follow them. Chapter 129, The Fire Horse Clan. But he still looked as frail as before, draped in animal skins. Coughing from time to time. The wind is strong by the sea. Are you sure you're okay? Wolfbai walked over to him and asked. Wolf Chi looked up, revealing a weak smile. I'm fine, big brother. My body is much better than before. Watching them run and jump in the sunlight makes me feel happy. Hearing this, Wolfbai didn't say anything more. Chi-Chi and Xiao, being slaves of the Wolf Clan, usually had no chance to leave the Wolf Clan, let alone come to the seaside. So, it was their first time at the seaside, and they found it novel and fun, constantly running and jumping, splashing seawater on each other. She was very interested in the various shells. Lingling, look at these colorful shells if we string them together and wear them around our necks. Wouldn't it look beautiful? Shiyu asked excitedly. Rabbit Lingling just smiled and nodded when she suddenly remembered the necklace that Wolf and Mo once gave her. Unfortunately, she left it in the Rabbit clan and didn't bring it with her. After playing for a while, Rabbit Lingling took them into the sea to catch seafood with a fishing net. The variety of seafood in the sea was rich and plentiful, and even if they were just scooping at the shore, they could catch a lot. Before long, Rabbit Lingling brought up a whole net of seafood. There were fish, shrimp, crabs, sea cucumbers, abalone, octopus, etc. Chi-Chi and Xiao were so scared that their faces changed. Although they had already eaten shrimp and fish slices during Hot Pot before, seeing a whole net of live seafood now was still a bit frightening for them. Don't be afraid. Rabbit Lingling comforted them. Once you eat these seafood, you won't be scared anymore. How do you eat that creature with so many legs that keeps moving? Shiyu asked curiously. Are you talking about crabs? There are many ways to eat them. You can steam them, boil them, or make spicy crabs, drunken crabs, alright? There are also crab roe noodles and crab roe buns. As she spoke, Rabbit Lingling was almost drooling. At that moment, the distant sea surface began to surge. A sharp cry suddenly echoed from the seabed. Hearing this sound, both Wolfbai and Wolf Chi's expressions changed. Not good. Chi-Chi and Xiao also panicked. Could it be that the legendary Firehorse clan is coming again? Firehorse clan? Rabbit Lingling was confused. Was there such a beastman clan? No, they're not beastmen. She said with a serious expression. I've heard about them too. There's no time to chat. You all hurry back to the wolf clan. Wolfby said in a deep voice. After saying this, he transformed into his original form, a huge white wolf. Pretty majestic. She couldn't help but comment even at this moment. Quick, get on. Wolf Chi said while coughing. Wolfby lay on the ground, and after they all climbed on, he quickly ran towards the wolf clan. Chi-Chi and Xiao sat beside Rabbit Lingling, repeatedly murmuring something. Rabbit Lingling listened carefully. Chi-Chi said, I can't believe I'm sitting on the back of Lord Wolfby. What a sin, oh God, please do not punish me. Xiao said, I heard that the Firehorse clan hasn't appeared since they were driven away by the wolf clan 50 years ago. Why are they appearing this time? It's okay. The wolf clan will definitely be able to withstand it. Hearing Xiao's words, a thought suddenly flashed through Rabbit Lingling's mind. That's right. She had read about it in a book before. The Firehorse clan is the archenemy of the wolf clan. But the Firehorse clan is not beastmen. To be precise, they are a type of mutated beast. They cannot transform into human form or speak human language. However, they are intelligent. They resemble horses. But there are some differences. For example, there's always a flame burning on their backs, which is why they are called fire horses. They can swim underwater, and the flames on their backs do not extinguish, which is quite miraculous. It seems that this time, they came from the sea. Lingling, fortunately, you said you wanted to come to the seaside today. She said, otherwise, who knows if they would have landed before the wolf clan beastmen discovered them. After all, the last invasion of the Firehorse clan was 50 years ago. In fact, Wolfby and the others had never really seen the Firehorse clan. However, they had heard the old beastmen of the wolf clan teach them many times about this kind of cry. Wolfby ran very fast, the wind howled, and Rabbit Lingling could only shout. Can the wolf clan handle it this time? I don't know either. She shouted at the top of her lungs. But the wolf tribe has always been strong. Since they were able to drive away the Firehorse clan 50 years ago, they should be able to do it again this time. Soon, Wolfby brought them all back to the wolf tribe. The news of the impending invasion by the Firehorse clan spread quickly among the wolves. All the capable wolf beastmen gathered together voluntarily, waiting for the wolf commander's orders. At such times, a tribe's beastmen are still very united. Meanwhile, the cubs, the elderly, and those in poor health all gathered in a large room. Tu Lingling, Xia, and Wolf Chi were among them. Since Tu Lingling and Xia were not wolf beastmen, the wolf commander did not ask them to participate in the battle. As for Wolf Chi, he was in poor health, and the wolf commander would not allow his sick son to take part in such a potentially deadly fight. But Wolfby couldn't avoid it, as he was the future tribe leader, and it was his responsibility to bear. I was a bit restless, Xia quietly said to Tu Lingling. Why don't I go help the wolf tribe fight against the Firehorse clan? Just looking at the wolves, one can tell that the Firehorse clan is not easy to deal with. Tu Lingling said solemnly. Perhaps we had thought too simply before. She felt very conflicted. Although she was brought here by the wolf commander, the wolf beastmen had always treated her well, especially Wolfby. She really wanted to lend him a helping hand, but she also didn't dare to take any risks. If she died, what would happen to her grandfather and the cubs? Moreover, she wanted to live. It wasn't just Xia who was restless. Tu Lingling was also unable to sit still. Grandpa, is the Firehorse clan really that terrifying? A cub who looked only 5 or 6 years old asked. An old beastman sitting beside him sighed heavily, saying, 50 years ago, I was only 130. Back then, I was still quite strong. So, I participated in that battle. The lifespan of beastmen is generally 200 years, and they begin to age gradually at 150. At 130, they were indeed still considered middle-aged. Grandpa, please tell us what that battle was like back then. Chapter 130, Why Save Me, the elderly beastman seemed very reluctant to recall it. That battle was truly chaotic. Although we eventually drove the Firehorse clan away, the wolf tribe suffered heavy casualties as well. My brother died in that battle, despite being young. The cub understood not to bring up painful memories and did not continue to ask. Xia then looked at a female beastman nearby who had lost a leg and asked, Why are the Firehorse clan and your wolf tribe sworn enemies? I heard it too. It said that 500 years ago, when the wolf tribe leader was out, he encountered a fire horse. After a fight, the fire horse was defeated, and the leader roasted and ate it. Thus the feud began. Xia, that leader was really something. Why roast and eat it after a fight? 300 to 400 years ago, the two tribes often fought, but later it gradually decreased. The last battle was 50 years ago, after which the Fire Horse clan disappeared. Now, why have they come again? Let them come. Our wolf tribe is so strong now. Why should we be afraid of them? Lingling tightened her fingers. At that moment, she heard a fierce horn sound from outside. An old beastman said in a deep voice, "It has started." As soon as he finished speaking, Wolf Chi suddenly began to cough violently. He coughed so hard that it seemed like he was about to cough up his heart and lungs, and the beastman beside him hurried to take care of him. But in the end, Wolf Chi even coughed up blood. "Let me take a look." Shia walked over and placed her hand on his pulse. "Shia, do you understand medicine?" Lingling asked. "Just a little bit," Shia replied with a bitter smile. "Our tribe's healer insisted that I had talent and taught me for a few days, but unfortunately, I didn't study well. After a while, she said, Wolf Chi's condition is not light. He was already in poor health, and just now he was startled and anxious, so the illness flared up all at once. Where's the tribe healer? A beastman asked. The healer is not here. Of course, the wolf tribe is currently fighting the Fire Horse clan, so the healer should be on the battlefield, helping the injured tribe members recover. Wolf Chi had just caught his breath when he began to cough violently again, his entire face turning extremely pale. I think Prince Wolf Chi is not going to make it. An elderly beastman said solemnly. What should we do, Prince Wolf Chi? A female beastman was almost in tears. If the tribe leader and the others return to find Prince Wolf Chi in trouble, then it will be fine if we win. If we lose and the wolf commander returns to see his son gravely ill, then the beastmen here will probably suffer. Lingling thought for a moment, closed her eyes, and let her consciousness enter the space. Then she successfully found a cough medicine in the space. The cough medicine in the space is very effective. Previously, Huai's illness improved a lot after taking the cough medicine from a space. So now, she could only give it a try. It was better than watching Wolf Chi die in front of her. Moreover, the medicine taken from a space would not harm a beastman's body, even if it didn't work. Lingling took out the cough medicine from the space, pretending to take it out from her bosom, and then said, Is there any water? Pour some water. Immediately, a female beastman poured a bowl of water and brought it over. Lingling walked over and had the nearby beastman help Wolf Chi sit up. Then, she took out the cough medicine and said to Wolf Chi, This is a secret recipe from the rabbit tribe, a medicine that can stop coughing. Take one and see if it helps. Just as she was about to put it in Wolf Chi's mouth, he suddenly turned his head sharply to avoid it, then opened his eyes to look at her, his gaze icy. Lingling was a bit surprised. This was the first time she had seen Wolf Chi show such an expression. But it made sense. She and Wolf Chi were not familiar. So why would he trust her and take the medicine she gave? This is really cough medicine, Lingling said. At this point, I have no reason to harm you. However, if you really don't trust me, then there is nothing I can do. She didn't want to watch a beastman die in front of her, but she also wasn't at the point of begging him to believe her. Wolf Chi looked at her, his gaze complicated. Prince Wolf Chi, just take the medicine. A nearby female beastman advised. Princess Lingling won't harm you. Seeing that Wolf Chi still didn't respond, Lingling turned to leave, but suddenly heard Wolf Chi ask, Why? He just coughed too violently, and now his voice was still a bit hoarse. Why what? Lingling was puzzled. Why do you want to save me? Since there is medicine, I just saved you casually. Lingling replied honestly. Moreover, now that the wolf tribe is in big trouble, if something happens to you here, none of the beastmen present will have a good outcome. After hearing her words, Wolf Chi suddenly let out a low laugh. Cough, cough. All right, give me the medicine. I'll take it. Lingling handed him the medicine, and without hesitation, Wolf Chi shoved it into his mouth, swallowing it down directly without even drinking water. Lingling thought to herself, what a tough person. No, a werewolf. After swallowing, Lang Chi's delicate face wrinkled into a frown. Your Highness, what's wrong? An orc beside him quickly asked. Lang Chi held back for a long time and finally managed to say one word. Bitter. Lingling. Who told you not to drink any water just now? She irritably took out a piece of strawberry candy and tossed it to Lang Chi. Eat this. And it won't be bitter anymore. After saying that, she ignored Lang Chi and sat back down next to Shiyu. Lang Chi silently put the strawberry candy given by Lingling in his mouth. It was indeed very sweet, which greatly diluted the bitterness in his mouth, along with a particularly wonderful fragrance. Lang Chi closed his eyes, feeling a bit dizzy. Shiyu quietly nudged Lingling and said, Shall we go out and take a look? Lingling thought for a moment and said, Okay. The two of them had hands and feet, and they were both fourth-tier beast cultivators. Even if they couldn't fight, they could still run. Remembering that Lang Bai and the others were outside fighting against the Fire Horse clan while she was hiding here, she felt a bit restless. The two of them left the house and ran towards the direction of the horn sound. The once lively wolf clan was now silent. When facing external enemies, the orcs of the same tribe tended to unite. At times like this, every capable orc probably wanted to contribute their part. The battlefield between the Wolf Clan and the Firehorse Clan was not far from the Wolf Clan's territory. Before they reached the location, they heard the sounds of battle. Two Lingling looked up and saw a huge white wolf in the air, confronting a gigantic firehorse. That was the beast form of the Wolf Commander, right? Chapter 131. Victory of the Wolf Clan, it seems so. Shiyu said, as expected of the leader of the Wolf Clan, quite impressive. Just as the words fell, the Wolf Commander let out a thunderous roar, and then opened his mouth, shooting a beam of light from it directly at the firehorse opposite him. The firehorse reacted quickly and immediately dodged. However, the beam hit the two firehorses behind it. The two firehorses let out a miserable cry and fell heavily to the ground. Not bad, Shiyu exclaimed, as expected of the leader of the Wolf Clan. His initial target was actually those two fire horses behind. However, the Wolf Commander's action also completely enraged the giant fire horse. It roared angrily and quickly charged at the Wolf Commander, engaging in a fierce battle, its movements even more ferocious than before. Not good, Shiyu said solemnly. From what I see, the Wolf Commander doesn't seem to be a match for that fire horse. Tu Lingling noticed it too. Because of this, she felt even more alarmed. The Wolf Commander was the leader of the Wolf Clan, possessing 7th tier beast cultivation, and she had heard that he was about to break through to the 8th tier soon. This was already considered outstanding among orcs. Moreover, the Wolf Commander was still young and in his prime. Yet, he was still not a match for that fire horse. Tu Lingling noticed that Lang Bai and the other orcs seemed to want to go support the Wolf Commander, but there were too many fire horses nearby, making it impossible for them to help. If this continued, the Wolf Commander would likely be at a disadvantage. Tu Lingling frowned and said, in a battle, the leader is very important. If the Wolf Commander falls behind, the morale of the Wolf Clan orcs will surely drop significantly. At that point, the Wolf Clan will be in danger. No matter what, Tu Lingling was now in the Wolf Clan. If the Wolf Clan lost, she wouldn't fare well either. She had been observing the fire horse battling the Wolf Commander. Not long after, she suddenly noticed something. That fire horse seemed to have a very bad temper. Every time it was attacked by the Wolf Commander, it would bare its teeth and roar angrily, looking extremely furious. In that case, Tu Lingling secretly gathered her energy and formed a small lightning ball in her hand. Shiyu, you go first, Tu Lingling whispered. What? She was taken aback. Lingling. What do you mean? I plan to support the Wolf Commander. Tu Lingling said, but if I attack, it will likely enrage that fire horse. If it turns its attention toward me, then we will be in great danger. So you go first. You actually want me to leave you behind and go first? She was angry, no way. I must stay with you today, even though my abilities, they're not completely useless. But, what are you afraid of? Just throw out your abilities later, and we'll run together. There was no time to hesitate any longer. Tu Lingling nodded, and then aimed at the trembling fire horse fighting the Wolf Commander. Taking advantage of the slight separation between the two, Tu Lingling threw the lightning ball with all her might. The lightning ball hit the fire horse's back precisely. Although Tu Lingling was only a 4th tier beast cultivator now, the purity of her lightning ball was not low. Moreover, the fire horse was caught off guard and suddenly attacked, letting out a painful scream as its sinister gaze immediately turned towards Tu Lingling. Run! Tu Lingling grabbed Shiyu and ran. She had bought time for the Wolf Commander. Just as Tu Lingling had anticipated, the fire horse was indeed enraged by her, roaring as it charged at the two of them. The Wolf Commander reacted quickly and rushed to follow. Lingling, run! Shiyu pulled Tu Lingling as they sprinted. Just as they seemed about to be caught, Shiyu turned back and threw a few flowers. The fire horse. It felt that Shiyu was looking down on it, making it even angrier. Just as it was about to catch up to Tu Lingling and Shiyu, the Wolf Commander had already reached its back, stepping on its back with one foot. The fire horse let out a scream, wanting to counterattack, but it was already too late. The Wolf Commander exerted force, stepping down hard again, causing the fire horse to fall heavily to the ground. The Wolf Commander stood above it. The fire horse struggled and roared in an attempt to resist. But how could the Wolf Commander give it that chance? The Wolf Commander opened his mouth and shot out another beam of light, this time hitting the fire horse squarely. The fire horse's screams echoed through the skies as a large hole appeared in its body, blood gushing out. The Wolf Clan orcs, seeing this, immediately felt their morale surge. Meanwhile, the fire horses gradually found themselves unable to withstand the pressure. In the end, they could only retreat. The fire horse that was defeated by the Wolf Commander was taken away by 2 other fire horses. A few of the males wanted to chase after them, but the wolf commander ordered, "Forget it. Don't pursue a defeated enemy. Clean up the battlefield first and treat the injured orcs." The flames of war finally calmed down for the time being. Although the wolf clan won this battle, they also suffered considerable casualties. Several clan healers and their subordinates were busy treating the injured. Some orcs were carrying the bodies of the deceased orcs. No matter what, they had to send them home first. Langbai was comforting a male orc. This male orc usually had a good relationship with him, but during this battle, his partner was killed by a fire horse. Lingling and Shiyu stood there holding hands, still feeling a lingering fear for what had just happened. "Fortunately, we ran fast," she said. "Yes, and your flowers also delayed some time," Lingling replied. "Hee." Shiyu smiled proudly. "I told you. My abilities are not useless after all. However, those orcs who lost their families are too pitiful," Lingling sighed. "Unless the Fire Horse clan is eliminated, the Wolf clan will never have peace," Shiyu said. "No matter how strong they are, they will be dragged down by the Fire Horse clan." Although this battle was 50 years apart from the last one, 50 years is enough time for the Wolf clan to grow stronger. But who can say when the next attack from the Fire Horse clan will be? Wolf Chung had already returned to his human form, directing other orcs to clean up the battlefield. After a while, he walked up to Lingling and Shiyu. Lingling guessed he was going to thank her, but she didn't expect Wolf Chung to bow directly to her. "Thank you for your help just now," Wolf Chung said seriously. "If it weren't for you, I would have really been at a disadvantage." "No need," Lingling replied. "After all, if the Wolf clan loses, I won't fare well either. So I'm not entirely helping you. It's more for my own sake." Wolf Chung smiled. "You're quite honest." He wanted to say something else, but a male orc ran over to ask him some questions, so he turned to speak with that male orc. "Lingling, let's go back and rest," she yawned. "I ran too fast just now. I'm so tired." "Okay." After they returned, the elderly, weak, and sick orcs who were left behind finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the Wolf clan had won. Lingling had just finished speaking with an old orc when she turned around and met Wolf Chi's gaze. Chapter 132, he wasn't that clear-headed for some reason. Lingling felt that Wolf Chi's gaze towards her seemed different from before, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. While she was lost in thought, Wolf Chi had already walked up to her. Looking at him from such a close distance, she felt even more that his features were exquisite, but his skin was abnormally pale, likely due to being frequently ill. "Thank you for your help just now," Wolf Chi said with a slight smile. "The medicine you gave was very effective. After taking it, my cough really eased a lot. Moreover," he suddenly found Lingling, this little female, quite interesting. She could have used saving him as an opportunity to gain credit, but she openly expressed her true feelings. At this moment, Wolf Chi was seriously observing Lingling. She was indeed quite beautiful. Beautiful and interesting. No wonder Wolf Bai, Hu Chi, and even Wolf Mo were all infatuated with her. Such a female. He also wanted. "Really? Then I'll give you a little more," Lingling said, pretending to take some cough medicine from her bosom, but in reality, it was from her storage space. The cough medicine was wrapped in lotus leaves. She handed it to Wolf Chi and said, "If you cough unbearably again, you can take this medicine. However, you should still see the clan doctor for a proper diagnosis of your illness. Continuing like this isn't a solution, and I don't know if this medicine can address the root cause." Although Tu Huai improved a lot after taking cough medicine, Lingling didn't dare to make promises lest it delay his treatment. "Thank you," Wolf Chi took the medicine, and then he suddenly paused, and 2 blushes appeared on his face. His skin was white, so the blush was particularly noticeable. "What else?" Lingling asked curiously. "After you gave me the medicine, you also gave me that sweet thing. Can I have some more?" Wolf Chi asked, looking somewhat awkward. As a male, asking Lingling for such things made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Oh, you mean candy?" Lingling suddenly realized here. She took out a bunch of candy to give to Wolf Chi, this time including various flavors besides strawberry. Wolf Chi tightly clenched the candy in his hand. Lingling thought Wolf Chi probably had nothing more to say to her and was about to turn to leave when she suddenly heard Wolf Chi say, "I will get better." "What?" Lingling didn't hear clearly. "I will get better," Wolf Chi repeated, "and my beast cultivation will definitely not be lower than Wolf Bai," and Wolf Mo. Lingling was a bit confused. She didn't know why Wolf Chi was telling her this. However, for a patient, encouragement should be needed, right? Good luck," Lingling said. In the book, Wolf Chi had no presence. He was just mentioned briefly. Lingling didn't know if he fully recovered in the end or reached a high level of beast cultivation. But for a male, having ambition is a good thing. After saying that, Lingling turned to leave. Just then, Wolf Bai walked over. "Lingling, I saw everything that happened just now, Wolf said with a smile. You were really impressive. It was nothing much. I was just taking a gamble. Lingling waved her hand. What's important is that clan leader Wolf Chung reacted quickly. However, I just saw that your ability's attack power seems to be stronger than that of other orcs, Wolf said. You were able to inflict significant damage on the leader of the fire horses, something even I can't compare to. After all, I just awakened my abilities as a 4th-tier beast cultivator. Generally speaking, abilities at this stage are not considered strong, but your abilities are stronger than those of other orcs. Really? Lingling looked down at her hands. Could it be related to the beast cultivation pills she had been taking? Before her illness, she never stopped taking beast cultivation pills, taking one every 7 days. However, she was already a 4th-tier beast cultivator. It was impossible to break through a tier just by eating one beast cultivation pill. But could it be possible that the beast cultivation pills made her ability stronger? Besides that, it might also be related to her illness. Lingling still couldn't clarify what that power in her body was. Could it be that it not only allowed her to go mad, but also made her stronger? Seeing her lost in thought, Wolf seemed to guess what she was thinking. He raised his hand, wanted to pat her head, but in the end, he withdrew his hand and just smiled. Don't think too much, no matter what. Having strong abilities is a good thing. When you reach high-tier beast cultivation in the future, your abilities will be even stronger. And perhaps even Wolf won't be your match. Lingling also smiled. Speaking of Wolf, she wondered how he and Ingze were doing now. The dark forest is fraught with dangers. Hopefully, nothing will happen to the two of them. Meanwhile, Wolf stood not far away, watching them chat happily, his gaze dimming slightly. After a while, he turned and left. Back in his room, his subordinate quickly handed him water. Wolf took it, but suddenly remembered that not long ago, one of his subordinates had told him to limit his contact with Lingling, worried that he might also be enchanted by her. What had he said back then? He had said he could distinguish between what was important and what wasn't, and he would never let a female delay his important matters. But now it seemed, Wolf tightened his fingers, recalling the expression on Lingling's face when she handed him the medicine, as well as the sweet taste of candy on his tongue. He didn't drink the water. Instead, he took out a piece of candy and put it in his mouth. So sweet. It seemed that he wasn't that clear-headed after all. The dark forest. This place does not quite match its name. Some trees are tall, but they do not block the sunlight. During the day, it is sunny here, and at first glance, it seems like just an ordinary forest. However, only the orcs within it know how dangerous it truly is. Under one tree, Ingze crushed the herbs and applied them to the wound on Wolf Left's left arm. Wolf Left gasped in pain. Can you hold on? Ingze asked. I'm fine. Wolf Left gritted his teeth and replied. If I couldn't endure this little pain, I wouldn't have come to this place with you. Ingze sighed with relief, checked Wolf Left's wound again, and then sat down leaning against a tree. I wonder how the Lord is doing now. Wolf Left looked up at the sky. This cursed place is indeed strange. Originally, the three of them had been traveling together. After entering the dark forest, they had been cautious all along. They didn't expect to encounter a group of strange beasts. These beasts were extremely ferocious and attacked them on sight. During the fight with the beasts, Wolf Left was injured, and Wolf got separated from them. Normally, even if they were scattered by the beasts, they wouldn't be too far apart. They should be able to find each other. But no matter what, they couldn't find Wolf Chapter 133. Fog at this moment. Wolf was walking alone in the forest. He had just been entangled with two strange beasts, but after killing them, he found that he was the only one left nearby. Ingze and Wolf Left had disappeared without a trace. He tried to go back, but couldn't find the way to return to where he was. Nor could he find Ingze and Wolf Left. It seems that the terror of the dark forest is no joke. Fortunately, he hadn't been injured. The beasts were fierce, but his high-level beast cultivation was no joke either. Yet, in this place, caution was the best policy. Wolf remained vigilant, searching for the figures of Ingze and Wolf Left while being cautious of the sudden attacks from the strange beasts in the forest. But after walking for about half a day, he encountered nothing. Ahead was a large swamp. However, this was not a difficult task for Wolf He transformed into his wolf form, took a few steps back, and then ran quickly, jumping over the swamp. However, the moment he landed, he felt something was clearly wrong. Before he crossed the swamp, his mind had been clear. But after crossing the swamp, his head buzzed, and dizziness began to wash over him. Wolf closed his eyes, transformed back into human form, and rubbed his temples. The more this happened, the more it proved that something strange lay ahead. He knew the road ahead was fraught with danger, but he couldn't turn back, because he had to find Rabbit Lingling's father. Only then could he unravel the mystery surrounding Rabbit Lingling. No matter what, he didn't want to see Rabbit Lingling suffer again. When Wolf Mo opened his eyes again, he saw a large mass of fog ahead. He took a deep breath, tried to keep himself awake, and stepped forward. The Wolf clan had achieved a great victory in this battle against the Fire Horse clan, and logically, they should have celebrated. But due to some casualties among the Wolf clan, no celebration was held. As the clan leader, Wolf Chung accompanied Wolf by to comfort each family that had suffered losses. Rabbit Lingling was in the kitchen making winter melon and pork rib soup. The temperature had dropped again, and she wanted to drink some hot soup to warm herself up. Chi-Chi and Cha-Cha were helping nearby. They had become familiar with Rabbit Lingling and couldn't stop chatting. The clan leader really values His Highness Wolf Bai. He took him to visit the families of the casualties, which clearly indicates that His Highness Wolf Bai is the next clan leader. Chi-Chi said, "Does it even need to be thought about?" Cha-Cha replied, "Who else but His Highness Wolf Bai is capable? His Highness Wolf Chi has always been unwell, and His Highness Wolf Mo." At this point, Cha-Cha suddenly cut off her words and looked nervously at Rabbit Lingling. Oh no! How could she forget that Wolf Mo is Rabbit Lingling's partner? Fortunately, she stopped in time and didn't speak ill of Wolf Mo in front of Rabbit Lingling. She didn't know how Rabbit Lingling felt about Wolf Mo, but it was ultimately not good to speak ill of someone's partner in front of them. However, Rabbit Lingling did not seem unhappy. It was just that when she heard Wolf Mo's name, she became a bit dazed. Wolf Mo. I hope they're all safe. Lingling, are you okay? Cha-Cha called out to her anxiously. Rabbit Lingling came back to her senses, smiled, and said, "I'm fine. The soup should be ready. You guys try it and see how it tastes." After saying that, she served a bowl to Chi-Chi and Cha-Cha. She also took a bowl for herself and drank it slowly. "It's delicious." Chi-Chi praised. "We never knew that soup could taste like this." "Yes. When we made meat before, we also had meat soup, but it was too greasy, and we didn't like it. This one is not greasy at all." Just then, she walked in with an unhappy face. "I'm so mad. What happened?" Rabbit Lingling hurriedly asked. "Didn't you just go to meet the beastman from the Snake Clan?" Before making the soup, a beastman came to report that the Snake Clan had sent someone, so she went to meet them. She didn't expect to come back so angrily. "Yes." And then he said, "My father insists on making me go back." What a joke. Before, when I said I didn't want to come to the Wolf Clan, he forced me to come, and now that I don't want to go back. He wants me to go back. Is he trying to go against me? I absolutely refuse to go back. Rabbit Lingling understood. She smiled and said, "The Wolf Clan just fought with the Fire Horse Clan and doesn't know if they will come back. So the leader of the Snake Clan is naturally worried about your safety, which is why he wants to bring you back." "Then I'm not going back." She came over and hugged her. "I want to stay with you. Did you make the delicious food for me?" Rabbit Lingling teased. "Just in time for some rib soup." She took a bowl of soup and retorted, "That's not it. It's because I rarely meet a friend I can get along with. If I go back to the Snake Clan, I'll have to practice alone every day. It's boring. Don't you have any good friends in the Snake Clan?" Rabbit Lingling asked curiously. Shiu's lips curled slightly as she self-deprecatingly said, "They all think I'm the daughter of the clan leader, high and mighty, and they don't dare to get too close to me. Sometimes if someone gets close to me, it's usually with a purpose. It's boring." "What about your siblings?" I have a younger brother and a younger sister. But my brother has been groomed to be the next clan leader since childhood, and he's very serious, so boring. My sister only knows how to act pitiful and innocent to win our father's favor. I can't stand her." Rabbit Lingling. "It seems that Shiyu is quite lonely. But now I have you," Shiyu said with a smile. "So wherever you are, that's where I'll be." Chi-Chi couldn't help but ask, "What about you and His Highness Wolf by becoming partners?" "Don't even think about it," she said decisively. "I absolutely do not like him at all." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Lang Bai walk in. She didn't feel embarrassed and continued to drink her soup. She knew that Lang Bai must have heard what she just said. But so what if he heard it? Anyway, Lang Bai didn't like her. Lang Bai indeed heard Shiyu's words. To be honest, he was quite happy. Since Shiyu didn't like him, he didn't have to find ways to deal with Langsheng anymore. If the female didn't agree, what reason did Langsheng have to force him? "Lingling, I have good news for you," Lang Bai said softly. "You can go back to the Rabbit Clan now." Rabbit Lingling's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes. My father said that he was wrong to you before and shouldn't have forced you to stay in the Wolf Clan. So now, you can go back, and I'll take you." Going back to the Rabbit Clan was, of course, the biggest joy for Rabbit Lingling. Her grandfather, the Cubs, and friends like Kong Xiangxue were all in the Rabbit Clan. These days, she had been quite worried about them. "Lingling, if you want to go back to the Rabbit Clan, I will go with you." Shiyu quickly said, "I don't want to be separated from you." Without Rabbit Lingling, it would be meaningless for her to stay in the Wolf Clan. "Sure, but will your father agree?" "It's fine," Shiyu said nonchalantly. "I just want to tell him." Anyway, I've done this kind of sneaky thing before. After saying that, she warned Lang Bai with a glance. As long as no beastman goes to report, it'll be fine. Lang Bai, why are you looking at him? He didn't have the leisure to bother with Shiyu's trivial matters. He didn't have time to report to the wolf clan either. It would be better if Shiyu left the wolf clan. Langsheng wouldn't force him to interact with Shiyu anymore. Moreover, it was clear that Shiyu had a good relationship with Rabbit Lingling. If Shiyu followed Rabbit Lingling back to the Rabbit clan, then Rabbit Lingling would also be a bit happier. Shiyu probably saw through Longbai's thoughts and nodded in satisfaction. The Rabbit clan and the Snake clan were quite far apart. She had never been there before. At that moment, Chi-Chi and Xiao-Xiao suddenly knelt down. Your Highness Lingling, please take us with you. We have decided to follow you for the rest of our lives. Wherever you go, we will go. Rabbit Lingling quickly said, You guys get up. Of course. I will take you with me. Chi-Chi and Xiao-Xiao were slaves in the wolf clan. If she left, and they stayed in the wolf clan, they would probably have to endure the same hard life as before. They were also kindred spirits, and Rabbit Lingling couldn't bear to let them continue to suffer. However, she didn't know if Langsheng would agree to let her take the wolf clan's slaves away. Rabbit Lingling thought for a moment and said to Lang Bai, I want to see the clan leader Langsheng. If it's for those two, it's unnecessary, Lang Bai said with a smile. I can decide this small matter. Lingling, just take them both back to the Rabbit clan. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Xiao-Xiao were immediately overjoyed. Rabbit Lingling was also quite happy. Just right, she wouldn't have to see Langsheng. Although she was happy that Langsheng let her go back, she hadn't forgotten how he forcibly brought her to the wolf clan back then. Now that she was leaving, she didn't want to say goodbye to Langsheng. Longyo was already waiting outside. Once you are ready, we can set off. Rabbit Lingling was eager to go home, so she couldn't wait to leave. She didn't have much to pack, just took the few pots of flowers and fruit she had grown. Before leaving, Wolf Hua and her partner came to see them off. Boo-hoo, Lingling, you are leaving again. Who knows when you will come back next time? Wolf Hua said, linking her arm with hers, reluctant to part. If I didn't have a partner, I would definitely go back to the Rabbit clan with you. After saying that, she shot a glare at her partner. It's all your fault. Her partner could only smile good-naturedly. I will definitely come back to play in the future, Rabbit Lingling comforted her. If you have time, you can also come to the Rabbit clan to find me. And I will definitely take you around for fun. After saying goodbye to Wolf Hua, Rabbit Lingling was just about to ride on Longyo when she suddenly saw Langshi coming over. He walked quickly, as if afraid he would be too late. Upon seeing Rabbit Lingling, his expression relaxed a bit. Prince Langshi? Wolf Hua looked at him in surprise. Langshi, why are you here? Lang Bai also asked. Langshi smiled but didn't look at Lang Bai. Instead, he looked at Rabbit Lingling and said, I naturally came to say goodbye to Lingling. Rabbit Lingling was taken aback. Lang Bai's brows furrowed deeply. Safe travels, Lingling, Langshi said gently to Rabbit Lingling. Rabbit Lingling felt that Langshi was a bit strange, especially his gaze. However, she was completely immersed in the joy of going home, so she didn't think too much about it. Thank you. Rabbit Lingling smiled at Langshi. She didn't notice the momentary daze in Langshi's eyes when he saw her smile. But Lang Bai noticed. His brows tightened even more, and his gaze toward Langshi became more scrutinizing. When did Langshi start to have feelings for Rabbit Lingling? How had he not noticed at all? Once I feel better, I will visit the Rabbit clan, Langshi said again. Langshi visiting the Rabbit clan? Why? Before Rabbit Lingling could ask, Lang Bai interjected. Lingling, we should set off, otherwise, we want to make it back to the Rabbit clan before dark. Even with Longyo, traveling in the dark is not very convenient. With this diversion, Rabbit Lingling became anxious to get home again, so she just nodded at Langshi and then rode on Longyo's back. The other beastmen also mounted. Lang Bai sat at the front, holding the reins, and said to Langshi, Langshi, your health is not good. It's not suitable for you to be outside for too long. You should go back. Brother, you wouldn't even deny me the right to watch you leave, would you? Langshi smiled with his lips curled. That would be too much. Lang Bai's gaze darkened, and then he said, As you wish. Then he told the few females behind him, Hold on tight. Rabbit Lingling quickly nodded. After all, she had experienced Longyo's speed on the way here. After nodding, she reminded Shiyu and Chi-Chi and Xiao-Xiao, Make sure to hold on tight. Longyo is very fast. Be careful not to fall off. Lang Bai immediately urged Longyo to leave. Longyo's speed was indeed fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Langshi and the other's sight. Sigh. Wolf Hua sighed. They are really leaving. It's okay. Her partner comforted her after a while. I will take you to the Rabbit clan to play. Now that a war has just ended, we don't know if the Fire Horse clan will come back. So we can't leave for the time being. Really? You'll go after a while? That's a promise. Really? Wolf Hua happily followed her partner away, glancing at Langshi before leaving. Langshi remained standing there, unmoving, still watching the direction Long Niu had left. To be precise, it should be looking in the direction where Tu Lingling left. Wolf Flower couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Could it be that Wolf Chi also likes Tu Lingling? It's not impossible. After all, Tu Lingling is so charming. But if that's the case, wouldn't all three brothers have fallen for the same female? That would be a problem. Wouldn't they end up fighting like crazy? Although Wolf Niu was very fast by the time they arrived at the Rabbit Clan. It was almost dark since they had set out from the Wolf Clan afternoon. Upon seeing the familiar scenery, Tu Lingling's eyes became a little misty. Great! She was finally home. Chapter 135. It's good to be back. There were beastmen guarding the boundary of the Rabbit Clan. They immediately spotted Tu Lingling and exclaimed in delight. Your Highness Lingling is back. This shout startled many beastmen of the Rabbit Clan, and many rushed out to surround Tu Lingling, eagerly talking to her. You finally returned. We heard you were taken to the Wolf Clan, and we were so worried about you. We even thought about organizing all the fighting beastmen to go to the Wolf Clan to demand you back. But it was Prince Wolf who stopped us, saying he wouldn't let anything happen to you. Tu Lingling smiled and said, Thank you for your concern. Fortunately, it didn't go. Otherwise, if it really escalated into a conflict between the Rabbit Clan and the Wolf Clan, the Rabbit Clan would definitely not come out well. She quietly said to Chi Chi and Cha Cha behind her, It seems Lingling is quite popular with the Rabbit Clan. Yes. Chi Chi and Cha Cha nodded happily. Now Tu Lingling was their master, and seeing so many beastmen caring for her made them naturally happy. Beastmen had already reported this matter to Tu Huai. Tu Huai, supported by Tu Rue, rushed overexcitedly. The cubs ran ahead of him, with the tiger cub running the fastest. There was also Kong Xiangxue, who had stayed in the Rabbit Clan and hadn't left. She felt guilty for not being able to stop Tu Lingling from being taken by the beastmen of the Wolf Clan. She thought that staying behind to help take care of her grandfather was also good. At that moment, when they finally saw Tu Lingling, their hearts finally relaxed. Tu Lingling had returned safe and sound. Mom, Hu Huan shouted, and then directly pounced into her arms. The tiger cub followed suit. Tu Lingling caught both of them in her arms, and her eyes turned red. Mom, we missed you so much. Wolf Tai also ran over to say. Although Song Gung didn't speak, he kept looking up at Tu Lingling, tugging at her clothes, as if afraid she would disappear again. I missed you too, Tu Lingling said happily. Did you all listen to Great-Grandpa well? Hearing her question, the cubs exchanged glances, looking a bit guilty. What's wrong? Before the cubs could answer her, Tu Huai came over. He was a bit breathless from running too fast just now. Lingling, it's good that you're back. Good that you're back. Grandpa. Seeing her grandfather, whose hair was completely white, Tu Lingling's eyes became a bit misty. It's all my fault for making you worry. It's not your fault. Tu Huai patted the back of her hand. But that kid Wolfbai did keep his promise and didn't let you get hurt at all. I actually didn't do much, Wolfbai said. Originally, Wolf Chunk didn't plan to hurt Tu Lingling. He just wanted to keep her under his watch. All right, let's not stand here anymore. Let's talk at home, Kong Xiangxue said with a smile. Tu Lingling held her hand. Among true friends, there's no need to say too much. Okay, let us go home, Tu Huai said with a smile. Wait a minute. Let me introduce you. Tu Lingling brought back Shiyu and Chi Chi Cha Cha this time. She introduced them to the other beastmen, and then they returned home. Before coming out, Tu Huai had instructed the beastmen under him to boil hot water. Now, Tu Lingling was holding a cup of hot water, telling them about everything that happened in the Wolf Clan. Those fire horses, who knows how they did it? They came from the sea, but the fire on their backs didn't extinguish. Really? Wolf Tai said in surprise, his eyes wide open. That's amazing. Indeed. Most of the injured beastmen from the Wolf Clan had severe burns, Tu Huai said. I have heard of the Fire Horse Clan. It is said that the fire on their backs is actually a special energy that looks like flames, not real fire. No wonder. But I wonder how they appeared back then? Wolfbai asked. This, even Tu Huai didn't know. After all, in this beast world, besides their beastmen, there are many other extraordinary beasts. Who could clearly explain the origins of these extraordinary beasts? Lingling, how is your health? Kong Xiangxue looked at her with concern. Yes, that illness hasn't recurred, Tu Lingling said with a smile. Don't worry about me. Recently, she often made dishes related to blood. Even when having hot pot, she could eat a large pot of duck blood, although eating too much could be overwhelming. But it was still better than getting sick. By the way, you all haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go make something. Kong Xiangxue quickly stood up. We'll help. Chi Chi and Cha Cha also stood up. No need, you just arrived. Rest for the night, Kong Xiangxue said kindly. Chi Chi and Cha Cha immediately looked at Tu Lingling. Let them go, Tu Lingling said. Chi-Chi and Cha-Cha had been slaves since childhood, and no beastmen had treated them well. Now, that too Lingling was good to them, saving them from the wolf clan and bringing them back to the rabbit clan. They naturally felt grateful and wanted to do something to help. If they weren't allowed to help, they would feel uneasy instead. Rather than that, it was better to let them contribute. After all, life now was much better than when they were slaves in the wolf clan. Since Tu Lingling said so, Kong Xiangxuan naturally wouldn't oppose it any longer. She didn't make anything too complicated, just boiled a large pot of noodles, adding some meat and the vegetables and meatballs that Tu Lingling took out from her space. After Tu Lingling finished a large bowl, she praised, "Xiangxue, your cooking skills are getting better and better." After all, I learned from you, Kong Xiangxue said proudly. With a good master like you, I can't embarrass myself. The other beastmen laughed. She looked at this warm scene and felt warmth in her heart. This was an atmosphere her home had never had. If only she could stay here forever. It was so much better than her cold home, and she didn't have to guard against her sister's hidden arrows. After dinner, Tu Lingling and the beastmen went to rest. Shiyu Kong Xiangxue and the cubs all had to squeeze into one room with her sleep. Fortunately, her room was big enough to accommodate everyone. Tu Lingling hugged the tiger cub and petted it for a while. The tiger cub obediently let her pet it. By the way, Rabbit Lingling suddenly remembered something and looked at Song Gong. Just now, I asked if you all listened to Great-Grandpa Tai's words. Why didn't you answer? Song Gong showed a hint of guilt on his face, stammering and unable to say anything. Mom, don't blame Big Brother. It's all my fault, Hu Huan spoke up. No, blame me. It's my fault for not taking care of my younger siblings, Song Gong quickly said. He is the eldest brother, no matter what. He shouldn't let his younger sister take all the blame, right? What exactly did you do? Rabbit Lingling was confused. Chapter 136. Educating the cubs all right. Let me explain. Kong Xiangxue smiled and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. They were just too worried about you. So they wanted to sneak away to the wolf tribe to rescue you. As a result, they got lost. This led to the rabbit tribe beastmen searching for them with torches for a whole day and night before finally finding them in a cave. It was just when the temperature was dropping. Luckily, they found that cave and knew how to gather firewood and start a fire with flint. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even Rabbit Lingling felt her heart race as she listened. So she put on a stern face and lectured the cubs. Why didn't you listen to Great-Grandpa Tai? You're still so young and ran out on your own. Do you know how dangerous that is? Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault for always begging Big Brother to take us out, Hu Huan said with her head down, feeling guilty for causing so much trouble for the tribe. It indeed shouldn't cause trouble for the tribe. But on the other hand, you all shouldn't take your safety so lightly. Rabbit Lingling said seriously, I know you're worried about me. But have you thought about how sad those elders who care for you and love you would be if something happened to you? The cubs all lowered their heads at her scolding. The tiger cub almost buried its head in its chest. Although it hasn't transformed into human form yet and can't speak, it can understand a large part of what other beastmen say. When the elder brothers and sisters sneaked out, they didn't let it follow. But it still insisted on squeezing into Hu Huan's arms to go with them, because it was also very worried about Rabbit Lingling. It didn't know where Rabbit Lingling had gone. But looking at the other beastmen's expressions, she seemed to have gone to a very dangerous place. She looked at the cub's dejected expressions and felt a bit reluctant. So she spoke up to advise, All right, Lingling, don't be angry. The cubs ran out because they were too worried about you, and now they are all fine. After saying that, she hugged the tiger cub and rubbed it a few times. This tiger cub is just too cute. She really wanted to hold it tightly for a while, but was afraid of squeezing it too hard. No, they must realize the danger of this situation. Rabbit Lingling said, this time they were lucky. If there's an accident next time, it will be too late for regrets. Although the cub's concern and longing for her moved her, she had to consider their safety in the future. If she didn't educate them properly this time, and they continued like this, they might not have such good luck next time. She felt that Rabbit Lingling had a point, so she stopped pleading and only sympathetically patted the tiger cub's head. The tiger cub wriggled out of her arms and ran to Rabbit Lingling's side, nudging her hand with its head, as if trying to coax her not to be angry. Kong Xiangxue couldn't help but laugh. Rabbit Lingling's heart also softened completely. But thinking about the possible severe consequences in the future, she forced herself to be stern and said, Your great-grandpa Tai loves you, so he definitely won't punish you for this matter. But since you did something wrong, you have to be punished. Song Gong instinctively straightened his chest and said, Mom, we accept the punishment. But as the eldest brother, it is my responsibility to lead my younger siblings to make mistakes. If there is a punishment, just punish me alone. No, Rabbit Lingling said. You all did this together, so it doesn't make sense to only punish you because you are older. That's right, big brother. Wolf Tai patted his chest and said, "This time we all made a mistake. If there's a punishment, we should all face it together." But Huan seemed to want to say something. Rabbit Lingling said, Huan, if you have something to say, just say it. Mom, we were really worried about you. Huan said aggrievely, "You are our mother. You treat us so well. When you are in danger, you will protect us. How can we just stand by when you are in danger? Would that still count as your cubs?" Rabbit Lingling sighed and reached out to touch her head. "I understand your intentions, but sometimes, if you do things beyond your ability, the outcome may not be good." Rabbit Lingling said earnestly, "You are still very young. Although you're already second-level beast cultivators, the outside world is full of dangers. Considering your age and second-level beast cultivation, it is not enough." After saying this, she smiled again. "When you grow up and your beast cultivation is higher, if you don't help me when I am in danger, that would truly be unfilial." Huan looked at her in a daze, seemingly unable to fully understand her meaning. However, her words were already deeply etched in the hearts of the cubs. "Mom, I understand. I will think carefully about your words." That's good." Rabbit Lingling cleared her throat and said, "Since you all know you were wrong and can change, I won't punish you too harshly this time. You'll be punished to not eat meat for 3 days." The cubs were still growing, and 3 days was enough. Moreover, they were all gluttonous, and being punished to not eat meat for 3 days was no small punishment for them. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Song Gung was fine. But Wolf Tai and Huan's little faces had already turned bitter. The tiger cub was even more upset, rolling around several times. She quickly felt sorry for it and hugged it tightly. "Oh, my poor tiger cub, you are a carnivorous cub, and you haven't transformed into human form yet. Not eating meat would be such a torment for you." She used exaggerated tone, made Rabbit Lingling want to laugh a bit. However, she still suppressed her laughter and said, "It's just right. I see that the tiger cub should be close to transforming into human form. Let it eat some vegetables in advance to adapt." She thought for a moment and nodded. Lingling, you have a point." The tiger cub. It once again wriggled out of Shiyu's arms and ran to the side to lie down and sleep. The next morning, Wolfbai came to say goodbye to Rabbit Huai. "You're leaving?" Rabbit Huai asked. "Yes," Wolfbai said with a bitter smile. It's better for me to go back." Rabbit Huai, having lived for so many years, naturally understood his meaning. So he didn't try to keep him any longer, just said, "If you need help with anything, just have the beastmen come to send a message. This time, thanks to you." He knew that the moment Rabbit Lingling was taken away by the wolf tribe, he almost lost his reason. His daughter, son, and son-in-law had all left him. If his only granddaughter got into trouble now, he would truly go mad. If it weren't for Langbai stopping him, the Rabbit clan might really have come into conflict with the Wolf clan. "It's nothing, Grandpa. What I'm worried about now is Lingling's illness and the safety of Langmo and Ingza." Chapter 137. Serpent Friendship. Langbai's words were exactly what Tu Huai was concerned about. However, he didn't want Langbai to worry after returning to the Wolf clan. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry. With me here, even if I have to risk this old body, I won't let anything happen to Lingling. As for the 2 children, Langmo and Ingza, I believe that with their strength, they will return safely." Tu Huai had already been preparing to send clan members to support them in the Dark Forest. But thinking about it, in a place like the Dark Forest, if the beastmen going there weren't high-level beast cultivators or extremely powerful, they would most likely perish there. He was not only Rabbit Lingling's grandfather, but also the leader of the Rabbit clan. He couldn't just watch his clan members go to their deaths. Many things were beyond his control. "You're right." Langbai nodded slightly. "Then, I will take my leave." After saying this, he bowed to Tu Huai and rode off on the wolf cow. Before leaving, he glanced back, seeming to have hesitation and struggle in his eyes. He hadn't said goodbye to Rabbit Lingling. However, after thinking for a moment, Langbai's lips curled into a wry smile. He didn't look back again and rode away on the wolf cow. At lunchtime, Rabbit Lingling made a large pot of garlic vermicelli duck blood and a big pot of steamed pork. The aroma wafted through the air, almost making the little ones cry out in hunger. However, none of this was for them. The little ones ate boiled vegetables in salt water, along with stir-fried bean sprouts and a large bowl of rice. The quantity was enough to fill them, but the taste was nowhere near as good as meat. The little ones all wore bitter expressions, especially the tiger cub, who shook his little head after each bite. But remembering what Rabbit Lingling had said to them last night, they perked up and ate bite by bite. Since they had done something wrong, they naturally had to be punished. They just had to endure these 3 days. "By the way, Mom, when we were in that cave, we met a strange uncle," Langtai said. "What strange uncle?" "He told us a lot of bizarre things." Huan replied. "At that time, he was drinking that. What was it called?" "Right, drinking alcohol. It seemed like he drank too much. And then he told us that he wasn't originally from this world. He also said that in the world he originally lived in, there were cars and planes that were very fast, unlike here, where ordinary beastmen can only walk. Songgung said. Upon hearing this, Rabbit Lingling's body suddenly shook. Are you sure? Did he really say that? Rabbit Lingling quickly asked. Yes. He also said he had been looking for a way back, but couldn't find it. By the way, we didn't have a flint with us at that time. He even gave us a piece of flint, or else we wouldn't have been able to start a fire. Rabbit Lingling's grip on her chopsticks tightened. Talking about cars and planes, it was obvious that he was like her, someone who had crossed over. She suddenly remembered that when she was in the Wolf Clan, Wolfflower had mentioned that there was once a beastman who taught the Wolf Clan how to brew alcohol. She had suspected that the beastman was also a time traveler like her, but she couldn't be completely sure. However, this beastman that the little one spoke of, she could completely confirm was also a traveler. The only question was whether the beastman the little ones encountered was the same one that Wolfflower mentioned. After all, if she could meet someone from the same world as her, Rabbit Lingling would be happy. But she wouldn't force it. If they met, it would be nice to have a good chat. If not, then so be it. She had already started a new life in this world, with family, friends, and those she cared about. Before crossing over, she had almost been all alone, so she didn't really miss that kind of life. The tiger cub finally managed to finish all the food and then jumped on her Rabbit Lingling's lap, looking at her eagerly. I know what you're thinking, but no. Rabbit Lingling said with a smile, we agreed on 3 days, so it'll be 3 days. The tiger cub's little head drooped down, lying listlessly on her lap. She finished a big bowl of rice and eagerly asked, Lingling, what are we doing this afternoon? This afternoon, I'll take you to explore the Rabbit Clan, Rabbit Lingling said. Then, I have some things to discuss with the Rabbit Clan members. What things? Kong Xiangxue asked curiously. Teaching them how to farm. Huh. After they finished their meal, Kong Xiangxue prepared to go home. She had been living with the Rabbit Clan for a long time, and now that Rabbit Lingling had returned safely and was in good health, she felt relieved. So she planned to go home for a while. She had missed her parents after being away for so long. After seeing Kong Xiangxue off, Rabbit Lingling and the little ones took Shiyu around to explore. Shiyu, like a curious baby, was particularly interested in everything about the Rabbit Clan. Lingling, what is that place? The center of the Rabbit Clan. The center of the Rabbit Clan? The Snake Clan doesn't have such a place. Then don't you have a place to manage the clan members? Who takes care of the food that clan members provide? Oh, we do have. Even if we don't call it that, in the Snake Clan, we call it Serpent Friendship Place, Rabbit Lingling. What an unexpected name. However, this name seems to be better than the cold and indifferent Rabbit Clan Center. Rabbit Lingling began to seriously consider whether she should suggest changing the name of the Rabbit Clan Center to Rabbit Friendship Place. That afternoon, Shiyu also met quite a few beastmen from the Rabbit Clan. Everyone was quite curious about this female from the Snake Clan. Because the Snake Clan and the Rabbit Clan were far apart, there wasn't much interaction between them. Rarely would there be beastmen from the Snake Clan visiting here. Shiyu had few friends since childhood, so she wasn't very good at interacting with other beastmen. But with Rabbit Lingling around, the beastmen of the Rabbit Clan easily accepted her. After taking Shiyu around the Rabbit Clan, Rabbit Lingling originally wanted to take her to explore the surroundings of the Rabbit Clan, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. The shadow of being taken away by the beastmen of the Wolf Clan was still there. During this time, she should stay in the Rabbit Clan honestly. It just so happened that she had very important things to do. Before dinner, Rabbit Lingling gathered many beastmen from the Rabbit Clan for a meeting in an open space. The beastmen sat together in groups, discussing animatedly. Everyone, I called you here today mainly to discuss whether we should farm together. Farm? Some beastmen didn't quite understand what this meant. It's like this. I discovered that our Rabbit Clan has a large area of fertile land that is suitable for farming, Rabbit Lingling said. That is, you bury something called seeds in the ground, then water it, fertilize it, etc. After a while, food will grow from the ground. After explaining, the clan members finally understood what farming meant. Chapter 138. Farming. But is there a need for this? A member of the rabbit tribe asked in confusion. There's still plenty of prey around our rabbit tribe, and at worst, we can gather wild vegetables and fruits. Why don't you understand? She couldn't help but say, Lingling doesn't want you to keep eating those tasteless foods anymore. As orcs, shouldn't we enjoy more delicious food during our lives? Don't you feel tempted when you pass by the chieftain's house and smell the aroma? After she said this, several orcs couldn't help but start to swallow. This is indeed one aspect. Rabbit Lingling smiled and said, There's another reason. I think you should also store more food at home. When she was in the wolf tribe, she had heard some older orcs mention that many years ago, the wolf tribe's territory experienced an exceptionally cold period. Although the weather in the beast world is usually unstable, such severe cold is rare in 1,000 years. This cold lasted for 2 months, and all the prey disappeared. Even resilient wild vegetables and fruits stopped growing. The wolf tribe orcs wanted to go out to find food elsewhere, but the weather was too cold, and they couldn't leave the area at all. During those 2 months, many orcs starved or froze to death. After hearing about this, Rabbit Lingling began to worry. What if the rabbit tribe faced the same situation? Better safe than sorry. Although she had a space to store food, taking out their family supplies was fine and could be explained by her spatial abilities. However, if she suddenly produced a large amount of food, it would easily arouse suspicion among other orcs. Moreover, if the rabbit tribe orcs relied solely on her space, it could lead them to become complacent and lazy. Bringing the rabbit tribe orcs to farm together would not only allow them to eat various foods and avoid monotonous meals, but would also increase their food reserves and encourage them to live more actively. Rabbit Lingling explained her thoughts to the orcs. After she finished speaking, many orcs began to feel moved. I think what Princess Lingling said makes a lot of sense. Why don't we give it a try? Honestly, I also want to taste other foods. Every time I eat, I just fill my stomach. I never thought about whether it's good or not. Now, Princess Lingling has made me interested in those foods. Listening to the orcs' discussions, Rabbit Lingling smiled and said, "All right, those who are willing to farm with me can come here to sign up." The number of orcs signing up exceeded Rabbit Lingling's expectations. Almost half of the rabbit tribe orcs were willing to try with Rabbit Lingling. After all, Rabbit Lingling was no longer the same as before, and everyone could see that. They found the current Rabbit Lingling quite reliable. Moreover, even if they failed, there would be no loss. The beast world does have some written characters, but they're completely different from the ones Rabbit Lingling learned before her transmigration. The original owner's memories contain some of them. She could also write. Chi-Chi and Xiao-Xiao had been slaves of the wolf tribe since childhood, so naturally, no one taught them to write. Therefore, Rabbit Lingling and Xiu took care of registering the signing orcs. Chi-Chi and Xiao-Xiao maintained order nearby. This was Xiu's first time doing such a thing, and she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she was quite excited. She even said to Rabbit Lingling, "I never knew that we orcs could grow our own food. Lingling, can you share some of those seeds with me when I go back to the snake tribe? I also want to teach the snake tribe members how to farm." "So you came back to the rabbit tribe to steal my skills?" Rabbit Lingling joked. "Hee, as long as you know in your heart, don't say it out loud." After registering all the signing orcs, Rabbit Lingling said, "Then wait for my news. Once I divide the land for farming, I will notify you." "Okay, honestly, I never thought about this before, but now I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what other foods taste like." By this time, it was completely dark. Only the fire nearby was still burning. After staying up so late, Rabbit Lingling and she were a bit hungry. Rabbit Lingling planned to have a late-night snack. She took out a large piece of lamb from her space, marinated it, and skewered it with 2 wooden sticks to roast over the fire. "What about the cubs?" Rabbit Lingling asked while grilling. "They're all asleep at home," Xiao Xiao replied with a smile. "After all, they're still young cubs and can't stay up too late." "That's such a shame," Xiu said mischievously. "They won't get to eat this delicious lamb." "Speaking of which, they probably shouldn't eat it anyway," Rabbit Lingling said. "They are still in the punishment period. Poor cubs." Xiu said this while eating the meat without hesitation. After it was grilled, Rabbit Lingling brushed some barbecue sauce on top and sprinkled chili and cumin powder. The aroma immediately wafted out. Xiu was happily eating, taking bites of meat and sips of wine. "By the way, Lingling, what do you plan to grow with the tribe?" Xiu asked. "First, we definitely need to plant some rice and wheat," Rabbit Lingling said, "so they will have rice and flour to eat." Xiu nodded in agreement. "Then, we should plant a bit of carrots. After all, rabbits love to eat carrots. Although the carrots in the beast world are incredibly delicious for the rabbit tribe orcs and are different from the carrots Rabbit Lingling had eaten before, the seeds taken from her space would surely produce good carrots as well." Just thinking about it made Rabbit Lingling drool. The last time, the big basket of carrots that Wolf Mo gave her made her happy for quite a while. Thinking of Wolf Mo, Rabbit Lingling felt a bit uncomfortable again. "Lingling, what are you thinking about?" Xiu asked when she noticed Rabbit Lingling lost in thought for a long time. "It's nothing." Rabbit Lingling shook her head. At that moment, they suddenly heard what seemed to be hurried footsteps not far away. "What is going on?" Xiu immediately became alert. Chi-Chi and Xiao-Xiao quickly ran in front of Rabbit Lingling to protect her. "Don't worry, this is the rabbit tribe. Nothing will happen," Rabbit Lingling reassured them. "There are orcs on patrol at the borders of the rabbit tribe. If any orcs that shouldn't enter the rabbit tribe intruded, they wouldn't make a sound." After a while, a tall figure rushed over. Upon seeing that figure clearly, Rabbit Lingling exclaimed, Tiger Chi? What are you doing here? Lingling. Upon seeing Rabbit Lingling, Tiger Chi finally let out a sigh of relief and then collapsed to the ground. What happened, Tiger Chi? Rabbit Lingling quickly helped him up. It's nothing. Just ran too fast and got a bit tired. Tiger Chi waved his hand. Damn wolf, bye. He didn't tell me anything about your return to the rabbit tribe. He accidentally overheard two wolf tribe beastmen talking while strolling near the wolf tribe last night. And only then did he realize that two Lingling had already left the wolf tribe and gone home. So he hurried back in a panic. This day really exhausted him. Puffed, Shu chuckled softly. Then she whispered in two Lingling's ear. This must be the son of the tiger tribe leader, Hu Chi, right? TSK, he looks quite impressive. From the looks of it, he's deeply in love with you. Go away. Two Lingling shot her a glance. Lingling, it's good that you can go home. Hu Chi is still a bit out of breath. The wolf tribe is too dangerous. I will protect you well in the future and will never let the wolf tribe beastmen take you away again. This kind of thing won't happen again, so don't worry. Two Lingling said, you're tired from traveling today too. I'll find a place for you to rest, and you can go back to the tiger tribe tomorrow. Hu Chi's eyes dimmed. After a while, he nodded. I'll listen to you. Two Lingling found a clean room for Hu Chi to sleep in and had Chi Chi and Xiao Xiao bring over some soft, thick bee skins. She and Shiyu also prepared to rest. Before sleeping, Shiyu sighed. Look at Hu Chi's expression just now. It looks so hurt. Lingling, do you have no soft spot at all? If I have a soft spot, it would only harm him. Two Lingling yawned and said, since I know we can't be together, I can't give him any hope. But, however, he has helped me a lot before. Two Lingling said solemnly. Not just him, but also my other friends. I will remember this kindness in my heart. But she couldn't use her feelings to repay kindness. She could repay kindness in other ways, but she could never use a false emotion to deceive them. All right, Shiyu patted her head. They treat you well because you deserve it. Think about it. If they were the ones who got sick, you would definitely help them without hesitation, right? I think when they were doing those things, they certainly didn't expect you to repay them. Two Lingling smiled. I know all this. Don't worry. I have in mind. Let's sleep. We still have to go see the land tomorrow. Sleep well. The next morning, two Lingling steamed some soup dumplings and made soy milk. Shiyu devoured them one by one, finishing who knows how many dumplings. But the meat-filled soup dumplings were not for the little ones. They could only eat the vegetarian ones. In the past, even these vegetarian soup dumplings would have been a rare delicacy for them. However, after having tasted all kinds of meat dishes made by two Lingling, the vegetarian soup dumplings also became bland. Especially the tiger cub. It looked like it was about to cry. In fact, two Lingling felt a bit heartbroken too. However, the little ones were still young and needed boundaries and discipline. If she didn't properly enforce the punishment this time, they would definitely not take it seriously. So even if she felt soft-hearted, she didn't relent. After breakfast, two Lingling and Shiyu took several rabbit tribe beastmen to see the vast land. Two Lingling had noticed this land before. It was very fertile and quite large, perfect for farming. Since it was right on the border of the rabbit tribe, and the rabbit tribe beastmen liked to live in groups. Only a few beastmen had built a few houses on this land. Two Lingling communicated with them and promised to find several houses for them to live in elsewhere and also give them some meat as compensation. Naturally, they agreed. Once they all moved away, two Lingling had several males demolish all the houses, leaving only one at the edge of the land. Lingling, aren't we going to tear down that house? Shiyu asked curiously. No, two Lingling said, in the future, when we farm here, we will definitely need a beastman to guard this place, so they will live in that house. Oh, that makes sense. Lingling, you think of everything. Two Lingling took out measuring tools from her space. Last night, she counted the beastmen who signed up to farm. There were nearly 2,000 of them. Of course, all the sign-ups were beastmen aged 13 to 150. This age range was the most suitable for labor. She roughly estimated that this land had 300 acres. Of course, the rabbit tribe had more than just this piece of land suitable for farming. There was another piece of land with similar soil quality, but slightly smaller, about 200 acres. Two Lingling thought this was simply a gift from heaven to the rabbit tribe. The rabbit tribe didn't have the largest number of beastmen, but they occupied a large area and had two large pieces of land suitable for farming that were still unoccupied. They had all the favorable conditions. Not using it for farming would be a waste. In total, there were 500 acres of land. Two Lingling planned to divide it by head count. For beastmen would farm 1 acre together. After all, the beastmen still had to practice and go hunting. For beastmen, farming 1 acre could save a lot of time. Of course, the grain produced from that acre would also be evenly distributed among the 4 beastmen. They could supervise each other. If anyone slacked off and didn't farm properly, the other beastmen could report to her. and that lazy beastman would face punishment. Moreover, at that time, the grain allocated to that beastman would also be reduced. Lingling, along with Shiyu and several beastmen from the Rabbit Tribe Center, spent 3 days dividing and marking all the land. Then made a land distribution table detailing which piece of land each person was responsible for farming. When distributing, she grouped beastmen who were related or had good relationships together to reduce conflicts. Once everything was ready, she took the signed-up beastmen to the 2 pieces of land. First, according to the pre-written table, she had them form groups of 4 beastmen each. Then she told them one by one which piece of land belonged to them. By the time all the beastmen understood which land was theirs, 3 days had already passed. During these days, Lingling and Shiyu were so exhausted they could barely stand up straight. Fortunately, the beastmen from the Rabbit Tribe Center helped. The little ones were also very sensible. Whenever they called out tiredly at home in the evenings, the little ones would massage their shoulders and legs. "Let me rest for 2 days," Lingling said. "After 2 days, I will take out the seeds and teach the beastmen how to farm." Chapter 140. Just a dream after these few days. I'm exhausted. Lingling, if you don't treat me well tomorrow, I might just cut ties with you, Shiyu said drowsily. "Okay, I'll make you something delicious tomorrow." Lingling smiled. But after waiting for a while without getting a response from Shiyu, she turned her head to see that Shiyu had already fallen asleep. She had indeed worked hard these past few days. When she returned to the snake tribe, she should bring back some seeds for her. Thinking this, Lingling also drowsily entered her dream. Lingling had another strange dream. She dreamed that she was walking in a thick fog. The fog was thick, and she could not see the direction at all, so she could only fumble her way forward. She didn't know how long she had been walking until she was almost out of strength, when suddenly the fog in front of her dissipated a little. She saw a familiar figure lying ahead. Wolf! Wolf M.O. She immediately rushed over, wanting to help Wolf M.O. up. However, as soon as she touched him, her hands were covered in blood. Looking again, Wolf M.O. was also covered in blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were tightly closed, leaving her unsure whether he was dead or alive. Lingling trembled as she reached to check his breath. Just then, Lingling suddenly woke up. The sky outside was already bright. The tiger cub was lying on her, blinking its eyes at her. Lingling hadn't yet recovered from the dream. After a while, she sat up with the tiger cub in her arms. The tiger cub seemed to notice something was off with her and nudged her hand with its head. Lingling patted its head, forcing a smile. It was just a dream. She must have been too worried about Wolf M.O., which is why she had such a dream. Not just Wolf M.O., but also Ingze and Wolfswa. They all went to the dark forest for her sake. If they couldn't come back safely, she would really feel guilty for a lifetime. In fact, she had thought about going to the dark forest to find them before. However, she was only a 4th-tier beast cultivator now. In a place like the dark forest, she wouldn't have the ability to protect herself. In the end, she would only bring trouble to those who cared about her. Wolf M.O. and the others went to the dark forest to ensure her safety, didn't they? If she went there, it would be like seeking death. That would be completely wrong. But the result of not going was that she felt uneasy every day. It was fine when she was busy, but as soon as she had some free time, she couldn't help but think about it. A yawn sounded beside her. Soon after, she also rubbed her eyes and sat up. Lingling, when did you wake up? Just a little while ago. She nodded, then stretched her body and smiled. I feel much more relaxed. It must be thanks to the little ones giving me a massage last night. Saying this, she hugged the tiger cub and vigorously rubbed it for a while. The tiger cub tried to struggle, but couldn't get free. It wanted to bite her, but felt that this female was good, so it could only endure her rubbing with a pitiful expression. Aunt Shiyu, you're going to ruin my little brother, Wolf Tai said from the side. I won tea. How could I ruin it when I'm treating the tiger cub so well? Shiyu smiled and asked, ISNT that right, tiger cub? The tiger cub. It wanted to say yes, but unfortunately, it couldn't speak human language yet. Perhaps because of that dream? Lingling couldn't lift her spirits for a long time. In the morning, she and Shiyu practiced with the cubs together. However, she couldn't concentrate at all. She simply ended early, taking advantage of the fact that Shiyu and the cubs were still focused on their practice to go to the kitchen to prepare lunch. However, faced with a pile of ingredients, she realized that she didn't even have the desire to cook. It would be better to prepare hot pot. Simple. Just right. Shiyu and the cubs also loved to eat it. However, Tu Huai was older and didn't particularly like hot pot and barbecue. Lingling made a lean meat porridge and stir-fried 2 dishes to send to Tu Huai. The hot pot was easier to prepare. She stir-fried the base, washed and cut the ingredients, and then was ready to serve. Just then, Shiyu and the cubs had finished their practice. Lingling asked them to come to the kitchen to carry the dishes. The cubs happily carried the dishes over, but Shiyu did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Tu Lingling with concern. Lingling, I've felt that you have something on your mind since this morning. Shiyu held her hand. What's wrong? Tu Lingling couldn't finish her sentence before her eyes turned red. Hey, you're not going to cry, are you? Shiyu panicked. You mustn't cry. I'm not very good at comforting crying little females. Her reaction made Tu Lingling laugh again. All right, actually, it's nothing much. I just had a dream last night. Tu Lingling briefly told Shiyu about her dream. Shiyu laughed. It's just a dream. Look how scared you are. If you're really worried, I'll tell you, I once heard the old beastmen say that dreams are the opposite. Tu Lingling thought to herself that it turned out the beast world also had this saying. In your dream, Wolf Mo was seriously injured, so, in reality, he must be fine. So, you don't need to think too much about it. For your sake, he will definitely return safely. Sigh. If he knew you were so worried about him, he would definitely rush back. Shiyu teased. By the way, when he went to the dark forest, wasn't there another male with him? There are two more, one named Ingze, and the other is Wolfswa, Wolf Mo's subordinate. His brother, Wolfyu, is currently in the Rabbit clan, and you've seen him these days. Wolfyu had been staying in the Rabbit clan. In the past few days, he had also helped a lot with the land division. Ever since Kong Xiangxue left, Wolfyu had actually been unable to lift his spirits. But he couldn't chase after her to the Peacock clan. Only when he was busy could he not think about Kong Xiangxue. Oh, I know, that fun male. I even joked with him a few times and made him blush. She laughed for a while and then said, You're only worried about Wolf Mo when 3 males went to the dark forest? The other 2 must be sad. Don't talk nonsense. I naturally hope that all 3 of them come back safely. It's just, Wolf Mo was the only one in the dream. That made her think too much. But thinking about it, Shiyu's words also made sense. It was just a dream after all. She didn't have any precognitive abilities. She wouldn't have prophetic dreams. So there was no need to scare herself. Let us go. Time to eat hot pot. Wait for me. At the Rabbit clan border. Ever since the last time Tu Lingling was taken away by the Wolf clan beastmen, Tu Huai ordered to strengthen the guards of the Rabbit clan. Now, every day, strong young males take turns guarding the border of the Rabbit clan. They all remain vigilant. So when they saw a few unfamiliar males walking in, one Rabbit clan male immediately asked, Which clan are you beastmen from? What brings you to the Rabbit clan? The leading young male was strong and handsome. He had a stern expression and said, We are from the Snake Clan beastmen, sent by the Snake Clan chief to welcome Princess Shiyu back to the Snake Clan. The Rabbit Clan beastmen knew that Shiyu was indeed in the Rabbit Clan now. However, they couldn't easily believe what other beastmen said. So one of the Rabbit Clan males immediately ran to report to the center of the Rabbit Clan. I say, why are there so many rules in your Rabbit Clan? An annoyed Snake Clan male said, Do you check other clans' beastmen passing through your Rabbit Clan as well? Sorry, everyone. The Rabbit Orc chuckled and said that there had been some issues with the Rabbit Clan recently, so they were checking things more strictly lately, asking everyone to wait a moment. The other male, Snakes, wanted to say something, but the leading male slightly raised his hand to stop them. When in someone else's territory, one must abide by their rules. No more talking. Once he spoke, the other male Snakes fell silent. However, the Rabbit Orcs were quick to act. Soon, several orcs from the Rabbit Clan came to welcome them inside. At this moment, she was happily cooking hot pot with everyone. Occasionally, she teased the tiger cub with cooked meat, making the cub want to bite her in frustration. This life is just too wonderful. She sighed while holding a cola, saying, Lingling, if only I could live with you forever, even if it means farming every day, I would be willing. Would your father agree? Rabbit Lingling asked. Sigh. Wolf Tai immediately raised his little hand and said, Annie Shiyu, I have an idea. What idea? As long as you become mates with a male Rabbit Clan member, that would work. Wolf Tai said innocently, that way, you can live in the Rabbit Clan forever. Shiyu, you really are a clever little thing. Does it really have to be a mate? Shiyu said with a frown. If you can convince your dad, you can live in the Rabbit Clan without a mate, Rabbit Lingling said with a wry smile. Just as Shiyu was about to say something, a voice from outside called, Your Highness Lingling, are you there? Rabbit Lingling put down her chopsticks and walked outside. She then saw a number of males standing in the yard. Some were from the Rabbit Clan, but there were a few she had never seen before. What are you all here for? Rabbit Lingling asked in confusion. Your Highness Lingling. These gentlemen are from the Snake Clan, and they said they are here to take Princess Shiyu back to the Snake Clan. Rabbit Lingling was taken aback, then looked at the unfamiliar males. The one standing at the front was clearly the strongest and most imposing. Moreover, his features resembled Shiyu a bit. Shiyu had mentioned that she had a brother. Could this male be him? At this moment, Shiyu, who was inside, heard the commotion outside and came out. She too, who sent you here? Shiyu asked unhappily. Of course, it's father. She too replied seriously. Elder sister, it's time to go back. How did father know I was in the rabbit clan? Shiyu's eyes darkened. It wouldn't be that Wolfby guy who leaked it, would it? It has nothing to do with Wolfby. Father sent orcs to the wolf clan to look for you, but couldn't find you. He asked other orcs and learned that you came to the rabbit clan. She too explained, father wants you to return immediately. I'm not going back. Shiyu immediately hid behind Rabbit Lingling. You go back and tell father that I want to stay in the rabbit clan for a while. And I will naturally return when I want to. Elder sister, it's best not to defy father's orders. Shiyu panicked and looked to Rabbit Lingling for help. Rabbit Lingling knew that Shiyu would definitely be unhappy after going back. So she smiled and said to Shiyu, it's like this. The reason Shiyu is staying in our rabbit clan is to learn how to farm, so that when she returns to the snake clan, she can bring the skill back. That's right. Hearing Rabbit Lingling say this, Shiyu immediately stood tall. You just go back and tell father that I'm doing this for the sake of the snake clan. What farming? She too frowned slightly. Having never heard of it, you wouldn't understand something so serious. Before Shiyu could finish, Rabbit Lingling quickly covered her mouth. It can't be explained clearly right now, Rabbit Lingling said. In short, it's a good thing that can help orcs store more food. And don't worry, she will be safe here with us. She too still looked like he wanted to say something. But as soon as his gaze fell on Rabbit Lingling's face, he immediately looked away. Rabbit Lingling didn't notice, but Shiyu did. She looked at Rabbit Lingling, then at Shi Tuesday, as if realizing something. This serious guy might think Rabbit Lingling is too pretty and doesn't dare to look at her, right? She recalled that since she too was 10, their father had forbidden him from interacting with any females other than his sisters, saying that he would have to take on heavy responsibilities for the snake clan in the future and was afraid he would be misled by beauty. So even till now, other than her and her sister, she too had never spoken to any other female. This time, if it weren't to bring her back, their father wouldn't have sent Shi too over. Shiyu pulled Rabbit Lingling's hand down and said with a half smile, Shi too, you should go back soon. Otherwise, father will worry about more than just me. As soon as she finished speaking, Shi too's face suddenly turned red. Rabbit Lingling noticed and was a bit confused. What happened? Why did Shi too's face suddenly turn red? That serious face, suddenly blushing, was quite funny. Since father has given the order, I must take you back, Shi too said stubbornly, or you have to let me know what farming is all about. Lingling, look at him. She was exasperated. Rabbit Lingling, I'm watching. How about this? In 2 days, I will take the orcs of the rabbit clan to start farming. If His Highness Shi too is interested, he might as well stay in the rabbit clan for a few days, and then he will naturally understand. Shi too hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at Rabbit Lingling, and his face turned even redder, almost like a ripe tomato. Seeing this, Rabbit Lingling thought of wanting to eat tomato, scrambled eggs that night. Even the other orcs noticed. Your Highness Shi too, are you okay? A male snake asked. Are you feeling unwell? Ha ha! She let out a ruthless laugh. She too seemed to panic a bit. After a long while, he finally said, then, since that's the case, I will stay in the rabbit clan for a few more days. He then turned to the snake clan orcs and said, you two stay with me in the rabbit clan. The rest go back to report to father. Just say. He whispered to the snake clan orcs for a while, and Rabbit Lingling couldn't hear what was said. Chapter 142. The feeling of heartbeat. Is this serious guy plotting some kind of conspiracy? She whispered to Rabbit Lingling. Rabbit Lingling helplessly said, this is my first time meeting him. How can I know what he's thinking? But you, as his sister, should know him better, right? She mumbled. He's always been so serious since he was little. Who knows what he's thinking? If he hadn't just shown it so obviously, I wouldn't have been able to tell that She abruptly cut off her words. What? Rabbit Lingling didn't quite understand. In nothing, Shiyu chuckled awkwardly. As long as I can stay in a rabbit clan, that's fine. Rabbit Lingling already has a partner. Moreover, Rabbit Lingling is so concerned about that guy. She decided not to meddle anymore. After all, that serious Shi too definitely wouldn't show his feelings to Rabbit Lingling. Just then, Shi too finished speaking with the other male snakes. Only 2 males remained to accompany Shi too, while the others had left. At this moment, Shi too's face had returned to its normal color, and his expression had become serious. He said to Lingling, please help me inform the tribe leader that I wish to pay my respects. No need to inform him. My grandfather is very easygoing. I'll take you directly. Thank you. She pouted and asked, what do you want to see the rabbit tribe leader for? Since I will be staying with the rabbit tribe for the next few days, I should pay my respects to the leader. It's a matter of etiquette. She too instructed. Elder sister should also understand this kind of etiquette. Shiyu, who is the boss here? Why is he educating her? At this moment, Tu Huai was watering flowers in his room. After Tu Lingling returned, she brought in a few pots of flowers for him to take care of and taught him how to care for them. As a result, this sparked a new hobby for Tu Huai. He often pondered how to take good care of the pots of flowers every day, cherishing them dearly. Tu Rui occasionally wanted to help him water the flowers, but he wouldn't let anyone touch them. Tu Lingling thought this was quite good. It was nice to have something to shift Tu Huai's focus, so he wouldn't worry about her father, her 6 uncles, and Lang Mo and Ingze every day. After all, she was there to handle the matters of the rabbit tribe. Her grandfather was already so old, so he should enjoy his retirement peacefully. When she too came to pay respects to Tu Huai, he exchanged a few formal pleasantries. Tu Huai also reciprocated with a few polite words, assuring him to feel at ease staying in the rabbit tribe and to come to him anytime he needed anything. Of course, he could also find his granddaughter Lingling. After Tu Huai finished this sentence, she too suddenly stuttered for a moment before finally saying a complete thank you, tribe leader. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, Tu Lingling had already arranged for a clean room for Shi Tu to stay in. After Shi Tu finished his visit with Tu Huai and came out, he suddenly noticed a few little ones staring at him from a distance. One of them said, "So he is Aunt Shiyu's younger brother." Another said, "He look a bit like Aunt Shiyu." A female cub said, "Should we call him uncle then?" It seems so. The female cub's tiger cub nodded along. So the cubs all shouted in unison, "Hello, uncle." She too was startled by them. However, he quickly composed himself, smiled slightly, and asked, "Hello, who are you little ones?" "We are from the tribe leader's family," Lang Tai said. She too instinctively replied, "Oh, I see. Are you the tribe leader's grandsons?" The snake tribe was relatively far from the rabbit tribe, so she too wasn't very familiar with the affairs of the rabbit tribe. Moreover, he usually spent his time either training, hunting, or learning to manage the snake tribe with his father, so he didn't know much about other tribes. Not at all. Song Gung corrected him. "The tribe leader is our great-grandfather." Huh? She too didn't react at first. "Our mother is Tu Lingling, and Tu Lingling is the tribe leader's granddaughter, so the tribe leader is naturally our great-grandfather." Hu Huan kindly explained to him. She too's mind bust. They were actually Tu Lingling's children? That beautiful little female. She actually already had children? So she must have a partner already. Shi Tu's expression visibly fell, filled with disappointment. Since he turned 10, he had never interacted with any females other than his sisters. Yet he never felt the need for a female. He thought his duty was to train well, learn from his father, and ultimately inherit the position of tribe leader, leading the snake tribe to prosperity. As for females, he would simply follow his father's arrangements for a partner in the future. But just now, when he saw Tu Lingling, his heart raced. Moreover, he experienced a feeling he had never felt before. He had heard the snake tribe warriors talk about the term heart fluttering. He thought perhaps this was what it meant. He even considered that since Tu Lingling was the tribe leader's granddaughter, if he expressed a desire to be her partner, his father might agree. But now, the appearance of these little ones shattered all his fantasies. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Lang Tai ran over and asked, "Why do you suddenly look so down?" "It's nothing." She too forced a smile. "Oh, then let us take you to your room. It's all ready. Mother sent us to bring you there." "Okay, then I'll trouble you." All the way, she too was in a daze. Logically, he had already planned out his life. He had never shown such emotions before. Yet the unexpected appearance of Tu Lingling had thrown everything off. It was as if he had been cursed. He had only seen her once and exchanged a few words. "Uncle, we've arrived." Hu Huan's words jolted him awake. "Mother is waiting for us over there. And Aunt Shiyu is here too." Saying this, Hu Huan raised her hand and waved at them. The tiger cub dashed over happily and jumped into Tu Lingling's arms. Although she too had regained his senses, he still didn't dare to look at Tu Lingling. "She too, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and come over," she shouted unhappily. "Can't you see we're all waiting for you here?" She too had no choice but to walk over. He could feel his palms were already soaked with sweat. "This is the room we prepared for you. You'll stay here for the next few days, and during meal times, just join us for meals," Tu Lingling said with a smile. Her smile made Shi Tu's heart race again. "You're lucky this time," she said. "Do you know how good Lingling's cooking is?" Shi Tu ignored Shiyu, blushing, and said to Tu Lingling, "Thank you. Uncle, your face is so red." Chapter 143. Bringing up what shouldn't be mentioned, Hu Huan thought that Shi Tu was a guest at their home. They should treat him well. So when she saw Shi Tu's face turn red, she quickly asked, "Are you sick?" Hearing a cub ask this, Shi Tu's heart raced even more. He quickly searched his mind for what to do, but couldn't find an answer. It seemed he had never learned how to deal with this situation. Shi Tu maintained a serious face, but his blush wouldn't stop. Just then, Lang Tai shouted, "Uncle, why do you blush when you talk to my mother?" "Do you like my mother?" Shi Tu's brain exploded. A cub had actually pointed out his thoughts. What should he do now? If Tu Lingling's partner found out, wouldn't they challenge him to a duel? It's okay. Then let us duel. He could prove that he was the male worthy of Tu Lingling. If Tu Lingling was willing, he could take her back to the snake tribe. Lang Tai, stop talking nonsense. Tu Lingling quickly intervened. Then, she apologized to Shi Tu. I'm sorry, the little one is speaking out of turn. Don't take it to heart. I will properly discipline him. Wolf Tai dejectedly drooped his head. He wasn't wrong. Previously, Uncle Wolfyu had told him that males would blush when they encountered females they liked. He had even seen Uncle Wolfyu secretly blush when facing Aunt Kong Xiang Xue. Moreover, it didn't seem too rare for a male to like his mother. She rolled her eyes at Shi Tu and then linked arms with Tu Lingling, saying, Lingling, ignore him. Let's go back and continue eating hot pot. I wasn't full just now. The tiger cub meowed in agreement. It also hadn't eaten enough. Okay. Tu Lingling nodded, but then thought that Shi Tu was standing right there. And it seemed impolite not to invite him. So she politely asked, would you like to join us for something to eat? I won't go. Shi Tu refused with a stern face. However, just as he finished speaking, his stomach let out a loud growl. Shi Yu. What embarrassment. To prevent her overly serious brother from further embarrassing himself, Shi Yu had no choice but to drag Shi Tu along to eat hot pot with them. Tu Lingling had Chi add another pair of chopsticks and bowls. Shi Tu was shocked by the hot pot style of eating and didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks for a long time. It was still Song Gung who couldn't stand it and used the public chopsticks to serve him a piece of meat. Of course, in the end, Shi Tu ate quite a lot. When he finished eating and stood up, he instinctively covered his stomach. Since he was a child, his father had strictly controlled his diet, not allowing him to eat too much. Over the years, he had gotten used to it. Even when his father wasn't around, he would control his food intake. But today, the hot pot made by Tu Lingling was so delicious that he couldn't control himself. Although he was young and strong, after years of dietary control, suddenly eating so much, his stomach would definitely feel uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Tu Lingling noticed something was off with him. Nothing, I'm fine. Shi Tu said, just a bit too full. He thought that if he walked around for a while, he should be fine. You just ate too much. Shi Yu said gleefully from the side. I never expected that you, the serious one, would have a day of overeating. If father knew, he would probably be furious. Shi Tu's expression changed. It wasn't that he was afraid of his father, but rather, he was frustrated that he couldn't control himself. So that's how it is. It's okay, I have medicine. Tu Lingling turned around and brought out a medicine box. This was something she had prepared in advance. She had taken out some common medications from her space and put them in a medicine box. This way, even if she wasn't home occasionally, her grandfather or the little ones would be able to find the medicine. Plus, she wouldn't have to take out medicine from her space in front of unfamiliar people. Tu Lingling took out a few digestive pills from her space and handed them to Shi Tuesday. Taking this medicine will make you feel much better. Shi Tu thought about saying that he never took outside medicine, but inexplicably he took it. Just chew it, Tu Lingling said. Shi Tu hesitated for a moment, but still stuffed all the pills into his mouth and swallowed them. Don't worry, Lingling won't harm you. She rolled her eyes and said, I naturally know that. Shi Tu immediately replied. After a while, Shi Tu casually asked Tu Lingling, where's your partner? It seems like I haven't seen him. Tu Lingling was packing the medicine box, and upon hearing this, she paused her movements and then said lightly, he's not home. You serious one? Shi Tu immediately jumped over, raising her foot to kick Shi Tuesday. Shi Tu naturally dodged. Sister, what are you doing? Shi Tu frowned and asked, who told you to bring up the topic of their partner? Shi Tu said fiercely, what does their partner have to do with you? Why do you need to ask? Shi Tu didn't understand why Shi Tu suddenly got so angry. Also, Tu Lingling and the little one seemed a bit off. Why did they suddenly seem disappointed? My dad will be back soon, Song Gung suddenly said. Shi Tu turned to look at him and saw that Song Gung was also staring at him. Although he didn't look fierce, there was a strong warning in his eyes. Shi Tu couldn't help but think, did this little one see through his thoughts? But where did Tu Lingling's partner go? If her partner were around, perhaps he could find an opportunity to duel with her partner. But since he wasn't there, Shi Tu couldn't do something like taking advantage of someone's absence. Thinking this way, Shi Tu also felt a bit down. Seeing that everyone in the room except her was starting to feel down, she was a bit dumbfounded. Shouldn't she feel a bit disappointed too? Out of politeness? It was unclear if it was because Shi Tu mentioned Wolfamo, but that night, Tu Lingling suddenly couldn't sleep. Inside the room, Shi Yu and the little one's breathing was very even. They should have already fallen asleep. Worried that her tossing and turning would wake them up, Tu Lingling simply got up and went to the yard. It wasn't cold tonight, and the moonlight was quite nice. Under the moonlight, Tu Lingling saw a beastman sitting on a small sand pile over there, looking up at the moon. From that silhouette, it seemed to be Wolfyu. Tu Lingling walked over. Hearing her footsteps, Wolf Yu turned his head, saw it was Tu Lingling, and quickly stood up. Madam, why aren't you sleeping so late? Tu Lingling asked with a smile. I can't sleep, Wolf Yu said with a bitter smile. You seem to have been in a bad mood these past few days. Tu Lingling said, you didn't come for hot pot today. Are you worried about Wolf Mo and your brother? Yes. Wolf Yu sighed. Ever since Wolf Mo and Wolf's was set off, I've been worried about them every moment. One is my sworn lord, and the other is my biological brother. And they're going to such a dark place. How can I not worry? I'm sorry, it's all because of me, Tu Lingling said guiltily. If it weren't for my illness, they wouldn't have risked going to the dark forest. Wolf Yu quickly said, Madam, please don't say that. I didn't mean to blame you. As males, it's our duty to protect females. After saying that, his gaze dimmed again. It's just that I can't control my worry for them, and when Kong Xiangxue was here, seeing her smile made me feel a bit at ease. Now that she's gone, I have no comfort at all. So I've been feeling down every day. Fortunately, Tu Lingling is preparing to teach the beastman how to farm again. I can help her to distract myself. Are you thinking about Xiangxue? Tu Lingling asked. Wolf Yu thought he was hiding it well, but in reality, everyone could see that he had feelings for Kong Xiangxue. Only Kong Xiangxue hadn't noticed. Yeah, Wolf Yu nodded with a blush. Xiangxue still has her parents. She can't always not go home. Tu Lingling said with a wry smile. Before, she stayed with the rabbit clan for me long enough. But what? Wolf Yu's eyes brightened. You can go to the peacock clan to find her, said Tu Lingling. All you need to do is greet Kong Xiangxue and tell her that Lang Yu wants to experience the customs and culture of the peacock clan, and that you'd like to stay there for a few days. Kong Xiangxue will definitely not refuse. Lang Yu immediately shook his head. No, I promised the Lord to stay in the rabbit clan to protect you. Although he had failed to protect her before and let Tu Lingling be captured by the wolf clan. When Lang Mo returns, he would have to sincerely apologize. Lang Yu thought dejectedly. I'm fine now, Tu Lingling said with a smile. You see, my illness hasn't acted up for a long time. Moreover, the rabbit clan is on high alert now, and I'll be staying here, so nothing will happen. Lang Yu hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. No, since I promised the Lord, I cannot go back on my word. Besides, I didn't protect you well before, so I can't make another mistake. His insistence made Tu Lingling feel a psychological burden. She felt like she had become the biggest obstacle in Lang Yu's pursuit of love. After thinking for a moment, Tu Lingling nodded. All right, I understand. It seems I can only think of other ways. After chatting with Lang Yu for a while, Tu Lingling felt sleepy and said, I'll go back to sleep now. You should get to bed early too. Okay. After Tu Lingling returned to her room, Lang Yu continued to look up at the moon, feeling secretly sorrowful. In the morning, Tu Lingling made some deep-fried dough balls and oil cakes, and also prepared some tofu pudding. The cubs and Shi Yu ate heartily. Shi Tu also came over to mooch some food. After being teased by Shi Yu for a while, he didn't say anything. When Tu Lingling saw that Lang Yu had finished breakfast, she packed some freshly made deep-fried dough balls and oil cakes into a basket and handed it to Lang Yu. Madam, what is this for? I need you to make a trip to the Peacock clan and deliver this to Xiangxue's family. Tu Lingling smiled. I haven't visited Xiangxue's family for a long time, so I want to send some food over as a token of my goodwill. Lang Yu's face turned red instantly. Madam, don't think too much about it. I really just want to send some food over, not for you. Tu Lingling said expressionlessly, and don't stay there too long. The sooner you go and return, the better. She was very serious, looking completely like she wasn't joking. Only then did Lang Yu smile and take it, promising, I will definitely go and return early. You can rest assured, madam. After saying that, he took the basket and ran off. Shi Yu, having finished breakfast, walked over and asked, Lingling, he likes Xiangxue, right? Then why don't you let him stay there a little longer? Last night, I suggested he stay at the Peacock clan for a while, but he still remembers Lang Mo's instructions before he left and refuses to go, Tu Lingling said with a bitter smile. If I show my intentions too clearly, he will definitely be unwilling to go. It's better to say it this way. At least it can let him meet Xiangxue and alleviate some of his yearning. So that's how it is, Shi Yu nodded. She too, sitting nearby, overheard their conversation. He looked up in shock at Tu Lingling. This little female is just too kind. So beautiful, so outstanding, cooks delicious food, and is also understanding. How could there be such a good little female? She too thought he couldn't help but feel infatuated. He stared at Tu Lingling, lost in thought. At that moment, he suddenly felt a bite on his hand. He turned to see a tiger cub lying next to him, baring its teeth and glaring at him. It was obvious that the cub had just jumped up and bitten him. She too naturally wouldn't argue with the cub. He even smiled and petted the tiger cub's fur. The tiger cub glared at him again, then turned around, wagging its tail as it walked away. Lang Yu transformed into wolf form, placing the basket on his back, and quickly ran to the Peacock clan. He knew that the deep-fried dough balls and oil cakes were best eaten while hot, and he was afraid Kong Xiangxue would get them cold, not daring to stop for a moment. When he reached the edge of the Peacock clan, he transformed back into human form. The Peacock clan was usually calm and peaceful, so the scrutiny of passing outsiders was not very strict, and Lang Yu quickly walked in. It was his first time here, but since Kong Xiangxue's father was the clan doctor, he quickly found out where Kong Xiangxue lived with a little inquiry. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Kong Xiangxue's house, he saw a young male standing there talking to her. He was holding some meat wrapped in lotus leaves in his hand. "Xiangxue, this meat is for you. I hunted a wild boar yesterday, and my father said the meat is particularly good and delicious, so I specially brought some for you." The young male was Kong Xing, who had always liked Kong Xiangxue. Although Kong Xiangxue had never responded to him, he still refused to give up. Kong Xiangxue smiled awkwardly and said, "No need, you can keep it for yourself. I still have a lot of meat at home that hasn't been finished. Xiangxue, don't be polite with me. If it really doesn't work, just treat it as a gift for the clan doctor, and you can just accept it. Really, it's not necessary." "Xiangxue," she said, "it's not necessary. Didn't you hear?" A cold voice came from behind Kong Xing. Kong Xing turned around to see Lang Yu standing not far behind him. Instinctively, Kong Xing became wary. "Who are you?" "Lang Yu, what are you doing here?" Kong Xiangxue asked. Lang Yu ignored Kong Xing and walked up to Kong Xiangxue, handing her the basket. "I came to deliver some food for you." Kong Xiangxue lifted the cloth covering the basket and, seeing the oil cakes and dough balls inside, immediately understood that they were made by two Lingling, her face lighting up with a smile. "Thank you." Kong Xing couldn't help but feel jealous upon seeing this. Chapter 145. Lang Yu and Kong Xing duel the food he delivered. Kong Xiangxue had never accepted, but this male brought it, and she accepted it immediately, looking very happy. Kong Xing knew that many males in the Peacock clan liked Kong Xiangxue. However, Kong Xiangxue was indifferent to everyone, so he didn't feel a sense of crisis. Yet now, a male like this appeared. Kong Xiangxue looked so happy upon seeing him. Could it be that Kong Xiangxue has feelings for him? Kong Xing suppressed the sourness in his heart and turned to leave. Seeing Kong Xing leave, Lang Yu said to Kong Xiangxue, "This is what Madam asked me to bring over. She said it's for you and your parents. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Thank you for your hard work." Kong Xiangxue smiled. "By the way, I happen to have something I want to send to Lingling as well. Since you're here, you can take it back for me." "Okay." Kong Xiangxue turned back to her room, and after a while, she took out a leather skirt. "This is a leather skirt I just made. Please take it back to Lingling." "All right." Lang Yu took it, looking a bit reluctant as he glanced at Kong Xiangxue. "You should go back now." He really wanted to stay a little longer. However, two Lingling had instructed him to go and return early. In fact, he was already very content just to see her for a moment. "Then I'll take my leave now." Lang Yu said goodbye to Kong Xiangxue. "Be careful on your way back." After Kong Xiangxue reminded him, Lang Yu's mood instantly brightened, and he left with a smile. Kong Xiangxue watched as Lang Yu left, and as soon as she turned around, she saw her mother Kong Xian standing not far behind her, looking at her with piercing eyes. "Mom, what are you doing?" Kong Xiangxue felt a chill run down her spine. "Who was that male just now?" Kong Xian asked impatiently. "It's the wolf Mo I told you about, Lingling's partner. Do you remember? The male just now is Lang Yu, one of Mo's subordinates. I think he's not bad," Kong Xian said. "He's tall and handsome, and his beast cultivation level must be pretty high, right?" "Mom." Kong Xiangxue's expression turned wooden. "What do you want to say?" He stopped. Kong Xiangxue said firmly, "He was just helping Lingling bring some food over. Don't overthink it and ruin his reputation." After all, in their age group, there were many males and few females, so males had to do their best to win the affection of females. Otherwise, they would end up lonely for life. Therefore, males were very concerned about their reputation, fearing that females would think poorly of them. "I just think his gaze towards you is different," Kong Xian said with a hint of grievance. "You could try to develop something with him." "You're thinking too much," Kong Xiangxue replied. Seeing that Kong Xian wanted to say something more, Kong Xiangxue quickly changed the subject. Lingling had him bring some sesame balls and oil cakes. "Do you want to eat?" Lingling made them. "Yes." Lang Yu happily walked back holding the animal skin that Kong Xiangxue had given to Rabbit Lingling. Even if it was only for a while, being able to see Kong Xiangxue was enough to make him happy for a day. He had just walked a short distance from the Peacock tribe when suddenly a figure rushed out from behind a tree and blocked his way. "Stop!" The voice was filled with ferocity. Lang Yu quickly stopped and took a closer look. It was the male who had just delivered meat to Kong Xiangxue. Lang Yu's expression turned cold. "What do you want?" Lang Yu asked coldly. I warn you, don't even think about having designs on Xiangxue, Kong Xing said with a face full of warning. What a joke, Lang Yu sneered. Who do you think you are? What relationship do you have with Xiangxue that give you the right to warn me? Don't talk nonsense. As a male, come and duel with me. The loser can never get close to Xiangxue again. Am I afraid of you? Lang Yu's anger was provoked. He looked around and saw a clean stone nearby, walked over, placed the animal skin skirt on the stone, then began to warm up. It's just a duel. I won't lose to this seemingly weak male. Rabbit Lingling was watering the strawberries and flowers she had planted. Xia was playing with the tiger cub, and while playing, she suddenly remembered something and asked, Lingling, didn't you remind Lang Yu to come back early? Why hasn't he returned yet? Something didn't happen on the way, did it? Hearing her words, Rabbit Lingling also started to worry. It shouldn't be too serious, right? Rabbit Lingling speculated, although Lang Yu usually seems a bit absent-minded. His beast cultivation level is quite high now, and ordinary beastmen wouldn't be his match. Maybe he saw Aunt Xiangxue and couldn't bear to leave. Lang Tai said from the side. Xia laughed and rubbed Lang Tai's little head, saying, You little cub, you're not very old, but you understand quite a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, Lang Yu walked in. Oh, Lang Yu is back. My goodness, what happened to your face? Hearing Xia's surprised voice, Rabbit Lingling quickly turned to look. Then she saw Lang Yu's bruised face. Lang Yu, what happened to you? Madam, this is the animal skin skirt that Xiangxue asked me to bring back for you. Receiving a new animal skin skirt, especially one given by Kong Xiangxue, Rabbit Lingling was of course happy, but she couldn't ignore the injuries on Lang Yu's face. Rabbit Lingling put away the animal skin skirt and then asked, How'd you get those injuries on your face? I'm fine, I got hurt during a duel with another male, Lang Yu said proudly, but in the end I won. Though it was a tough win. In male duels, beast cultivation was generally not used, relying entirely on physical skills. That male from the peacock tribe looked quite weak, but unexpectedly, when it came to fighting, he was quite ruthless. Of course, in the end, Lang Yu still won. He beat that male until he couldn't get up. Let's see if he dares to pester Kong Xiangxue again. Really? A duel? Xia was excited to hear this. Who did you duel with? Was it for Xiangxue? Oh, I wish I had gone with you. She loved watching males duel over females. A male from the peacock tribe. He said his name is Kong Xing Rabbit Lingling. So much had happened recently that she had forgotten about Kong Xing. She didn't expect that this time, Lang Yu would run into Kong Xing. Xia and the cubs were pestering Lang Yu for details. Lang Yu had no choice but to tell them. During this time, Rabbit Lingling took out some medicine for bruises and injuries. After Lang Yu finished recounting, she handed the medicine to him. You should put some medicine on your face. It will heal faster. Thank you, madam. Lang Yu happily returned to his room to apply the medicine. Lang Yu is quite impressive, Xia said. I think he's a good match for Xiangxue. Lingling, do you think they will end up together? Rabbit Lingling also couldn't say for sure. In the book, Kong Xiangxue never had a partner. But when she was reading, she didn't see any romantic storyline between Lang Yu and Kong Xiangxue. Chapter 146 Rabbit Lingling falls ill again based on her understanding of Kong Xiangxue. She knew that Xiangxue was currently preoccupied with food and beast cultivation, and not to mention worrying about her illness. Finding a partner was not on Kong Xiangxue's radar. Sigh. Xia sighed. Poor little Lang Yu. I wonder when he will win the heart of a beautiful female. After resting enough, the next morning, Rabbit Lingling began to teach the beastmen of the rabbit tribe how to farm. The farming tools were partly taken from her space, and partly made by the rabbit tribe beastmen based on the tools she brought out. The rabbit tribe had plenty of clever beastmen, and the tools they made were not much worse than those she had taken from her space. As for the farming methods, Rabbit Lingling was quite familiar with them. Before she entered the book, she had spent some time living in the mountains, during which she farmed by herself. Moreover, the seeds in her space were much easier to grow than ordinary seeds. Therefore, Rabbit Lingling only demonstrated a few times to the beastmen, and they almost all got the hang of it. Seeing the beastmen busy, Rabbit Lingling felt very pleased. Their rabbit tribe would definitely get better and better. Xia and Sheta were helping and learning nearby. After a while, Sheta walked over to Rabbit Lingling and said, I have a question I want to ask you. When talking to Rabbit Lingling, he still appeared a bit shy, his face slightly red, and he didn't dare to look at her, even speaking somewhat haltingly. What? I don't know what your rabbit tribe's land is like, but in our snake tribe, the weather is quite unstable. It can be very hot one day and very cold the next. She-Toad said, although most of the time the weather is normal, abnormal weather is not uncommon. Yeah, it's the same for us Rabbit Clan, said Tu Lingling. In that case, can you ensure that everything you plant will survive? She-Toad asked with concern. Although some wild vegetables and fruits can survive under abnormal weather, do your seeds have the same vitality? Tu Lingling smiled and confidently replied, "Don't worry, my seeds are more resilient than theirs. Seeds taken from space can survive under any weather conditions. Whether it's extreme cold, extreme heat, blizzards, or floods, the crops grown from these seeds will not be damaged at all. As long as the beastmen plant them well according to my methods, they will definitely reap a harvest." "I see." She-Toad nodded, "Then I can rest assured." He looked at Tu Lingling's confident smile, and his heart began to race again. The little female really is charming. I wonder what kind of male her partner is. But that male must be very lucky. The beastmen of the Rabbit clan are still very diligent. Plus, with 4 beastmen planting an acre of land, it didn't take long for them to finish sowing the seeds. "Lingling, I'm back." She rushed to her side with a bright smile. "I also learned how to farm. We agreed that when I return to the Snake Clan, you have to give me some seeds." "Don't worry," Tu Lingling smiled. "There are plenty of seeds." Just as Tu Lingling finished speaking, she suddenly felt a bit dizzy. She instinctively raised her hand to rub her head, and her body swayed slightly. "Lingling, what's wrong?" She asked immediately. Nearby, She-Toad also dropped the tools in his hands and rushed over. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" She-Toad asked nervously. "And no, I'm fine." Tu Lingling shook her head vigorously, feeling the dizziness ease a little. "Lingling, I think your complexion looks a bit off," Shi-Yu said worriedly. "Maybe I'm just a bit tired." Tu Lingling forced a smile. "I'll go back and rest for a while. Then I'll accompany you back." Before Shi-Yu could finish, Tu Lingling suddenly shouted, "Don't." Shi-Yu was startled. "Huh? What's wrong? Aren't you still learning to farm?" "Practice more." Tu Lingling tried to make her expression appear normal. "I see there's still a few beastmen over there who haven't finished. You can go join them. I'll be fine going back by myself." "Lingling, are you really okay by yourself?" She still felt a bit uneasy. "I'm really fine. Just trust me," Tu Lingling said, then turned to leave. "I just feel like something is off about her," Shi murmured. "Yeah." She-Toad's expression was serious. "I'll follow her and check." Before Shi could say anything, She-Toad preemptively said, "Don't worry, I won't let her notice." After saying that, She-Toad also left in the direction Tu Lingling had just gone. Shi watched his back and muttered to herself, "It seems this serious guy is really serious about Lingling, but Lingling has always been very polite to him." Sigh. Poor brother. Tu Lingling endured her discomfort and went to a secluded place without any beastmen. She knew what this feeling was. Her madness was about to break out. So she had to stay away from other beastmen to avoid hurting them. Her friends had already sacrificed too much for her. However, during this time, her illness had not flared up at all. Moreover, she had been eating blood-related vegetables. Why did she suddenly feel like it was about to break out today? But she no longer had the energy to think. Her head was getting dizzier, and there was a burning sensation surging through her body. She desperately tried to suppress that feeling, but it seemed to be growing stronger. She could even see a crimson haze before her eyes. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Are you okay?" Who was this voice? Tu Lingling no longer had the mind to distinguish. She just said in a deep voice, "Leave quickly." Her demeanor was clearly not right. Even her voice seemed to have changed. How could She-Toad just leave without worrying? "Are you feeling unwell?" She-Toad stepped forward a few steps. "Let me take you to find your Rabbit Clan's clan doctor." "I don't need it, just go." Tu Lingling's anxiety grew, and she couldn't help but shout, "Get lost." She really didn't want to hurt any beastmen. She-Toad was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly realized that Tu Lingling definitely didn't mean to treat him this way. She must be unwell. If he left just like that, he didn't know what would happen to Tu Lingling. She-Toad made up his mind, walked over, and grabbed Tu Lingling's wrist. "Let's go. I'll take you to find a clan doctor." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Lingling suddenly turned around and knocked him to the ground. She-Toad was caught off guard and was pinned down by Tu Lingling. His mind buzzed, and his face turned extremely red. What is happening? When did this little female become so enthusiastic toward him? "No." She-Toad raised his eyes and saw Tu Lingling's crimson eyes. Not only that, her delicate little face was full of ferocity. "Tuesday. Lingling?" Tu Lingling seemed to still be struggling. But soon, her last trace of sanity disappeared completely. A vicious grin appeared on her face, and then she lowered her head and bit into She-Toad's neck. She-Toad gasped in pain. What on earth is happening? This little female actually bit him, and she was sucking his blood? Chapter 147. Kill me, and you will regret it. Just then, Shi-Yu and Wolf Right rushed over. Shi-Yu just felt uneasy, so she went to find Wolf Right to come see what was going on. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, they witnessed such a scene. She was a bit dumbfounded. After all, although she had heard about Tu Lingling's illness, she had never seen it with her own eyes. But Wolf Right had seen it firsthand, so his expression immediately changed. This is bad. He had just wanted to step forward to pull Tu Lingling away when he heard She-Toad shout, "Wait." His shout startled Wolf right again. Are you crazy? The lady is sucking your blood. Wolf right shouted. Aren't you afraid of dying? I know, but if sucking my blood can make her feel a little better, then I'm willing. She Toad's voice trembled from the pain, but it was extraordinarily firm. Not only Wolf right, but even she was shocked. She knew her serious brother liked Lingling, but she didn't expect him to like her to this extent. They had only known each other for a few days. Lingling's charm is truly great. She couldn't help but feel proud of Lingling for a moment. But soon, she became worried again. I didn't expect that when Lingling had an episode, she would look so terrifying. She was completely different from her usual self. After a while, it seemed that Lingling finally regained some clarity. She forced herself to roll off Two's body, gasping heavily. However, the crimson color in her eyes had not faded. As for Two, his complexion had turned somewhat pale. Although he was strong, Lingling had just drained too much of his blood. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would feel weak now. Lingling. She rushed over to support Lingling, but Lingling suddenly grabbed her by the neck. I will kill you. Those 3 words surprisingly came out of Lingling's mouth, causing Yu to feel a moment of terror. However, she quickly realized that Lingling was still unwell at that moment, and this was not her true self. So she endured the pain of being choked and raised her hand to hold Lingling's hand, struggling to say, Lingling, look at me, I'm Yu. Lingling seemed to be momentarily stunned. Lingling, I'm your good friend. If you kill me, you will definitely regret it and cry terribly. After she said this, she was pleasantly surprised to see that the crimson in Lingling's eyes was slowly fading. Lingling, Yu called her excitedly. Lingling's rationality gradually returned. However, the dizziness hit her again, and just as she was about to say something, her body softened, and she collapsed to the ground. When Lingling woke up again, she saw many beastmen sitting beside her, keeping watch. The ones in front were the little ones. Mother, you're awake. Wan said excitedly. How are you? Do you still feel unwell? Lingling felt much better now. She even felt refreshed. However, she could only remember what happened before her episode. She completely could not recall anything after the episode. Lingling, boo-hoo, you're finally better. She rushed over to hug her, her eyes red. You worry me to death, you know? Lingling sat up and saw the marks on Yu's neck, quickly asking, what happened to your neck? Huh? I'm fine, just an accident, Yu said, her face unchanged. But suddenly, Lingling recalled the moment she had grabbed Yu's neck. Lingling's body trembled, and a hint of shock appeared in her eyes. Did I do that? She had once again harmed her friend. Clearly, she had resolved not to hurt her friends again. Lingling, don't be like this, Yu said with concern. At that time, you weren't awake, so it wasn't really you doing those things. There's no need for you to feel guilty. Lingling was silent for a moment and asked with concern, does it hurt? Oh, this little injury is nothing, Yu said nonchalantly. She really had no problem at all. By tomorrow morning, the marks on her neck would probably have faded. But she too was in trouble. He was still in a daze, lying in the next room. Although the clan doctor had prepared blood-replenishing herbs for him, he had lost too much blood, so the effect of the herbs was not very good. Mother, Wan's tears were already welling in her eyes. During this time, Lingling had not turned into that terrifying state. She thought Lingling had completely recovered. Unexpectedly, today Lingling had another episode. She truly felt heartbroken, wishing she could take on that kind of pain for Lingling. I'm fine. Lingling stroked her head. Seeing Huai looking at her with concern, Lingling felt uneasy. Yu, realizing the atmosphere was not right, joked, Lingling, it seems you really consider me a good friend. I'm so happy. Lingling was taken aback. Why do you say that? Although she truly treated Yu sincerely, why would Yu suddenly say such a thing? Don't you remember? Earlier, when you were choking me, I told you I was your best friend. And if you killed me, you would definitely regret it. Then, you really regained your clarity. After she said this, Lingling also had a bit of an impression. In fact, at that time, she had been struggling desperately to wake herself up. But Yu's words had indeed given her significant support. At that time, she had wanted to say that verbal persuasion was the most important, but she hadn't had the chance before passing out. At this moment, Song Gung suddenly said, I wish Dad could come back sooner. Lingling looked down at him. She saw that Song Gung's face was quite unsightly, his lips tightly pressed together. Yeah, what is Dad doing? It's been so many days, and he still hasn't returned. Lang Tai muttered. There was even a hint of blame in his tone. After all, they were still young. In their eyes, Lang Mo was the strongest beastman in the world. They didn't understand what kind of place the extreme dark forest was. So, seeing Lingling like this, they naturally felt resentful towards Lang Mo. Just as Lingling was about to say something, she heard Huai solemnly say, You can't speak about your dad like that. He is also struggling. And your Eagle Zay and Uncle Langswa, they went to the extreme dark forest, risking their lives, all for your mother. But I'm fine, Tu Lingling hurriedly said. This time, it might be that I was exhausted these past few days, which is why I suddenly had an episode. Anyway, the issue with the clan members farming has been resolved. So during this time, I will rest well, and Shu and T have another episode easily. You all don't need to worry. Yes, Lingling, if you have any problems in the next few days, just tell me, and I will help you handle it. You must rest well, Shiyu said, holding her hand. At the same time, at the boundary of the rabbit clan, Hu Chi was hurriedly walking into the rabbit clan. Although he had left before, he had left a subordinate in the rabbit clan to keep an eye on Tu Lingling's condition. This time, when Tu Lingling had an episode, his subordinate immediately returned to inform him. So he rushed back. When he arrived at Tu Lingling's door, he happened to see Lang Yu. Lang Yu, how is Tu Lingling? Hu Chi asked impatiently. Just woke up, Lang Yu said. This time, it's thanks to Shi Tu from the Snake Clan. Shi Tu? Hu Chi frowned slightly. Who is he? Lang Yu suddenly remembered that Hu Chi also liked Tu Lingling. Isn't this turning into a love-rival meeting? He thought. Forget it. It's not his business. After all, Tu Lingling's proper partner is our clan leader. No matter how much other males vied for her attention, it was useless. He is the son of the Snake Clan leader. Didn't the lady bring back the Snake Clan leader's eldest daughter, Shiyu? This Shi too came to find Shiyu, and then to learn farming from the lady, preparing to stay in the rabbit clan for a while. Lang Yu then recounted how Tu Lingling had an episode, and Shi too had timely helped Tu Lingling by letting her drain his blood. Hyukiki was now preoccupied with the safety of Tu Lingling. Completely unaware that the male Shedu had an unusual interest in her, he immediately stepped into the house. After confirming that Tu Lingling was fine, he felt a little relieved. However, Tu Lingling's recent episode still worried him greatly. Wolfie had made some food for Tu Lingling. While she was eating, Hyukiki sat on a large rock in the courtyard, feeling anxious. Why hadn't Wolfemo and Eagle Zay returned yet? Hyukiki hated his own helplessness even more. If his beast cultivation were higher, perhaps he could have gone to the dark forest with them and been of help. At that moment, he saw a male rush out from another room. The male ran to the door and told Chi-Chi, "She's awake. Please ask the clan doctor to come." Chi-Chi immediately ran off. After a moment of thought, Hyukiki realized that the beastman in that room must be the Shedu who had saved Tu Lingling. Wait a minute. Shedu is also male. He had just arrived at the rabbit clan. Why would he be willing to shed his blood to save Tu Lingling? Hyukiki slowly began to understand. He got up and walked into that room. Inside lay a slightly pale male, and beside him was another tall male taking care of him. Upon seeing Hyukiki enter, the tall male immediately turned and questioned, "Who are you? Why did you barge in here?" "I am Huchi, the son of the Tiger Clan leader." Upon hearing his identity, the tall male was taken aback, then turned to glance at Shedu. Shedu waved his hand, and the tall male stepped aside. "What does the son of the Tiger Clan want with me?" Wolf 2 asked. Perhaps it was the male's intuition. Wolf 2 could tell at a glance that Hyukiki was not very friendly towards him. "You saved Lingling," Hyukiki said with a forced smile. "I came to thank you properly." Shedu's gaze darkened as he immediately understood Hyukiki's implication. He smiled faintly and replied, "Lingling is from the Rabbit Clan, and you are from the Tiger Clan. What relationship do you have with her? Even if I saved her, you don't need to thank me." The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Even the tall male beside them couldn't help but shrink his neck. Considering you are currently a patient, I won't argue with you," Hyukiki sneered. "But you better recover quickly, and then," he declared loudly, "I want to duel with you." He had been holding back his frustration and needed to let it out. This Shedu had come at the perfect time. He wanted to have an exhilarating duel with Shedu. "All right," Shedu immediately agreed. "It's just a minor illness. Our duel will officially begin tomorrow. I await your challenge." With that, Hyukiki turned to leave. Shedu clenched his fists tingly. He had heard about Wolf Yu's duel with his rival before and had envied him. It's just a pity that Tu Lingling's partner had not returned yet. But now that another male who liked Tu Lingling had appeared, he would take this opportunity to vent his frustrations. Both Hyukiki and Shedu were holding their breath, waiting for an exhilarating duel the next day. "Your Highness, are you really going to duel with Hyukiki?" the tall male asked worriedly. "If the clan leader finds out." Shedu remained silent. Indeed, he had followed the path his father had planned for him since he was young, adhering strictly to it. Who he paired with was definitely decided by his father. If his father found out that he was dueling the son of the Tiger Clan leader for a female, he would surely be furious. In fact, he found it hard to believe that he would do such a thing. But he understood that he had to do it, or he would never feel at ease. Tu Lingling had been wondering how she returned to normal. However, Xiu and the others only said that she had slowly regained her sanity after Xiu spoke some heartfelt words in front of her. But Tu Lingling always felt something was off. She knew how severe her episodes could be. Moreover, they had told her before how difficult it was to control herself when she had an episode. How could she have recovered just because of Xiu's words? Did you guys feed me blood again? Tu Lingling asked, frowning. No, Xiu immediately denied it. None of us fed you blood. Look, we have no wounds on us. Tu Lingling's dark eyes stared at her, making Xiu feel a bit guilty. There's no choice. That serious Shadow wouldn't let me tell you that he saved you. Xiu felt perplexed. Shadow clearly liked Tu Lingling. Why wouldn't he let her tell Tu Lingling about it? Didn't he want to gain her favor? However, she also didn't want Tu Lingling to feel guilty, so she complied with Shedda's wishes. However, she didn't expect Tu Lingling to suddenly ask, "Where's Shetu?" Huh? Xiu's pupils shook. Why do you suddenly ask about him? Because he hasn't shown up since I woke up. It wasn't that Tu Lingling thought she was so important. It's just that she was the granddaughter of the Rabbit Clan leader, and Shetu was the son of the Snake Clan leader, now living in the Rabbit Clan. She had just passed out and woken up. Out of courtesy, Shetu would definitely come to see her. Moreover, Shetu was that kind of serious person. It was really strange that he hadn't come. He has something going on. Xiu tried to struggle. But when faced with Tu Lingling's gaze, she suddenly lost the fight. All right, I'll tell you the truth, Xiu said, and told Tu Lingling what she'd seen. Lingling, you shouldn't take it too much to heart. That guy Shedda did it willingly. Xiu quickly added, think about it. I'm here eating and drinking with him, and learning to farm from you. And when we leave, we still want to take seeds from you. So it's only natural that he saved you, right? Chapter 149. Their consensus that said, Tu Lingling had never thought of making Shedda repay her because of farming and seeds. So she didn't feel that Shedda saving her was something he should do. I'll go see him, Tu Lingling said, getting up to walk outside. Xiu thought that it would be fine for Tu Lingling to see Shetu. Maybe that serious Shetu could be happy. Although Tu Lingling already had a partner, according to the current trend, it probably wouldn't be unusual for a female to have multiple male partners. If Shetu tried, it wasn't impossible. After all, he was her brother. There was no deep enmity between them. They usually just teased each other, but Xiu still hoped that Shedda could achieve what he wanted. It was just that dealing with her father might be a bit difficult. Wait, it seemed too early to think about these things now. She shook her head to dismiss the unrealistic thoughts in her mind and followed Tu Lingling to see Shi Tuesday. By the time they arrived at the house where Shi Tu was located, the Rabbit Tribe's healer was already there, examining Shi Tu's condition. There was no major issue anymore. The healer told Shi Tu to rest well today and take his blood-replenishing medicine on time, and he would be back to normal by tomorrow. Thank you. The healer turned around and saw Tu Lingling. He greeted her and then left. Shi Tu also noticed Tu Lingling. He frowned slightly and looked at Xiu with a questioning gaze. Xiu shrugged, indicating that she couldn't do anything about it. Tu Lingling was so perceptive. If she wanted to hide it, she couldn't. Thank you, Tu Lingling said to Shi Tuesday. Shi Tu forced a smile and said, it's just a small matter. You heard what the healer said. I'll be fine by tomorrow. He didn't want Tu Lingling to know about this because he didn't want to be seen as her benefactor, nor did he want her to feel indebted to him for saving her once. He didn't want her to look at him more because of that. Regardless, if you need my help in the future, just ask. Tu Lingling said seriously. She also didn't plan to say too much to Shi Tuesday. After all, actions speak louder than words. Instead of saying too many thank yous, it was better to do more when Shi Tu needed help. Shi Tu nodded silently. Shi looked at the overly serious expression on Shi Tu's face, feeling a bit sympathetic and wanting to laugh. Then we'll leave first. You should rest well. After saying that, Tu Lingling left with Xiu. Just as they stepped out of the house and hadn't walked far, she suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. Princess Tu Lingling, please wait a moment. Tu Lingling turned around and saw that it was one of Shi Tu's subordinates who had stopped her. What is it? Tu Lingling asked. Actually, Shi Tu is going to... Before the male could finish, a figure rushed up to Tu Lingling. Lingling, how are you? Are you okay now? Hu Chi grabbed Tu Lingling's shoulders, looking worried. Tu Lingling couldn't help but gasp. Hu Chi's grip was too strong. She felt like her shoulders were about to be crushed. Could he not be so rough? She said discontentedly. Females need to be treated gently, don't you know? Hu Chi quickly released his grip and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lingling, I was too anxious. Tu Lingling rubbed her shoulders and said with a wry smile, it's fine. I'm okay now, so you don't have to worry about me. That's good. Hu Chi sighed in relief, while also casting a glance at the male beside him. Although he didn't say anything, the male could still see the warning in his eyes. The male smiled bitterly, not daring to say anything more. He originally wanted to tell Lingling about the duel between Hu Qi and Shi Tu tomorrow, although Shi Tu and Hu Qi hadn't openly discussed it. It seemed to be their mutual understanding not to inform Lingling, but Shi Tu's subordinate was worried. He wanted to tell Lingling so that she could persuade them. Who knew Hu Qi would suddenly interrupt? Forget it. One was his master, and the other was the son of the tiger tribe leader. He didn't dare to offend either, so it was best to keep his mouth shut. Lingling, you just recovered, so go back and rest. Shi Tu said, don't let the rabbit tribe leader and the cubs worry. For some reason, she felt quite displeased with Hu Qi. She didn't want him to have too much contact with Lingling. All right, Lingling, I'll still stay with the rabbit tribe these days, so if anything happens, I can come over immediately, Hu Qi said. Lingling knew she couldn't stop him, so she nodded. Hu Qi wanted to say something else, but she shot him a glare and pulled Lingling away. Hu Qi was completely confused. How did he offend that female from the snake tribe? Oh no, that female seemed to have a good relationship with Lingling. If he offended Lingling's good friend, wouldn't he be in big trouble? After returning to the house, the cubs all gathered around, looking at Lingling with concern. I'm fine now, you all go out and play, Lingling said with a smile. But remember to come back early for dinner. The cubs didn't want to leave her, but she seemed to have something to say to her. So she coaxed the cubs out. Only Lingling and she were left in a room. Shiyu, do you not like Hu Qi very much? Lingling asked. You noticed that? Shiyu scratched her head. I don't know why, even though I'm not familiar with him and haven't seen him a few times. I just don't like him. He has quite a few flaws, but he has a good heart, Lingling explained. Although she thought the Hu Qi in the book was a villain, at least the Hu Qi she knew now was that bad. I know, don't worry. Even for your sake, I won't make things too awkward with him. Hearing Shiyu say this, Lingling felt relieved. Lingling, what is your impression of Shi Tu? Shiyu asked casually. Lingling thought for a moment and said, at first, I thought he was just a serious male, following a planned route step by step without making any mistakes. But after experiencing this incident, I think he is quite kind. If he and saved me in time, I don't know what would have happened. Is that all? Shi Tu asked further. I don't know anything else. I haven't known him for long. Lingling replied, in confusion. She didn't show it on her face, but she sighed inwardly. It seemed that Lingling still hadn't thought in that direction. Lingling, I know you still have someone else in your heart. But have you thought about finding more partners in the future? She winked at her. You're so beautiful and excellent. If you only find one partner, would that be a waste? Chapter 158 Compliant Air, Don't Talk Nonsense. Lingling pinched a bit of flesh at her waist. I never thought about these things. Sigh. They probably wish you would think that way. The next morning, when Shi Tu woke up, he felt that his body was completely healed. He relaxed a bit. He was truly afraid that he wouldn't recover in time for the duel with Hu Qi. Thinking about the duel with his rival today made him feel a rush of excitement. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Just then, one of his subordinates walked in with a bowl of noodles. Your Highness, this is the noodles that Princess Lingling made for you. Please eat some. The subordinate frowned. Looking worried, you're going to duel with that tiger tribe member today, right? Put on the table. The aroma of the noodles filled the room, and Shi Tu realized he was indeed hungry. He got up, put on his leather clothes, washed up, and sat down to eat the noodles. Your Highness, about today's duel, why don't you reconsider? His subordinates were still trying to persuade him. You lost so much blood yesterday. Although you have recovered today, you still need to rest well. Moreover, if the clan leader finds out about this, it won't be a joke. Shedu remained silent until he finished the bowl of noodles. Then he slowly spoke. We're in the rabbit clan now. If you don't say anything, who will know? Upon hearing this, his subordinate's expression suddenly stiffened. What's wrong with you? Shedu keenly sensed something was off. I'm fine. Shedu suddenly asked, where's Shelly? Shelly was another subordinate of Shedu's. At that time, 2 subordinates had stayed with Shedu in the rabbit clan. But now, only one was standing in front of him. Shelly was missing. The subordinate immediately knelt down, Your Highness. Forgive me. Shelly, he started heading back to the snake clan last night. What did you say? Shedu immediately stood up, looking at him in shock. What does he want to go back to the snake clan for? What do you mean by this? Your Highness, with such a serious injury, we had to report it to the clan leader. The subordinate buried his head deeply, not daring to look at him. Shedu tugged at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly felt very sad. He had always thought these 2 subordinates were loyal to him. Yet, in their hearts, he was not as good as his father. No, it should be that all the snake clan beastmen thought this way. He was merely a compliant heir raised by his father. He was born to listen to his father's orders. Your Highness, it's fine, you can go. Shedu waved his hand weakly. Then, are you really going to duel with Hu Qi later? Shedu raised his eyes and coldly looked at his subordinate. What? Do you want to step on my head? Seeing his gaze, the subordinate broke into a cold sweat. I wouldn't dare. Shedu and Hoochie had agreed to meet in an open space in a rabbit clan. Very few beastmen came here, but the place was spacious, convenient for both of them to exert themselves. Both of them took off their beast skins from their upper bodies, revealing their strong torsos. Are you ready? Shedu flexed his wrist and asked. Is there a need to prepare? Hoochie sneered. All right, I almost forgot. You lost so much blood yesterday. I wonder how your body is doing now. If you still feel unwell, we can postpone our duel. No need, Shedu said in a deep voice. All right, then don't say I took advantage of your weakness and bullied you. Who loses and who wins is still uncertain, so don't speak too confidently. Hoochie's eyes darkened. Although he didn't admit defeat, he could tell that Shedu was still very strong. The outcome of the duel was truly uncertain. Let's make it clear. Whoever loses will lose the qualification to pursue Lingling, Shedu said coldly. Hoochie's brow twitched. However, at this point, he couldn't afford to regret it. No problem, he proclaimed loudly. No matter what, I won't lose to you. Bring on. At this moment, Rabbit Lingling was preparing to train with the cubs. Training was a significant matter for beastmen. Moreover, for the cubs at their age, it was a critical time for growth, and they couldn't neglect their training. Shiyu and Wolf, you were also with them. Just as they settled in the yard, Shedu's subordinate rushed in a hurry. Princess Rabbit Lingling, Prince Shiyu. Please hurry and take a look. Prince Shedu and Hoochie from the Tiger Clan. They are. What happened to Shedu? Shiyu immediately stood up and asked. They are dueling. Shiyu. Finally, she understood why she found Hoochie unpleasant. It turned out that this guy was going to duel with her brother today. What did you say? Rabbit Lingling was shocked. Shedu and Hoochie. How could they be dueling? Do they even know each other? When did they meet? Shedu's subordinate glanced at her, thinking, isn't it because of you? But he didn't dare to say that. Moreover, he was well aware that blaming Rabbit Lingling for this was unreasonable. He actually didn't want to come and tell Rabbit Lingling. After all, he couldn't repeatedly offend Shedu. However, just now, he was hiding in the dark watching, and Shedu and Hoochie were fighting fiercely. If he didn't find a beastman to stop them, they might still not know how far it would escalate. Shedu had already been injured yesterday. If he got hurt again and the clan leader found out, his life would be in danger. But he certainly couldn't stop them. After thinking it over, only Rabbit Lingling could stop them. Lingling, we should hurry and take a look. Shiyu said nervously. If they keep fighting like this, what if they end up? Both perish. Where are they? Rabbit Lingling asked. Forget it. Just take us there directly. Rabbit Lingling and Shiyu followed him towards the open space. The cubs and Wolfyu followed closely behind. Wolfyu prayed silently as he ran. My lord, please come back quickly. When they reached the open space, Rabbit Lingling also realized the seriousness of the situation. Shedu and Hoochie were locked in a fierce battle. Both of them had numerous injuries on their faces and bodies, and they looked quite severe. Yet, neither of them showed any intention to stop. Even if they occasionally felt exhausted, they still gritted their teeth and charged at each other, continuing to wrestle. It seemed they were fighting purely on sheer willpower. Stop fighting, Rabbit Lingling immediately shouted. Hearing Rabbit Lingling's voice, both males froze simultaneously, their movements halting. Taking this opportunity, Wolfyu and Shedu's subordinate rushed forward to pull them apart. But both of them still glared fiercely at each other, as if they hadn't had enough. Chapter 151. Neither of you has a chance left. Rabbit Lingling rushed over, sternly saying, have you both gone mad? Don't you want to live? If you're going to die, at least don't die on the territory of my rabbit clan. She was genuinely angry. If it were just a duel, it would be fine, but seeing how fiercely they had been fighting just now, it was clear they were trying to beat each other to death. If they hadn't rushed over, perhaps they would have used their supernatural abilities in a little while. By then, they wouldn't just be injured but would be severely harmed. Rabbit Lingling was angry because she couldn't understand why both of them were so careless about their own lives. Seeing that Rabbit Lingling was genuinely furious, the two males' momentum weakened. Lingling, don't be angry. We won't fight anymore, Hoochie said, pushing Wolfyu aside and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yes, we won't fight anymore. Shedu also said. His serious expression, paired with the bruises, gave off a strangely comedic vibe. But Rabbit Lingling couldn't find anything funny about it. Come with me. Apply some medicine, Rabbit Lingling said firmly before turning to leave. Hoochie and Shedu exchanged glances. Our victory and defeat haven't been determined yet, Hoochie said. Yeah, what a pity. She remarked. What are you two still mumbling about? Hurry up and follow. Do you really only realize how powerful it is when Lingling no longer pays attention to you two? The two males shivered in fear and quickly hobbled after her. When they returned home, Rabbit Lingling directly threw the ointment at them. You apply it yourself, Rabbit Lingling said with a stern face. The two of them obediently sat there, each picking up a box of ointment and applying it to their faces first. Hiss ow! Hu-Chi cried out in pain while applying the ointment. However, under Rabbit Lingling's gaze, he didn't dare stop and could only continue. Shi too didn't make a sound, but from his slightly twisted expression, it was clear that he was also in pain while applying the ointment. Rabbit Lingling wanted to laugh but held it back. She had deliberately chosen this painful ointment for them, so they would learn a lesson and think twice before fighting again. Of course, the ointment worked quite well. After applying it to their facial wounds, they started on their bodies. However, they definitely couldn't reach the wounds on their backs. So, Hu-Chi looked at Rabbit Lingling with a pitiful expression. She too also cautiously looked at her. Now, since Rabbit Lingling wasn't speaking, no one dared to help them. Other beastmen also looked at Rabbit Lingling. Figure out yourself, Rabbit Lingling said coldly. Hu-Chi sighed. It seemed that Rabbit Lingling was really angry this time. He had originally thought that by defeating Shi too, he would have one less rival. Who knew that now, with no clear winner? It had only made Rabbit Lingling angry at him. It was truly frustrating for Hu-Chi. Compared to him, Shi too was even more at a loss. At least Hu-Chi had known Rabbit Lingling for a while. Shi too didn't know her for long. So he was extremely anxious and could only seek help from Shi with his eyes. Cough, cough. After all, she was her brother, so Shi couldn't just watch him suffer. She said to Rabbit Lingling, Lingling, how about we go make something to eat? I was just telling you that I want to learn how to make fried chicken legs from you. Let's go now. Rabbit Lingling could see through Shi's intentions. However, she couldn't really leave the wounds on the two males' backs untreated. So she nodded and said, all right, let's go to the kitchen. Yay. Kids, did you hear that? We have fried chicken legs for lunch. Let's go. Shi said with a smile to the kids. Yay. Rabbit Lingling and Shi left with the kids. Shi too's subordinates and Wolf Yu quickly went to apply the ointment for the two of them. Hiss, be gentle, Hu-Chi said through gritted teeth. Wolf Yu couldn't help but retort. Now you know it hurts? Just now you two were fighting so fiercely. Didn't you feel any pain? We're all males, don't you understand? Hu-Chi shot him a sideways glance. I've heard that you had a duel with a male from the Peacock tribe for that female. How can you be so bold to criticize me? I'm not like you. Wolf Yu scoffed when I fought that male from your Peacock tribe. I knocked him down without much effort, unlike you, who fought for so long without a clear winner. This remark hit Hu-Chi hard. He instinctively wanted to stand up and retort, but as soon as he moved, the pain was unbearable. He hadn't felt it while fighting earlier, but now that he applied the ointment, why did it hurt so much? However, he was somewhat comforted that Shi too wasn't doing any better. Just stop struggling. Let me finish applying the ointment for you first, Wolf Yu said gleefully. Hu-Chi could only sit still, but he kept talking. I know why you're picking on me. It's for Wolf Mo, right? Of course, Wolf Mo is my master, so I naturally support him. Speaking of which, I advise you two not to waste your efforts. My master is the rightful partner of Princess Lingling, and you two have no chance. Don't be too sure. When Wolf Mo comes back and Princess Lingling's illness is cured, I will definitely have a duel with him. Hu-Chi clenched his fists. By that time I will. Ouch. Be gentler. He hadn't finished speaking when Wolf Yu roughly applied the ointment to his back. The pain made Hu-Chi grit his teeth, and he nearly passed out. In comparison, Shi too was doing much better. His subordinates were applying the ointment and knew how to be gentle. However, Shi too's expression was still quite grim. As the ointment was almost finished, Shi too asked, just now, were you the one who called Lingling over? Forgive me, Your Highness. The subordinate quickly lowered his head. I was thinking of Your Highness. I couldn't let you have an accident in the rabbit tribe. Huh, Shi too sneered. They were probably afraid that if he got into trouble, they would be blamed by his father. Forget it. Didn't he already know the truth? In the eyes of other beastmen, he was merely a puppet of his father. Who would listen to a puppet? After applying the ointment, Hu-Chi asked Shi too, what do you plan to do since there's still no clear winner? Shi too glanced at him and said, we'll talk about it later. If they continued their duel now, Rabbit Lingling would probably never pay attention to them again. In the kitchen, Rabbit Lingling and Shi fried several chicken legs together. The kids were helping nearby. After the first batch of fried chicken legs was done, they quickly ate a few while they were still hot. The freshly fried chicken was fragrant and crispy, especially when paired with chili cumin powder or the sweet and spicy sauce that Rabbit Lingling made herself. It was incredibly delicious. Should we let Hu-Chi and Shi too try some? No, Rabbit Lingling said without hesitation. Those who fought don't deserve to eat fried chicken legs. While frying the second batch, she added, later, we can have Wolf Yu send some bixiang shui. Chapter 152. Didn't expect this little brat to last until now. Although she had fallen ill again, she hadn't forgotten about Wolf Yu. She didn't want to play matchmaker between Kong Xiang Shui and Wolf Yu. After all, Kong Xiangshui was her friend, and she had to respect her opinions. She just wanted to give Wolfyu more opportunities to see his crush. Moreover, she knew that Wolfyu would never pester Kong Xiangshui and cause her trouble. So, she felt assured letting him go. Lingling, you're really too good, Shiyu exaggerated. To be friends with you is truly a blessing for several lifetimes. Rabbit Lingling couldn't help but chuckle at her tone and replied, then we should thank the leader of the wolf tribe. If he hadn't captured me and invited you to the wolf tribe as a guest, we might not have met. What you said seems very reasonable. Speaking of which, I wonder how that guy Wolfby is doing? He must miss you a lot. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get any chicken legs. No, I'm sorry, Lady Lingling. However, after she said that, Rabbit Lingling indeed thought of Wolfby. Of course, she was thinking from Friend's perspective. Thinking about it. As the future leader of the wolf tribe, Wolfby should be doing well in the wolf tribe, so she didn't need to worry. With that in mind, Rabbit Lingling continued frying chicken legs without overthinking. After frying some chicken legs, Tu Lingling put some into a basket and handed it to Lang Yu, asking him to deliver it to Kong Xiangshui. As soon as Lang Yu took the basket, he indeed broke into a smile. Go and come back early. Don't linger too long, Tu Lingling instructed with a stern face. Yes, Lang Yu quickly replied, just as he was about to leave with the basket. Hu Huan suddenly ran over and said, Mom, I haven't seen Aunt Xiangshui in a long time. Can I go with Uncle Lang Yu? Before Tu Lingling was with the rabbit clan, Kong Xiangshui had taken good care of the cubs. Hu Huan and Kong Xiangshui were both females, so they naturally had a better relationship. In Hu Huan's heart, Tu Lingling ranked first, followed by Lang Mo, her brothers and great-grandpa second, and then Kong Xiangshui. Since Kong Xiangshui had returned to the Peacock clan for some time, it was normal for her to want to see Kong Xiangshui. Tu Lingling thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, you can go with Uncle Lang Yu, but you must not run around and listen to Uncle Lang Yu. Come back early. Don't worry, Mom. Hu Huan was generally a well-behaved cub, so Tu Lingling felt reassured. After reminding Lang Yu again to take good care of Hu Huan, Tu Lingling watched them set off. It wasn't until she could no longer see their figures that she turned back. Then she immediately spotted Shi Tu and Hu Chi standing aside, looking at her with pitiful eyes. Tu Lingling pretended not to see and turned to leave. Shi Tu and Hu Chi both wanted to chase after her. As a result, both males were so focused on Tu Lingling that they didn't pay attention to each other's direction. The consequence was that they collided with a loud bang. Both of them were injured, and they cried out in pain simultaneously. Although Tu Lingling didn't turn back, she could tell what had happened from the sounds. She couldn't help but want to laugh. However, she still held back and stepped away. Song Gung glanced at the two of them and followed Tu Lingling out. Lang Tai held a tiger cub in one hand and a chicken leg in the other, and he didn't forget to stick out his tongue at the two of them in glee. Shi Tu and Hu Chi exchanged glances, and then both males sighed in unison. Hu Huan followed Lang Yu towards the Peacock clan, all the while firmly remembering Tu Lingling's instructions, don't run around, and focus on following Lang Yu to the Peacock clan. Moreover, although she was still a cub, she was already a second-tier beast cultivator with good physical fitness. Therefore, she hardly slowed Lang Yu down. He just needed to slow down a little for her. Halfway there, they encountered two beastmen, one male and one female. They were carrying some wild vegetables and fruits, apparently having come out to gather. Normally, encountering beastmen on the road was quite common, but the female suddenly froze upon glancing at Hu Huan, then sneered, her gaze gradually turning unfriendly. She even muttered something to the male beside her, who then also glared at Hu Huan. Lang Yu naturally noticed their behavior and frowned, immediately shielding Hu Huan behind him, coldly asking, what do you want? We don't want anything, the male sneered. Just didn't he expect this little cub to have survived until now? What? Lang Yu was taken aback, then turned to Hu Huan and asked, Huan, do you know them? I don't know them. Hu Huan replied, confused. She was certain she had never seen these two beastmen before. Why did they harbor such hostility towards her? You don't know us, but we know you, the female said, because your face looks exactly like your mother-ass when she was young. Hu Huan's body shook, her eyes widening. Her mother? They were talking about her blood-related mother, right? Indeed, in her heart, Tu Lingling was her real mother, and she only had this one mother. However, the mention of that female with a blood relation to her stirred her curiosity. Moreover, these two beastmen were glaring at her with a fierce look. Could it be that the female related to her had enmity with these two beastmen? Who are you? Lang Yu said sternly, I warn you, this is the granddaughter of the Wolf Clan leader and the great-granddaughter of the Rabbit Clan leader. If you dare to spout nonsense or do anything to her, you'll regret it. What did you say? How could she possibly have anything to do with the Wolf and Rabbit clans? The female was momentarily stunned. Yes, just a little. Little cub we abandoned. Hu Huan was completely confused. After all, she was still young. Moreover, she didn't know that Lang Mo was not her biological father. Therefore, she didn't quite understand what the female was saying. Lang Yu, however, vaguely sensed something. If you don't believe me, you could try, Lang Yu said in a low voice, or you can practice with me first. Of course, life and death are fated, and wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. If someone gets killed, you can't blame the other side. After hearing his words, the two beastmen clearly shrank back. They could tell that Lang Yu's beast cultivation was not low, and naturally, they didn't dare to fight him. So, after glaring at Hu Huan, they cursed and ran away. Hu Huan watched their retreating figures, deep in thought. Huan, don't listen to their nonsense. Lang Yu comforted. Maybe they are just two crazy passersby. Chapter 153, Mutual Journey. Although he said this, Lang Yu was well aware that things were not that simple. Those two beastmen didn't seem like crazy people. After all, they were clean and had food with them, and they spoke in an orderly manner. If they hadn't really recognized Hu Huan, how could they be so hostile toward the passing cub on the road? They should be from the Fox clan. Bringing up Hu Huan's biological mother must be related to her biological mother. Moreover, they also said they didn't expect Hu Huan to survive until now, and that they had abandoned Hu Huan. But these doubts were clearly not suitable to discuss with a cub like Hu Huan. Lang Yu planned to have a good talk with Tu Lingling after returning. Hearing Lang Yu's words, Hu Huan nodded heavily. I understand, Uncle Lang Yu. I want to take it to heart. Let us hurry to find Aunt Xiangxue. If the chicken legs get cold, they won't taste good. Lang Yu sighed. After all, she was still a cub. Although she said she wouldn't take it to heart, the worry and unease on her face couldn't be hidden. Fortunately, upon arriving at the Peacock clan and seeing Kong Xiangxue, Hu Huan became much happier. She happily rushed into Kong Xiangxue's arms. Kong Xiangxue also hugged her tightly, smiling nonstop. Lang Yu watched from the side, feeling extremely envious. He had never thought that he would one day envy a cub. Did you miss me a lot? Kong Xiangxue asked Hu Huan with a smile. Hu Huan nodded eagerly. Aunt Xiangxue, when can you come to the Rabbit clan and live with us again? It might take a little longer, Kong Xiangxue said, rubbing her head. She had lived in the Rabbit clan for quite a long time before returning. Although her mother didn't say anything, she hugged her and rubbed her for a long time. Her father also looked very happy and talked to her a lot. They must have missed her a lot while she was away. Therefore, she decided to spend more time at home with her parents this time. With Rabbit Lingling back in the Rabbit clan and accompanied by Snake Feather, she felt more at ease there. All right then, Fox Huan nodded dejectedly. Kong Xiangxue teased her. Why don't you come live with me in the Peacock clan for a few days? I'll send you back after a few days. Fox Huan quickly shook her head. No, I want to be with my mother. At this point, Fox Huan suddenly stopped talking. Before coming, Rabbit Lingling had reminded them not to mention her recent illness to Kong Xiangxue because she was worried it would make Kong Xiangxue anxious. What happened to your mother? Sure enough, Kong Xiangxue immediately asked. Fortunately, Fox Huan's little mind was quick, and she said, before I came, my mother told me to go early and come back early. Right, Uncle Wolf, right? Wolf, right, was staring blankly at Kong Xiangxue. Suddenly being called out, he froze for a moment before nodding. Yes, that's right. Sigh. I guess I can only eat more chicken legs to soothe my wounded heart, Kong Xiangxue exaggeratedly said. Her antics made Fox Huan laugh heartily. This time, with Fox Huan around, Wolf Right could stay a little longer without hesitation. He wanted to find a topic to chat with Kong Xiangxue, so he vividly recounted the duel between Snake 2 and Tiger Chi. After listening, Kong Xiangxue sighed, as expected of Lingling. She always has the charm to make males fight for her. Not to mention males, even I want to protect her. If she were a male, what would they have to do with it? I want to protect my mother too, Fox Huan said firmly. I want to grow up quickly, practice hard, and protect my mother in the future. Not going to protect me? Kong Xiangxue teased her again. Fox Huan thought for a moment and said, first protect my mother, then protect Aunt Xiangxue. Kong Xiangxue burst into laughter. All right, your mother really didn't raise you in vain. She felt quite gratified. Rabbit Lingling and the little ones were truly a mutual endeavor. Seeing her smile, Wolf Right felt happy too. However, he really couldn't stay in the Peacock clan any longer. Huan, we should go, he said softly. Fox Huan nodded, reluctantly holding Kong Xiangxue's hand and saying a few words. Kong Xiangxue saw them off. However, just as they stepped out of the house, they saw several male members of the Peacock clan waiting there. Kong Xiangxue was puzzled and asked, do you have something to say? Not much, one male said coldly. Just wanted to see what kind of male could make Kong Xing unable to get out of bed. Upon hearing this, Wolf Right raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you here to seek an explanation for Kong Xing? What do you mean? Kong Xiangxue frowned. She still didn't know about the duel between Kong Xing and Wolf Right. Xiangxue, you don't know yet? This male from the Wolf clan fought Kong Xing for you before. Upon hearing this, Kong Xiangxue looked at Wolf Right in shock. Wolf Right fought Kong Xing for her. How is that possible? Is this true? Kong Xiangxue asked. Wolf Right nodded, yes, it's true. Although he had always hidden his feelings for Kong Xiangxue, he couldn't deny it at this point. It would seem cowardly if he did. Kong Xiangxue was momentarily stunned. She certainly knew what it meant for two males to duel over a female. But when did Wolf Right like her? She really hadn't noticed at all. You don't need to feel burdened, Wolf Right said gently. Then he turned to the several males, his expression suddenly turning fierce. Now that you've seen me, what do you want to do? The males clenched their fists, glaring at him. They were all males from the Peacock clan who usually got along well with Kong Xing naturally. They felt unhappy seeing Kong Xing in such a state. But they also understood that duels between males were just like that. If the losing side sought revenge from other beastmen, it would be quite disgraceful. Kong Xing wouldn't let them come, but they were still dissatisfied. A male from the Wolf clan wanting to pursue a female from their Peacock clan was one thing. But why did he have to beat their males like that on their territory? Even if it was a duel, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? One male said coldly, "What? Do you want to beat Kong Xing to death? What you're saying is strange." Wolf Right sneered. That was a duel, and it doesn't require mercy. Besides, every time I knocked him down, I advised him to admit defeat. He refused to listen and insisted on rushing up again. Should I just stand there and let him hit me? In the end, it's because he's too weak and can't beat me. You. Hearing this, the Peacock clan males were even angrier, each cracking their knuckles, as if ready to attack Wolf Right at any moment. Chapter 154. I only consider you as a friend. What are you going to do? At that moment, Kong Xiangxue suddenly spoke up. The males all looked at her. You know the rules of dueling between males better than I do, Kong Xiangxue said with a dark expression. Losing is losing. If you're not strong enough, go practice. But now you're coming to trouble the victor. Is this to embarrass our Peacock clan? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the males turned somewhat awkward. Have you thought about how ridiculous it would be if this got out? How will Kong Xing be laughed at? Kong Xiangxue said sternly, so now, please leave from my doorstep. Kong Xiangxue had always had a good reputation among the people of the Peacock clan, and her father was the clan doctor, which gave her a certain status. Therefore, after she spoke, the males had no choice but to leave. And Xiangxue, you are so impressive. Fox Huan looked at her in admiration. Wolf Right's eyes also sparkled. Just now, did Kong Xiangxue support him? Although he wasn't afraid of fighting those males at all. The feeling of having the female he liked backing him up was really great. He seemed to like her even more. Kong Xiangxue rubbed Fox Huan's head and then said to Wolf Right, I'm sorry, those males are still young and not very mature. They care about Kong Xing, which is why they acted this way. Please don't take it to heart. Of course I don't mind. Wolf Right quickly said, moreover, this matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to apologize to me. Kong Xiangxue fell silent for a moment and said, how can you say it has nothing to do with me? After all, you and Kong Xing fought because of me. Wolf Right's face turned red all of a sudden. He didn't expect Kong Xiangxue would realize his feelings for her in such a situation. However, knowing was one thing. He was a male and couldn't always be this cowardly, even afraid to express his own feelings. Wolf Right, thank you for your affection, Kong Xiangxue said again, but I only consider you as a friend. The joy surging in Wolf Right's heart suddenly turned cold. She rejected him so decisively. It seemed she really didn't like him at all. So, don't waste your time on me. After saying this, Kong Xiangxue actually felt a bit guilty. She didn't want to be so direct and hurt Wolf Right's feelings. But if she didn't make things clear and gave him hope, that would be too irresponsible. Kong Xiangxue had seen Tu Lingling reject those males before. Tu Lingling was very clear in her rejections. So she wanted to learn from Tu Lingling. But thinking about it, even though Tu Lingling rejected them clearly, those males still didn't give up. Wolf Right remained silent for a while. His eyes were somewhat dim, and the whole beastman looked lost. Even Fox Huan couldn't bear to watch. But she knew this wasn't something a little cub like her could interfere with, so she didn't say much. After an unknown amount of time, Wolf Right finally forced a smile and said, I understand. Before Kong Xiangxue could say anything else, he turned to Fox Huan and said, Huan, we should go back. Fox Huan nodded, said goodbye to Kong Xiangxue, and then left with Wolf Right. Kong Xiangxue kept watching their departing figures. She felt that today Wolf Right's back looked particularly sad. Kong Xiangxue sighed deeply. It seemed she understood a bit of Tu Lingling's feelings now. After returning to the rabbit tribe, Wolf Right sat on a big stone in the yard, lost in thought. What was wrong with him? She was a bit curious. But she wasn't very familiar with Wolf, right, and felt shy to ask directly. So she hugged Fox Juan and asked her if anything happened when they went to the Peacock tribe. Fox Juan hesitated a bit. Although she didn't understand matters of the heart, she vaguely felt that it seemed to be a private matter between Uncle Wolfright and Aunt Kong Xiangxua, and if she just told other beastmen about it, would it be inappropriate? So, Fox Juan changed the subject and talked to Shiyu about things she encountered on the way. Just then, Tu Lingling walked over and also heard what Fox Juan was saying. After listening, Tu Lingling's brows furrowed tightly. Fox Juan grabbed Tu Lingling's hand, and for some reason, she suddenly felt like crying. Perhaps it was because Tu Lingling was the beast man she trusted and was closest to at the moment. With tears in her eyes, she asked Tu Lingling, "Mom, who are they exactly? What do they have to do with the female who gave birth to me? And they said they abandoned me outside. What does that mean?" Tu Lingling hugged her tightly, saying, Juan, it's okay, no matter whether what they said is true or not. That's all in the past. Now you have parents, great-grandfather, brothers, and so many uncles and aunts who love you. Isn't that very happy?" Upon hearing this, Fox Juan felt it made sense. Yes, she was living so happily now. Why should she be entangled in what those two passing beastmen said? Although she did care a bit about her origins. But now, Wolf Mo was her father, and Tu Lingling was her mother. Why should she be sad or distressed over things that happened in the past? Fox Juan wiped her tears and smiled again. As for Shiyu, she was so heartbroken when Fox Juan cried that she thought for a long time about how to comfort her, and simply went to bring over the tiger cub. "Tiger cub, look, your sister is crying. Why don't you think of a way to make her happy?" Shiyu placed the tiger cub on the ground and patted its fluffy head. The tiger cub tilted its little head and thought for a moment. Then, it gave Fox Juan a clean and neat backflip. Tu Lingling, Fox Juan, and Shiyu were all stunned. "Tiger cub, what did you learn to do backflips?" Tu Lingling exclaimed. Her surprise attracted the attention of Wolf Wright, who had been feeling sad nearby. The tiger cub shook its head proudly and then did another backflip. Wow! The beastmen watching nearby all gasped and couldn't help but applaud. "The tiger cub is really amazing." Tu Lingling patted its head happily and said, "Tonight, you can eat more meat, grow up quickly, and transform into human form." Hearing Tu Lingling's words, the tiger cub happily did more than a dozen backflips. After Wolf Wright returned, he quickly adjusted his emotions. He was a male. After being rejected by the female he liked, he shouldn't be sullen, right? However, when Tu Lingling asked him to deliver food to Kong Xiangxue the next day at noon, he instinctively refused. "Sorry, ma'am. Can you let another beast man deliver it today? I'm a bit worried that seeing her will be awkward." Hearing this, Tu Lingling was somewhat surprised. Previously, when she asked Wolf Wright to deliver food to Kong Xiangxue, he was always very happy. Why was he saying, "It would be awkward today"? Seeing Tu Lingling's surprised and confused expression, Wolf Wright smiled bitterly and said, "When I went yesterday, she found out that I liked her, and then she rejected me." Tu Lingling's heart dropped. She didn't expect this to happen so quickly. It seemed Kong Xiangxue really didn't like Wolf Wright. After all, in the book, Kong Xiangxue had never found a partner. It wouldn't be easy to win her over. Looking at it this way, was her previous decision to let Wolf Wright deliver things to Kong Xiangxue wrong? Seeing her expression, Wolf Wright knew what she was thinking and said, "Ma'am, don't think too much. You letting me deliver food to her is helping me. I'm very happy to see her, even though she rejected me. At least I know her feelings now. That's much better than holding onto unrealistic fantasies." Tu Lingling nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. She and Wolf Wright weren't close enough to talk about everything. Now, whatever she said wouldn't comfort Wolf Wright, so it was better to remain silent to avoid making him sad or awkward. Wolf Wright sat on the big stone for a while longer, then suddenly jumped up. He felt he couldn't just sit there in a daze anymore. Rather than doing something meaningless, it would be better to train hard. Making himself stronger might make Kong Xiangxue look at him differently in the future. When Wolf Wright turned around, he happened to see Tiger Chi. Tiger Chi felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and instinctively took a defensive stance. "What do you want to do?" "Let's practice," Wolf Wright said. Tiger Chi asked, "I haven't fully recovered from my injury. Do you have a heart?" "No," Wolf Wright said coldly. "If you don't practice with me, I'll tell the man that you're too timid to even spar with me." "You're ruthless." Tiger Chi gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, let's practice." Since starting to farm, the beastmen of the rabbit tribe have been quite diligent. Perhaps because they had never done such things before, they found it fresh. Moreover, with 4 beastmen in a group, they could supervise each other well. In a few months, they would probably have a good harvest. Tu Lingling was very satisfied. In the future, their rabbit tribe would definitely get better and better. She also wants to build big houses for her clan, so that every clan member can live in a big house. Speaking of which, Lingling also wants to teach her clan how to brew wine. But unfortunately, she doesn't know much about winemaking. If she had known, she should have asked the wolf clan for advice back when she was with them. Thinking of this, Lingling couldn't help but recall the orc who taught the wolf clan how to brew wine. That person also came from another world, just like her. Originally, Lingling wanted to ask Wolfyu to teach her. Unfortunately, Wolfyu recently went through a breakup, and his winemaking skills aren't very good. Lingling plans to find a time to visit the wolf clan again. It would also be a good opportunity to see Wolf Hua and other orc friends from the wolf clan. After all, Wolf Cheng's attitude toward her has changed since the past. Even if she goes to the wolf clan, nothing will happen. However, before Lingling could go to the wolf clan, an unexpected guest arrived at the rabbit clan. That day, Lingling and the other orcs had just finished their morning training when Chi rushed over, panting. "Your Highness, come. What is it? Don't rush. Take your time." Lingling comforted her. Chi wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "There are orcs from the snake clan coming." Huh? Upon hearing this, she immediately frowned. Who? Chi cautiously glanced at her and said, "She said she is the youngest daughter of the snake clan's leader." Chi had always followed Lingling, so she naturally heard Shiyu mention her bad relationship with her sister. Who would have thought that her sister would come to the rabbit clan now? Sure enough, as soon as she heard this, Shiyu's voice became much sharper. "What did you say? How did she come here?" "I don't know, but the male who was following His Highness Snake 2 came with her, confirming her identity, so the orcs of the rabbit clan let her in. She should be on her way here now." Shiyu's expression turned sour. This is really annoying. Even after coming to the rabbit clan, why do I still have to see her? Shiyu said irritably. Isn't it enough that father sent Snake 2? Why does she have to come too? Don't be anxious. She might just be here to deliver a message and will leave soon. Lingling tried to reassure her. She shook her head and sneered. It's probably not that simple. I know her too well. It's impossible for her not to cause trouble. Just then, Snake 2 also finished his training and walked over. What's wrong? Shiyu glanced at him sideways. Snake 2, your good sister has come. You didn't call her here, did you? How could that be? Snake 2 frowned as well. Then why did she come with the orc under you? Snake 2 was taken aback, recalling that one of his other subordinates mentioned that Snakely returned to the Snake clan to report his injury. Could it be that father wanted his sister to come? Snake 2 looked at Shiyu, about to say something, when a soft and weak voice rang out. Sister, I'm here. You seem to not welcome me? Upon hearing this voice, Shiyu got goosebumps all over. Lingling turned to look. She saw a slender, delicate female standing not far away. She was wearing white animal skin and looked like a pure and weak little white flower. She didn't hold back and dry heaved. As a result, the little white flower's expression turned quite unpleasant. However, it only lasted for a moment. The little white flower smiled again. I came to take care of my brother on my father's orders. I heard my brother was injured, and father is quite worried. Saying this, she looked at Lingling with an ambiguous expression. I wonder why my brother was injured in the rabbit clan. Before Lingling could say anything, Snake 2 spoke up. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. His expression was tense, and he looked quite unhappy. The snake power standing behind the little white flower lowered his head nervously. Brother, Snake Rose showed a wronged expression. I care about you. After knowing you were injured, I specifically asked father and traveled a long way to the rabbit clan to take care of you. Shiyu sneered. One moment you say it's on father's orders. The next moment you say you specifically asked father. Snake Row, how come your words are so inconsistent? Snake Row smiled slightly. I took the initiative to ask father to send me over. Is that okay, sister? Chapter 156. This is too unfair. She was so angry that she felt dizzy. She even transformed into her snake form and then yelled at Snake Row. The other orcs were startled by her. However, Snake Row remained unfazed. She even laughed. Sister, what are you doing? We're in the rabbit clan. You need to pay attention to your image. Lingling. A master. She's a master. It seems that she has suffered a lot from her since childhood. No wonder she looked at her like a mortal enemy as soon as she saw her. Dealing with this kind of orc, one cannot be too aggressive. Otherwise, one would become the sinner, while the other remains the weak and innocent little white flower. So Lingling patted Shiyu's snake body, signaling her to calm down. Meanwhile, Huan couldn't help but run over to stroke Shiyu. Wow, so smooth. Auntie Shiyu, you're amazing. Shiyu. Kid, this isn't the time to compliment your aunt. Lingling imitated Snake Row's demeanor and showed a faint fake smile. Shiyu is my good friend. She can be however she likes in a rabbit clan, and we are all willing to pamper her. She was taken aback. Then, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't help but nuzzle Lingling with her snake head. Woo-woo, Lingling is indeed my best friend. Lingling was almost knocked over by her nuzzle. However, She steadied herself in time and then smiled stiffly at Snake Row. Since you're here at the Rabbit Clan, you're a guest. Please come in. I'll have them arrange accommodation for you shortly. Logically, two Lingling's words should have made Snake Row happy. But she couldn't be happy. Instead, she carefully scrutinized two Lingling. This little female seems not simple at all. No wonder she could charm her serious brother, who has never liked any other females. She smiled and was about to enter the house when Snake 2 suddenly said, "Snake Row, come with me." Saying this, he left with a stern face. Snake Row had no choice but to follow him. She transformed back into her human form and said pitifully, "Lingling, why are you so polite to her?" "You have to know, one must not be too impulsive," two Lingling said helplessly. "No matter how you look at it, she is the daughter of the Snake Clan leader. And now she has come to the Rabbit Clan. If we don't treat her politely on the surface, it will sound bad if it gets out. The most important thing is, aren't you afraid she will exaggerate things in front of your father? Didn't you say before that she loves to act weak and wronged in front of your father? At that time, you'll be the one to suffer." Tu Lingling made herself clear, so she quickly nodded in understanding. Moreover, being polite to her on the surface does not mean they're giving in to her. Tu Lingling laughed again, saying that if she really took care of Shi-Tu honestly, it would be fine, but if she dared to cause trouble with me around, I won't let her have it easy. Upon hearing this, Shi looked at Tu Lingling with admiration. In her eyes, Tu Lingling was simply glowing. Shi-Tu, accompanied by Shiro, arrived at a secluded corner. "My injuries are almost healed now, and I don't need your care," Shi-Tu said expressionlessly. "So, you should go back to the Shi clan." "Brother, why do you say that when I care about you so much?" Shiro said with grievance. "You have no idea how heartbroken I was when I heard you were injured. I even specifically asked father for a horse and rushed over." Shi-Tu held back for a moment, but couldn't help but say, "I wanted to tell you for a long time, this trick of yours works in front of father, but it doesn't work on me." Shiro looked at Shi-Tu in shock. In fact, she had long known that her tactics were ineffective in front of Shi-Tu's day. However, Shi-Tu had always indulged her before. Or rather, he was too lazy to expose her. Because in Shi-Tu's heart, nothing was more important than listening to father and becoming a qualified heir. But now, Shi-Tu was actually starting to say such things to her. Why? As her mind spun, Shi-Tu continued, "The Rabbit Clan's leader is getting old, and Lingling has many things to do, so she doesn't have time to entertain you. So you should go back." Upon hearing this, Shiro suddenly understood. He was doing it for Tu Lingling. Just now, she had made a sarcastic remark in front of Tu Lingling, questioning why her brother was injured in the Rabbit Clan. And now he wanted to drive her away to prevent her from targeting Tu Lingling. When she heard Shi say that she too was injured while saving Tu Lingling, she realized that she too must have developed feelings for Tu Lingling. But she didn't expect that she too's infatuation with Tu Lingling was deeper than she imagined. Shiro suddenly revealed a cold smile. This is good. She too had always been obedient. So father was very pleased with him and wanted him to inherit the position of clan leader. But why? Just because he was male? Is it only males who can take over the position of clan leader? She had never felt that her abilities were inferior to Shi-Tu's. In fact, her beast cultivation had already reached the 4th stage. Shi-Yu and Shi-Tu hadn't even reached the 4th stage at her age. Moreover, the special ability she had activated was a powerful fire-type attack. Why couldn't she inherit the position of clan leader? Just because she was female? That's so unfair. And now, Shi-Tu liked a female from the Rabbit Clan, which was something that hadn't been approved by father. Perhaps father would be dissatisfied with him because of this. Looking at it this way, she actually had to thank Tu Lingling. Shiro no longer pretended to be weak and aggrieved. She curled her lips and smiled. "All right, my dear brother, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I absolutely won't target your precious female. Don't talk nonsense," she too said in a deep voice. Okay, I won't talk nonsense anymore," Shiro replied, "but you'd better not keep trying to drive me away. Otherwise, when I go back, father will be unhappy. If father gets unhappy, you should know the consequences, right?" Shi-Tu's fingers tightened. Then, as if compromising, he said, "It's not impossible for you to stay here, but you better be honest. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." TSK, saying such things to his own sister, he's really ruthless. Shi-Tu ignored her and turned to leave. Shiro looked at his back, revealing a cold smile. That evening, Tu Lingling made a spicy duck blood tofu pot, stir-fried duck blood with garlic and carrots, along with several other dishes. Shiro's residence was right next to Shi-Tu's, not far from Tu Lingling's place, so she could clearly smell the aroma of the food. "What does that smell?" Shiro asked Shili. "It's the cooking aroma from that Princess Lingling of the Rabbit Clan," Shili replied honestly. "That princess's hands are quite magical." She can make many delicious dishes we've never tasted before. As he spoke, he couldn't help but swallow. Smelling the aroma, Shiro looked at the boiled meat in front of her. Chapter 157. Building a good relationship with two Lingling. She immediately felt that she couldn't swallow that boiled meat at all. Just then, Chi-Chi passed by her room. Wait a second, Shiro called out to her. Chi-Chi, suddenly called out, was a bit dazed but instinctively asked respectfully, "Is there something you need?" Shiro took a deep breath and put on a pitiful expression, saying, "I came to your rabbit clan as a guest, but it seems like you all are excluding me." "That's not true," Chi-Chi said in confusion. "How could we exclude you? If there was no exclusion, then why do I have to eat alone in my room? My brothers and sisters seem to be eating with you all, right?" Chi-Chi had been with two Lingling for a while, so she naturally hadn't learned nothing. So she immediately said, "You are a distinguished guest. That's why Princess Lingling specially instructed us to choose the best piece of meat to cook for you." Shiro was so angry, she gritted her teeth. "The hell with your best piece of meat. Bland and tasteless, compared to the aroma floating in the air, made it impossible for her to swallow. Okay?" It sounded as if she was being ungrateful. Just as Shiro was about to say something, Wolf Tai shouted from the other side, "Chi-Chi, come here quickly." "Coming." Chi-Chi responded, gave Shiro a salute, and then turned and ran away. Shiro didn't even have time to call her back. She felt a throbbing in her temples. Her best tactic of playing the victim seemed to have no use here. "Princess Ro, it's better not to worry about this," Shili advised. "We are here to take care of Prince Shi Tuesday." "I'm not doing it for that bit of food," Shiro sneered. "I just don't like being ignored by others." Shili didn't know what to say and could only fall silent. "By the way, are those little ones here all born from two Lingling?" Shiro asked again. Shili thought for a moment and said, "It should be anyway. Those little ones all call her mother." Shili hadn't stayed in the rabbit clan for too long, so he hadn't fully inquired about the matters between two Lingling and Wolf Mo. "I see she doesn't seem very old." Shiro frowned. How could there be so many big little ones? And where is her partner now? In order to utilize Shi Tu's feelings for two Lingling and make him lose favor in front of father, she first needed to unravel the mysteries surrounding two Lingling. "I don't know much about that either," Shili said awkwardly. Shiro didn't press him further, turned around, and went back to look at the boiled meat. In any case, filling her stomach was the priority. This kind of food she had eaten since she was a child, so there was nothing she couldn't eat. However, smelling the aroma outside, Shiro still felt a bit unhappy. On the other side at the dining table, Shi sneered coldly as he listened to Chi-Chi recount the things Shiro had just said. "It's already good enough to give her meat to eat, and she still wants to enjoy the delicacies made by me and Lingling together? Dream on," Shi said with glee, who told her to shamelessly insist on living in the rabbit tribe. "It drives me crazy." "Sister," Shetta said helplessly. "After all, she is our younger sister, so let's not say that." "Oh, come on, what's wrong with me saying that? You're just a freeloader, and, if you dare to say another word, you can go out and eat boiled meat with your good sister." Shiyu shot him a sidelong glance. Shetta glanced at Rabbit Lingling and dared not speak again. After all, Shiyu has a good relationship with Rabbit Lingling, and he better not offend her. As for Sheru, well, it's not like she's not getting meat to eat. She insisted on coming here, so let her deal with it herself. The next morning, when Sheru got up, she went to check on Shedu and said she wanted to apply medicine to his wound. "What medicine? My wound is already healed," Shetta said, confused. "Oh," Sheru replied expressionlessly. "I'm just concerned about you." Shetta. He always felt that Sheru's mood seemed very bad right now. So bad that she couldn't even be bothered to pretend to be the innocent flower. "By the way, brother," Sheru continued, "I heard that Rabbit Lingling is leading the rabbit tribe beastmen. To farm? They can grow their own food?" "Yes," Shetta replied. Sheru's mind started a race. She came to the rabbit tribe for two reasons. First, to catch Shetta's mistakes. Second, to see what this farming was all about. After all, both Shiyu and Shetta were learning here. She couldn't just let them take all the credit. Could she? "Can I go over and take a look? I'm quite curious." Sheru instantly switched back to her innocent flower persona, speaking softly. "Shetta." He suddenly felt that Sheru's ability to adapt was also a skill. By the time Shedu and Sheru reached the fields, many beastmen were already working hard. They wanted to finish early and then start training. "What food are they growing?" Sheru asked. "I remember it seems to be called wheat." Shetta said, "I've never heard of it. Can it really be eaten?" "Of course." Lingling said it wouldn't be wrong. Upon hearing this, Sheru looked at him meaningfully. "Brother really likes Rabbit Lingling? Huh?" Before Shetta could respond, Sheru had already gone over to chat with the beastmen of the rabbit tribe. However, the beastmen were busy working, so they didn't pay much attention to her. Just then, Rabbit Lingling and Shiyu came over. When Shiyu saw Sheru like this, she angrily said, "Here we go again. She's really good at playing both sides." "Not necessarily." Rabbit Lingling smiled. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Sheru walking back with a defeated expression. It seemed like the rabbit tribe was against her. Her tricks didn't work here at all. However, upon seeing Rabbit Lingling, Sheru's eyes lit up again. Although the beastmen of the rabbit tribe had mostly ignored her just now, she still found out one thing. To farm, you need seeds. And only Rabbit Lingling has the seeds. So, she has to build a good relationship with Rabbit Lingling. Otherwise, even if she learns to farm, what good would it be? By then, Sheru and Shiyu would come back with plenty of seeds, and she would return empty-handed. Her father would only think she was the most useless one. Good morning, Lingling. Sheru smiled and greeted Rabbit Lingling. Shiyu? Rabbit Lingling. Why is Sheru acting so differently every day? Yesterday, she was being sarcastic towards Rabbit Lingling, and today, it seems like they have a good relationship. Shiyu was even more annoyed and was about to bare her teeth at Sheru when Rabbit Lingling quickly patted her hand. Chapter 158. Despair in life. Shiyu couldn't help but lose her temper in front of Sheru. But the more she did this, the more other beastmen would see Sheru as a victim and think she was bullying her. Rabbit Lingling naturally wouldn't let this happen. Good morning. Rabbit Lingling showed a smile identical to Sheru's and asked, Did you sleep well last night? Very well, Sheru said. And I have to thank you for taking care of me. You're a guest, of course. I should take care of you, Rabbit Lingling replied, then looked at Shiyu and said, Shiyu, don't you think so? Shiyu was momentarily stunned, then quickly agreed with a smile. Lingling is right. Sheru continued to smile, but her fingers gradually tightened. How could she not understand Rabbit Lingling's meaning? She was a guest, and Shiyu was one of their own. This implicitly drew a line between them. And yet, there was nothing wrong with what she said. Actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome, Sheru said. Since I've come here, I want to get along well with you all. If I've caused you any trouble, then that's my fault. Why would you think that? Rabbit Lingling looked at her in surprise. When other beastmen visit your snake tribe, do you think it's a bother? Seri. Shiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Sheda's mouth twitched, clearly trying to hold back a laugh. That's not what I meant, Sheru said awkwardly. Well, I also don't think that would happen, Rabbit Lingling said sincerely. Then she stopped paying attention to Sheru and went to talk to the beastmen of the rabbit tribe. Some beastmen had areas they were still unfamiliar with, and she patiently taught them. Sheru stood aside and watched, feeling a bit envious. Rabbit Lingling must be very well liked in the rabbit tribe. Moreover, she had a lot of influence. Most of the beastmen seemed to listen to her. And it wasn't just because she was the granddaughter of the tribe leader. If she could be like Rabbit Lingling, then the snake tribe would surely have many beastmen supporting her. But it seemed she could never achieve that. Sheru lowered her head, suddenly feeling a little dejected. If she had known, she should have gotten to know Rabbit Lingling earlier. However, it was Shiyu who met Rabbit Lingling first. She had always been at odds with Shiyu since childhood. Of course, most of the time, it was indeed her who started the trouble. So now, Rabbit Lingling must dislike her just like Shiyu does. She couldn't be friends with Rabbit Lingling anymore, nor could she learn from her. Her brother didn't support her either. That's it. There's no hope for the snake's life. Sheru walked away slowly with a sorrowful expression. Sheda watched her back, frowning slightly. Sister, don't you think Sheru seems a bit off? Of course, she's upset after being scolded by Lingling, Shiyu said cheerfully. She had realized earlier that she should have spoken to Sheru like this. That way, she wouldn't have to be driven crazy by her every day. Lingling took a stroll in the field, answered the questions of the beastmen from the rabbit tribe, and then returned to her own yard to practice with the other beastmen and the little ones. As noon approached, Huchi ended his practice early and sneaked into the kitchen. In the past few days, Lingling had been cold towards him. He could hardly stand it. He knew Lingling didn't like him. However, in the past, she at least considered him a friend. Now, if he didn't take the initiative to talk to her, she wouldn't say a word to him. When he did speak, she would respond word by word. He simply couldn't sit still. Huchi knew that Lingling was definitely still angry with him. Since that was the case, he wanted to personally cook a delicious meal for her to cheer her up. He had previously learned to cook, although he wasn't sure how well he had learned, since he only learned to boil noodles. However, since he could boil noodles, other things should be fine, right? Seeing that there were meat and vegetables in the kitchen, Huchi confidently began to cook. Lingling smelled something burnt. She finished her practice, opened her eyes, and sniffed again. She wasn't mistaken. There was indeed a burnt smell wafting through the air. Other beastmen also finished their practice one after another and smelled the same thing. What was that burnt smell? What was burnt? It seemed to be coming from the kitchen. Was someone cooking in there? Lingling quickly glanced at the beastmen around her. Then she noticed that Huchi was not there. Could it be that guy Huchi? Lingling's mouth twitched. She hurriedly got up and headed towards the kitchen. The other beastmen followed her into the kitchen. as soon as Lingling entered. She was choked by the smoke inside and coughed twice. Then she saw Hu Chi standing helplessly in front of the pot, where there was a pile of blackened substance that no longer resembled its original ingredients. Lingling. As expected. Uncle Hu Chi, what are you doing? Lang Tai frowned in disgust. Why is it so black? And it smells terrible. Song Gung added insult to injury. Hu Huan seemed to want to say something, but looking at Hu Chi, she felt a bit sorry for him, so she remained silent. Hu Chi cautiously glanced at Lingling and said, I saw you all practicing so hard and wanted to make something for you, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. You should know your limits. If you can't cook, don't pretend to. This is a waste of food, she said bluntly. Hu Chi lowered his head in defeat. I'm sorry, I'll definitely learn to cook properly in the future. Just clean up what's in the pot first. Lingling said with a headache, then started to wash the pot. Hu Chi nodded quickly and began to clean up. He was feeling utterly dejected. He originally wanted to make Lingling happy. He didn't expect to mess it all up. Now Lingling must see him even less favorably. While he was cleaning, Lingling and Shiyu prepared the ingredients for lunch with the little ones. Chi and Cha went out to fetch firewood. She too casually walked over to Hu Chi and chuckled softly. Hu Chi was furious inside. He could clearly tell that she too was mocking him. That annoying guy. One day, he would definitely teach him a lesson. By the time Hu Chi finished cleaning up, Lingling and the others were ready to start cooking lunch. Hu Chi stood by pitifully. Lingling glanced at him and said, Since you want to learn to cook, then pay attention and learn properly, so you don't waste food next time. Hearing this, Hu Chi's eyes brightened. He nodded vigorously. Okay, I will study hard. Chapter 159. How can you eat rabbit too? She too. I want to learn too. He immediately said, I will study hard, and I'm sure I will learn better than the other beastmen. Hu Chi. Wait, who is he referring to? Lingling sighed helplessly. Forget it. Let them compete in cooking. It's better than fighting to the death. Lingling taught them for an entire afternoon. The little ones and she watched the fun from the side. They also occasionally chimed in. Hu Chi, you're so clumsy. She too. You're not doing well. Look at how much better Hu Chi is doing. Hu Chi initially felt pleased to hear this, but then he saw Lingling's half-smiling expression and suddenly realized something was off. What do you mean I'm doing better than him? I should be better than him, right? There's about 10 counts of time left, Song Gung said quietly. What? Hu Chi was confused. In 10 counts of time, your pancake will be burnt. Upon hearing this, Hu Chi was alarmed and quickly turned around. It really was going to burn? In the evening, they ate the food that Hu Chi and she too had made in the afternoon. Although the taste was hard to describe, they still ate it based on the principle of not wasting food. Moreover, she mischievously sent the 2 worst dishes to Shiro. However, Shiro seemed quite happy and even finished everything, perhaps because the food she usually ate was always bland. While the food made by Hu Chi and she too was something she had never tasted before. Seeing this, Shiyu felt inexplicably guilty. But thinking of how Shiro had been so timid before, she shrugged it off and turned to leave. Late at night, Lingling had another nightmare and woke up. The room was pitch black. Previously, Lingling had made a curtain from poor quality bee skin and hung it by the window, so that moonlight wouldn't seep in while she slept. She heard the even breathing of Shiyu and the little ones. They were still asleep. However, Lingling couldn't fall back asleep. She quietly got out of bed and walked outside, planning to sit in the yard for a while. To her surprise, there was already a figure in the yard. It was a small snake, lazily lying on a rock, seemingly enjoying itself, looking like it was taking a moonlight bath. Lingling wasn't sure if it was she too or Shiro. But at that moment, the little snake also heard her footsteps. Turning around to see her, the little snake slowly crawled to her feet and playfully flicked its crimson tongue at her. Lingling thought, this must be Shiro. She too wouldn't be so childish. Sure enough, after a while, the little snake found it boring and transformed into human form. It was indeed Shiro. Aren't you afraid of me? Shiro asked unhappily. Snakes eat rabbits, you know. Shouldn't you be scared and run away when you see me? Rabbit Lingling was at a loss. How can you eat such a cute rabbit like me? It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? Rabbit Lingling asked. Aren't you awake too? Shiro muttered quietly. I've already had a nap. I just had a nightmare and woke up. Rabbit Lingling yawned. What nightmare? Shiro instinctively asked. The image of the dream came back to Rabbit Lingling, wolf MO, covered in blood, standing in front of her. She moved her lips, but couldn't say anything. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Shiro shrugged nonchalantly. I don't really want to know anyway. After saying this, she heard Rabbit Lingling laugh softly. What are you laughing at? I just feel that you now are a bit different from the you during the day. Rabbit Lingling replied with a smile. Shiro's expression stiffened a bit. She then added, maybe it's because I feel more relaxed under the moonlight. Ever since I was a cub, I've liked to stay alone under the moonlight at night. Don't you feel lonely? Lonely? I've gotten used to it a long time ago. Rabbit Lingling was a bit surprised. She remembered that Shiyu said that Shiro was favored by their father because she knew how to put on an act, and she was quite well liked among the people of the snake tribe. But why would Shiro say that she was used to loneliness? I know what Shiyu has told you, but whether it's our father or the other beastmen in the tribe, what they like is just the facade of me. Shiro said with a bitter smile. So, the real me will always be lonely. However, her expression hardened again. But so what? As long as I can get what I want, even endless loneliness, I can endure. What you want? Could it be the position of the tribe leader? Rabbit Lingling asked. For the children of the tribe leader, the most desired thing should be the position of the tribe leader, right? Sure enough, Shiro did not refute. After a while, she said, I don't think I would do worse than she too. But since I was a child, our father has always trained she too as the heir and never considered me. Even if he let me compete fairly with she too, I wouldn't even have the chance for fair competition. So, you can only keep using various means to win his favor. Exactly. Although I don't want to do this. I can only pretend to be myself, to make him love me and make the tribesmen like me. Rabbit Lingling sighed. Have you ever thought that actually, the real you, if you work hard, could also earn respect and affection from others? I've thought about it, but I don't dare to gamble. After saying this, Shiro glanced at Rabbit Lingling and smiled helplessly. I don't know what's wrong with me, that I would say these suppressed words to you after so many years. Clearly you're my sister's friend, not mine. Your sister is a very good female, Rabbit Lingling said. If possible, you could be good sisters. I guess it's too late. It's not too late. A serious voice suddenly sounded behind them, startling both Shiro and Rabbit Lingling. The two females turned around to see she too standing behind them. Brother? What are you? I felt thirsty and came out to find some water. She too rubbed his temples. I didn't expect to overhear your night talk. You were eavesdropping. Shiro's face turned red with anger. I didn't mean to, she too said. Shiro, with that serious face of she too. It seemed he really didn't mean to. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts in your heart all along, she too said. Shiro sneered. That's right. I've always wanted the position of tribe leader. So what? Are you going to tell father? Chapter 160. It's not just about effort. I really am going to tell father. She too nodded. Shiro was so angry that she was about to curse, but then heard she too say, I want to tell father not to always see me as the heir, but to give you me and sister a chance for fair competition. Shiro didn't expect him to say that and was startled, her eyes wide. Rabbit Lingling quietly took 2 steps back. She felt it was now a matter between the siblings. It was better not to interfere. But speaking of Shiyu, Rabbit Lingling vaguely felt that Shiyu didn't seem to want the position of tribe leader. So, if there were to be fair competition, it would still be between she too and Shiro. Over the years, we have all overlooked your inner thoughts. She too said solemnly, father's thinking is too outdated. After we go back, I will tell father that choosing an heir should be based on ability, not gender. Shiro didn't expect she too to say this. Unconsciously, her eyes became slightly moist. She too sighed. Actually, you could have told us earlier. That way, you wouldn't have to pretend for so many years. Shiro lowered her eyes and said nothing. But we have to agree on this, she too said. In the future, no matter who becomes the tribe leader, they cannot harm their own siblings. Shiro nodded slightly, and Rabbit Lingling, watching from the side, revealed a smile. It seemed that in the future, she too, and Shiro might be able to get along well. She only found out about what happened last night, the next morning. She woke up groggily and took a while to react. You mean to say, Shiro has actually always wanted the position of tribe leader? Rabbit Lingling nodded while drinking porridge. Shiyu slammed the table suddenly. I understand. If that's the case, then I want the position of tribe leader too. I won't let her have her way. But soon, she frowned again, sighed, but I really have no interest in the position of tribe leader. Rabbit Lingling was at a loss for words. If you're not interested, then don't force yourself to do that just because you're angry. Otherwise, you'll be the one suffering. Sigh. Actually thinking about it, that Shiro, although she has always bullied me since childhood, it's just been some small tricks. Shiyu shrugged. I can't be good sisters with her, but I won't deliberately sabotage her path to becoming the tribe leader. I know, Rabbit Lingling said, you couldn't do such a thing. I don't want to be the tribe leader. I just want to happily be with you guys every day, eat delicious food, and do some farming, and that's enough to make me happy. A few months later, Shiyu, she too, and Shiro left the rabbit tribe. During these months, the 3 of them learned a lot about farming from Rabbit Lingling. Now, they were ready to return to the snake tribe and share this knowledge with the beastmen of the snake tribe. Rabbit Lingling didn't think much of it and even gave them many seeds. First, she was now good friends with the 3 of them, and in the future, The snake tribe and the rabbit tribe would definitely get along well. Second, she too had saved her. So, this could be considered as her repaying a favor to She Tuesday. On the night before they left, She held Rabbit Lingling and cried for a long time, drinking a lot of alcohol and getting tipsy. Rabbit Lingling comforted her, saying that she could come over any time in the future. She was crying while holding the tiger cub, which scared the cub so much that it almost exploded in fur. However, after living together for so long, the cubs were still very reluctant to part with Shiyu. When she left, all the cubs cried. Even the usually mature Songung had red eyes. Nevertheless, no matter how reluctant she was, Shiyu still had to go back once. After all, she was the princess of the snake clan. Living in the rabbit clan for so long, her father would definitely not agree. Rather than waiting for her father's beastmen to come and capture her, it was better for her to return on her own. Lingling, wait for me, I will come back, she said to Rabbit Lingling reluctantly. Yes, I know. Rabbit Lingling patted her back. Be careful on your way back. Don't worry, with the serious and bad little sister around, nothing will happen, Shiyu pouted. Originally quite sad, Rabbit Lingling was amused by her. Shiyu always referred to Snake 2 and Snake Row as those two. Sister, Snake 2 walked over. It's time to go. I know. Why are you hurrying me? Shiyu muttered before going to hug the cubs again. Snake 2 looked at Rabbit Lingling, seeming to want to say something. However, in the end, he just smiled and turned to leave. After being here for a few months, he understood. Rabbit Lingling didn't like him. He could be Rabbit Lingling's good friend, but he could never be her partner. Rabbit Lingling had no romantic feelings for him at all. Such things couldn't be achieved just by his efforts. After Shiyu and the others left, Rabbit Lingling and the cubs inevitably felt a bit sad. During these few months, Huchi had also returned to the Tiger Clan. However, he had slowly built a brotherly bond with Snake Tuesday. After all, neither of them could win Rabbit Lingling's heart. Gradually, they even started to appreciate each other. It had been lively before, but now that so many beastmen had suddenly left, Rabbit Lingling felt empty inside. In the evening, she sat in the kitchen making nourishing soup for her grandpa. The soup was simmering in the pot while she sat there in a daze. Several months had passed. Wolf Mo, Eagle Zay, and Wolf's was still hadn't returned. Rabbit Lingling had already discussed with Rabbit Huai if they still hadn't returned in 7 days. Rabbit Lingling decided to go to the dark forest to find them. She knew they went to the dark forest to ensure she could live well. If she went easily and encountered danger, it would betray their efforts. However, after months, she really couldn't wait any longer. If they really died for her, then she would live in pain for the rest of her life. Rather than that, it would be better for her to go to the dark forest herself and take a look. But she would be careful. She knew that if something happened to her now, many beastmen would be sad for her. So she absolutely wouldn't let anything happen to herself. Just then, the kitchen door was gently pushed open. Rabbit Lingling looked towards the door, but didn't see any beastmen. Then she looked down and found it was the tiger cub. Tiger cub, how did you come over? Rabbit Lingling asked with a smile. The tiger cub suddenly pounced into her arms and rolled around in her embrace. Missing your mom, huh? The tiger cub nodded its little head. You're actually afraid I would be lonely, so you came to keep me company, right? The tiger cub nudged her chest with its head. Rabbit Lingling petted the tiger cub, feeling a bit calmer. In these few months, the tiger cub had grown quite a bit. Now she could barely lift it. If Wolf Mo returned and saw the cubs growing up well, he would definitely be very happy. Just then, a cheerful voice from outside suddenly rang out. Mom, Dad, they are back. Chapter 161. They have all returned for a moment. Rabbit Lingling was a bit dazed. Just now, Hu Huan shouted outside that her dad had returned. Her dad, ISNT that Wolf Mo? At this moment, the tiger cub also realized something, suddenly raising its little paw to pat Rabbit Lingling's arm. Rabbit Lingling immediately hugged the tiger cub and rushed outside. As soon as she reached the yard, she was stunned. The yard was already filled with beastmen. And standing at the front was Wolf Mo. It had been a long time since they last met, and he had lost weight. But his expression showed no signs of weariness, and his posture was still tall and straight, exuding a sense of security no matter how you looked at him. At this moment, Song Gung, Wolf Tai, and Hu Huan were all crying in his arms. After gently comforting the cubs for a while, Wolf Mo raised his eyes. Just in time, his gaze met Rabbit Lingling's. In an instant, his eyes became incredibly gentle. Lingling. Lingling. Just then, an excited voice rang out. Rabbit Lingling turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. Immediately, she widened her eyes in surprise. It was her dad, and behind her dad stood her 6 uncles, as well as Eagle Zay and Wolfswa. They had all returned from the dark forest. Lingling. Rabbit Hung had already run excitedly to Rabbit Lingling, reaching out to hug her tightly. "I'm sorry for what happened, my dear." Dad? Rabbit Lingling asked in disbelief. "Is it really you, Dad?" "Silly cub. Don't you recognize your dad anymore?" Rabbit Hung said with a smile. But his eyes were already red. Rabbit Lingling stared at him for a long time. Finally, a teardrop rolled down from her eyes. "Dad," after the joy of reunion, they all gathered in Rabbit Huai's house. Rabbit Lingling cooked a large feast herself. She also sent several beastmen from the Rabbit clan to bring Kong Xiangxue over from the Peacock clan. When Kong Xiangxue heard that Wolf Mo and the others had returned and brought back Rabbit Lingling's dad and 4 uncles, she was naturally overjoyed and rushed over immediately. Seeing the table full of sumptuous food, Rabbit Hung and Rabbit Lingling's 6 uncles were a bit dazed. They looked at Rabbit Lingling in disbelief. Was this still the spoiled and lazy Rabbit Lingling from before? Rabbit Huai, seeing their expressions, smiled and said, "You don't know, but now Lingling is really very sensible and capable." Because his son-in-law and 6 sons had returned safely, he was still so excited that his hands trembled a bit. "Actually, on the way back, we heard Wolf and Mo mention it," Rabbit Hung said with a smile. "But hearing about it is certainly not as impactful as seeing it with your own eyes." During this time, they had all heard from Wolf Mo about what had happened around Rabbit Lingling, the friend she had made, and the cub she had raised. Of course, they also learned about the relationship between Wolf Mo and Rabbit Lingling. Rabbit Hung was quite satisfied with Wolf Mo as a son-in-law. Hearing this, Rabbit Lingling glanced at Wolf Mo again. Just in time, Wolf Mo was also looking at her. Rabbit Lingling's cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly averted her gaze. Eagle Zay noticed her reaction. He lowered his eyelids, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that what did not belong to him would ultimately not belong to him after all. Rabbit Hung also shared the events of that year with them. Years ago, when Rabbit Hung took the young Rabbit Lingling out to play, they encountered a strange beast. This beast could not only speak human language, but also transform into a human form. She was an extremely beautiful female. However, there seemed to be some kind of toxin within her. She set her sights on Rabbit Lingling and aimed to transfer the toxin to her. Despite Rabbit Hang's efforts to fight her off, he ultimately could not prevail and could only watch as she transferred the toxin to Rabbit Lingling. Afterwards, the female smiled at Rabbit Hung and said, "Don't worry, this toxin will not take effect in your daughter until 10 years later. To make this toxin disappear from your daughter's body, unless I die." After saying this, the female vanished. Rabbit Hung did not want to worry the other beastmen at home, so after returning, he did not inform them of what had happened. Over the years, he had been searching for the whereabouts of that female. More than 2 years ago, he finally learned that she had appeared in the dark forest. By that time, it was almost 10 years since the incident. Rabbit Hung knew that for his daughter, he had to venture into the dark forest. So on the surface, he claimed to be hunting spirit-killing beasts, but in reality, he was looking for that female. Rabbit Lingling's 6 uncles insisted on accompanying him once they learned of the matter. Thus, the 7 of them set off together. Unexpectedly, in the dark forest, there was a thick fog. They became lost in that fog, wandering for a long time without finding a way out. Fortunately, there were wild fruits and water sources in the fog, so they would not die of thirst or hunger. Later, Wolf Mo also entered the fog. After revealing their identities to each other, they persistently searched for an exit. Finally, they all walked out of the fog together and met with Eagle Zay and Wolfswa. Coincidentally, shortly after they emerged from the fog, they encountered that female again. She clearly remembered Rabbit Hung. She tried to flee but was blocked by all the beastmen. The female immediately engaged them in a fierce battle. After all, she was a beast capable of transforming into a human, with strong combat power. Together, the 10 males barely managed to defeat her. Seeing that she was at her end, the female committed suicide. After she commits suicide, the toxin in your body will also disappear, Rabbit Hung told Rabbit Lingling. Rabbit Lingling nodded and smiled, saying, "No wonder my illness hasn't flared up again in the past few months, and my body feels fine. From now on, Dad will never let you encounter any danger again," Rabbit Hung said, patting her head. "Dad, from now on, I will also protect Lingling," said Wolf Mo. All the beastmen in the room turned their gazes towards him. Rabbit Lingling's face turned red again. This guy Wolf Mo. How did he just call him Dad? At night, it was already time to sleep. However, perhaps due to the big happy event today, Rabbit Lingling couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Lingling, are you asleep?" It was Wolf Mo's voice. Rabbit Lingling's heart skipped a beat. "Not yet. I have something I want to tell you." What does Wolf Mo want to say to her? Before Rabbit Lingling could react, she suddenly felt someone gently push her. Turning around, She saw Kong Xiangxue making faces at her. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. The little ones were urging her to go out, all looking excited. Rabbit Lingling had no choice but to get up and walk out the door. Wolf Mo was waiting for her in the yard. Chapter 162. The grand finale. The moonlight fell upon him. At this moment, he looked very gentle. Rabbit Lingling walked over slowly, suppressing her racing heart, and asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Wolf Mo turned his head and smiled at her. "How had you been these past few months?" It had been several months. He wanted to know what kind of life she was living. With this question, Rabbit Lingling could not help but open up. She told him about her life in the Wolf Clan. She also mentioned the 3 siblings she met from the Snake Clan. She talked about teaching the Rabbit Clan beastmen how to farm. Now, the Rabbit Clan beastmen were already adept at farming. She even shared about the 2 beastmen that Fox Huan and Wolf Yu encountered on the road. Rabbit Lingling later sent Chi Chi and Xiao Xiao to inquire about them. It turned out that those 2 beastmen were Fox Huan's uncle and aunt. Fox Huan's biological mother had passed away due to illness. The beastmen of the Fox clan had promised to adopt Fox Huan, but they turned around and abandoned her. If Wolf Mo hadn't happened to find her, Fox Huan might have already died. After that, I gave them a good beating, making them cry out in pain, and then I went to the Fox clan to expose their true colors, Rabbit Lingling said proudly. The beastmen of the Fox clan were still unaware, thinking that Huan had unfortunately passed away years ago. After they found out, they were furious and expelled the 2 of them, leaving them to be wandering beastmen from then on. Wolf Mo raised his hand and rubbed her head. Lingling is really amazing. This gesture seemed very ambiguous among males and females of the same age. Rabbit Lingling blushed and said, "You're the amazing one. You really found my dad and uncles and brought them back." Wolf Mo, thank you. Wolf Mo shook his head and said, "Lingling, don't thank me. I am your partner. This is what I should do." Before Rabbit Lingling could react, Wolf Mo gently took her hand. "Lingling, do you wish to become a true partner with me?" A gentle breeze brushed by her ear. Rabbit Lingling's mind went blank with nervousness, but she was also clearly aware that she was willing. During the months that Wolf Mo was away, she had already realized her feelings. She liked Wolf Mo MHM. Rabbit Lingling nodded vigorously. Wolf Mo was instantly overjoyed and could not help but pull her into his arms. Rabbit Lingling also raised her arms to hug him. Under the moonlight, they embraced tightly. The days that followed were joyful and happy. Wolf Mo stayed in the Rabbit clan. He, Rabbit Lingling, the little ones, Rabbit Huai, Rabbit Hung, and Rabbit Lingling's 6 uncles lived together. The big family was harmonious and joyful. With them around, the strength of the Rabbit clan rapidly grew. Eagle Zay returned to the Eagle clan. After much investigation, he finally discovered that his family had been harmed by the current leader of the Eagle clan. With the help of Rabbit Lingling and the other beastmen, he successfully killed his enemy and removed the shackles of disaster from himself, being unanimously elected as the new leader of the Eagle clan. Pucci matured a lot and began to learn from his father how to be a leader, occasionally visiting the Rabbit clan to see Rabbit Lingling and the little ones. However, he knew that he and Rabbit Lingling could only be friends now. Wolf Bai and Wolf Chi would occasionally come to the Rabbit clan to stay for a while. Wolf Chi's health had improved significantly. He directly proposed to Wolf Chung that he wanted to compete fairly with Wolf Bai for the position of clan leader. Wolf Chung agreed. In fact, Wolf Chi had considered using underhanded methods, but when he thought of Tu Lingling, he decided against it. He didn't want Tu Lingling to look down on him, even though they no longer had a chance together. Wolf Bai was still as gentle as before, but occasionally, when he looked at Tu Lingling and Wolf Mo, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Shi Yu, Kong Xianxue, and Wolf Hua would occasionally come to the Rabbit clan to play. According to Shi Yu, Shi Tu and Shi Ro were now working hard to compete for the position of clan leader. As for her, she was happily watching from the sidelines. As for Kong Xianxue, since Wolf Zhua and Wolf Yu stayed with Wolf Mo in the Rabbit clan, she would run into Wolf Yu every time she came to the Rabbit clan. Over time, her feelings for Wolf Yu seemed to undergo some subtle changes. Tu Lingling noticed it. She thought that perhaps in the end, Kong Xianxue would really end up with Wolf Yu. As for Wolf Mo, he always stayed by Tu Lingling and the little ones. One time, Tu Lingling asked him, "They're all this clan leader and that clan leader. Don't you want to go back and compete for the position of clan leader?" No, Wolf Mo smiled slightly, holding her in his arms. Having you is enough. His strength was already strong enough to protect her. As for the position of clan leader, he didn't care about it. Moreover, the position of clan leader was a kind of constraint for him. If he became the clan leader, how could he occasionally take Tu Lingling and the little ones out to play? He wouldn't have that much time to spend with them. He used to think that it was Wolf Chung who had killed his biological mother. However, after being with Tu Lingling and under her suggestion, he had an open and honest conversation with Wolf Chung. It turned out that he had misunderstood all along. His biological mother had died of illness, and Wolf Chung had sent the clan doctor to try to save her, but ultimately, it was unsuccessful. When Wolf Chung told him this, he swore an oath. For beastmen, especially clan leaders, oaths were very important. If he were lying, he wouldn't swear so casually. After that, the heavy stone that had been pressing on Wolf Mo's heart finally fell. He could finally relax. Tu Lingling was also very happy. Wolf Mo wouldn't become the big villain as in the stories. Her little ones wouldn't become little villains either. Their family would live together forever. Grandpa's health was getting better, and Tu Hung and Tu Lingling's 6 uncles would manage the entire rabbit clan, so there was no need for Tu Lingling and Wolf Mo to worry. They would just spend their days training with the little ones, cooking delicious food, occasionally going out for leisure, and traveling. Such happy days were still long ahead. Synopsis: Tu Lingling travels back to ancient times, becoming a cute rabbit beastman and a stepmother to 4 little ones. A little squirrel, a little fox, a little wolf, and a little brain axe. With nothing but bare walls? No problem. With space in hand, the little ones wouldn't worry about food. Growing the clan, slaying beasts, digging up treasures effortlessly. Tu Lingling is about to reach the pinnacle of life. But why is the big villain she was supposed to kill suddenly become her clingy partner?